In the year 982 of the new era N.E., in the near-Earth orbit of the Imperial star Chang'an, the very heart of the galactic empire, floats a magnificent edifice reminiscent of a colossal steel beast, the Royal Military Academy of the Galactic Empire. It is not a planet, but a vast space city-state comprised of countless modular starports, simulated battlefields, enormous ship docks, dome-covered academic quarters, and residential areas. At its core lies the Tiancong Arena, presently filled with deafening roars and dazzling bursts of energy light. It is the cradle of the Empire's future luminaries, and the arena where strength and glory are directly contested. Today marks the final day of the Academy's annual Xinghui Cup Mech Combat Tournament. At the heart of the arena, within a simulated gravity environment, two steel colossi, each towering over 15 meters, engage in a ferocious collision. One of the combatants is the standard Imperial Yukabing 3 assault mech, resplendent in bright red, moving with swift, ruthless ferocity, and outfitted with high-frequency vibratory blades and a shoulder-mounted particle cannon. Its pilot, Fonkelage of the venerable Fong family, is the favorite to win, while its opponent appears rather unconventional. The opponent is a deeply modified Jichu Zunliangsing Taiwei mech, its matte black exterior and rugged lines enhanced by extra cushioning and power units at the joints. Most strikingly in its grasp is not a standard weapon, but an ancient-styled heavy two-handed sword, its material shimmering with a cold, high-strength alloy glow. Within the cockpit, Lin Yi's gaze is as tranquil as still water, his breathing measured. Sweat dampens his short black hair, accentuating the chiseled angles of his face. He pays no heed to the dazzling tactical light screens, nor does he depend on AI-assisted analysis. His entire being is attuned to a peculiar rhythm, as each roar of the mech's engine, every subtle twist of its joints, and the trajectory of the heavy sword cleaving through the air synchronizes flawlessly with his own breath, heartbeat, and the slightest muscle twitch. The Yukabing 3 launches yet another fierce assault. The searing beam of its particle cannon glances along the Taiwai's shoulder armor, while the high-frequency blade darts at a cunning angle toward the cockpit. A wave of astonishment sweeps through the audience. Lin Yi's eyes narrow subtly as his fingers dance over the control stick, executing a sequence of commands that, although simple in appearance, belie profound intricacy. The colossal Taiwei does not flinch. It forcefully thrusts its left foot forward, shifting its center of gravity into a forward tilt, executing a maneuver as fluid as a human performing a bowing lunge. Simultaneously, the heavy sword is not employed for parrying, rather it is swung sideways along its spine to counter the oncoming high-frequency blade, its motion smooth and imbued with an uncanny viscosity. Clang! The piercing sound of clashing metal resounds. A breathtaking moment ensued. The force of the thrust seemed to strike an invisible vortex, causing the Yukabing Eye's arm to swerve outward, its motion instantly warping, and the entire mech to momentarily lose its balance under the drag of momentum. The high-frequency blade scrapes along the Taiwai's chest armor, leaving but a faint white scar. Mech Tai Chi. Unloading field. From the commentary stand, a veteran instructor exclaimed in astonishment. He has melded the ancient martial art of unloading into the mech's power system and posture control. In that fleeting moment, while Fonkelage staggered in imbalance and became momentarily immobilized, Lin Yi seized the opportunity to act. The Taiwei swiftly reorients its center of gravity upward, erupting like a crouching tiger leaping into action. The heavy sword ceases its smooth, unloading motion, erupting with a ferocity reminiscent of a landslide and tsunami, unleashing a piercing shriek as it slashes upward in a direct laceration posture, viciously targeting the vulnerable juncture of the Yukabing Eye's chest and abdomen, the fragile node of its power core. Baji, collapse mountain, exclaims the command. Eschewing ornate light effects for the pure fusion of raw power and speed, the sword's edge upon meeting the armor ignites a high-frequency oscillation module. Boom, crackle. The composite chest armor of the Yukabing 3 shreds like paper as internal conduits burst forth dazzling sparks. The enormous mech is thrust skyward by an overwhelming force, crashing into the arena's energy barrier with a resounding impact, unleashing a colossal burst of electric sparks and leaving it utterly incapacitated. A hushed silence befalls the arena, promptly broken by a tidal surge of rapturous cheers. Lin Yi. Lin Yi. Lin Yi. Martial arts mech. Unparalleled in might. Lin Yi's name reverberates through the heavens. Commanding the Tiaowei, he slowly sheathes his heavy sword and stands alone at the arena's center like a silent obsidian war deity. Through the reinforced glass of his cockpit, he casts a brief glance at the surging audience, his eyes scarcely lingering as he steadies the torrent of life force coursing within him. For him, victory is but a measure of daily training, a stepping stone rather than an ultimate destination. Meanwhile, in a top-tier tactical simulation room within the Academy's core area, separated from the clamor of the arena by merely 3 airtight airlocks, the ambience is altogether different. Bathed in soft lighting, a colossal holographic star map slowly rotates at the room's center, adorned with countless fleet designations, planetary fortresses, resource nodes, and navigational routes. The atmosphere is imbued with an intense, focused serenity as a simulated Lagrange system offensive defense Santable exercise reaches its fervent crescendo. On one side, the attacking Shanghai Lianbang, commanded by 3 top senior students, faces the defending Inha Digua, helmed by a solitary commander, Zhuge Yun, clad in a crisp, deep blue student uniform that accentuates his slender frame. Under gentle lighting, his handsome visage is accentuated. A pair of slim, smart glasses rests upon his nose with data streams cascading across the lenses like a waterfall. His fingers occasionally tap the holographic control panel with precise and graceful movements devoid of any superfluous motion. The attacking Federation fleet adopts a pincer maneuver, fiercely pressing toward the Empire's core fortress Jinyuan Xingbao at the Lagrange L5 point. The colossal battle fleet unleashes its full firepower. Aircraft carriers deploy an overwhelming swarm of fighter jets, while the assault fleet endeavors to sever the fortress supply line from behind. The offensive surges in like a tidal wave, rendering the Empire's defensive lines seemingly vulnerable. Instructors and cadets watching the simulation collectively hold their breath in anxious solidarity. The 3 attacking cadets wear expressions of assured triumph, while Zhuge Yun's lips curve ever so subtly into a barely discernible smile. He adjusts his glasses with several blue indicators symbolizing the Empire's reserve forces lighting up on the lenses. Decoy completed, he murmurs softly, his voice as calm as still water. Just as the Federation assault fleet is on the verge of breaching the fortress's rear airway, an unexpected twist arises. In that ostensibly calm cluster of rocky asteroids, countless ethereal blue engine glows suddenly burst to life. 3 entire Imperial reserve fleets comprised of high-speed destroyers and stealth frigates emerge like lurking venomous serpents. They precisely position themselves to block the narrow airspace between the Federation's assault fleet and the main force, instantly forming a lethal net of firepower. "No, it's a trap," one of the attacking cadets exclaims. And worse yet looms. The main cannon array of Jinyuan Xingbao, which had appeared subdued, suddenly erupts with a terrifying, unexpected firepower, precisely blanketing the airspace ahead of the Federation's charging carrier group. Rather than targeting the carrier head-in, it creates a vast death zone filled with turbulent energy and lethal shrapnel, causing the Federation's fighter jets to slam into an invisible barrier with devastating losses that stall their offensive. He exploited our eagerness and our reliance on supposed intelligence advantages marvels. An observing instructor, the reconnaissance report indicated the reserve had been dispatched to L3 for reinforcements. Deliberate false intelligence. He calculated that upon seeing this opportunity, we would commit our main force, thus exposing ourselves to the main cannon's effective range, and then use the reserve to sever the assault fleet. Truly an invitation to the trap, a half-cross strike. Zhuge Yun embodies the essence of Sun Tzu's art of war. On the sand table, the red arrow representing the Federation's attacking force rapidly fades and scatters. The Empire's defense stands as immovable as a rock. With the simulation's concluding chime, Zhuge Yun rises calmly and offers a slight nod to his still-dazed adversary. Well played. His eyes remain clear and profound, as though the Star Wars simulation, a confrontation that could decide the fate of billions, were nothing more than a chess match upon a board. At this moment, removed from the arena's clamor and the simulation room's tension, on a concealed platform at the confluence of air ducts in the Academy's residential area, a figure lounges comfortably on a soft mat of unknown origin, yawning. Lucio. His cadet uniform is rumpled, the collar unfastened, revealing beneath it a t-shirt emblazoned with a humorous interstellar cartoon. His slightly wavy black hair appears somewhat disheveled, with unruly bangs casually framing his smooth forehead. He nonchalantly holds an energy bar, an Academy-issued nutritional snack, in his mouth while his hand manipulates a modified personal terminal, its screen rapidly streaming complex code and the interface of a classic pixelated game. Ugh, the arena is unbearably noisy. Old Lin must have triumphed again, as expected. He mumbles indistinctly, his fingers flitting across the terminal screen like fleeting shadows as he casually hacks through a low-security firewall of an internal entertainment system to play a casual game, while also guiding a game character to jump and evade obstacles. Has Zhuge's simulation concluded yet? TCH, bullying the little one, how boring. He switches the terminal display to summon the surveillance feed of the Academy's public area. The camera pans across the majestic central plaza where figures clad in extravagant court attire are being escorted by high-ranking Academy officials. Lucio's originally unfocused gaze suddenly fixes on one particular figure, causing the irreverent smile at the corner of his mouth to soften ever so slightly. That is the Imperial Princess Li Daner. Dressed in impeccably tailored moon-white court casual attire, she exudes grace and noble bearing. Simulated sunlight filters through the dome, bathing her in a gentle, soft glow, as though bestowing her with an ethereal radiance. She listens intently to an elderly professor's explanation, her profile graceful and serene with occasional smiles reminiscent of melting spring water, pure and warm. Lucio watches the screen, his earlier languor now replaced by a complex gleam, admiration, a trace of subtle tenderness, and an inexplicable yearning that even surprises himself. His fingers subconsciously caress the edge of the terminal, while the lingering taste of the energy bar now seems utterly bland. Sigh, what a nuisance. He murmurs softly, uncertain whether to bemoan the tedium of hiding or the uncontrollable emotion quietly stirring within him. He switches off the surveillance feed and turns his attention back to the string of pulsating code, endeavoring to drown out the ripples in his heart with technical challenges. Yet that moon-white figure has already been indelibly imprinted upon his heart. The raucous cheers from the Tiancong arena, the silence of the simulation room, and the languid atmosphere along the ducts. These three distinct illuminations interplay upon the steel star of the Galactic Empire Military Academy. Beneath the brilliance of this prosperous era, the gears of fate have already begun to turn, while hidden undercurrents quietly converge beneath the veneer of calm. And three young individuals, each with a unique personality and intertwined destinies, are poised to have their legend quietly begin at this very moment. The Empire's golden age now teeters on the brink of a precipice, with uncertainty shrouding the inception of its first fracture of downfall. The clamor of the Tianxiong arena slowly subsides, yet Lin Yi's name, like a stone cast into a still lake, sends ripples expanding through the academy. The titles Wudao Mech and Pojian spread swiftly, even capturing the attention of the academy's senior authorities and select figures. Yet at the epicenter of the storm, Lin Yi had silently departed the boiling steel arena, returning to the Panshur training ground behind the dormitory area. Here there were no dazzling lights or cheers, only cold metallic equipment, obstacle courses under simulated gravity, and a few battered old basic iron guard mechs reserved for extra practice. Lin Yi donned a sweat-absorbing black training suit and silently engaged in grueling physical exercises, loaded squats under high-gravity extreme sprints, and neuromuscular reaction drills. Sweat rolled down his chiseled muscles with every breath, heavy and prolonged. To him, victory was merely an addendum to daily training, for the true battlefield demanded relentless honing. He needed greater strength and quicker reflexes to perfectly imprint the ancient martial essence passed down through classical texts onto the cold mech. Meanwhile, the lights in the tactical simulation room dimmed. Zhuge Yun declined the exchange invitations of several senior trainees and instructors, quietly gathering his personal terminal before leaving that realm of data and strategy. He did not head directly to the dormitory. Instead, he detoured to the Academy's stellar archive, where the most detailed star maps of the Empire and simulation records of renowned historical battles were preserved. He needed to review the simulation's details, pondering whether on an actual battlefield the Federal commander might employ even more cunning maneuvers, or if the Star Fortress's defenses concealed overlooked vulnerabilities. His slender fingers traced paths over the holographic star map, his gaze so focused that it seemed he wished to etch every corner of the cosmic sea into his mind. Wisdom was his weapon and knowledge his inexhaustible arsenal. And then, alert! Abnormal pressure fluctuations detected in the B7 ventilation ducts. Repeat, B7 anomaly. The piercing electronic synth sounds abruptly erupted from a monitoring station at the Academy's security center while red lights flickered. Which brat is darting through the ducts now? A bearded security chief muttered as he brought up the surveillance footage. Within a narrow ventilation duct, a figure in a rumpled uniform was crawling awkwardly at a brisk pace, apparently with half an energy bar clutched in his mouth and oddly trailing a bulging canvas bag behind him. "Lucio, it's you again, you little rascal," bellowed the security chief as he slammed his hand on the table. "Block him. Teams C and D. Intercept at the junction leading from B7 to the living quarters. This time he's bound to face 3 days of detention." In the duct, Lucio heard the distant sound of running and calls over the communicator, inwardly muttering, "Unlucky." Earlier, after hacking the entertainment system on a whim, he had borrowed a newly arrived batch of limited edition Stardust chocolates from the Academy kitchen, rumored to be a special reward bestowed by the princess on outstanding trainees, only to inadvertently trigger a pressure sensor he had overlooked. Tisk, old Zhang reacts rather swiftly, he muttered, scrambling faster on all fours as the canvas bag scraped loudly against the duct wall. Ahead lay the three-way junction leading to the living quarters, and he was sure someone was blocking the passage. As he approached, his peripheral vision caught sight of a grating cover over an adjacent duct. That was the passage to the support area behind the Panshur training ground. In a flash, a daring, or perhaps reckless idea sparked in Lucio's mind. "Let's go all in," he exclaimed, and with a sudden surge curled his body and smashed his shoulder into the seemingly flimsy grating. With a dull clang, the cover gave way, and Lucio, along with his bag, tumbled in a most undignified manner from the over 2-meter high ventilation opening amid a cloud of dust and debris. "Ouch!" he cried in pain, feeling as though his rear was about to split into 8 parts. Worse yet, he landed right at the edge of the heavy equipment area of the training ground, where beside him a colossal weighted barbell rack, momentarily held by a figure who had just completed an extreme load-bearing squat with muscles taut and sweat streaming, commanded the space. That man was none other than Lin Yi. Having just finished a set of squats, the heavy barbell thudded onto its rack, issuing a dull roar and stirring a gust of air. He turned around, ready to wipe the sweat from his brow, only to be choked by a sudden shower of dust and an unidentified object crashing down from above. His eyes, as serene and deep as a winter pond, flashed with displeasure and instinctive wariness as they swept sharply over Lucio, who lay in disarray, clutching his aching rear with a grimace. Their eyes met. The air instantly froze. Lucio, gazing at the towering figure exuding a fierce aura with eyes as cold as ice, felt his heart skip a beat. He recognized the man from photographs, the Pogian's Lin Yi, who had recently shone brilliantly in the arena. Doomed, he thought, for being caught by that fearsome figure was worse than any encounter with security. Meanwhile, Lin Yi looked on at the disheveled figure who had fallen from above, his uniform marred by a suspicious black stained chocolate. With a barely perceptible furrow of his brow, he recognized Lucio, the notorious problematic genius of the academy, famed for his lax discipline yet mysteriously excellent grades. How could this fellow have tumbled from the ventilation duct? And carrying that bulging bag? At that moment, rapid footsteps and shouts from the training ground entrance proclaimed, "Over there. There he is. Lucio. Stop right there." Lucio's expression changed instantly. Disregarding his aching rear, he attempted a clumsy, almost fish-like flip in a bid to escape. Lin Yi's reaction was even swifter. Almost as soon as the security's shouts rang out, his well-trained body instinctively responded. He did not intend to aid Lucio, but merely sought to repel the intruder and the ensuing chaos. Like a leopard, he stepped forward, his large hand extending in a lightning flash toward Lucio's collar, aiming to subdue him. "Hey, bro, we're on the same side. Don't hurt me," Lucio cried, yet his body twisted like an eel, causing Lin Yi's determined grab to miss its mark. Lucio's coordination and explosive power far exceeded ordinary expectations. A flicker of astonishment crossed Lin Yi's eyes. This fellow was remarkably quick. "Catch him." Several security guards rushed into the training arena, and upon witnessing the apparent standoff between Lucio and Lin Yi, they immediately converged. With the Pogians obstructing his front and guards closing in from behind, Lucio's eyes darted to the massive weighted barbell rack he had just set down behind Lin Yi, along with several scattered heavy dumbbells. An audacious, or perhaps recklessly suicidal plan formed in an instant. "Sorry, bro. Mind if I borrow your barbell?" Lucio shouted and charged at Lin Yi, not to attack, but by lowering his body into a near-sliding maneuver, daringly slipping beneath him. Lin Yi. He had never witnessed such a shameless maneuver. Even with his steadfast resolve, he was momentarily thrown off by this sudden underpassing humiliation. Seizing the opportunity, Lucio dashed to the barbell rack and, summoning every ounce of strength, forcefully pushed the largest dumbbell, a whopping 80 kilograms, toward a cluster of metallic, empty oil drums arranged on the opposite side of the training arena. With a resounding clamor, the dumbbell struck a cluster of oil drums, producing a tremendous noise as the rolling barrels instantaneously formed a chaotic barricade, temporarily halting the pursuing guards. "Bastards! Stop!" the guards shouted, furiously dodging the rolling oil drums as they tried to flank him. Without a glance back, Lucio grabbed his canvas bag and bolted toward another exit of the training arena. In his frantic haste, and without watching his direction, he blindly barreled into a dimly lit corridor cluttered with assorted items. Barely entering the corridor, he collided head-on with a figure who had just emerged from within, absorbed in examining a holographic star map terminal. "Ouch! Ugh!" both cried out in pain simultaneously. Stumbling from the collision, Lucio lost his grip on the canvas bag, which flew out its contents. Several dog-eared mech repair manuals, some energy bar wrappers, a few ambiguous electronic components, and a handful of exquisitely packaged stardust chocolates bearing royal insignia, scattered in disarray. The one struck was none other than Zhuge Yun. Fresh from the stellar archive and immersed in devising defenses for the Lagrange system, he was caught off guard by the collision, nearly sending his glasses flying and causing the terminal in his hand to fall, its star map flickering and then darkening. Regaining his composure, he adjusted his glasses, his handsome face now tinged with displeasure at the interruption of his thoughts. As he looked down to see his assailant, and the scattered debris, notably those unmistakably familiar royal-issued chocolates, His normally composed and wise eyes betrayed a flash of shock and dawning understanding. Lucio. Zhuge Yun's tone remained even yet carried a knowing clarity. It seems you not only enjoy testing the security system, but also like to challenge the logistics. Inventory management. Lucio observed the renowned senior before him, then glanced at the glaring chocolates scattered on the ground, the guards begrudgingly edging closer at the corridor, and the imposing Lin Yi hot on his heels. Scratching his disheveled hair, he offered a smile more dismal than tearful. Well, senior, I swear it's all a misunderstanding. Do you believe me? At that moment at the corridor entrance, the towering figure of Lin Yi appeared, his icy gaze sweeping over the scene. The disheveled Lucio, the astonished Zhuge Yun, the scattered debris and royal chocolates, and the guards advancing from the other end. 3 destinies as distinct as individual stars converged in an extraordinarily dramatic fashion within that cluttered, dim corridor amid a moment rife with farce and unexpected incidents. In that instant, the gears of fate emitted a distinct clack, beginning their inexorable interlock. The air in the storage corridor of the training ground seemed to have frozen solid. Security Chief Zhang, the men called him Old Zhang, stood at one end of the corridor flanked by his team, his posture fierce and unyielding. At the opposite end loomed Lin Yi, a towering figure radiating icy stillness. Between them stood Lucio, rubbing his bruised shoulder with an expression of feigned innocence, though his mind raced with lightning speed, and Zhuge Yun adjusting his glasses with calm precision as he bent to retrieve his holographic terminal from the floor. Scattered debris littered the ground, especially several golden bars of stardust chocolate, each embossed with the Imperial crest, glaringly conspicuous under the dim light. Lucio. This time the evidence is irrefutable. Theft of Imperial exclusive provisions, vandalism of public property, and unauthorized entry into a restricted zone. Old Zhang jabbed a finger toward the chocolate's spittle, nearly reaching Lucio's face. He then turned sharply toward Lin Yi and Zhuge Yun. And you too? Were you accomplices? Did you help this boy escape? Lin Yi's brow furrowed deeper. He deigned no explanation, only cast a single glacial glance at Old Zhang, its frigid intensity silencing the man mid-sentence. His gaze finally settled on Lucio, measured, probing, carrying a subtle undercurrent of quiet scrutiny. That eel-like evasion and the precise calculated shove that toppled the oil drum to sow chaos were feats far beyond any ordinary troubled cadet. Zhuge Yun retrieved his terminal, brushed off dust with deliberate care, and let his calm, penetrating gaze sweep across the furious guards, the silent Lin Yi, and finally rest upon Lucio. Ignoring Old Zhang's accusations entirely, he stooped and lifted one fallen chocolate bar between 2 fingers, examining its packaging with meticulous attention. Imperial Logistics Exclusive Provision. Internal Circulation Code NE 982DRX017. Zhuge Yun's voice was clear, steady, utterly detached, like reciting immutable fact. These were specially authorized yesterday by Princess Jing after her inspection, awarded as additional honors to finalists of the Stellar Radiance Cup and top performers in tactical simulations. The distribution list was issued directly by the Academy office to logistics, with recipients assigned by serial number. He adjusted his glasses and fixed his gaze on Old Zhang. Captain Zhang, may I ask whether Cadet Lucio's name appears on logistics' official distribution roster? Or could he possibly have infiltrated logistics' tightly controlled system to steal a provision bearing such a specific traceable code? Old Zhang froze, his bravado visibly deflating. How would he know anything about internal coding or distribution rosters? Catching pipe-climbing pranksters was his forte, not navigating royal supply chains or bureaucratic protocols. Well, this regardless. The chocolates fell from his bag. If not him, then who? Perhaps Zhuge Yun's gaze shifted to Lucio, laced with quiet amusement. Someone leveraged certain special privileges to borrow, or even pre-claim, a reward destined for another. Or perhaps logistics simply made an error in distribution, and someone merely found it. He subtly emphasized the words borrow, proclaim, and found. Lucio, ever perceptive, instantly grasped Zhuge Yun's unspoken intent, that the senior was offering him a graceful exit while delivering a gentle but pointed warning. Oh, senior brother, you truly possess eyes that see through autumn leaves. Lucio immediately adopted an expression of dawning realization mixed with wounded innocence, his performance worthy of an award-winning actor. Now it all makes sense. I found this bag just outside the logistics warehouse, bulging and unattended. I had no idea whose it was. Though I may be playful, I've never forgotten the virtue of returning lost property. I was on my way to the lost found when this wretched ventilation duct gave way beneath me. I nearly crashed right onto this, Brother Lin Yi. He gestured toward Lin Yi, then to the scattered chocolates. As for these, I had no idea they were Imperial exclusive provisions. I thought they were standard energy bars. A misunderstanding, a colossal misunderstanding. The story brimmed with holes. But Zhuge Yun's earlier exposition on internal codes and procedural rigor coupled with Lucio's flawless display of earnest bewilderment left old Zhang wavering between suspicion and doubt. After all, accusing a cadet of stealing Imperial provisions without irrefutable proof carried grave consequences he could ill afford. Even if the chocolates were found, your unauthorized entry into the ventilation shaft, destruction of sensors, and deliberate sowing of chaos remain undeniable facts. Old Zhang clung fiercely to this last charge. 3 days confinement, non-negotiable. Lucio's face fell instantly at the word confinement. 3 days without access to his beloved terminal felt worse than death itself. At that moment, Lin Yi, who had remained utterly silent, spoke. His voice was low, resonant, and carried absolute authority. His movements, just now, are not those of an ordinary person. The statement hung unanchored yet struck like a stone dropped into still water. Old Zhang stared blankly. Zhuge Yun's eyes flashed with sudden sharp insight. Lin Yi stepped forward, ignoring old Zhang entirely, and stopped before Lucio, looking down at him with unwavering focus. You fell from the vent, yet landed, rolled, and absorbed impact with fluid grace. No serious injury. You evaded my grasp using the ancient martial technique, shedding the robe to yield position, a method of redirecting force. You tipped the dumbbell to strike the oil drum, angle, power, timing, all executed with surgical precision. Have you trained? Lucio's heart lurched. He silently marveled at Lin Yi's uncanny perception. This seemingly taciturn man possessed a razor-sharp eye. He scratched his head, flashing a bashful grin. Hey, brother, you've got sharp eyes. As a kid, I fumbled around for a few days with an old Tai Chi master in my hometown park. Pure amateur stuff, just for fitness, nothing more. He carefully omitted any mention of his extraordinary learning capacity or neural reaction speed. Tai Chi. A flicker of rare interest lit Lin Yi's eyes. His own martial path was one of overwhelming, unrelenting force. He'd long heard of Tai Chi, the art of overcoming hardness with softness, of cultivating inner chi flow, but mastery of it was exceedingly rare within the academy. Yet Lucio's fleeting movements, though unstructured, had carried unmistakable hallmarks, that supple redirection of force, that uncanny sense of timing. They bore its spirit. Zhuge Yun spoke, then his tone mild, yet weighted with unassailable authority. Captain Zhang, unauthorized entry into the duct and triggering the alarm do warrant disciplinary action per regulation. However, considering Cadet Lucio's stated intent to uphold the principle of returning lost property, and the absence of substantive major damage coupled with his demonstrable agility, which prevented a far more serious fall, might we instead assign him to thoroughly clean this soiled corridor and perform 1 week of voluntary maintenance on the training ground's aging equipment, as both restitution and deterrent? What say you? Reporting this to the Academy office, with implications of lost Imperial provisions, would entail an arduous and highly sensitive administrative process. Zhuge Yun's words were velvet-wrapped steel, offering old Zhang a dignified retreat while quietly underscoring the peril of escalation. Old Zhang glanced at Zhuge Yun's earnest countenance, then at Lin Yi's silent, imposing presence, and finally at Lucio's submissive, penitent expression. After a tense pause, he snorted heavily. Fine. You're lucky this time. It'll be done exactly as Zhuge Yun prescribed, 7 days. Not a day less. And this entire area better gleam so brightly you can see your reflection in it. Now get out. With muttered curses, he led his men away, throwing one final glare over his shoulder at Lucio. Once the security team departed, only the 3 remained in the corridor. An odd, charged silence settled. Lucio exhaled deeply, dramatically patting his chest. That scared the life out of me. Many thanks, brothers, for speaking up on my behalf. Especially you, senior brother Zhuge. Truly, you are my second father. He showered Zhuge Yun with effusive praise. Zhuge Yun offered a faint wry smile. A simple gesture. Still, brother Lucio, returning lost property requires discernment. Should you find something you ought not, next time fortune may not favor you so kindly. His gaze lingered meaningfully on the chocolates. Lin Yi continued to study Lucio. The sharp scrutiny hadn't fully faded, yet the earlier glacial hostility had noticeably softened. He bent, gathering the scattered chocolates with unhurried precision. Then he approached Lucio and extended his broad, calloused palm. Resting upon it, gleaming gold, were the bars. Yours. Lin Yi's words were terse, absolute. Lucio blinked, meeting Lin Yi's steady gaze, and unexpectedly felt a flush of embarrassment. Brother, this. Take it. Lin Yi pressed the chocolates firmly into Lucio's hand. Your skill is commendable. Next time, don't dive between legs. His tone remained flat, yet those final 4 words sent a crimson wave across Lucio's cheeks and drew a quiet, amused smile from Zhuge Yun beside him. Lucio held the chocolates still warm from Lin Yi's palm and looked from Zhuge Yun's serene, masterful composure to Lin Yi's formidable presence, and a strange sudden impulse surged within him. These two, unrivaled in martial prowess and strategic brilliance respectively, were apex figures within the academy, their temperaments starkly opposed, yet neither had seized the chance to condemn him. Instead, both had intervened. Zhuge Yun with veiled guidance, Lin Yi with tacit affirmation. This integrity, and this unspoken synchrony. His eyes sparkled. A bold idea took root. Brother Lin Yi, senior brother Zhuge Yun. Lucio rubbed his palms together, his expression a blend of sincerity and mischievous cunning. Today's little incident has forged a bond. No battle, no clash, just mutual recognition. You, brother Lin Yi, the breaker of formations, peerless in martial arts and mecha combat. And you, senior brother Zhuge, the strategist without flaw, a master tactician who commands the battlefield from afar. As for me, well, I'm no prodigy, but I do possess a modest wit, swift feet, and a quick mind. We three, one who strikes, one who plans, one who adapts. Aren't we a perfect constellation? A celestial alignment? He paused, observing their impassive faces, Lin Yi's stoicism, Zhuge Yun's habitual enigmatic smile, and pressed on. In this turbulent world, even within the academy's walls where hidden daggers fly, what's the point of fighting alone? Why not swear brotherhood? 3 oaths, 1 path. Share joy, bear hardship, stride boldly across the academy, then sail the starlit seas beyond graduation to forge our own legend. What do you say? Lucio watched them, heart-pounding. The proposal felt audacious, even absurd. Yet gazing upon these two, he felt inexplicably that it could happen. Silence filled the corridor, broken only by the distant muffled clang of training equipment. Zhuge Yun adjusted his glasses, his gaze, deep and searching, shifting between Lucio and the silent Lin Yi. He did not answer immediately, weighing the proposition with quiet gravity. Lin Yi, however, was direct. His eyes locked onto Lucio's, bright with anticipation and cleverness, and he recalled the agile evasion, the sharp improvisation that turned chaos into cover. This man, though unconventional and unbound by convention, possessed an indescribable essence. After a beat of silence, just as Lucio feared rejection, Lin Yi spoke one word, firm and resonant, agreed. His voice was soft, yet carried unshakable conviction. Zhuge Yun's eyes widened, then softened into a look of quiet acceptance and amusement. He hadn't expected Lin Yi's assent to come so swiftly, so decisively. Watching Lucio's eyes ignite with pure, unguarded joy, Zhuge Yun smiled warmly. The starry ocean is vast, fate unpredictable. An extra brother means an extra path, an extra bond. Brother Lucio's suggestion holds merit. Yet remember, brotherhood is no child's game. It demands sincerity, shared purpose, unwavering loyalty. Can you uphold that? Lucio beamed, thumping his chest. Absolutely. I swear it upon the starry ocean. I shall follow brothers Lin and Zhuge without hesitation. Share every feast, bear every blow. And beautiful senior sisters, well, that's a separate matter. Zhuge Yun chuckled, shaking his head. Lin Yi's lips seemed to lift, infinitesimally, almost imperceptibly, like a ripple across still water. Then Zhuge Yun surveyed the cluttered, dusty corridor, saturated with the scent of grease and metal. An awry, almost faded smile touched his lips. Though humble, this place has witnessed the birth of our bond. Better today than tomorrow. Let us swear here beneath the stars as our witnesses. Lucio eagerly agreed. No problem. I'll hunt for incense and candles. No formalities required. Lin Yi's deep voice cut through the air. His gaze rose to a narrow strip of transparent dome overhead, revealing the simulated night sky beyond. There, the artificial stars shine constant and true. Where intention resides, the stars themselves become incense and candle. Zhuge Yun nodded. Elder brother speaks wisdom. The three stood solemnly in the debris-strewn corridor, abandoned parts and oil drums surrounding them, facing the sliver of dome where the stars burned cold and eternal. No altar, no flame, only the silent ancient stars above as witness. Lucio stood center, Lin Yi eldest stood to his left, as Zhuge Yun next in age to his right. Lin Yi spoke first, his voice low, resonant, a vow etched in stone. Lin Yi. Zhuge Yun followed, clear, solemn, unwavering. Zhuge Yun. Lucio, shedding all levity, stood with unprecedented gravity. Lucio. Together their voices filled the narrow space, not loud, yet possessing a resonance that seemed to pierce steel and reach the very heavens. Today, beneath this starry vault, we three brothers kindle our hearts as incense and swear eternal kinship. Not born on the same day, yet bound by the same heart, the same path. We share fortune and misfortune, life and death. Should any betray this oath, may the stars themselves cast him out. Silence descended once more. The artificial starlight bathed their shoulders in a soft, silvery luminescence. No blood oath, no kneeling before altars. Only three young, resolute figures standing in an unremarkable corner of the Imperial Military Academy, uttering vows that would one day reshape the galactic order. Lin Yi extended his hand, broad, strong, open. Zhuge Yun placed his slender, capable hand atop it. Lucio grinned, then slammed his own hand down firmly upon the top. 3 hands locked, warmth passing silently between them, sealing a covenant. Elder brother. Lucio looked to Lin Yi, his eyes shining with genuine reverence. Second brother. He turned to Zhuge Yun, affection and trust clear in his gaze. Third brother. Lin Yi nodded, the title brief yet immeasurably weighty. Third brother. Zhuge Yun replied with a warm, brotherly smile, gentle yet full of quiet expectation. Ha ha ha. Lucio burst into unrestrained laughter, tension and humiliation vanishing, replaced by pure soaring elation. From this day forth, let anyone dare bully Lucio in this academy. I have elder brother's fist and second brother's mind. Together we are invincible. Zhuge Yun shook his head, smiling. Third brother, modesty please. Lin Yi watched Lucio's unrestrained joy, and that faint, almost invisible curve at the corner of his mouth deepened just a fraction. He bent again, picked up another fallen chocolate, peeled its wrapper, and divided it evenly into 3 portions, handing one each to Zhuge Yun and Lucio. Eat. One word, simple, direct. Lucio accepted it with a grin, popping it into his mouth. Rich sweetness bloomed on his tongue. Truly imperial grade, sweet beyond compare. Zhuge Yun sampled his portion with elegant restraint, nodding appreciatively. Lin Yi placed his share in his mouth and chewed slowly. Sweetness was unfamiliar to one accustomed to austere discipline, yet in this moment it felt profoundly comforting. Here in a corridor thick with the scent of grease and dust beneath the eternal gaze of artificial stars, 3 newly sworn brothers shared bars of questionably sourced imperial chocolate. Beyond the iron ramparts of the Imperial Military Academy, the shadow of the Lagrangian War, a conflict destined to alter every life, was already drawing near. And thus, amid the mingled aromas of cloying sweetness and rust, the legend of the Starry River brothers began its voyage. In the days following their brotherhood oath, the Imperial Military Academy seemed unchanged by the humble promise made in the cluttered passage. Beneath the steel dome, classes remained intensive, training continued to be rigorous, and the students busied themselves with credits, rankings, and future prospects. However, for Lin Yi, Zhuge Yun, and Lucio, everything felt different. An invisible bond connected them tightly. Lin Yi remained taciturn, tirelessly honing his martial skills and mecha control at the rock training ground, while Lucio would occasionally cling to him, claiming he was learning the essence of ancient martial arts, often ending up in a state of despair under Lin Yi's rigorous training, yet somehow developing a more solid foundation in evasion. Zhuge Yun continued to immerse himself in the star chart archive and tactical simulation room, now accompanied by Lucio, who seemed absent-minded, yet always asked peculiar questions, and Lin Yi, who would occasionally sit quietly in the corner listening as Zhuge Yun analyzed the battlefield with a contemplative look in his eyes. Brotherhood quietly flourished in the daily grind, like moss stubbornly growing in the cracks of steel, small yet resilient. One day, a core class in the Advanced Strategic Command Department, multidimensional variable simulation of interstellar warfare, was nearing its conclusion. The instructor was an old professor known for his severity and rigidity, surnamed Chun, with neatly combed white hair and sharp eagle-like eyes. This week's homework, Professor Chen's voice echoed through the auditorium, is to simulate the Karanti asteroid belt ambush. Blue side, a light escort fleet of the Empire, including 1 destroyer, 2 frigates, and several assault boats, escorting 3 transport ships laden with precious or attempting to navigate through the enemy-controlled edge of the Karanti asteroid belt. Red side, a federal raiding fleet, including 1 light cruiser and 3 high-speed assault ships. Mission objective: the blue side must ensure at least 2 transport ships successfully traverse the asteroid belt and reach the jump point before the red side's main force arrives and encircles them. He projected a holographic star map where a complex model of the Karanti asteroid belt rotated in the center of the classroom, littered with debris exhibiting chaotic gravitational fields, with several large ice giants forming gravitational wells that served as natural traps. Known intelligence is limited. The red side's cruiser is expected to arrive at the battlefield's edge in 6 standard hours. The positions of the red side's assault ships are unknown, and they may have already entered the asteroid belt to set an ambush. Intermittent energy storms within the belt will interfere with communications and sensors. The blue side's destroyer has decent firepower but weak shields. The frigate is highly maneuverable but lacks firepower. The transport ships have virtually no defensive capabilities. Professor Chen scanned the room, his gaze lingering for a moment on Zhuge Yun. Homework requirements: in groups of 3 formulate a comprehensive battle plan for the blue side, including, but not limited to, route selection, formation, deployment, engagement strategy, and contingency plans. The plan must demonstrate the utilization of the battlefield environment, the assessment of enemy intentions, and the maximization of limited forces. Submit by next Monday for classroom defense. Low murmurs of discussion and lamentation filled the classroom. The Karanti ambush was renowned for its high difficulty with vague intelligence, harsh environments, and uneven forces. Many students had already begun to ponder which experienced peers to team up with. Professor Chen's gaze swept over Zhuge Yun again, seemingly filled with expectation, yet ultimately said nothing and dismissed the class. As the crowd dispersed, Zhuge Yun gathered his notes, maintaining a calm demeanor, but his eyes behind the lenses sparkled like a high-speed processor already dissecting the parameters and variables of the simulation. Second brother. Lucio emerged from nowhere, plopping down in the seat next to Zhuge Yun with his usual carefree smile, yet his eyes sparkled with eager excitement. This assignment is quite interesting. Those federal bastards love to play dirty, hiding behind rocks and striking from the shadows. Lin Yi silently approached, as well his tall figure sitting down beside Zhuge Yun, though he did not speak, his gaze also directed at the simulation brief in Zhuge Yun's hands. As sworn brothers, it was natural for them to be in the same group. This was an unspoken understanding. Zhuge Yun pushed the brief toward the two. The difficulty is very high. The red side holds absolute initiative. Time, manpower, and intelligence are all against us. Conventional escort formations or forced breakthroughs have less than a 30% success rate against a planned ambush from the enemy. Lucio picked up the brief, rapidly tapping on it with his fingers. The destroyer is the core firepower, but also a sitting duck. The frigate is too fragile. The transport ships are just moving coffins. Tisk Old Chun really knows how to pick. He rolled his eyes. Second brother, where do you think those 3 assault ships from the red side will hide? The internal structure of the Karanti belt is complex with many suitable ambush points. Zhuge Yun projected the star map from his personal terminal, enlarging the Karanti belt area, his fingers gliding over several high-density debris zones and the edges of gravitational wells from ice giants. Here, and also the debris piles near the L4 and L5 Lagrange points are all ideal ambush locations. As long as the red side commander is not foolish, they will surely utilize this terrain to weaken or even destroy our escort forces before the cruiser main force arrives, isolating the transport ships. Can we counter-ambush? Lin Yi suddenly spoke, his voice low. He stared intently at a narrow passage on the star map flanked by towering ice rocks with chaotic gravity within the passage. Turn their ambush point into their grave. Zhuge Yun's eyes gleamed. Does Big Brother mean to feign weakness, draw the enemy in, and use the environment to counterattack in a preset battlefield? Yes. Lin Yi nodded. When their cruiser arrives, they will surely die. We must first eliminate their pawns. Lucio smacked his thigh. Right? Big Brother's idea is solid. We can't just sit back and take hits, we need to take the initiative to dig traps. Second brother, you have a good head on your shoulders. Quickly think about how to set a trap for those raiders. Zhuge Yun's fingers moved rapidly over the holographic star map, his mind racing. Taking the initiative to set an ambush is extremely risky. First, how do we accurately assess the red side's assault ships' ambush tendencies? Second, how can we convince them that we have entered their trap without raising suspicion? Finally, and most importantly, with our fleet's firepower, even if we successfully lure the enemy into the preset battlefield, how can we ensure we can annihilate or heavily damage the 3 high-speed assault ships in a short period? The enemy is not foolish. Once they notice something is off, they will immediately retreat or call for support. He fell into deep thought, his brow furrowed. Conventional fleet ambush tactics have a very low margin for error under conditions of manpower disadvantage and unclear intelligence. At that moment, Lucio's gaze was drawn to an inconspicuous mark on the star map. It was a small point located deep in the asteroid belt labeled NE7, Abandoned Mining Space Station. The space station had been abandoned for many years, its structure damaged, but the main framework still stood, surrounded by numerous giant abandoned drilling platforms and piles of mining waste from years past, forming an incredibly complex and low-sensor efficiency steel graveyard. Second brother, Big Brother, look at this. Lucio pointed at the abandoned space station, his eyes gleaming with an unusual light. Doesn't this place look like a natural maize and meat grinder? Zhuge Yun and Lin Yi's gazes immediately focused on it. Zhuge Yun quickly retrieved detailed records about the NE7 space station. NE7. Structural strength assessment, low internal passages, complex remnants of numerous unexploded mining explosives, unstable remains surrounded by dense abandoned metal structures, strong electromagnetic interference. A standard death trap. Are you thinking of utilizing this place? He looked at Lucio. Exactly. Lucio replied excitedly, rubbing his hands together. A bold plan, nearly insane, rapidly formed in his mind. We can hide the transport ships. Not actually hide, but make them appear to be hidden here. Clarify. Lin Yi spoke succinctly. Lucio pointed at the star map. My idea is first split into 2 routes. No, 3 routes. Make an open show while secretly maneuvering. The first route is the bait. A frigate disguised as panicking, trying to find cover, leading a ship disguised as a transport. Well, for example, one filled with high explosives or signal amplifiers running boldly towards the NE-7 space station. The more chaotic the better. It would be best to simulate some false engine failure signals to ensure everyone knows it's trying to hide there. The second route is the main force. The destroyer and another frigate escorting the two real transport ships using the complex gravitational environment of the asteroid belt to take a concealed but longer route bypassing the NE-7 area and heading straight for the jump point. This route needs to be meticulously calculated to avoid potential ambush points and high-risk zones. The third route is the nail. Also crucial. Big brother, you excel at breakthroughs, right? Get me an assault boat. No, ideally one with high-power signal jammers and disposable high-power engine boosters. I want to infiltrate the steel graveyard near the NE-7 space station ahead of time. Zhuge Yun immediately understood Lucio's intention, his eyes brightening. You want the first route bait to draw the Red Side's main assault ships into this death trap, and then we close the door and beat the dog. Lucio took over, gesticulating excitedly. Once those 3 assault ships are lured and following the fake transport ship into the space station or those abandoned platforms, my nail will activate. First, use the super high-power jammer to disable their short-range communications and precise positioning. Turn them into deaf and blind. Then detonate the unstable mining explosives left in those abandoned space stations and platforms. We don't need a total explosion, just create chain explosions and spatial collapses at critical nodes to cut off their retreat and trap them inside. Those abandoned metal structures will fly under the impact of the explosions, and with the chaotic gravitational forces, they'll have their hands full. If we're lucky, we might sink a few. He paused, looking at Lin Yi with a grin. Big brother, at that time you'll pilot the mecha and hide in some abandoned drilling platform. When the explosions start and chaos ensues, you rush in with your mecha. Don't aim for total annihilation, you just focus on their engines, command towers, or weapon arrays. Disabling them is enough. Make them lose all combat capability and trap them in that wreckage. Buy us time for our main force to escape. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's eyes surged with intense battle spirit. This tactic of utilizing the environment, creating chaos blossoming amidst the enemy lines, and striking at vital points fit his style perfectly. He nodded, emphatically. Feasible. I can do it. Zhuge Yun's fingers swiftly moved across the star map, calculating as his brain raced, rapidly integrating Lucio's outlandish, yet daring plan into his strategic framework for optimization and completion. The core of the plan is feasible, but it requires extremely precise timing and multi-line coordination. First, the bait's performance must be convincing. The route and signal simulations need to deceive the experienced Red Side commander. This requires superb ship handling and electronic warfare skills. Second, the main force's stealth route must be absolutely concealed, avoiding all potential risk points, and calculations must be precise and error-free. I will personally plan this. Third, your nail task is the most dangerous. Infiltration, concealment, activating the jamming, detonating explosives. Every step must be flawless, and once exposed, it's 10 deaths without survival. What equipment support do you need? Fourth, Big Brother's mecha assault is key to the harvest, but how can we accurately locate targets for a lethal strike amid strong electromagnetic interference and a chaotic explosive environment? We need specially modified and enhanced target acquisition systems. Fifth, the entire plan's timeline must be seamless. When will the bait be exposed? When will we lure the enemy into the trap? When will the nail activate the jamming and detonation? When will the main force safely reach the jump point? A second late, the bait might be discovered or eliminated, the nail could be exposed, the main force might be pursued by the cruiser, Big Brother might end up encircled. We must simulate an action timeline precise to the second. Zhuge Yun spoke rapidly, dissecting the risks, difficulties, and key points of the plan in vivid detail. His eyes were no longer the usual gentleness, but sparkled with the sharp light of cold stars, embodying the absolute focus and desire for control that belonged to a top strategist. Lucio put away his playful demeanor, responding earnestly, Second brother, rest assured. Infiltration and sabotage are my strengths. I can handle the jammers and disposable boosters. As for the detonation points for the explosives, I need the structural and vein distribution maps of the NE-7 space station from back in the day. The more detailed, the better. I will find the weakest load-bearing nodes and areas rich in explosives. Mecha, leave that to me. For the target acquisition system, I need a model that can withstand strong interference. I will ask someone from the equipment department to modify it. Good. Zhuge Yun took a deep breath, excitement burning in his eyes, as if facing a formidable opponent. Then the 3 of US brothers will join forces for the next game. A game played on the board of the Starry Sea with fleets as pieces, luring the Federal raiders into our meticulously woven steel graveyard for a decisive victory. Objective: annihilate or cripple the enemy's 3 assault ships, ensuring the safe retreat of the main transport ships. He projected the holographic star map, his fingers acting like a conductor's baton, quickly sketching and marking between the NE-7 area stealth routes and jump points as countless data streams refreshed like a waterfall on his lenses. Lin Yi stood with his arms crossed, his gaze as sharp as a hawk's, as if he could already envision himself weaving through explosions and metal fragments, delivering a lethal strike to the enemy. Lucio excitedly rubbed his chin, already calculating how to borrow the needed special equipment from the logistics department. Under the lights of the Imperial Military Academy, the three newly sworn brothers gathered around a virtual Starry Sea chessboard for the first time, combining their distinct, yet perfectly complementary talents into a sharp point directed towards victory. The cold debris of the Karanti asteroid belt was about to witness a war overture played by the bravery of the breakers, the strategies of the calculating tacticians, and the bizarre tactics of thinking outside the box. Little did they know that while they focused on the chess game before them, the great wheel of the Empire's fate was irreversibly accelerating towards the abyss known as Lagrange. The deadline for the Sharon asteroid belt tactical simulation assignment loomed ever closer, yet the proposals submitted by the trio, Lin Yi, and Lucio, struck like a boulder cast into a still pond, sending shockwaves through the Strategic Command Department's senior faculty and among select well-informed cadets. At its core, the plan proposed using the derelict NE-7 mining station and its surrounding steel graveyard as a lethal trap to lure the enemy deep and then seal the gates and annihilate them. Its audacity, intricacy, and staggering risk far exceeded the boundaries of conventional tactical simulation. Many professors and veteran cadets reacted with disbelief and outright dismissal upon first reading. Yet as they delved deeper, studying Zhuge Yun's unerringly precise operational timeline, his exhaustive contingency protocols, and his explosion chain model derived from vast environmental datasets, their skepticism gradually gave way to awe and sober contemplation. This was no mere academic exercise, it was a high-stakes, razor-edged combat blueprint forged in desperation, a gamble for survival against impossible odds. Its pivotal roles, the nail assigned to Lucio and the reaper entrusted to Lin Yi, demanded near-superhuman levels of individual skill, nerve, and psychological resilience. Ultimately, Professor Chen authorized the plan as the centerpiece case study for next week's defense presentation. Overnight, the phrases derelict station trap and the mad trio spread like wildfire across the command department. Some waited eagerly for the spectacle of failure, others sensed the faint electric tremor of something revolutionary. On the eve of the defense, a secluded corner of the Panshur training ground was hastily converted into the trio's clandestine war room. A holographic star map hovered silently in midair, its NE-7 sector highlighted in sharp, urgent detail. The air hung thick with the pungent metallic tang of machine oil, solda, and energy drinks. Lucio knelt beside a heavily modified WASP-V assault skiff, sweat glistening on his brow as he performed final calibrations. Its once streamlined hull now bristled with protruding signal-jamming arrays. Beneath its belly hung a massive single-use ion thrust module, and affixed to its stern was a complex demolition rig crisscrossed with dozens of slender wires, all linked to a terminal displaying the structural weak points of the NE-7 station. Done. Lucio wiped his brow, eyes alight with the feverish brilliance of a master technician. The nail is ready. Jammer power maxed, capable of frying the circuits of every unshielded electronic device within a 5-kilometer radius. This beast of an engine will propel this little skiff to destroyer-class velocity in 10 seconds flat, though it'll be scrap metal afterward. But for escape, more than enough. As for the detonation points, he tapped the terminal, highlighting a dozen crimson nodes, all critical load-bearing junctions and ore sludge deposits saturated with residual explosives. Chain reactive detonation guarantees our Federation friends a celestial firework display and a brutal iron plating barbecue. Meanwhile, Lin Yi stood before a deeply modified combat mecha, distinct from his usual Iron Guard unit. This one was a lighter, more agile Ranger I model drawn from the Academy's reserve inventory, optimized for close-quarters combat in labyrinthine terrain. Its outer plating had been repainted matte gray-black to mimic weathered scrap metal. Magnetic adhesion clamps had been reinforced at every joint, and collapsible short-range jump thrusters were mounted across its back. Most striking was its head sensor array, replaced entirely with a rugged multi-band anti-jamming targeting suite pulsing with a low, ominous crimson glow. Lin Yi's fingers danced across the control console, executing final neural synchronization calibrations. His gaze was laser-focused, so utterly fused with the cold steel giant before him that man and machine seemed indistinguishable. Each simulated evasion maneuver, each weapon lock, equipped with custom high-frequency cutting blades and armor-piercing rail pistols, flowed with the effortless grace and lethal precision of a master martial artist. He was preparing not for battle, but for a surgical hunt amidst the ruins. Zhuge Yun stood before the holographic star map like a general about to command legions. Multiple floating displays surrounded him, scrolling real-time gravitational tide data, energy storm forecasts, and a second-perfect operational chronology. His fingertips occasionally flicked through the air, adjusting parameters with quiet certainty. Behind his glasses, his gaze remained glacial, relentlessly rehearsing, deconstructing, and stress-testing the entire operation in his mind, hunting for even the faintest flaw. Brother, under the intense interference within NE7's core zone, your mech's targeting sensors will lose effective range, dropping below 300 meters. Zhuge Yun cautioned. You'll need to rely on visual acquisition and instinct alone. Sufficient, came Lin Yi's voice, resonant, metallic, and absolute, from the mecha's external speaker. Third brother, the decoy frigate will begin its performance at standard time to -45 minutes. You must use the gravity slingshot effect along the asteroid belt's outer edge to infiltrate the derelict drilling platform Anvil 7 undetected by -30 minutes. Your sole concealed vantage point. It lies 1.5 kilometers across vacuum from the designated blast zone. Once the jamming initiates, you'll have only that single-use engine to bridge the gap. Zhuge Yun turned to Lucio. Relax, second brother. 1.5 clicks, in 10 seconds flat. I could sprint there and back. Lucio pounded his chest, eyes gleaming with reckless exhilaration. Just make sure brother doesn't blow things up too early, and send me skyward with the fireworks. Lin Yi, awaiting your signal. Zhuge Yun drew a slow, steady breath, his gaze sweeping over both brothers. Remember the time chain at 0. The decoy enters the NE7 zone. Its panic performance begins. Red Force assault vessels are projected to be fully lured into the core kill zone between +5 and +8 minutes. Third brother, you must confirm at least 2 enemy ships have penetrated deep before initiating jamming at +10. The instant jamming activates, that is the detonation signal to +10.5. Brother, launch immediately from Anvil 7. Your objective, cripple enemy vessels. Primary objectives must be completed and the core blast zone evacuated by +15. Our main fleet will reach the jump coordinates safely at +20. The entire operational window is less than 10 minutes. Any delay or misstep will trigger catastrophic failure. Understood. Lucio and Lin Yi replied in unison, voices sharp, unwavering. Their eyes met, no words needed. Trust, seamless synchronicity, and shared resolve flowed between them in profound, wordless silence. For this virtual simulation, they had poured forth the same blood, sweat, and soul as if facing true war. Defense Day, the Grand Strategic Simulation Hall. A colossal holographic star map filled the domed ceiling. Shards of ice and frozen giants from the Sharon Belt slowly rotating in silent, simulated grandeur. The Super AI battlefield simulator stood ready. On the judge's dais, Professor Chen and several senior instructors sat rigidly upright. Below, rows of command department cadets filled the hall, tense, expectant, reverently hushed. Zhuge Yun stood at the central command console, the designated presenter of the plan. Clad in a crisp, immaculate uniform, he spoke with calm authority. His voice clear, logical, and measured. As he outlined the mission's strategic context, the dire constraints, the core concept, execution minutiae, and comprehensive risk assessment. He offered no embellishment, only data, logic, and irrefutable analysis. That icy composure and total command of the battlefield narrative held even the skeptics spellbound. Those who'd come expecting farce now held their breath. When the presentation concluded, the QA began, questions arriving in rapid succession. How can you guarantee the decoy's performance will deceive an experienced Red Force commander? Won't they suspect a trap? Asked a senior cadet. We analyzed extensive operational patterns of federal raiding fleets, Zhuge Yun replied calmly. They are driven by greed and habitually exploit perceived weakness. When confronted with a seemingly panicked frigate fleeing toward derelict cover and a valuable transport vessel, their overwhelming numerical and temporal advantage makes pursuit rather than cautious reconnaissance a 75% probability. He gestured to a secondary display. Our simulated engine failure signatures and frantic distress calls further erode their vigilance. NE7's structural integrity is severely compromised. How reliable is your chain reaction explosion model? What if the blast fails to contain the enemy or expands uncontrollably? Pressed a senior instructor, voice grave. We integrated Imperial Mining Authority's original NE7 engineering schematics and accident reports with live structural scans to build a high-fidelity physical model. Zhuge Yun pulled up an animated detonation sequence. Detonation points were selected not for maximum yield, but to induce cascading structural collapse and generate a lethal storm of hyper-accelerated metal fragments, a physical barrier and area denial weapon, not a brute force blast. Simulations indicate a 68% probability of trapping or critically damaging 2 or more assault vessels. our optimal achievable outcome given current intelligence and force ratios. Most crucially, the nail and the reaper. Professor Chen's gaze sharpened like a blade, piercing directly to the heart of the plan. Infiltrating behind enemy lines, activating jamming, triggering charges, executing precision kills amid electromagnetic chaos and collapsing ruins. Any error means certain death. Are the operators truly capable of such extreme risk execution? How did you assess this? This question drew every eye in the hall toward Lin Yi and Lucio, standing silently behind Zhuge Yun. Zhuge Yun stepped aside, yielding the floor. Regarding operator capability and risk assessment, I invite my brothers Lin Yi, cadet assigned to the Reaper role, and Lucio, cadet assigned to the Nail role, to speak for themselves. Lin Yi stepped forward, tall and movable, a sword unsheathed. He spoke without preamble, voice low and resonant. The mecha is my body. The ruins are my domain. The target will be destroyed. 3 terse sentences, yet they carried the unyielding weight of bedrock conviction and a chilling aura of lethal intent. Several instructors with frontline combat experience read in his posture and gazed the unmistakable imprint of hardened battle-worn steel. Lucio bounded forward next, his easy grin a stark contrast to Lin Yi's grim intensity. Yet when he spoke, his eyes blazed with fierce clarity. Professor, infiltration and sabotage demand 3 things: boldness, meticulousness, and thick skin. Wait, no. Technical mastery and adaptive improvisation. The jammer, hand modified by me, guaranteed to pack a punch. Detonation points. Calculated node debinode, guaranteed to bloom into a spectacular firework. As for that 10-second death sprint, he thumped his chest. I may lack many talents, but escaping certain doom, that's my specialty. So long as second brother's timing is flawless, and brother doesn't prematurely rip a hole in the sky, I guarantee mission success. His seemingly irreverent reply masked an ironclad confidence in his own abilities, an absolute unshakable faith in his brothers. Professor Chen studied the 2 men intently, then glanced at Zhuge Yun, calm and movable as a mountain, before giving a slow, deliberate nod. Initiate simulation. At the command, the vast holographic star map erupted to life. Blue light points representing blue force vessels and red light points marking red force units surged into motion. Every heartbeat in the hall quickened. Simulation timeline. T-45 minutes. Blue force decoy frigate Startled Sparrow, towing a signal-emitting transport vessel, drifts erratically, its engine plume flickering with simulated instability. Its comms channel erupts with panicked cries. Ambush detected. Engine failure. Request immediate assistance. Fleeing chaotically toward the NE7 station. Its flight path deliberately intersects known Red Force reconnaissance corridors. T-30 minutes. Simulated detection confirms Red Force assault vessels, Razor 1, Razor 2, and Razor 3, acquiring the Startled Sparrow signature. Their commander labels it a panicked fat sheep and orders full pursuit, converging rapidly on the NE7 zone. Simultaneously, Lucio's Wasp-Ivy skiff, codenamed Nail, uses a gravity slingshot around an ice giant to slip silently into the outer fringe of the steel graveyard, docking with uncanny precision inside the colossal shadow of the derelict drilling platform Anvil 7, its pre-designated hideout. Zero Startled Sparrow plunges deep into NE7's dense field of derelict metallic structures, its signal fragmenting its trajectory, suggesting blind, desperate flight. The Razor assault vessels follow without hesitation, scattering into encirclement formation, closing in for the kill. Plus 5 minutes. 2 Razors, 1 and 2, have penetrated deep into the core zone locked onto Startled Sparrow. Razor 3 remains cautiously at the periphery, assuming sentry duty. Plus 8 minutes. Startled Sparrow successfully lures Razor 1 and Razor 2 into the designated kill zone, a death maze formed by colossal slag heaps and the skeletal remains of the station itself. A flash of cold light ignited in Zhuge Yun's eyes. Now, Nail, activate jamming. Plus 10 minutes. Concealed within Anvil 7, Lucio slammed his fist onto the activation switch. Vroom. An invisible violent electromagnetic pulse exploded outward from Nail. Across the hologram, NE7's core region dissolved into blinding static. Red Force comms collapsed into shrill white noise. Radar screens went black. Internal lighting aboard all 3 vessels strobed violently. They were instantly blinded, deafened, adrift in a tomb of steel. A collective stifled gasp rose from the simulation hall. Plus 10. 5 minutes. The instant jamming activated the detonation signal. Lucio triggered the blast sequence without hesitation. Dozens of pre-selected nodes ignited simultaneously with searing electrical fury. Kaboom, kaboom, kaboom. Across the hologram, NE7's core zone erupted with a dozen blinding fireballs. Chain reaction commenced. Massive slag heaps shattered under explosive force, avalanching like mountains collapsing. Structural supports of the station's carcass snapped. Giant armored plates twisted, sheared, and plummeted like meteoric hammers. Dense clouds of shrapnel accelerated by blast waves and chaotic gravity fields coalesced into a devastating hypervelocity metal storm. Razor 1 and Razor 2 vanished, swallowed whole by collapsing slag, falling megastructures, and the roaring torrent of lethal fragments. Their light points flared wildly, shield integrity plummeting, hull breach warnings flashing urgently. A stunned, breathless silence fell over the hall, everyone transfixed by the simulated cataclysm, as awestruck as witnesses to divine wrath. Plus 10. 7 minutes, almost simultaneously with the first detonation, a gray-black mecha erupted from the shadow of Anvil 7. A predator unleashed. Lin Yi's Ranger AI, codenamed Phantom, blazed with brilliant blue light from its short-range jump thrusters, launching itself as a black lightning bolt straight into the heart of the disintegrating, burning, fragment-choked death zone. With sensors nearly useless in the jamming field, Lin Yi relied solely on preternatural vision and ingrained combat instinct, locking instantly onto the crippled shield-failed Razor 1, struggling helplessly in the maelstrom. Plus 12 minutes, Phantom executed an impossible pattern maneuver amid tumbling debris, barely dodging a massive, screaming hunk of wreckage, then closed the distance in a blur, slamming against Razor 1's hull. High-frequency cutting blades snapped out with a shriek, biting deep along the ship's aft engine exhaust port, sparks erupting like molten stars. Engine structure ruptured instantly. Next, the armor-piercing rail pistol fired point-blank, high-energy particle beams punching clean through the bridge viewport's thin armor. Razor 1's light point flared crimson, labeled propulsion lost. Command disabled. Plus 13 minutes, Lin Yi showed no mercy. Phantom's engines roared anew as he lunged toward the similarly crippled Razor 2, desperately trying to bring its weapons to bear. He danced across the edge of oblivion, using crumbling structures for cover, evading blind salvos, then closed again, driving the cutting blade like a venomous fang into the vessel's ventral power conduit. Boom! A secondary internal detonation tore through Razor 2. Its light point dimmed rapidly. Plus 14 minutes, having delivered fatal blows to both core zone vessels, Lin Yi broke off without hesitation. Phantom used a colossal explosion-hurled metal plate as cover, jump thrusters igniting once more as it fled at full speed from the expanding inferno behind it. Behind him stretched a hell of collapsing steel and roaring fire. Plus 14. 5 minutes, almost as Lin Yi cleared the zone, Lucio's nail, its single-use engine now roaring at maximum output, launched like a whip-cracked stallion from Anvil 7. The skiff bucked violently through electromagnetic chaos and blast turbulence, Lucio howling as he wrestled the controls, racing headlong down the precalculated escape corridor. He narrowly avoided several massive flying shards of debris. Plus 15 minutes, Phantom burst beyond the jamming zone, signal restored. Nail also cleared the kill zone, scarred, battered, its tail-mounted engine module melted and gone. The perimeter sentinel Razor 3 realized the ambush the moment jamming hit, and the core zone erupted in apocalyptic fire. It recoiled in terror, attempting to retreat and call for cruiser support, but comms were shredded, transmitting only garbled distress bursts. Too terrified to enter, it watched helplessly as its comrades' signals winked out in the inferno. Plus 20 minutes, Blue Force main fleet, destroyers, stalwart shield frigate, Keenblade, and 2 genuine transport vessels, emerged silently from the asteroid belt's most treacherous passage, arriving precisely at the jump coordinates under Zhuge Yun's flawless navigation. Their light points settled steadily at the jump point, glowing triumphant blue. Plus 25 minutes, the massive silhouette of the Red Force light cruiser Ravager finally appeared at the edge of the star map. It received Razor 3's fractured distress call, saw the ongoing metal storm and devastation over NE7, and witnessed the complete, utter disappearance of the Blue Force fleet. All it could transmit was impotent, furious static. Simulation conclusion: Blue Force achieved strategic victory. Transport vessels successfully evacuated. Red Force assault vessels, 2 destroyed, crippled in the core trap, 1 paralyzed by terror and rendered combat ineffective. A heavy, stunned silence gripped the hall for several long, suspended seconds. Then, explosive applause, awestruck exclamations, and incredulous murmurs erupted. They did it. They actually pulled it off. My God, the scale of that detonation, terrifying. Lin Yi's mecha piloting, pure monster tier. Lucio the madman, jamming and detonation timing, perfect. Zhuge Yun's overall orchestration, nothing short of miraculous. On the judge's dais, Professor Chen slowly rose. His usually austere face bore a rare, complex expression, awe, profound approval, and a deep, somber unease. His gaze swept over Zhuge Yun, still composed at the console, over Lin Yi. Though the simulation had ended, his aura remained coiled sharp and lethal as a drawn blade on and over Lucio, grinning broadly, pounding his chest, winking playfully at the crowd below. The plan, audacious, ingenious, breathtaking. Execution, precise as a surgeon's scalpel. Outcome, flawless. Professor Chen's voice, amplified, filled the hall. This assignment is not merely a tactical simulation benchmark. It is a stunning testament to courage, intellect, and unity forged in extremis. Lin Yi Zhuge Yun Lucio, Team Evaluation S. The highest possible distinction. Thunderous applause crashed over the hall, sustained, exultant, unrestrained. It was the accolade of victors. Yet even as the trio basked in the euphoria of their first joint triumph, bathed in admiring, envious, and astonished gazes, the hall's emergency communications channel abruptly seized control. A piercing alarm shrieked through the chamber. A frantic, high-priority holotransmission from the Imperial High Command flooded the main screen. Imperial Maximum War Readiness Alert. Imperial Maximum War Readiness Alert. Urgent frontline report, Lagrange system. Our Imperial main fleet has suffered catastrophic defeat in the First Battle of Lagrange. The Star Sea Federation main fleet, combined with an unknown new weapon system, broke through our L5 defensive line at standard time in E. 982-1427. The Jinyuan Star Fortress has fallen. The 7th and 9th main fleets, completely annihilated. Enemy Vanguard fleet has breached the Lagrange blockade and is advancing rapidly into Imperial core territory. All military academies are to enter immediate level-on war readiness. All senior cadets, prepare for mobilization. The holo display showed burning starship wrecks, shattered Imperial defenses, and the Federation fleet's cold predatory insignia. The deafening alarm drowned out every cheer, every clap. The triumphant smiles on the trio's faces froze, shattered by the sheer brutal weight of reality. The Empire's golden age collapsed in that instant, with the fall of the Lagrange line, plunging the small Academy simulation hall into the glacial, suffocating void of cosmic war. The piercing alarm of the Empire's highest state of war readiness pierced through the lingering warmth of victory in the simulation hall, stabbing into the hearts of everyone present. On the holographic screen, burning starship wreckage, collapsed defenses, the cold and sinister emblem of the Federal fleet, and the communications officer's desperate and trembling declaration formed a suffocating apocalyptic scene. The Jinyuan Star Fort has fallen. The 7th and 9th main fleets, completely annihilated. The enemy Vanguard fleet has breached the Lagrange blockade and is advancing rapidly into the heart of our empire. Silence. A dead silence enveloped the entire hall. The applause and cheers that had erupted just moments ago from the great victory at the Iron Graveyard were abruptly choked off. The excitement, admiration, and jealousy on the students' faces were instantly replaced by disbelief, confusion, and a deep-seated fear. The Empire has fallen so completely. That massive fleet, once hailed as the wall of the galaxy, was reduced to ashes at Lagrange. A profound sense of unreality gripped everyone. It felt as if the solid steel deck beneath their feet was collapsing and the simulated starry sky above was burning and falling. Lin Yi's hand quietly clenched at his side, his knuckles whitening from the force. He stood silently in place like a statue of iron that had suddenly cooled. In the depths of his calm, like a cold pool, turbulent waves surged for the first time. Not fear, but the sorrow and burning anger of witnessing the destruction of his comrades' homes and realizing how small and powerless his training seemed in the face of true war. Victories in mech combat, perfect simulations, all became ridiculous child's play in the face of the world-destroying real artillery at Lagrange. Zhuge Yun's previously calm demeanor disappeared completely. His pupils suddenly constricted as if a precise instrument had encountered an incomprehensible variable. He stared intently at the screen displaying the Empire's collapsed defenses, his brain operating at an unprecedented speed, trying to understand the massive flow of information and searching for any logical flaw or possibility for a turnaround. However, the cold reality, like the deep chill of the universe, ruthlessly pressed down. Were there no more strategies? In the face of absolute power and the Empire's own corruption, the brilliance of intelligence seemed so weak. A deep sense of helplessness and an even stronger sense of responsibility wrapped around his heart like cold vines. Damn it. Lucio's smile froze completely, the half-eaten energy bar in his mouth falling silently to the ground. He instinctively rubbed his eyes as if unable to believe what he was seeing. Lagrange. That outpost described in countless military textbooks as the Empire's unbreakable bastion. Gone. The 7th and 9th fleets. Those colossal forces once majestic in the Academy's promotional videos. All gone. A cold chill crept up his spine, instantly extinguishing all his pride and luck. For the first time, he truly felt that war was not a game, not a simulation, but real death, destruction, and the collapse of homes. He instinctively glanced towards the corridor, as if to confirm whether that moonlit figure was safe, his heart gripped by an unprecedented panic. Daner. Is the Imperial Star Chang'an still safe? Silence. Professor Chin's aged, yet booming voice erupted, instantly drowning out the alarmed screech and the heavy breathing in the dead silence. His face was ashen, bloodshot, eyes glaring, but his back remained straight like the last reef in a storm. The Empire's highest state of war order. All students immediately return to your dormitory areas on standby. Do not leave without permission. Do not spread panic. Violators will be dealt with by military law. The cold command snapped some of the dazed students awake. The simulation hall was thrown into chaotic turmoil, with students like startled beasts stumbling towards the exit in confusion, fear, and low sobs. Elder brother, second brother. Lucio's voice was hoarse, carrying a tremor he didn't even realize. Let's go. Lin Yi's voice was as deep as thunder, taking the lead and stepping forward, his tall figure cleaving a path through the chaotic crowd, heading determinedly towards the dormitory area. Zhuge Yun took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm from the massive information shock, his gaze sharpening somewhat, but the weight remained. Let's head back first, third brother. Understand the situation clearly before making plans. The three brothers returned to the accommodations of the senior elite students, the Falling Star Tower. The atmosphere here was even more oppressive. The hallway lost its usual clamor. Students hurried by with serious expressions, and hushed discussions echoed like ghosts against the walls. Have you heard? There are traitors. Someone at the top leaked the defense map. Not just that. The energy shield generators sent by logistics were of inferior quality. They were pierced in one shot. The flagship of the 7th Fleet, the Dingyuan, was sunk by friendly fire. The command system is in complete disarray. What new weapons did the Federation use? Why do our star fort shields seem like paper? It's over. With Lagrange lost, the gateway to the Empire's heart is wide open. Where will it be next? The Imperial Star. Fragments of various terrifying and dubious news spread like a virus, intensifying the panic. The massive holographic announcement screen rolled with cold orders: cancel all non-essential courses, impose a strict curfew, open basic permissions to the armory, allowing students to conduct adaptive weapon training. The draft notice will announce its list within 48 hours. Lin Yi returned to his extremely simple room, almost devoid of personal belongings. He did not turn on the light, heading straight to the window. Outside the window was the direction of the Academy's massive dock. At this moment, it was brightly lit like a boiling beehive. Countless engineering ships and maintenance robots busily surrounded several docked, battle-scarred starship wreckages, those that had miraculously escaped the Lagrange battlefield belonging to different surviving factions. Damaged armor, torn hulls, extinguished engine vents silently narrated the brutality of that battle. Lin Yi's gaze like a cold searchlight swept over the twisted metal, over the soldiers staggering down the gangway, their bodies wrapped in blood-soaked bandages. His fists clenched again in the dark, bones cracking softly. He needed strength, stronger strength. Not the flashy display of simulated battles, but true power that could tear apart enemies and protect everything behind him. From the direction of the mech hangar came the familiar roar of engines and the sound of metal collisions. Those were the surviving mech units conducting emergency maintenance and readiness. Lin Yi's expression became resolute. He turned, dragging out a heavy metal box from under his bed, opening it to reveal the weight gear used for extreme training that he seldom employed. He silently began to put it on, then pushed the door open, striding towards the training ground. He needed harsher tempering, suppressing the anger and helplessness in his heart with sweat and pain to prepare for the real battle that was about to come. Zhuge Yun's room was like the center of an information storm. He rejected all classmates attempting to pry for news or seek comfort, locking himself inside. His personal terminal, connected to the highest level war situation reports that the Academy's internal permissions could access, though the information was severely delayed and incomplete. Multiple screens displayed fragmented star maps, chaotic battle report fragments, and the Federal possible attack route maps he frantically deduced from limited information. His fingers swiftly slid, marked and calculated on the holographic star map, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The star field map of the Empire's heart unfolded before him like a massive chessboard, with his sides pieces in disarray and the enemy's forces advancing like a landslide. Jump points, supply lines, defensible star forts. He murmured softly, his voice carrying a hint of hoarseness. The Empire's decay and internal strife were exposed in the brutal defeat at Lagrange, more chilling to him than the Federation's artillery. He needed to find a fulcrum, a strategic node that could temporarily withstand the Federal onslaught and buy time for the Empire's remaining forces to breathe and regroup. His gaze swept over the star fields, finally settling on an inconspicuous star system at the intersection of two secondary routes, the new Chang'an star field. Their resources were relatively abundant with a medium-sized but structurally sound planetary fortress called Chang'an Star Fort. And more importantly, it was not on the direct path of the Federation's main advance, yet was by no means a safe rear. A thought like a weak but tenacious spark in the darkness quietly ignited in his heart. Lucio paced restlessly in his room. He attempted to connect to the external network only to find it had been strictly controlled. He tried to hack into higher-level channels for real information, but found that the Empire's military firewall had been reinforced to an extreme degree during wartime, making it impossible to breach in a short time. The news of the devastating defeat at Lagrange and various rumors gnawed at his nerves like venomous snakes. He suddenly threw himself onto the bed, burying his face in the pillow, releasing a suppressed, beast-like growl. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! He hated his own powerlessness. In simulated battles, he could soar and fight to the death. But in the face of the real war that swept across the Empire, his little cleverness seemed so ridiculous. Daner's face kept floating in his mind, filled with worry, even fear. Is the Imperial Star Chang'an really safe? Those decaying nobles, those power-hungry warlords, could they protect her in the face of the Federation's iron hoof? An unprecedented and intense desire to protect, accompanied by immense anxiety, nearly tore him apart. He could not escape. He had to do something. Not for some damn Imperial glory, but for those he wanted to protect behind him. For his elder brother's second brother, and for Daner. At that moment, his personal terminal received a highly encrypted, anonymous message, the source address heavily disguised. The message content was extremely brief, containing only a coordinate and a time followed by a line of small text. The stardust is covered in dust. The old shadow is restless. If you wish to observe the wind, go to the top of the Midnight Tower. Lucio's heart jolted. This encryption method and tone. It's Lee Daner. The coordinate is the Academy's highest observation tower, Eye of the Starry Sky, and the time is midnight tonight. She dared to contact him at such a time. Something extremely important must have happened. Lucio instantly sprang up from the bed, all his restlessness and anxiety replaced by an even stronger sense of urgency. He needed to know the truth. He needed to know if Daner was safe. He needed to know whether this sinking ship of the Empire was still worth risking his life for with his brothers. The night, like thick ink, completely swallowed the falling star tower. The piercing alarm temporarily ceased, but the intangible oppression and panic permeated every corner. Lin Yi was sweating profusely on the training ground, each heavy strike seeming to combat the artillery of Lagrange. Zhuge Yun strategized before the star map, trying to find a glimmer of hope amidst the ruins, while Lucio, like a ghost in the dark, quietly left the dormitory, stealthily heading towards the Eye of the Starry Sky observation tower. The light of the Empire's fall had already descended, and the crossroads of destiny lay before them. The three brothers, each carrying different emotions and responsibilities, were about to make the most important decision of their lives. And at the top of the observation tower, the information brought by Lee Daner might just become the first spark to ignite a raging fire. The wind atop the Eye of the Starry Dome observation tower was colder and more urgent than expected, carrying a metallic whimper, as if mourning for the fallen empire. The cold starlight fell upon Lucio, yet it could not dispel the lingering cool tremor of Lee Daner's touch at his fingertips, nor could it cool the torrent of information flooding into his palm from the microchip embedded in his personal terminal. The Imperial core has decayed. The Noble Council struggles for power. The military factions are in strife. The Lagrange defeat, a crime of non-war, truly a man-made disaster. Inferior shields, intelligence leaks, command chaos. The Imperial capital Chang'an is likely not a place of lasting peace. A series of cold texts, each of brutal truth, accompanied by Lee Daner's choked whispers of immense grief and fear, pierced Lucio's heart like poisoned ice needles. The rumors he had heard in the dormitory, the vague speculations, were now confirmed by the princess herself, pieced together by fragmented intelligence stored in the chip from secret channels within the palace, painting a despairing picture. The backbone of the Empire was not shattered by the enemy's artillery, but hollowed out from within by internal maggots. He clenched his fist violently, his nails digging deep into his palm, the intense pain keeping him somewhat lucid. Not for the sake of the Empire. This decaying old ship, if it sinks, then let it sink. But Daner. She was at the center of the storm, a symbol and bargaining chip coveted by all sides. And his elder brother Lin Yi, his second brother Zhuge Yun, those he cherished. He had to protect them. Third brother. Lee Daner's voice carried an unprecedented fragility as she looked up at him, the starlight shattering in her tear-filled eyes. I might soon be sent away. To a more secure place. Perhaps to a governor's fortress in some remote star region, or perhaps to the estate of some great noble. To become a canary in a cage, or a bargaining chip. Her words were filled with helplessness and sorrow, a fate unbefitting a princess. Lucio's heart tightened sharply, a surge of protective instinct and anger instantly overwhelming his rationality. He almost blurted out, "Come with me." But the shackles of reason tightened around his throat. What was he? A problem genius at the academy, a powerless student. Where could he take her? In this chaotic world, he might not even be able to protect himself. Daner. Lucio's voice was raspy. He reached out to wipe away the tears on her cheek, but his trembling fingers halted, and ultimately, he could only grip her cold hand tightly. "Trust me. Livewell. No matter where you go, protect yourself. Wait for me. Wait until I am strong enough. I will definitely." The rest of his words choked in his throat, turning into a heavy gasp. The promise felt so pale and powerless at this moment. Lee Daner looked at the turbulent pain, anger, and reluctance in his eyes, and instead revealed a faint yet determined smile. She firmly grasped Lucio's hand, as if to pass on her strength to him. "Third brother, you must also live. With elder brother and second brother. You all are the future of the Empire. You are the true hope." She released his hand, took a step back, and took a deep look at Lucio, her gaze encompassing a myriad of words. "Trust, hope, farewell." Then she pulled up her hood, her slender figure decisively turned, blending into the night, like a sprite disappearing at the entrance of the spiraling metallic staircase. Lucio stood alone at the tower's peak, letting the cold night wind tear at his clothes. He lowered his head, looking at the screen of his personal terminal, where the chip's emblem was blinking with a ghostly blue light accompanied by two ancient hieroglyphs labeled Spark. Spark. The spark of hope, struggling to ignite amidst the decaying ashes of the Empire. The spark. An unprecedented weight pressed upon his shoulders, yet it also burned away all his confusion, fear, and delusions within his heart. He could no longer evade, could no longer be lazy. He had to become stronger, to protect, to seek revenge, for that dim yet necessary spark. Returning to this Starfall Tower dormitory area, the oppressive atmosphere felt almost tangible. The draft notice had been announced with a massive holographic screen scrolling icy names and numbers. Lin Yi's name was prominently listed, assigned to a mech assault unit, codenamed Starbreaker, that was about to head to the front lines, belonging to the remnants of the Empire's 3rd Mobile Strike Group. This was a unit composed of veterans retreating from the front lines and urgently supplemented fresh blood tasked with acting as firefighters, filling in where the defense lines were in crisis with an alarmingly low survival rate. Lin Yi stood quietly in front of the list, his face betraying no emotion, only a cold flame burning deep within his gaze. He did not look at the other students' sympathetic or relieved glances, merely turned silently and walked toward the equipment distribution center. His back was like an iron peak about to be thrown into a furnace, silent, yet resolute. Zhuge Yun was not on the draft list. He stood by the window of his room, his gaze not directed at the busy dock outside, but rather at a star map displayed on his personal terminal. At the core of the star map was the new Chang'an star region, which he had focused on during his previous reasoning. His finger gently tapped the location of Chang'an Star Fortress, where a meticulously written, logically coherent self-recommendation letter lay quietly in the send column, addressed to General Zhaojin, governor and commander of the new Chang'an Star region. In the letter, he analyzed the current collapse of the Empire, pointed out the strategic value of the new Chang'an Star region resources, fortress's non-main offensive directions, and used the Karong simulation plan as an example to explain his strategic concept of seeking survival in dire straits and integrating limited resources for defensive operations. He did not request a position, but merely asked for a chance to be an advisory intern, a platform to contribute his intellect and assist in the Empire's survival. He was betting that this General Zhaojin, known for his responsibility to guard the land, would be willing to accept anyone who could help him secure a piece of territory amidst the chaos of the crumbling Imperial core. Lucio did not see his name on the draft list. This was expected. His problem student status and lackluster records naturally placed him lower on the priority draft list during wartime. He hurried to Lin Yi's room, pushing open the door just in time to see Lin Yi stuffing the last heavy piece of extreme training gear into a military backpack. The room was empty save for essentials, permeated by an atmosphere of iron-blooded preparation for battle. "Elder brother." Lucio's voice was somewhat hoarse. Lin Yi paused momentarily without turning around and asked in a low voice, "Princess safe?" "Temporarily safe, but she will be transferred soon." Lucio walked over to Lin Yi's side, looking at his resolute profile. "Are you going to Starbreaker? That place?" "The front lines." Lin Yi interrupted him, finally turning around, his calm eyes locking onto Lucio. "I need strength. Real strength. That place can provide it for me." His words were simple and direct, yet carried immense weight. He needed the tempering of war, the breakthroughs on the edge of life and death, to transform the anger and helplessness within him into the power to tear apart the enemy. The training at the academy could no longer satisfy him. Lucio looked into Lin Yi's unwavering eyes, knowing any persuasion would be futile. He took a deep breath, pulling out the physical carrier of the spark chip from his pocket, actually from the terminal interface. A black metal cube the size of a fingernail engraved with the two ancient hieroglyphs. Elder brother, take this. Lucio pressed the metal cube into Lin Yi's hand, his expression unusually serious. Daner gave it to me. There are some things inside. About the insider information regarding why the Empire suffered such a disastrous defeat. I don't know exactly what it is, but it's important. You're on the front lines with limited information, i.e. this thing might save your life at a critical moment. Don't ask for the source. Keep it safe in the most secure way. Unless it's a life or death situation, don't look at the contents. Destroy it immediately after reading. Lin Yi gazed at the cold metal cube in his hand, then looked back at Lucio's unwavering seriousness. He did not ask any further questions, merely tightened his grip, feeling the hard, cold texture, then tucked it away into the inner pocket of his combat suit, signaling Lucio with his eyes, don't worry. Just then Zhuge Yun pushed the door open. There was a hint of barely noticeable fatigue on his face, yet his gaze was exceptionally bright. Elder brother, third brother. He walked to the star map, bringing up a projection of the new Chang'an star region. My destination is set. The self-recommendation letter has been sent to General Zhao Zhan in the new Chang'an star region. There perhaps is one of the few places where the remnants of the Empire can still hope to maintain a foothold. I need a fulcrum, a platform where we can apply what we've learned. He looked at Lin Yi with deep concern and respect. Elder brother, your trip to the front lines is extremely dangerous. Take care. Although the Starbreaker is perilous, with your valor, you will surely become a pillar of strength. Myself and the third brother will support you from the rear. He then turned to Lucio, his gaze complex. Third brother, you have not been drafted, but the academy is not a place to linger. The Imperial star is fraught with uncertainty. The prince's situation is precarious. He trailed off, trusting Lucio to understand his meaning. Take care of yourself. Your cleverness and adaptability may be more useful in chaotic times than an army of thousands. Although we brothers must part, our hearts remain united. When the opportunity arises, we will surely reunite in New Chang'an. Lucio looked at his two elder brothers, a swirl of complex emotions stirring within him. Elder brother would head to the fiercest front lines, fighting with flesh and blood. Second brother would delve into the whirlpool of local powers, maneuvering with wisdom, and he cast his gaze towards the direction of the Imperial capital Chang'an, the center of power where Daner was imprisoned and the source of the secret of the spark. He could not leave, he had to stay. In the shadows of the Imperial capital, seeking opportunities to protect Daner, uncover the truth, and provide support for his brothers. Elder brother, second brother. Lucio's voice was filled with unprecedented determination as he extended his hand. You can go boldly. Leave the Imperial star to me. I will find a way to look after Daner. Those maggots have caused such harm to the Empire, causing bloodshed among the soldiers at the front. Lucio will remember this debt. We brothers, one fighting at the front, one managing the rear, and one stirring the winds in the Imperial capital. I refuse to believe that in this vast galaxy there is no place for us brothers to stand. No place for us to ignite the spark. Lin Yi extended his broad palm, pressing it firmly on Lucio's hand, that strength conveying a silent promise and trust. Zhuge Yun also placed his hand on top the warm palm, underlined by rock-solid determination. The three hands once again tightly overlapped. There were no grandiose words, only a belief stronger than steel resonating silently. The moment of parting had ultimately arrived. Days later at the starport dock, the cold steel gangway extended towards the massive ships docked. Among them was the battle-scarred modeled fast transport ship, Swiftwind, which would carry reinforcements including Lin Yi to the front line, engulfed in flames of war, joining the death squad codenamed Starbreaker. Lin Yi, dressed in standard gray combat attire, stood in the boarding line with his heavy backpack. He did not look back, standing tall like a javelin, his gaze piercing through the dome of the starport, as if already directed towards that distant war-torn starry sky. The fierce aura belonging to the Breaker had not dissipated after the shock of the Lagrange defeat. Instead, it had been tempered to be more pure and restrained, like an unparalleled blade about to be unsheathed and drink blood. Lucio and Zhuge Yun stood at the edge of the crowd, sending him off. Lucio struggled to maintain a smile on his face, waving vigorously towards Lin Yi, yet his throat felt blocked by something. Zhuge Yun calmly observed, his gaze behind the lenses, deep as the ocean, silently calculating the routes and potential risks they might encounter. Swiftwind's engine emitted a low roar, the heavy cabin doors slowly closing, sealing off two worlds from each other. The ship slowly departed from the berth, a stream of ghostly blue particles shooting from its tail, accelerating, ultimately transforming into a streak of light piercing into the deep starry sea, disappearing from sight. The crowd of send-off people dispersed, leaving only the empty gangway and the cold starlight. Zhuge Yun turned to Lucio, patting his shoulder. third brother, I must leave as well. The shuttle to New Chang'an has already been arranged. The Imperial Star is fraught with hidden depths, be cautious. Remember, protect yourself and lie low for the right moment. If there are any important discoveries or need for support, contact us through the encrypted channel we agreed upon. Second brother, don't worry. Lucio nodded vigorously, suppressing his reluctance. You must also be careful. As for General Zhaozhen, it may not be a smooth road. Once elder brother secures his footing, you will open up a situation in New Chang'an, and I hear will surely cause a great upheaval. We brothers shall meet again across the starry sea. Zhuge Yun smiled faintly, saying no more, turning towards another boarding passage. His figure appeared slightly slender against the massive backdrop of the starport, yet his steps were exceptionally steady and firm, as if each step was placed on a meticulously calculated chessboard. Lucio stood alone on the desolate starport observation deck, gazing into the boundless dark universe outside. The two ships carrying his beloved brothers had long since vanished from view. An overwhelming sense of loneliness and heavy responsibility surged like a cold tide, nearly drowning him. He lowered his head, looking at the flashing, ghostly blue icon of the Spark chip on his personal terminal screen. His fingertips glided across the cold screen, bringing up a corner of the vast information stream stored in the chip, which had yet to be fully deciphered. It was not a specific combat plan or list of traders, but an extremely complex layered encrypted star map index pointing to several extremely remote coordinates within the Empire's territory, some even marked as abandoned or dangerous. The name of one of those coordinates made Lucio's pupils suddenly constrict. Progenitor relic, codename, cradle, status, unknown. Progenitor. Cradle. Lucio's heart raced. A vague yet chilling hypothesis surfaced in his mind. What Daner had risked so much to hand to him was likely not just evidence of the Empire's decay, but perhaps a key to the remnants of an ancient lost civilization capable of altering the structure of the galaxy. The key to power. The cold starlight reflected upon his young face, now clouded with shadows. The once nonchalant smile had long vanished, replaced by a complex expression mingled with ambition, determination, and profound worry. He slowly clenched his fist, his nails once again digging into his palm. Imperial Star Chang'an. Lucio gazed out the porthole at the gigantic, prosperous, yet tumultuous heart planet of the Empire, whispering to himself, his voice echoing in the empty observation deck, carrying a lone wolf's ferocity and determination. I'm coming. The swift wind and Zhuge Yun's shuttle vanished into the suffocating darkness beyond the orbit of the Imperial Star Chang'an, like pebbles thrown into the deep sea. The enormous alloy porthole of the starport observation deck reflected Lucio's solitary figure, as well as the vast, prosperous, yet war-shrouded heart of the Empire below, Chang'an Star. The surface of the planet was composed of countless floating islands, massive urban clusters resembling a forest of steel, and ecological zones covered by artificial domes. The once unquenchable neon lights and the bustling flow of aircraft had dimmed considerably. A deep red light band, symbolizing a state of emergency, flowed across the surface of the massive buildings like veins. The security level at the spaceport had been elevated to unprecedented strictness, with military shuttles and transport ships taking off and landing at frequencies far exceeding civilian flights, while the air was thick with the tension of high voltage. Lucio did not return to the academy. It was no longer a place for him to linger. He took one last look deep into the starport, as if to etch the figures of his two brothers into his heart, then turned and blended into the departing crowd like a drop of water merging into the sea. He did not use any identification. Instead, he utilized a personal terminal with pre-prepared identity information belonging to a low-level maintenance worker who had died in an accident, successfully passing through the outermost security scan. This identity, along with the accompanying shabby work attire and tool kit, was one of the many trinkets he had borrowed from the logistics department during the chaos at the academy. He boarded the high-speed shuttle to the surface of the Imperial Star. The cabin was filled with people of various expressions, wealthy merchants and nobles fleeing the Imperial Star with their belongings, pale reservists urgently summoned, and silent commoners like him trying to find a way to survive in a chaotic world. Lucio shrank into an inconspicuous corner, pulling the brim of his work cap low, closing his eyes to rest like a truly exhausted worker. But his mind was racing at high speed. Li Daner's words echoed in his ears. The Imperial Star Chang'an is likely not a place of lasting peace. The coordinates of Pioneer Ruin's cradle in the chip felt like a searing brand. He needed a foothold, he needed information, and he needed strength. An academy student without power or influence was as insignificant as dust in this jungle of power and intrigue. He had to change his strategy, infiltrating the most chaotic and lowly, yet also the most information-rich and flexible underbelly of the Imperial Star, the lower city. The shuttle pierced through the thick artificial atmosphere of the Imperial Star, landing on the enormous platform numbered Suzuka 7. As Lucio exited the cabin with the crowd, what hit him was no longer the sense of order laced with the smell of oil from the academy, but a strong atmosphere mixed with low-quality, synthetic food, sweat, excrement, metal rust, and pervasive anxiety. Beneath the massive dome was a densely packed slum of buildings layered like a beehive, dimly lit with pipes crisscrossing and sewage flowing through the cracks of the alloy floor. Gigantic holographic billboards displayed the motivational slogans of the Empire's propaganda department and glossed over battle reports from the front lines, but below were long lines of ragged people queuing for rationed food, and in the corners the dazed or hostile gazes of the homeless along with the despair and restlessness permeating the air. This was the festering scar beneath the glorious surface of the Imperial Star, a lawless land shrouded in the shadows of power, and it was the hunting ground Lucio had chosen for himself. He quickly found his target, a shop named Old Cripple's Recycling Station on the edge of the Rust Belt area. The shop was small, piled high with various discarded mechanical parts, electronic waste, and oil-stained tools. An old man with graying hair limping on one leg and puffing on a low-quality electronic cigarette was squinting under the dim light, tinkering with an unrecognizable engine core. The air was filled with the pungent smell of solder and oil. Lucio did not approach immediately, but instead observed the vicinity for a few days. He confirmed that this old cripple was not only a recycler of junk, but also one of the most well-informed local snakes in the area, dealing in somewhat illegal information consulting and item brokering with a decent reputation, accepting only cash and asking no questions about the source. One evening, Lucio, wearing oil-stained work attire and carrying a bulging toolkit, walked into Old Cripple's recycling station. "Boss, do you buy parts?" Lucio's voice carried a deliberately mimicked hoarse and tired tone as he set the toolkit down on the greasy counter, producing a dull thud. The old man lifted his eyelids slightly, his murky gaze sweeping over Lucio's young, yet intentionally dirted face, then landing on his bulging bag. He said nothing, only tapped the counter with a wrench. Lucio opened the bag, not pulling out any valuable standardized academy parts which would be too conspicuous, but instead dumping out a mix of civilian equipment scraps, a few rare metal fragments, and several small sensors and energy cores that he had carefully processed to look like they had been salvaged from discarded devices bearing Imperial military markings which had been ground off. The old man's eyes shifted slightly. He reached out, his bony fingers rummaged through the junk, picked up an energy core, sniffed it under his nose, and examined the interface with a magnifying glass. "Military goods. Processed. Kid, not bad craftsmanship." The old man's voice was hoarse, laced with a heavy, smoky tone. "Where did you get these?" "From a garbage ship withdrawn from the front lines, just trying to make a living." Lucio mumbled, discreetly pushing a bulging bag containing low-quality, synthetic nutrient paste towards the old man. "Boss, do me a favor, give me a fair price. Also, I want to find a place to stay in this area, somewhere quiet where I can tinker with some trinkets." The old man weighed the bag, then looked at Lucio's eyes, which remained clear and sharp despite the grime. His years of experience in the lower depths told him this kid was not simple, but he could not discern any malice for now. He pocketed the nutrient paste bag and quoted a price far below the market rate, but enough to satisfy a beggar. "A place to stay." He exhaled a puff of blue smoke from his low-quality electronic cigarette, pointing with a wrench to a narrow alleyway behind the recycling station filled with trash. At the very end of the alley down the stairs is compartment B17 on floor -3. It used to be used for storing parts. Once cleaned out, it can be lived in. Monthly rent can be covered with the garbage in your bag. Understand the rules. Don't cause trouble and don't attract the patrols otherwise. He made a gesture across his throat. "Thanks, boss." Lucio immediately put on a smile, swiftly paid the goods price, and grabbed his toolkit to head towards the back alley. He did not care about the price. What he needed was a legal, inconspicuous place to stay and some initial trust. This old cripple was the first brick he pried open in the underbelly of the Imperial Star. The compartment on floor -3 was aptly named. Less than 10 square meters of space exuded a strong smell of mildew and rust. There were no windows, only a poorly functioning light bulb that flickered intermittently. A pile of discarded pipes was stacked in the corner. But this was precisely what Lucio needed: secrecy. He locked the door, a homemade electronic lock, with an alarm quickly cleared a spot of space. He did not turn on the lights, but adjusted his personal terminal to the lowest brightness. The dim blue glow illuminated his young and solemn face. He carefully took out the fire seed chip and inserted it into a homemade card reader, which had undergone multiple physical isolations and encryptions. On the screen, the complex star map index unfolded once more. His gaze was locked tightly on the coordinates of Pioneer Ruins, code name Cradle, status unknown. This coordinate was located on the edge of the Empire's territory, close to a dangerous area known as the Death Stardust Belt, far from the main trade routes, and even outside the range of the Empire's latest star maps. Information was extremely scarce, consisting only of vague fragmented records from early exploration teams describing abnormal gravitational fluctuations, intense spatial disturbances, and possibly existing incomprehensible giant structures. Cradle. Lucio murmured this name. The pioneers, the legendary ancient civilization whose ruins often signified technology beyond the times and unimaginable power. Daner giving him this was not merely to expose the Empire's rot. This was likely a trump card to either rebuild order or seek revenge after the Empire's complete collapse. But how to obtain it? With his current strength, even approaching that star region was a pipe dream. He needed information. He needed everything about the cradle. He needed strength. He needed the capital to establish himself in the underbelly of the Imperial star and acquire resources. He turned off the star map and brought up another interface, the Black Market Network node map of the lower city of Imperial Star Chang'an. This was collected by several mini-probes he had stealthily implanted while utilizing the Academy's permissions and wandering around the lower city in the past few days. The network structure resembled a massive spider web densely packed with numerous nodes, and the information was vast yet chaotic. He needed to find an entry point, a way to access deeper intelligence and resources. His fingers flew over the virtual keyboard like a pianist playing a silent prelude. He bypassed a simple firewall and infiltrated a relatively active black market information exchange node, Rust Belt Information Port. This place was filled with various indistinguishable bounties, requests, and sales information, from smuggled energy blocks to blueprints for banned weapons, from forged identity chips to the whereabouts of a noble's mistress. Everything one could think of. Lucio's gaze scanned quickly like a precise scanner. He needed a task that could quickly earn him some startup funds and also connect him to specific circles. Soon an inconspicuous bounty caught his attention. Anonymous bounty target obtained the detailed security duty roster and electronic access dynamic key for the B7 logistics passage at the Shizuku District 7th Airport Control Center within the next 72 hours. Latest generation barrier type 7. Requirements: absolute concealment, no traces left. Reward: 3,000 Imperial credit points. Black market price or equivalent rare metals information. Difficulty high. Risk extremely high. Contact, confirm receipt of the order. Midnight behind the rotten swamp bar. Leave a message inside the third garbage can lid. The 7th airport. Lucio's heart stirred. That was one of the Empire's important military logistics transfer ports. The B7 logistics passage was one of the routes to the core storage area. This bounty could either come from a smuggling group eyeing military supplies or a force with ulterior motives attempting to create chaos during wartime. The risks were extremely high, but the rewards were equally tempting. More importantly, accessing the barrier type 7 access system itself was a challenge and a source of intelligence. Moreover, if he could follow the trail, he might unearth the forces behind the bounty and use them for himself. A sharp glint of a hunter's light flickered in Lucio's eyes. He licked his cracked lips. His fingertips hovered over the virtual keyboard for a moment, then he pressed the confirmation button for accepting the order. The dim blue screen illuminated the cold curve that formed at the corner of his mouth. The shadows of the Imperial Star Chang'an welcomed a lone wolf. He was no longer a passive waiting student, but an active infiltrator. He would use his little cleverness and the technology borrowed from the Academy to tear open a gap in this chaotic mire, seizing the capital for survival, exploring the secrets of the Fire Seed, and waiting for the day when he would reunite with his brothers in the Starry Sea and ignite the flames of revolution. In the back alley of the rotten swamp bar, at midnight, the acrid smell of cheap alcohol and vomit permeated the air. Lucio, like a true ghost, blended into the shadows of the walls, silently approaching the third alloy garbage can, which exuded a foul odor. He held his breath and carefully pried open an inconspicuous magnetic hidden compartment inside the lid with a slender metal probe. Inside lay a black data chip the size of a fingernail, devoid of any markings. The hunt had begun. The stench of the rotting mire bar's back alley seemed to cling deep within Lucio's nostrils. He gripped the cold black data chip in his palm, as if holding a burning iron. 3,000 credit points, or their equivalent. No, the true value of this chip lies in the opportunities and dangers it represents. He darted away like a startled hare, weaving through the twisted and filthy alleys of the lower city, repeatedly circling, using several pre-scouted blind spots and pipe passages to ensure he left no trace, before finally sneaking back into the damp compartment on the third sublevel of the old Cripples recycling station. Inside the compartment, the only illumination came from the ghostly blue glow of a personal terminal. Lucio inserted the black chip into a homemade card reader that was physically isolated from the network. A very simple interface popped up on the screen, devoid of any textual explanation, only displaying a dizzyingly complex dynamic algorithm sequence and a countdown: 71 hours, 58 minutes, and 22 seconds. The target was clear: the logistics passage B7 at the 7th airport, the dynamic key and security rotation schedule of the Barrier 7 access control system. The requirements were strict absolute concealment, leaving no traces. The time was tight, less than 72 hours. Lucio did not act immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes, forcing himself to calm down. His brain operated like a high-speed engine beginning to deconstruct the task. The 7th airport was a military stronghold, and its security system, especially the access control to core areas, was undoubtedly a culmination of the Empire's top technology. Barrier 7, he had heard of it, dubbed the inviolable wall of size. It employed multi-layer dynamic encryption, with keys changing randomly every 90 seconds, bound to the main control center by quantum entanglement. Any unauthorized attempts to breach would instantly trigger the highest level of alarm. A hard breach. That would be suicide. Remote infiltration. With the devices and computing power available to him, now the chance of completing the breach before triggering an alarm was less than 1. The only way was physical contact. Find the system core or key nodes for a local intrusion. He pulled up the public structural map of the 7th airport, civilian version, extremely simplified, along with the surrounding environment sketch that he had secretly scanned using a micro drone over the past few days. The B7 passage was located at the edge of the airport's core storage area, delving underground, with a concealed entrance guarded by 3 layers of physical sentries and dense sensor arrays. The internal structure of the passage was unknown, but the main control node of Barrier 7 must be located in a highly protected server room deep within the passage. Time slipped away second by second. Lucio did not waste a moment. Using old parts scavenged from the old cripple recycling station and the academy-level microelectronics equipment he had borrowed, he began to frantically modify and assemble. Gecko microadhesive detector. The core comprised several discarded mini cameras and magnetic adhesion modules, combined with his homemade signal repeater and anti-interference coating. Objective: infiltrate the perimeter of the passage, mapping out a detailed structural diagram and sensor distribution. Ghost signal simulator modified from a discarded patrol robot communication module capable of simulating identity authentication signals at specific frequencies, requires a sample. Objective: temporarily deceive the low-level sensors on the perimeter. Wall-breaking cone physical interface cracker. This was the top priority. He disassembled several old models of the Barrier series found in the old cripple's warehouse, and combining it with the theory learned at the Academy, attempted to reverse engineer the possible physical interface protocol of Barrier 7. This was an extremely risky gamble, with an unknown success rate. He injected a high-frequency signal into a probe connected to a specially designed buffer circuit capable of withstanding instantaneous high-voltage shocks, finally integrating it into a multifunctional screwdriver handle disguised as a standard repair tool. This was one of the few pieces of equipment he could carry in and might be able to access the core node. The countdown had entered the final 24 hours. Lucio had been working continuously for over 30 hours, his eyes bloodshot and his fingers trembling slightly from the precision work, yet his spirit remained in a strange state of exhilaration. He had completed the modification and testing of all equipment under extremely limited conditions and pieced together a rough action plan from the fragmented data transmitted by the Gecko detector and public information. The risks were despairingly high, but he had no other choice. On the eve of the operation, Lucio returned to the counter of the old cripple. This time, he brought a heavy object wrapped in oilcloth. "Boss, lend me some hard goods." Lucio lowered his voice and pushed the package forward. The old cripple peeled back a corner of the oilcloth, his murky eyes narrowing sharply. Inside were several cores of high-purity energy batteries, still bearing traces of the Empire's military warehouse seals. This item was hard currency on the black market and essential for certain high-power contraband devices. "Kid, you're getting bolder." The old cripple's voice was hoarse, laced with warning. "To make a living, one must have some capital." Lucio forced out an ugly smile. "Exchange for some rat poison and invisibility cloak, the best kind that can evade the hound's nose." Rat poison is black market slang for a powerful signal interference shielding powder, while invisibility cloak refers to a special fabric capable of absorbing or distorting scans in specific wavebands. The old cripple stared at Lucio for a few seconds, ultimately not asking further questions. He pulled out 2 unmarked small metal boxes and a crumpled item that looked like a rag from deep within the counter and tossed them to Lucio. "This is the last time. If you bring this kind of thing again, I'll sell you to the patrol team." "Thanks, boss." Lucio grabbed the items and turned to leave. Midnight on the outskirts of the 7th airport. The vast airport loomed like a dormant steel beast, its searchlight beams crisscrossing the night sky. High walls with electric fences, armed patrol teams, and low-flying sentry drones, hounds, formed an impenetrable line of death. Lucio, clad in the rag-like invisibility cloak, covering his entire body except for his eyes clung to the shadows of a massive ventilation pipe on the airport's perimeter like a gecko. The pipe, rusty and emitting heat and oil smells, was treated carefully as he smeared the rat poison, a viscous black paste with a pungent odor, on several key metal seams. This specially made interference material could release strong noise across specific frequencies, temporarily incapacitating nearby low-power sensors. Waiting. Time seemed to freeze. Sweat trickled down his forehead, soaking into the invisibility cloak, bringing a sticky discomfort. He held his breath, feeling the heavy footsteps of the patrol team approaching from afar, then gradually receding. Above, a hound drone flew by with a low hum, its scanning beam sweeping over his hiding spot. The rag-like fabric slightly heated up, distorting the reflection of the scanning light. Now's the time. Lucio shot out from the shadows like an arrow released from a bow. His movements were swift and precise, utilizing the temporary blind spot created by the smeared rat poison area. Like a ghost blending into the night, he instantly crossed a dozen meters of open ground and lunged at the alloy fence in front of a drainage ditch at the base of the high wall. The fence was locked, but severely rusted. He did not attempt to pick the lock. Instead, he pulled out a palm-sized device with a powerful suction cup at the front, his homemade mini plasma cutter powered by that military-grade battery core. A ghostly blue, nearly silent high-temperature plasma arc ignited swiftly and quietly, melting and opening just large enough for one person to slip through at the base of the rusted alloy fence. The scorching air rushed toward him, and Lucio did not hesitate, slipping inside like a loach, covering the cut pieces of the fence with a makeshift disguise at the opening. The drainage ditch was dark and damp, permeated with a heavy stench. Lucio paid no mind, quickly advancing along the channel. Based on the initial scans from the gecko detector and the structural diagram, this ditch's maintenance hatch should lead to the maintenance pipeline network near the B7 passage. After groping around in the suffocating darkness for over 10 minutes, he finally found his target, a round alloy maintenance cover thickly coated in oil. He took out the multifunctional screwdriver which contained the wall-breaking cone and carefully pried open the latch. A dry, hot wind mixed with metal and ozone rushed out. Inside lay a complex tangle of pipes and cable trays, the airport's veins and nerves. He moved silently like a true ghost through the narrow, dusty, and cobweb-covered maintenance passage. His personal terminal was set to the lowest brightness, displaying the rough map drawn by the gecko detector and the countdown. His heartbeat thundered in his ears. Each turn, each mechanical noise, or distant footsteps heightened his nerves to the extreme. Finally, with less than 3 hours left on the countdown, he confirmed the target area, the secondary equipment room linked to the B7 passage. There was no direct access control here, but a dynamic scanning sensor stood at the entrance. Lucio took a deep breath and activated the ghost signal simulator. Previously, he had captured the identity authentication signal characteristics when a low-level maintenance worker entered the nearby area using the gecko detector. The simulator emitted a weak signal pulse. The sensor's scanning beam swept over. The green light lit up. The brief deception succeeded. Lucio slid into the equipment room like lightning, gently closing the door behind him. Inside the equipment room, a massive cooling fan emitted a low hum and the air was scorching. Rows of cabinets flashed with various indicator lights. His gaze quickly locked onto one cabinet, prominently marked Barrier 7 Node B7 Alpha. The front of the cabinet was a heavy alloy panel with only a few standard physical interfaces and status indicator lights. This was it. Success or failure hinged on this moment. Lucio took out the wall-breaking cone, disguised as a screwdriver. He gently removed the interface protective cover, revealing the complex multi-pin sockets inside. His hand was astonishingly steady, showing no tremor. Based on the reverse engineering insights, he aimed the probe at the most likely data exchange pin. The tip of the wall-breaking cone, carrying a high-frequency signal, carefully made contact. Buzz. A low hum instantly resonated from within the cabinet. A red warning light flashed urgently. Oh no! Did the internal alarm trigger? Lucio's heart nearly stopped. But the expected piercing alarm did not sound. The buzzing lasted less than a second before fading, and the warning light returned to green. Lucio instantly understood. This was the Barrier 7 system's automatic detection of non-standard physical contact. It mistook the probe of the wall-breaking cone for some legitimate maintenance tool interface. The system had a brief trust period for identification. The opportunity was fleeting. Lucio's fingers flew over the handle of the wall-breaking cone, performing a silent rhapsody. Utilizing this precious few seconds of trust period, he forced a segment of malicious code disguised as a system self-check command into the physical interface. This code had only one purpose: to create an extremely brief, fleeting logical backdoor in the core encryption loop. Injection complete. Instantly, Lucio yanked out the wall-breaking cone as if scalded. Almost simultaneously, a louder buzzing emanated from the cabinet, and all the indicator lights flashed wildly. The piercing alarm finally sounded. This time it was the highest level of intrusion alert. The entire equipment room was instantly enveloped in spinning red light. Exposed. Lucio hesitated not at all, turning to slam open the door of the equipment room and sprinting toward the maintenance passage he had come from. Behind him, heavy footsteps and the shrill alarm rapidly approached. Inside the passage, emergency red lights flickered. He sprinted through the narrow passage like a madman, his lungs burning with pain. Only one thought filled his mind: get the item before being completely trapped. As he ran, he connected his personal terminal to a mini-signal receiver. It was a passive sniffer he had previously left near the equipment room, specifically designed to capture unencrypted broadcast information leaked by the Barrier 7 system in abnormal states. Amid the blaring alarms, the terminal screen scrolled wildly with garbled characters. But to Lucio's eyes, these garbled characters seemed to come alive. His brain operated at an unprecedented speed, like the most sophisticated decoder. He was searching for the dynamic key fragments and rotation schedule codes that might leak in the broadcast information during the brief logical chaos caused by the malicious code injection. Found it. In one broadcast self-check status message, a string of seemingly random numbers was mixed in. In another device fault notification, the identification code of the rotation group and the shift timestamp were hidden. Lucio's fingers became a blur on the virtual keyboard. He wildly compared, pieced together, and reconstructed the fragmented information he had captured with his previous research and reverse engineering results on the Barrier 7 encryption algorithm. Countdown 000115. He dashed to the entrance of the drainage ditch. The footsteps of his pursuers were mere inches away. A powerful flashlight beam swept over. Stop! Hands up! The shout reverberated through the passage. Lucio ignored it, using all his strength to squeeze through the melted opening in the fence. At the same time, he pressed the send button on the terminal with force, sending the dynamically generated key algorithm predictive model for the next 72 hours and the security rotation schedule through a preset one-time anonymous node to the specified receiving address of the black chip. Mission accomplished. The cost was, he was exposed. The cold night wind rushed into the drainage ditch. Lucio did not pause for a moment, not even looking back at his pursuers. Like a frightened beast, he fled madly into the dark embrace of the lower city. Behind him were the piercing alarms of the airport cutting through the night, the furious shouts of his pursuers, and sporadic warning shots, sparks flying off the alloy walls. Utilizing his familiarity with the terrain, he madly darted through the sewage-filled alleys, abandoned pipes, and low-roofed shanties, leaving his pursuers far behind. Only after confirming complete safety did he collapse behind a stinking pile of garbage, chest heaving violently, with every breath tasting of blood. Sweat soaked through the invisibility cloak, sticking coldly to his skin. He looked at the confirmation prompt of send successful on his personal terminal, glanced at the still flashing police lights in the direction of the airport, and broke into a silent smile, filled with exhaustion from surviving and a hint of cold pride. Barrier 7. The Wall of Sighs. Tonight it was breached by a ghost from the lower city, creating a crack. Codename Night Owl, I have completed your task. Next it is your turn to deliver on your promise. Leaning against the cold garbage pile, Lucio gazed at the polluted night sky, where the Imperial star was obscured, his gaze sharp as a blade. In the hunting ground of the Imperial shadow, he not only survived, but also cast the first stone to stir the deep pool. And the secret of the fire seed awaits him to ignite. The alarm of 7th Spaceport wailed like the death rattle of a dying Leviathan, fading gradually at the edge of the lower city before being swallowed whole by the ceaseless grating din of the rust belt. Lucio slumped in the shadow of a foul-smelling garbage heap, cold sweat drenching his cloak of invisibility and clinging clammy to his skin. Each ragged breath seared his lungs raw and burning from frantic flight. Far in the direction of the spaceport, flashing redan blue police lights bled hazy halos into the polluted night sky, ominous blood-red eyes. He glanced down. On his personal terminal screen, the green sent successfully indicator glinted like a cold metallic metal, blinding proof of mission completion. 3,000 credits, or their equivalent. No, what mattered more was that he had survived and carved a fissure into the so-called Wall of Sighs. He had earned the right to trade with the Night Owl. Struggling upright like a wounded lone wolf, he retraced the most concealed route through memory, twisting, doubling back, until he slipped unseen into the partition chamber on level 3 of Old Cripple's salvage yard. He shut the door, locked it tight, then slid down its icy metal surface until he sat hard upon the floor, only then daring to exhale fully. Exhaustion flooded him like a tide. Yet he rested no longer than necessary. A fierce sense of peril and an unshakable obsession with the ember kept him moving. Swiftly he stripped off the cloak of invisibility, now fouled with grime and sweat, and sealed it inside a specially designed airtight bag to suppress residual odor. Then he retrieved the miniature signal tracker seized from the spaceport pursuers, and inspected it meticulously. Having confirmed it bore neither self-destruct mechanisms nor hidden transmitters, he connected it to a physically isolated decryption rig. His fingers danced across the keyboard like those of a master locksmith, delicately peeling away the tracker's casing and firmware, attempting reverse engineering to trace its origin or at least decode its operating frequency and identification signature, a potential window into the Empire's latest security system upgrades. Simultaneously, his secondary terminal linked to the black data chip issued by the Night Owl. He waited. He waited for the Night Owl's reply for his due compensation, and more crucially for the chance to meet this enigmatic bounty broker face-to-face. He needed to know who sought military-grade supplies, and what vast web of power lay behind that ambition. This could be the very rung he required to climb upward through the Empire Star's shadowed underbelly. Time dragged slowly beneath the weight of tense anticipation and meticulous reverse engineering. 6 hours after the countdown ended, the black chip's receiver finally stirred. No text, no voice, only a coordinated timestamp and an extraordinarily complex dynamically generated verification code. Coordinate the rooftop of a long-abandoned multi-level parking structure known as the Sunken Ark, situated at the periphery of the lower city's core zone. Time 0400 hours next dawn. Verification code, a twisting stellar cartography, decipherable only via a specific algorithm. Lucio hesitated not a moment. He immediately began decoding the cipher, drawing upon the rigorous mathematical and cryptological foundations laid during his academy years, and leveraging his acute sensitivity to key Imperial temporal markers such as the Lagrange defeat day. Within less than an hour, the puzzle yielded. Verification confirmed. 0330 hours. The Sunken Ark parking structure. Once a vital transit hub, the structure had lain abandoned for decades. Its colossal concrete frame, eroded by time and pollution, was riven with fissures, like the bleached bones of some forgotten titan. Inside, silence reigned absolute, broken only by the wind's mournful keening as it threaded through shattered windows and snapped rebar. Dust, rust, and the faint sickly tang of decay hung thick in the air. Lucio arrived 1 hour early. Dressed in unremarkable gray coveralls with a hood, his face smeared with grease, he blended seamlessly, indistinguishable from any scavenger drifter. He carried no conspicuous electronics, only a miniature signal jammer tucked into an inner pocket and a ceramic dagger, its blade coated in neurotoxin purchased from Old Cripple. Like a phantom, he moved through the cavernous shadows cast by derelict vehicles, deploying several simple, yet lethal early warning traps. Tripwires linked to fragmentation mines cobbled together from scrap parts, vibration sensors affixed to load-bearing pillars. These were his escape routes and his defensive perimeter. Finally, he selected the ruined shell of a double-decker bus as his observation post, elevated, offering a broad field of view over the entrance, its back braced against a massive support column. Second by second, the silence amplified the thunder of his own heartbeat. Precisely at 0400 hours. No footsteps, no engine hum, only the wind. Just as Lucio began to suspect he'd been deceived, the vibration sensor he'd planted near the entrance transmitted an infinitesimal, but unmistakably rhythmic tremor. Not footsteps, but rather the high-frequency resonance of a scanning device sweeping the environment. He had arrived, and with consummate caution and professionalism. Lucio held his breath, coiling deeper into the bus's shadow, revealing only a pair of sharp, unwavering eyes. A figure detached itself from the darkness itself, utterly silent, as it materialized at the entrance. Clad in matte black, form-fitting stealth attire that dissolved seamlessly into the gloom, the figure wore a featureless black mask, revealing only two eyes, cold, piercing, and predatory as those of a nocturnal raptor. Of modest stature, yet every motion flowed with uncanny jointless grace, each step placed with surgical precision upon the sturdiest fragments of debris, avoiding even the faintest whisper of sound. No weapon was visible in hand, but Lucio harbored no illusion. Lethality coiled beneath that sleek armored fabric. Night Owl, he thought silently, naming the apparition. The codename was apt. The Night Owl's gaze swept the vast hollow expanse like twin searchlights, pausing imperceptibly upon the locations of Lucio's traps, which he had not fully concealed. Beneath the mask, a faint dismissive snort seemed to curl, mocking such crude artifice. Yet the figure made no move to disarm or dismantle them. Instead, without hesitation, and as though already knowing exactly where Lucio hid, it strode directly toward the ruined bus. At a distance of 10 meters, the Night Owl halted. With casual indifference, a small, unmarked black metal box was tossed forward, landing with soft finality in the shadow at Lucio's feet. Your payment. Half. The voice, filtered through an electronic modulator, was frigid, gravelly, and utterly devoid of inflection, genderless, ageless. The remainder depends on your performance in the next assignment. The masked gaze, sharp and unblinking, pierced the gloom where Lucio concealed himself. Codename, Phantom. Your performance, barely passes muster. Boldness, precision, skill, and luck, greater still. Lucio did not reach for the metal box. He remained concealed, his voice low and hoarse. I seek more than credits. Information on the cradle. Any intelligence, true or false, regarding the precursor ruins codename Cradle. The night owl's eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly beneath the mask. An invisible pressure descended thick and suffocating. Ambitious appetite. The modulated voice gained a flicker of amusement, but far more potent was the razor-edged scrutiny now radiating from it. The cradle. That is not yours to touch. The less you know, the longer you live. It is my concern, Lucio retorted, unflinching, his gaze locking onto those cold masked eyes. Intelligence or collaboration. I offer value far exceeding a single access breach. He alluded subtly to his infiltration prowess demonstrated during the 7th spaceport operation. Silence. The air within the parking structure congealed, heavy and immobile. The night owl's stare, like twin blades of frozen steel, scraped repeatedly across the shadows, concealing Lucio, weighing the gravity of his words and his threat level. After a full dozen seconds, the figure spoke again. Voice still glacial, yet layered now with something elusive and inscrutable. Collaboration. Do you possess the requisite standing? A pause, as if choosing each word with care. The cradle is forbidden. One of the Empire's deepest secrets, and to certain factions its greatest treasure and its gravest danger. Its coordinates are classified beyond retrieval, yet not entirely untraceable. Those who seek it either descend into madness or become corpses. The night owl took a single step forward, closing the distance to 5 meters. That proximity breached the lethal engagement threshold. Every muscle in Lucio's body tensed instantly. His fingers slid silently to the ceramic hilt at his waist. Wish to prove your worth. The voice held a cruel, seductive edge. 3 nights hence at midnight. Forgotten Wharf, Dock 7. A scrap vessel will unload cargo. You are to listen to the internal communications of a specific container, record its frequency signature and key dialogue fragments. Target container marked K7 Omega. Risk level high. Compensation the remaining half of your credits, and 1 fragmented log from the outer survey of the cradle. Will you accept Phantom? Forgotten Wharf. One of the lower city's most lawless, perilous zones, where Imperial enforcement was virtually non-existent, ceded entirely to sprawling syndicates and smuggling cartels. Scrap vessels were dens of intrigue, complex beyond reckoning, their affiliations shrouded in layers of obfuscation. Eavesdropping on a designated container's encrypted comms meant breaching shipboard security systems, even interfacing with highly classified communication channels. The risk dwarfed even the spaceport operation. Yet Cradle outer survey logs. This was the closest tangible lead Lucio possessed to the core secret of the Ember. His heart hammered, blood roared through his veins. Danger. He had long since stepped into a far greater maelstrom. Agreed. His voice emerged from the shadows, unwavering, immediate. The night owl seemed to nod, just the faintest tilt of the masked head, then spoke no further. The figure receded backward, dissolving into the deep shadows between colossal pillars like ink dispersing in water, vanishing without a whisper, as if it had never been. Only when the chilling, oppressive presence had fully dissipated did Lucio emerge from concealment. He bent and picked up the black metal box. It felt dense, weighty in his palm. Inside lay 3 neatly stacked bricks of high-purity energy crystal, black market hard currency worth vastly more than 3,000 credits, and nestled beside them a fingernail-sized unmarked black encryption drive. Half the payment, and a promise, a fragment concerning the cradle. He clenched the metal box and the drive, feeling the cold, unyielding solidity of both. The night owl was an abyss, dangerous, inscrutable. But Lucio had no alternative. He required power, intelligence, and in the fetid morass of Empire Star, he would grasp every possible vine to pull himself upward. He turned away from the sunken ark, departing as silently as he had arrived. Back in his chamber, he inserted the encrypted drive directly into a physically isolated terminal. The screen illuminated, displaying a single stark document titled Classified Fragment, Outer Survey LOG Precursor Ruins Cradle Remnant, Source Deep Space Explorer Vessel Pioneer, Status Final Transmission prior to crash. Coordinates confirmed, entering gravitational distortion zone designated Cradle. Anomalous space-time curvature, mass sensor failure. Massive energy source detected, pattern unrecognized by any known reactor or phenomenon. Structural scan failed, target zone enveloped by intense information shielding field. Unknown metallic debris discovered, material analysis inconclusive, tensile strength exceeds all extant alloys. Warning. Warning. Encountering extreme gravitational tides, hull integrity compromised. Energy source activity surging, non-biological signal detected, repeating, non-biological signal. Engine overload, navigation failure. We are being drawn toward. Transmission terminated. The log ended abruptly, its remnants saturated with mystery, peril, and a suffocating sense of dread. A colossal energy source. Unanalyzable metal. Non-biological signals. Violent gravitational tides. The fate of the Pioneer required no explanation. Lucio stared at the cold, unblinking text on the screen, a sheen of cold sweat breaking across his spine. This cradle ruin was infinitely more enigmatic, and infinitely more lethal, than he had ever imagined. Yet beyond fear, a fiercer flame ignited in his eyes, wild, hungry, and insatiable, the fire of ambition, of discovery. Precursors, a lost civilization, power capable of reshaping reality itself. Danner had entrusted him with the Ember, a significance far surpassing his wildest conjecture. He carefully backed up the fragmentary log, then permanently erased the original drive. His gaze shifted to the energy crystal bricks within the black metal box. 3 days hence, Forgotten Wharf. Eavesdropping on container K7 Omega. Securing the next shard of the cradle. He required gear, refined surveillance, and decryption tools, means to survive in that lawless expanse. These crystals were his seed capital. Lucio rose. The last vestige of fatigue vanished from his eyes, replaced by a keen, incandescent light. He pushed open the chamber door and stepped once more into the dim, yellowed glow of the rust belt. This time his destination was no longer Old Cripple's counter, but the true nucleus of the lower city's underworld, the deepest, darkest nexus, where for the right price one could purchase anything. The shadows of Empire Star stretched out before him, vast and bottomless, while the faint, fragile luminescence of the Ember beckoned from the impenetrable dark ahead, waiting for him to ignite it. Codenamed Phantom would continue his silent passage, upon a stage far more perilous than before. The brief confrontation between Lucio and the night owl atop the sinking ark tightened another coil on Lucio's already taut nerves. The night owl's chilling professionalism, and the fragmented, death-haunted log entries concerning the cradle, made it starkly clear Lucio was walking a razor-thin wire far more perilous than any abandoned spaceport conduit. The Forgotten Dock assignment was not a challenge. It was an invitation to descend into the abyss. Yet the faint flickering light of the Ember gleamed at the abyss's edge. He had no choice but to step forward. Half the night owl's payment, 3 high-purity energy crystal bricks, became Lucio's key to unlocking the true black market of the Imperial Star. He did not return to the old lame one. That petty network was now obsolete. Instead, following a handful of deeply buried clues and cryptic rendezvous codes from the Rust Belt infoport, he hunted with the patience of a master tracker through the filthier, deadlier underbelly of the lower city, the sewer pit, until he found a clandestine intermediary known only as Mole. Mole's lair was concealed beneath the vast sedimentation tank of a derelict wastewater treatment plant, an entrance so ingeniously hidden it defied belief. The exchange was terse and efficient, saturated with silent distrust and the cold metallic clink of mutual wariness. Lucio paid 2 energy crystal bricks and received an arsenal of cutting-edge toys, devices even elite academy labs would struggle to procure. Phase shift microspectral listening node, its core component no larger than a shirt button, adhered to metal surfaces and captured sound non-invasively by detecting minute material vibrations, then performing real-time noise suppression, spectral filtering, and signal demodulation. Its most terrifying capability lay not in decrypting encrypted transmissions, but in bypassing encryption entirely. It eavesdropped on the physical vibrations generated inside target devices while they processed unencrypted audio signals. It was the ultimate realization of the ancient adage, walls have ears. Webweaver Adaptive Signal Relay Spider 8 articulated metallic limbs enabled it to scale complex surfaces. It carried an integrated microtransmitter and frequency hopping module. Its mission: deploy a temporary, nearly undetectable microcommunication network near the target cargo container, encrypting and relaying data from the listening node via faint dispersed signal hops, evading onboard jamming and scanning systems. Shadow Cloak Portable Optical Thermal Imaging Distortion Field Generator, a palm-sized disk that when activated projected a localized field distorting light and thermal radiation around its user, brief in duration yet sufficient to create critical seconds of visual occlusion for escape. Neural Tremor Single-Use High-Energy Pulse Disruptor shaped like a stick of gum. Its output could instantly cripple all unshielded electronics within a 10-meter radius, at the cost of its own catastrophic self-destruction. This was Lucio's final desperate trump card. With the gear secured, his heart did not lighten. The Forgotten Dock was a genuine dragon's lair and tiger's den. There, entrenched in brutal symbiosis, were infamous syndicates, Iron Hook gang, sons of sludge turbo marauders, ruthless large-scale criminal cartels, and smuggling rings locked in perpetual bloody conflict over territory and profit. Imperial patrol units dared only drift along the dock's outer perimeter, their presence purely symbolic. Within the law of the jungle reigned absolute. A garbage scow capable of unloading there possessed a background of staggering complexity and security protocols far surpassing those of 7th Spaceport. To surveil the uniquely marked container K-7 Omega was tantamount to stealing a wolf cub from the Alpha's den amidst a pack of starving wolves. On the eve of the operation, Lucio meticulously studied a crudely drafted riddled Witherer's berth layout of the Forgotten Dock provided by Mole, the highest fidelity map obtainable on the black market, as well as fragmented intelligence on the target vessel the Scavenger, a heavily modified medium industrial barge allegedly operated by an enigmatic independent smuggler codenamed Sanitizer rumored to specialize in dirty jobs too hazardous or morally toxic for major syndicates. The vessel's security detail remained unknown, though whispers painted its captain as an exceptionally cautious, deeply suspicious, and ruthlessly pragmatic old fox. Lucio devised 3 distinct infiltration and exfiltration plans, anticipating and preparing countermeasures for over a dozen potential contingencies. He honed himself to peak readiness, like a dagger sheathed in stillness, its lethal edge held in check, yet coiled with lethal intent. Midnight. The Forgotten Dock. Here the Imperial Star's glittering facade had been violently torn away, revealing its festering, necrotic innards. Hulking rust-eaten freighters lay stranded like steel leviathans, listing grotesquely in the murky artificial sea. Rotting wooden piers groaned underfoot. The air hung thick with brine, engine oil, putrefying refuse, and the faint coppery tang of blood. Flickering feeble lights cast long, shifting shadows across figures whose eyes burned with raw aggression and whose skin bore the inked sigils of warring factions. Deals transpired in darkness. Arguments flared into sporadic, brutal skirmishes. Heavy forklifts hauled sealed containers, shrieking with metallic protest. Clad in unremarkable dark waterproof workwear, his face smeared with grime and grease paint, Lucio slung a battered canvas satchel containing his gear over one shoulder, blending seamlessly into the ragged tide of dockside laborers near the unloading zone. Using the shadow cloak's fleeting distortion effect, he slipped past several impromptu gang checkpoints without a whisper, moving steadily toward Berth 7. Berth 7 lay deepest within the dock, adjacent to a colossal derelict shipyard. The berth itself was half-submerged, its skeletal metal framework rising from the filthy water like the ribs of a drowned giant. The Scavenger rested there, a weary steel behemoth. Larger than anticipated, its hull bore countless weld repairs and indescribable stains. Powerful searchlights swept relentlessly across its hull and the surrounding water. Armed sentries, dressed in mismatched gear yet radiating sharp vigilance, patrolled the deck. Beneath the water's surface, sonar buoys glinted faintly, marking a submerged sensor net. Security was formidable, far more daunting than expected. Lucio crouched motionless within the shadow of a stack of abandoned containers, his heart hammering against his ribs. His gaze hawksharp scanned the vessel's structure, guard patrol patterns, searchlight arcs, and most critically the cargo stacking area. Soon he located his target container K-7 Omega. It sat near the bridge on the main deck, conspicuous among ordinary containers, not due to size but material. Its entire surface was clad in matte black non-metallic composite, utterly devoid of markings save for the stark etched designation K-7 Omega in one corner. More unnerving still, a deliberate isolation zone, several meters clear of any other container, surrounded it. 2 guards stood sentinel beside it, statuesque in custom-fitted black combat suits and advanced fully enclosed helmets that obscured all expression. Professional security, not the Sanitizer's men. A chill ran through Lucio. This garbage scow ran deeper waters than he'd imagined. Whatever resided within K-7 Omega was unquestionably extraordinary. Time was collapsing. Unloading had begun. Forklifts roared as standard containers were hauled off the ship. If K-7 Omega was moved, or the vessel departed, the mission would fail. Lucio drew a slow, deep breath and initiated his plan. Like a gecko, he scaled the damp, icy flank of a container, using shadows and intermittent shadow cloak pulses to evade searchlights and sentry sightlines, inching closer to the Scavenger's gunnel. The ship's immense shadow swallowed him whole. He deployed the Webweaver signal spider. The tiny metallic construct moved with uncanny silence, skittering up corroded rivets and welded seams, agile and precise as it advanced toward the K-7 Omega container. Simultaneously, Lucio affixed the phase shift listening node onto a thick, subtly vibrating mooring cable connecting ship and dock. The node whirred to life, a hypersensitive ear attuned to every tremor conducted through the hull from the direction of K-7 Omega. The signal spider reached its designated position, nesting in a concealed bracket beneath the container. Its 8 limbs unfolded, its microtransmitter ignited silently, unfurling an invisible fragile communication web. On Lucio's personal terminal, encrypted fragmented data streams began to flow. His earpiece delivered muffled whispers and electronic static heavily filtered and noise-suppressed. Surveillance had commenced, but with dismal efficacy. The container's acoustic insulation exceeded all expectations, and internal active sonic interference further scrambled reception. He needed proximity. He needed a stronger signal source. He gritted his teeth and made a perilous decision. With the Shadow Cloak's final charge, he generated a fleeting visual distortion, then snatched the phase shift node from the cable and launched himself from cover like a panther pressing flat against the ship's slick rain-slicked hull as he lunged toward the shadowed recess beneath K7 Omega. This vantage point lay directly beneath the two professional sentinels' line of sight, yet offered the most direct transmission path for hull-conducted vibrations. He held his breath, curling his body into a rust-pitted depression in the hull, vanishing into the darkness itself. Sweat mingled with the iron-rich taste of rust on his lips. With trembling fingers, he slammed the phase shift node onto the container's frigid composite base. A low hum resonated. The moment of secure adhesion brought an abrupt, dramatic drop in ambient noise within his earpiece. Clear fragments of dialogue flooded in, like floodwaters breaching a dam. A cold, emotionless electronic voice, sample viability stable, within threshold B range. No anomalous radiation leakage detected. Another male voice, urgent and hushed, confirmed. Sanitizer, accelerate unloading. The cargo must be transferred to the safe house before dawn. The buyer grows impatient. The rasping voice identified as sanitizer laced with irritation, impatient. The turbo marauders are igniting chaos in West Sector. Patrols have been drawn away. Moving the Omega crate now draws too much attention. Wait. The electronic voice, warning external anomalous vibration signature detected. Analysis in progress. Not native to hull resonance. Likely passive surveillance device. The urgent male voice, what? A rat. Sanitizer, what are your people doing? Immediately. Exposure confirmed. Alarm bells screamed in Lucio's mind. That synthetic voice was unnervingly acute. Without hesitation, he activated the neural tremor disruptor and slammed it onto the hull. Zzz. An invisible violent electromagnetic pulse erupted. Every light aboard the Scavenger flickered violently, then died. Deck searchlights winked out. Sentry helmet night vision visors shorted. Even the sophisticated comms gear on the two professional guards sparked and smoked. Chaos erupted across Berth 7, plunged into disorienting darkness and panicked cries. Enemy attack. Protect the container. Cut main power. Initiate backup. Activate backup. Seizing this fatal window of pandemonium, Lucio exploded from his hiding place like a startled hare, no longer concealing himself, sprinting with desperate all-out speed toward the looming entrance of the derelict shipyard. Behind him, bullets screamed, stitching fiery lines where he'd just been and kicking up showers of sparks from the ground. The two professional guards reacted with terrifying speed. Though blinded, they drew high-frequency vibration blades, their cold, humming edges slicing the air as they gave chase like specters. Ghost. Seize him. One guard roared, his voice distorted, metallic, and hollow through his helmet. Lucio didn't look back. He pushed his speed to its absolute limit. He wove through mountains of rusted containers, darted around the massive concrete bases of derelict gantry cranes, and twisted through a labyrinth of jumbled pipes, using intimate terrain knowledge to evade pursuit. Bullets and blade light pursued relentlessly. The webweaver spider fused upon activation. The phase shift node was crushed underfoot in the melee. Yet the mission succeeded. Critical dialogue fragments had been recorded. He plunged into the yawning, pitch-black mouth of the abandoned shipyard. Pursuers hot on his heels. Then, sudden violent transformation. Boom, boom, boom. Deafening explosions shook the western sector of the dock. The ground trembled violently. Then came the staccato thunder of gunfire, frenzied battle cries, and the roaring scream of engines. The Iron Hook Gang and Turbo Marauders were engaged in full-scale warfare. This was no mere skirmish. It dwarfed their usual petty clashes. This sudden massive conflagration descended like divine intervention. The two professional guards pursuing Lucio halted mid-stride, their heads snapping toward the blazing inferno in the west. Clearly that crisis held higher priority. Damn it. One snarled, firing several rounds blindly into the dark shipyard entrance where Lucio had vanished, then turned sharply and sprinted toward the bridge. Protect the cargo, fall back. Lucio collapsed onto the icy, oils-licked floor of the shipyard, gasping, his heart threatening to rupture his chest. Listening to the cacophony of distant battle cries and the fading footsteps of his pursuers, he cracked a silent, grim smile, one of profound relief edged with icy, knowing mockery. Luck? No. This had been calculated. Through the chaotic information streams of the Rust Belt Infoport, he had long known the Iron Hook Gang and Turbo Marauders would hold a negotiation tonight in West Sector over contested contraband energy weapons. He had merely timed his operation to perfectly harness the storm destined to erupt. He staggered upright, paused for nothing, and vanished down a long-abandoned subterranean conduit deep within the shipyard, disappearing into the endless, suffocating darkness of the Imperial Star's lower city. Back in his cramped sub-level 3 compartment at the old Lame 1 salvage yard, Lucio's first act was not to tend his wound, a gash torn open on his arm by shrapnel, but to process the recorded audio, applying noise reduction and signal enhancement to extract the most vital intelligence. 1. The K7 Omega container held a living sample requiring a highly controlled, stable environment. 2. The sample was under intense monitoring with acknowledged risk of anomalous radiation leakage. 3. The container was scheduled for imminent transfer to a safe house. 4. The buyer's identity remained unknown, but their urgency and significance were unequivocal. 5. The guards were professional security personnel, not affiliated with the sanitizer, suggesting ties to either the buyer or the sample's originators. 6. That electronic voice bore all the hallmarks of an advanced AI. He transmitted the refined audio file via the Night Owl's encrypted channel, appending his concise analysis. Mission accomplished. Cost a lacerated left arm and near total equipment depletion, shadow cloak and neural tremor rendered inoperable. Mission accomplished. Cost a lacerated left arm and near total equipment depletion, shadow cloak and neural tremor rendered inoperable. What followed was an agonizing wait. Lucio treated his wound with a black market substandard medkit, while methodically reviewing every phase of the operation, extracting hard-won lessons. His technical prowess was advancing, but so too was the caliber of his adversaries. Next time he might not find such a perfect tailwind. Just as he assumed the Night Owl would lapse into silence, as before, a mere 12 hours later the black chip receiver pulsed once more. No coordinates. No timestamp. Only a notification encrypted file, transmission complete. Lucio opened it immediately. Inside lay a fragment of an astoundingly intricate star chart, vastly more detailed than the previous log fragments. At its center, a hazy highlighted stellar region was circled. Beside it, handwritten annotations scanned read. Cradle potential coordinate zone, inferred from peripheral gravitational disturbance modeling drift trajectory of Pioneer vessel wreckage. Warning, extreme spatial curvature anomalies detected. Known hyperspace lanes cannot maintain stable transit. Residual signals from a high-intensity information obscuration field detected. Partial frequency overlap with K7 Omega sample monitoring band. Requires verification. Evidence suggests a large-scale, unidentified structural gravitational source. Threat level extinction class. Night Owl. A star chart fragment, and one explicitly linked to the K7 Omega sample. The Night Owl's efficiency was terrifying. More crucially, they appeared to be using Lucio's fieldwork to test hypotheses about the cradle itself. The file concluded with another line. Ghost, your value has been preliminarily confirmed. Maintain silence. Await next summons. Continue tracing the safe house lead. Compensation has been deposited. Ghost, your value has been preliminarily confirmed. Maintain silence. Await next summons. Continue tracing the safe house lead. Compensation has been deposited. Lucio immediately checked the anonymous account the Night Owl had previously provided. It held a substantial new credit balance and a retrieval code directing him to an anonymous locker in the lower city, containing 2 fresh high-purity energy crystal bricks and a deliberately vague intelligence report pointing toward a possible safe house location, a bio-research facility on the upper city's periphery, masquerading as legitimate science infrastructure. Lucio leaned back against the cold wall, staring at the screen, entranced and unsettled by the luminous lethal star chart fragment, feeling the dull throb of his wound and the tangible weight of the newly acquired resources in his account. He had won this round, acquiring another vital piece of the Ember puzzle, yet he was now drawn deeper into the fathomless vortex swirling around the Night Owl and the K7 Omega container. Within the Imperial Star's shadowed hunting grounds, the line between prey and predator blurred with each passing hour, and the vast, unknowable shadow of the cradle loomed ever larger, its cold, seductive gaze fixed upon him through the fractured starlight. He needed time to absorb this new reality, strength to recover, and above all, to uncover the true nature of the living sample within K7 Omega and the horrifying connection binding it to the cradle. The covert operation, codenamed Ghost, after a brief necessary respite, would descend further into the consuming dark. The active samples within the K7 Omega container and the star map fragments provided by the Night Owl burned repeatedly in Lucio's mind like 2 red-hot iron brands. He stared at the incomplete star map on his personal terminal, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the scabbed wound on his left arm. The pain kept him alert. The warning from Night Owl echoed in his ears: extinction-level danger. The active samples related to the cradle were being secretly transported to a safe house in the upper city of the Empire Star. The truth hidden behind this might be more horrifying than Lagrange's catastrophic defeat. He needed more information to understand the essence of the active samples and to confirm their connection to the cradle. But the terrifying night at the Forgotten Dock had already proven that direct contact was far too dangerous. He had to find another way. The black market network in the lower city of the Empire Star grew wildly, like a sprawling fungus in the corners where the sunlight could not reach. Using the credit points and energy crystal bricks provided by Night Owl, Lucio made contact with a mysterious information dealer codenamed Deep Diver through the mole. This person specialized in gray market information about the upper-class society and underground world of the Empire Star, particularly adept at uncovering deliberately buried scientific scandals and forbidden experiments. The meeting point was chosen at an abandoned church located at the junction of the Rust Belt and the Sewage Pit. This Gothic building was already in a state of decay, with stained glass shattered and the statue of the Virgin Mary missing its head, leaving only a headless torso casting eerie shadows under the moonlight. Deep Diver sat in the confessional, his figure completely shrouded in a black robe, with only a hand wearing a metal finger glove extending out, lightly tapping on the wooden partition, producing a hollow sound. Ghost. Night Owl's little pet. His voice was hoarse as if corroded by strong acid. I heard you were interested in K7 Omega. Quite bold. Lucio did not respond to the obviously provocative title, directly tossing an energy crystal brick, which rolled on the wooden board, producing a crisp sound. What is the active sample? Who is operating behind the scenes? What is its relationship with the cradle? Deep Diver let out a hoarse chuckle, pinching the crystal brick to examine its quality under the moonlight. You're quite demanding. But is this question worth that price? He paused meaningfully. Lucio threw out another crystal brick. Tisk, Night Owl has raised you well. Deep Diver pocketed the crystal brick, lowering his voice. The official name of the items in K7 Omega is Precursor Biological Tissue Sample, codename Living Metal. It is said to have been collected from some floating wreckage on the outskirts of the cradle. It is neither purely mechanical nor any known form of life, but a terrifying creation that lies between the two. It can self-repair, adapt to environments, and even learn and evolve. Lucio's breath hitched. Living metal. Self-repair. Learning and evolving. That sounds like a concept from science fiction. But there was no hint of jest in Deep Diver's tone. Who is researching it? Lucio pressed. In theory, it's the Alien Life Research Institute under the Imperial Academy of Sciences. But in reality, the research has long been covertly divided among the two financial conglomerates, Stellar Pharmaceuticals and Deep Space Military Industry. Before the Lagrange battle, they were already fighting for sample control, allegedly, because some nanoscale structure extracted from living metal could greatly enhance shield generation efficiency and energy weapon potency. Lucio's pupils contracted. During the Lagrange battle, the Imperial fleet's shields were easily breached by the Federation's new weapons. Could it be that these conglomerates delayed the application of technology in their bid for living metal research rights? Or worse, what if the shield generators they provided were subpar fakes just to cover up the existence of living metal technology? Where were the samples being transported? Lucio's voice was tense. To the edge of the upper city, the Oasis Biological Research Institute. On the surface, it is a private institution researching medical nanorobots, but in reality, it is a black laboratory of Stellar Pharmaceuticals. Deep Diver scoffed, but don't get any ideas. The security level there is higher than a military base, not even a fly can get in. Lucio did not respond, merely pushing the last small piece of energy crystal brick forward. What else do you know about the cradle? Deep Diver pocketed the crystal brick, falling silent for a moment, seemingly weighing the risks. The cradle is not an ordinary precursor ruin. Legend has it that it is not a dead wasteland, but a sleeping giant. The Empire first discovered it 30 years ago, and the exploration teams sent there either went mad or disappeared. In the end, they could only seal the information and designate that star domain as a forbidden zone. But there are always those who are undeterred. He paused, such as the puppet masters behind the deep space military industry, the Obsidian Group. The Obsidian Group. Lucio had heard this name. The largest and most mysterious military-industrial complex in the Empire, controlling nearly 40 of the Empire's military RD and 35 of starship manufacturing. Rumors say that its board members have numerous connections with the royal family and senior military officials. Do they want to awaken the cradle? Lucio felt a chill creep up his spine. Or control it to utilize it. Deep Diver stood up, his towering figure beneath the black robe, not resembling a human. But some things should not be touched. Ghost, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't let Night Owl use you as a pawn. This water runs deeper than you think. The figure in the black robe silently slipped into the shadows deep within the confessional, disappearing from sight. Only Lucio remained sitting on the bench, the moonlight filtering through the broken dome mottled and casting on him like a shattered spider web. Leaving the abandoned church, Lucio's brain operated like an overworked engine. Living metal, the conspiracy of the conglomerates, the terrifying legends of the cradle. These fragmented pieces of information spun and collided in his mind, gradually piecing together a suffocating picture. If what Deep Diver said was true, then the Empire's catastrophic defeat at Lagrange was not merely the result of corruption and incompetence, but rather a tragedy deliberately manufactured by certain forces to cover up or fight over technologies related to the cradle. And the K7 Omega sample was a key piece in this deadly game. He must confirm whether the Oasis Biological Research Institute truly harbored the living metal samples. But just as Deep Diver warned security there was tight and a frontal assault or infiltration would be suicide, he needed a more covert and clever approach, starting from the internal network. Back in the compartment on the third lower level of the old Cripples recycling station, Lucio activated all physical isolation measures and then connected to the seed chip. Deep within the chip, besides the star map index, there was a hidden subdirectory he had not noticed before, containing a complex set of intrusion protocols and several mysterious access keys. The encryption method of these keys was entirely different from the Empire's standards, bearing characteristics of some ancient and unfamiliar algorithms. Precursor technology. Lucio's heartbeat quickened. The seed that Daner gave him was far more powerful than he had imagined. This could be a backdoor capable of bypassing the Empire's conventional firewalls. He cautiously attempted to use one of the keys to access the civilian communications network in the upper city of the Empire Star, the outermost layer with relatively lenient monitoring. The key was accepted. The system triggered no alarms. Lucio felt as if he had been granted an invisible master key, silently slipping into the edge of the data torrent. For the next 3 days, he moved like a patient spider, cautiously weaving through the complex network maze of the upper city, avoiding core security systems, and using the key's priority permission to gradually approach the perimeter data nodes of the Oasis Biological Research Institute. He did not dare to attack or invade directly, but disguised himself as legitimate maintenance requests and low-level data inquiries, collecting information bit by bit. Fragmented data gradually pieced together some valuable intelligence. The Oasis Biological Research Institute indeed received a batch of special biological materials recently, and the security level was raised to Black Iris level, second only to Royal Security Control. The underground facilities of the Research Institute underwent large-scale expansions, and energy consumption surged, matching the demands of some high-intensity particle confinement fields. Senior executives from Stellar Pharmaceuticals frequently entered and exited the Research Institute, with representatives from military research departments appearing among the accompanying personnel multiple times. The most critical discovery: there is an AI core codenamed Gardner within the Research Institute's internal communication system responsible for monitoring the stability of the living metal samples. And some of this AI's secondary commands were actually transmitted through a protocol that shared origins with the key algorithms in the seed chip. Precursor technology. Is the AI system of the Research Institute related to the cradle? Lucio's fingertips trembled slightly with excitement. He might have found a breakthrough. If he could establish some connection between the seed key and the Gardner AI, even if just briefly, he might obtain crucial data regarding the living metal samples. But the risk was extremely high. Once detected, not only would he expose himself, but it could also implicate Daner. If the source of the seed key was traced back to the royal family. Just as Lucio weighed the pros and cons, the black chip receiver suddenly lit up. Night Owl's new message: emergency Oasis sample active anomaly. Expected to be transferred to a backup site within 48 hours. Attachments: underground structure map of the Research Institute, partial patrol gap, schedule, ventilation system, maintenance time window. Task: obtain real-time data stream of the sample, especially pay attention to the Gardner core logs. Reward: scanned fragments of the cradle's internal structure, the last transmission before the Pioneer ship's crash. Do you dare to take it? The attached structure map marked a maintenance window for a ventilation duct. Tomorrow from 3:15 to 3:45 a.m., coinciding exactly with the patrol gap. And the internal structure scan of the cradle. This is more direct than a star map, potentially revealing key intelligence about the essence of the seed. Lucio stared at the screen, a heavy stone pressing down on his chest. Night Owl's intelligence network was terrifyingly precise, as if able to foresee his every move. Yet the potential connection between the Gardner AI and the seed key made it impossible for him to resist this opportunity. Accept. He replied briefly, then immediately began to prepare. This time he would no longer rely on the equipment provided by the mole, but instead used the priority permissions of the seed key to borrow a set of forgotten, outdated research exoskeletons eliminated by the Imperial Academy of Sciences from a discarded node in the Empire Star's civilian network. This exoskeleton was designed for high-risk environmental operations, equipped with basic enhanced strength and limited optical camouflage functions. Though inferior to military models, it had the advantage of leaving no records, having no network connection, and would not be detected by the security systems of the Oasis. He modified several derivative models of the phase shift listening nodes, embedding them into the fingertips of the exoskeleton, disguised as maintenance tools. At the same time, using the maintenance schedule provided by Night Owl, he hacked into the scheduling system of a legitimate pipeline cleaning company, inserting his fabricated identity into the Oasis ventilation system maintenance personnel list for tomorrow morning. Everything was ready. Tomorrow morning, he would legally enter the outer perimeter of the Oasis underground facility as a maintenance worker, then attempt to contact the core data stream of the Gardener AI, using the exoskeleton's optical camouflage and the seed key. This was a gamble. If he won, he might obtain key pieces of the puzzle regarding the living metal and the essence of the cradle. If he lost, he would face the endless pursuit of stellar pharmaceuticals and the Obsidian Group, potentially implicating Daner and Lin Yi on the front lines, along with Zhuge Yun in New Chang'an. As night fell, Lucio checked his equipment one last time. His gaze fell upon the crude star map on the wall. The frontline war zone where Lin Yi was located, the star domain, where Zhuge Yun was heading, and the blurred coordinates of the cradle connected by lines of different colors, forming a fragile triangle. Big brother, second brother. He murmured softly, his voice echoing in the cramped compartment. Wait for me to uncover the secret of this seed, and when we reunite, this galaxy shall surely be changed by us. He turned off the lights, allowing himself to completely merge into the darkness. Tomorrow morning, Ghost would strike again, plunging into the abyss that concealed the living metal samples, confronting the terrifying echoes of the cradle. At the edge of the upper city of Imperial Star at 3 in the morning, a profound silence enveloped the area, starkly contrasting with the chaos of the lower city. The clamor of neon lights was blocked by high walls and isolation force fields, leaving only the low hum of cleaning robots and the faint sound of automated patrol platforms gliding through the night sky. The Oasis Biological Research Institute resembled a massive silent white shell embedded in meticulously trimmed greenery, its smooth cold surface reflecting the chilling moonlight. Yet beneath it lay secrets capable of overturning cognition. Lucio wore an old-fashioned scientific exoskeleton he had borrowed, which felt somewhat cumbersome. The optical camouflage module was in low-power standby mode to avoid detection of energy fluctuations, disguising himself as a night shift maintenance worker from the Qingfeng Pipeline Maintenance Company. He presented a forged ID chip and electronic work order, while the cold scanning beam at the security checkpoint lingered on him for a few seconds, comparing against the database. Thanks to the subtle influence of the seed key on lower-level permissions and the precise scheduling information provided by the Night Owl, the gate's green light illuminated silently, sliding open. Identity verification passed. Maintenance worker Li Gong. Permissions ventilation system, D-zone maintenance. Time limit 30 minutes. Please strictly adhere to regulations. Unauthorized areas are off-limits. Understood, came the cold electronic synthesized voice in the headset. Lucio lowered his voice, imitating the slightly numb tone of lower-level workers pushing a cart filled with disguised repair tools, which contained listening nodes, into the interior of the research institute. The air was thick with the scent of disinfectant and an indescribable, slightly sweet and fishy ozone mixture. The passage was spacious and brightly lit with alloy walls that gleamed, standing in stark contrast to the filth and chaos of the lower city. But Lucio could feel the pervasive surveillance. Wide-angle cameras in the corners of the ceiling, subtle scanning holes in the wall seams, and the faint vibrations transmitted through the floor, all indicating the strictness of the security system. Following the structural diagram and patrol gap schedule provided by Night Owl, he kept his head down, pushing the cart towards the main control room of the D-zone ventilation system, each step precisely calculated to avoid the fixed routes of patrol robots and the blind spots of surveillance cameras. At 320 m, he arrived outside the main control room of the D-zone. This was the outer area of the Research Institute's underground third layer, separated from the core sample area by several heavy alloy isolation doors. However, Night Owl's intelligence indicated that the ventilation duct network here had physical connection points to the core area, and during maintenance windows, some surveillance would be briefly switched to maintenance mode. Inside the control room, massive ventilation ducts coiled like steel behemoths across the ceiling. Two security personnel in Research Institute uniforms were lazily leaning against the wall. When they saw Lucio enter, they merely lifted their eyelids sluggishly and pointed to a control panel on the wall flashing red with maintenance in progress. Hurry up, just 30 minutes, one of the security personnel grumbled. Lucio nodded, immediately climbing the maintenance ladder and opening the duct inspection hatch. A strong, cold metallic breeze surged out. He skillfully attached several phase shift listening nodes disguised as cleaning probes to key vibration conduction points along the inner walls of the duct. The nodes began to operate akin to the most sensitive nerve endings, capturing all the faint signals transmitted by the airflow vibrations from deep within the Research Institute. Time ticked by. While feigning repairs on inconsequential duct interfaces producing some metallic knocking sounds for cover, Lucio adjusted the receiving sensitivity of his personal terminal physically connected to the processing unit inside the exoskeleton to its highest setting. The headset was filled with chaotic noise, the hum of ventilation fans, the hissing of airflow, the low vibrations of distant equipment, as if he were inside a colossal metallic lung. At 3:35 a.m., with 10 minutes left until the maintenance window ended, a slight, yet exceptionally regular disturbance appeared in the noise within the headset. It was like a stone dropped into a calm lake. This disturbance came from deeper layers, from the direction of the core area. Was it the sample's active fluctuation? Or was it data interaction from the Gardner AI? Lucio's heart leapt to his throat. He immediately activated the dedicated listening node in the fingertip of the exoskeleton, pressing it firmly against the cold duct wall in an attempt to capture clearer signals. At the same time, he initiated the ancient intrusion protocol from the seed chip, carefully probing towards the mysterious protocol port associated with the Gardner AI within the Research Institute's internal network, using one of the keys like an invisible probe. This was an extremely bold and dangerous maneuver. He was not directly attacking the system, but attempting to use the affinity of the same origin protocol to disguise himself as a legitimate low-priority cradle-associated node, sending an innocuous status inquiry request to the Gardner AI. The gamble was that the Gardner would prioritize responding to the same origin signal at the core protocol level, ignoring the secondary filtering of the Imperial standard firewall. The key gently touched the hidden port like an invisible key. Buzz! Lucio's personal terminal screen suddenly blazed with blinding white light. Countless complex, dizzying data streams composed of unknown symbols and geometric structures surged in like a flood breaking its dam. The speed was astonishing, and the amount of information far exceeded the processing capability of his terminal. The screen flickered wildly, emitting a sound of overload. Warning: data overflow. Warning: unknown protocol intrusion. The terminal's built-in alarm, which Lucio had intentionally lowered the volume on, shrieked inside the helmet. Had he succeeded? But it was also spiraling out of control. Lucio fought against the dizziness caused by the torrent of information, his fingers blurring into a shadow on the virtual keyboard. He tried to establish data filtering and caching mechanisms to capture key information. In his headset, the regular abnormal disturbance became clearer, and he could even faintly discern some fragmented electronic synthesized voice segments. Sample Unit K7 Alpha. Activity Index has surpassed threshold gamma. Structural stability has decreased by 7. Unknown resonant frequency detected. Source: external protocol port. Analyzing. Warning: energy field imbalance. Constraint field power raised to critical levels. Requesting higher permissions. Connection. Cradle. Cradle. It mentioned the cradle and seemed to be attempting to connect. Lucio's heart raced. He frantically recorded these fragmented voice messages and key segments from the waterfall of data scrolling on the terminal screen. He saw dynamic models about the living metal microstructure continuously reconfiguring, attempting to break through the constraint field. He saw the vague indications of the Gardner AI's core logic regarding the cradle coordinates, which astonishingly partially overlapped with the star map fragments provided by Night Owl. He even saw a shocking alarm log. During periods of abnormal activity, the sample would emit a unique resonant frequency that could disrupt spatial stability. Just as he attempted to capture more information, the terminal screen suddenly went black. All incoming data streams were instantly interrupted. Immediately afterwards, a cold, vast terror filled with non-human will surged in like an invisible hammer, crashing brutally into Lucio's mind through the still partially connected protocol. Ugh! Lucio let out a muffled groan, instantly overwhelmed by an endless torrent of cold, spinning geometric shapes and incomprehensible symbols. It felt like a tiny ant suddenly thrown into the center of a supernova explosion, facing the ruthless and vast laws of the universe. This was the Gardner AI's counterattack. Or was it some existence hidden behind the Gardner coming from the cradle? The agony. It felt as if countless red-hot steel needles were piercing his brain. His consciousness flickered like a candle in a storm, ready to extinguish at any moment. Hey, what are you doing? The security personnel below seemed to notice the anomaly, warily looking up at Lucio on the maintenance ladder. Lucio's rigid posture and slightly trembling body aroused their suspicion. Life and death hung by a thread. The instinct to survive overwhelmed the excruciating pain in his brain. Lucio bit his tongue hard, the sharp pain bringing a fleeting clarity. He used all his strength to forcibly sever the connection of the seed key. At the same time, he pressed down on a preset command inside the exoskeleton, activating the optical camouflage at maximum power and releasing a potent colorless and odorless calming gas, which he had concocted using the Research Institute's cleaning agent ingredients. Buzz! The light on the surface of the exoskeleton twisted, and Lucio's figure instantly became blurred. At the same time, a faint, sweet-smelling gas began to spread from the maintenance hatch. What's going on? Where is he? The security personnel below rubbed their eyes and only saw a flicker of light on the maintenance ladder, followed by an inexplicable wave of drowsiness washing over them. Damn it. So sleepy. Did the exhaust system leak? Another security personnel yawned, their eyelids starting to droop. Seizing this precious moment of confusion, Lucio slid down the maintenance ladder like a limp rag, fighting through the pain in his head and the overwhelming nausea, pushing the cart and stumbling out of the control room, quickly heading towards the exit. He dared not look back, nor did he dare to stop. Each step felt like walking on cotton, his vision blurring, while the haunting illusions of cold geometric shapes and incomprehensible electronic whispers lingered in his ears. Maintenance. Complete. Request. Exiting. He rasped into the communicator at the gate, his voice hoarse, as if it were a broken gong. The gate opened again. Lucio pushed the cart, fleeing like a bat out of hell, bursting through the cold, white doors of the Oasis Research Institute. The icy air of the dawn rushed into his lungs, yet it could not dispel the chill deep in his bones or the chaos in his mind. He stumbled into an empty alley, unable to hold on any longer, leaning against the cold wall and collapsing to the ground, violently retching, bringing up only bile. He removed his helmet, sweat streaming down his pale face like a small creek. He trembled as he took out his personal terminal. On the screen, the cache held several chaotic yet invaluable audio recordings, along with a wealth of fragmented data regarding the dynamic structure of living metal and the resonant frequencies of the cradle. Was the task completed? The price was. He felt as though a part of his consciousness had been washed clean by that cold, vast torrent of data, leaving an indelible mark. In his mind, the swirling geometric shapes and incomprehensible symbols flickered intermittently, like maggots on bone, bringing waves of sharp pain and dizziness. See, this power, while granting him the key, was also eroding him. He gritted his teeth, standing up, and sent the data about Oasis through an encrypted channel to Night Owl. This time he did not wait for a reply, nor did he have the strength to think about the reward. He just wanted to leave this place quickly and return to the filthy, yet relatively safe compartment in the lower city. However, just as he prepared to leave the alley, he caught a glimpse of a black hovering vehicle, without any markings, quietly parked at the end of the alley out of the corner of his eye. The windows were pitch black, obscuring the interior. A presence colder and more malicious than the gardener AI locked onto Lucio like a venomous snake. Had he been discovered? Were they pursuers from the Research Institute? Or the forces behind Night Owl? Or perhaps the hounds of the Obsidian Group? Lucio's pupils constricted suddenly, and his heart, which had just calmed a bit, began racing again. The shadows of Imperial Star were far deeper and colder than he had imagined. Without hesitation, he turned and fled frantically towards the other end of the alley. At the same time, his finger pressed the last emergency device in the exoskeleton, a flashbang that could instantly release strong light and noise. Blinding white light and a shriek loud enough to shatter eardrums exploded in the alley. The door of the black hovering vehicle swung open violently, and several figures clad in black combat gear, moving with the swiftness of phantoms, rushed out. The hunt began anew, and this time the hunters carried a chilling intent to kill. Dragging his exhausted body and suffering from intense pain in his brain, Lucio plunged once again into the embrace of the dark labyrinth of the lower city, pursued by deadly hunters. The stolen seed data was a treasure, but also a death sentence. Could he survive with these secrets to see the sun rise tomorrow? As the blinding white light and the piercing shriek shattered the silence of the alley, Lucio had already exhausted all his strength, like a startled wild bird shot from a gun, lunging desperately towards the darkness at the other end of the alley. The optical camouflage of the exoskeleton flickered violently under the intense light interference, ultimately failing completely and exposing his disheveled figure to the eyes of his pursuers. Target escaped. Optical camouflage failed. Pursue. The cold command echoed from behind, filled with a metallic, killing intent. The footsteps were swift as the wind, bringing a deadly sense of oppression as they closed in. Lucio's brain felt as if it were being pierced repeatedly by countless red-hot steel needles, each heartbeat bringing a wave of dizziness and excruciating pain. The icy and vast mental shockwave residual from the gardener AI, or rather cradle, was like a maggot burrowing into his bones, severely disrupting his neural responses and physical coordination. The wound on his left arm from the forgotten dock had also ruptured due to the violent running blood seeping through his work clothes, bringing a searing pain. He could only rely on instinct and his familiarity with the terrain of the lower city, darting and changing direction through the labyrinthine narrow alleyways piled high with garbage and debris. Behind him, bullets whizzed past the walls, sparking and chipping away at the stones. Clearly the pursuers were well trained, their marksmanship precise, and their coordination seamless, blocking all possible escape routes. Damn! Lucio rolled, awkwardly dodging a barrage of gunfire and crashing into a stinking pile of garbage. Rotting food scraps and sticky liquids covered his body, but he couldn't afford to care. The pursuers were already closing in, their footsteps echoing close behind. He suddenly drew the poisoned ceramic dagger from his waist and hurled it back at the shadow charging in front. The dagger sliced through the air, aiming straight for the opponent's face. The shadow reacted swiftly, jerking its head aside. The dagger grazed past its helmet and embedded itself in the wall behind. But this momentary delay gave Lucio an opportunity. He grabbed a nearby rusty metal pipe and swung it with all his might. Clang! A dull thud. The metal pipe struck the arm of another pursuer who was hurriedly blocking, producing a sound of snapping bone. The pursuer let out a muffled groan, momentarily stunned. But a third pursuer had already circled around his companion, the cold muzzle of the gun instantly locking onto Lucio, who had just crawled out of the garbage. The dark muzzle loomed in the dim light like the eye of death. In that fleeting moment of life and death, a glint of desperate madness flashed in Lucio's eyes. He suddenly pressed a self-destruct command embedded in the exoskeleton, a highly unstable energy overload device he had assembled from discarded parts of the research facility originally meant for a last resort mutual destruction. Buzz! A blinding blue light and violent energy fluctuations erupted from the back of the exoskeleton. A wave of scorching hot air violently propelled Lucio forward. Simultaneously, the intense energy shock also disrupted the pursuer's aim. Boom! A gunshot rang out, the bullet scraping past Lucio's rolling body and embedding itself into the ground. Lucio was hurled by the explosive wave, crashing heavily against a thick metal fire door at the end of the alley, producing a deep resounding clang. A wave of excruciating pain shot through his left arm. The bone might be broken. The violent impact caused his vision to darken, blood gushing from his mouth and nose, the pain and dizziness in his mind reaching their peak. He felt his consciousness being utterly shattered and devoured by the cold, geometric torrent. Target severely injured. Target lost the ability to resist. The voice of the pursuer carried a cold confirmation as footsteps drew nearer. It was over. Lucio slumped against the cold metal door, his vision blurred and a buzzing sound in his ears. He seemed to see his elder brother Lin Yi charging through the gunfire, his second brother Zhuge Yun's serious gaze before the star map, and Daner's tearful, hopeful eyes. Unwilling. The intense unwillingness burned like the last flame, crazily igniting in his fading consciousness. Just then, the heavy, rusty metal fire door behind him suddenly creaked open, a crack from the inside. A thin, oil-stained, calloused hand suddenly reached out, grabbing Lucio by the back of his collar like an iron claw, pulling him forcefully inside. Bang! The heavy fire door slammed shut just as the pursuers reached it, the locking sound crisp and cold. Damn it! Open the door! The furious shouts of the pursuers and the sound of gunstocks battering the door echoed from outside like the roar of beasts. Inside the door, Lucio collapsed like a pile of mud on the cold, rough concrete floor, coughing violently, each cough bringing forth blood froth. In his blurred vision, he saw a hunched figure wearing oil-stained work pants holding a massive dripping wrench. It was the old cripple. This usually taciturn recycling station owner who only cared about money now bore no trace of his usual indifference or mercenary attitude, only a profound coldness as solid as rock. His murky eyes scanned Lucio's pitiful state, cautiously listening to the frantic banging on the door outside, and spat a mouthful of blood-stained saliva. Stupid kid. You really know how to get into trouble. The old cripple's voice was hoarse, laced with a harshness born of experience. Have you stirred up the black dog? Black dog is a derogatory term for the private soldiers of the Obsidian Group in the lower city. Lucio could not speak, merely nodding painfully. Damn it! The old cripple swore, not wasting time on further words. He bent down, his movements surprisingly swift and strong, hoisting Lucio over his shoulder as if carrying a sack. Lucio's broken left arm was jostled, sending waves of pain that blackened his vision, nearly causing him to faint. The old cripple hurried deeper into the recycling station. This place was not just a simple pile of scrap on the surface, it connected to a more concealed, labyrinthine underground warehouse network. The air was thick with the smell of oil, metal, and some kind of stale gunpowder. He navigated through several hidden doors with familiarity, finally placing Lucio on a makeshift workbench covered in dirty tarpaulin. Bear with it. The old cripple hissed, and before Lucio could react, his thin but surprisingly strong fingers had already gripped Lucio's noticeably deformed and swollen left arm. Crack! A sickening sound of bone realignment. Ugh! Lucio let out a suppressed wail of agony, his body arching violently as cold sweat instantly soaked his forehead. The intense pain surged through his body like an electric current, nearly causing him to faint again. The old cripple skillfully used some hard wooden boards and oil-stained bandages to create a rough but effective splint for Lucio's left arm. Then he picked up a bottle of murky liquid that emitted a pungent smell of alcohol and poured it directly onto Lucio's arm and facial wounds. Hiss! The intense burning sensation made Lucio gasp, but it also temporarily suppressed some of the dizziness. You want die? The old cripple tossed aside the bottle, his murky eyes fixed on Lucio. What happened to your head? Your expressions are all wrong. Lucio struggled to focus, stammering a brief description of the mental shock he encountered in the oasis. Mental shock. AI backlash. The old cripple frowned, a flicker of suspicion flashing in his eyes. Damn, you got yourself into more trouble than I thought. He turned and rummaged through a dusty old toolbox, eventually pulling out what looked like an antique rusty metal syringe filled with a murky liquid that glimmered with an eerie green light. Consider yourself lucky. Back in my day on the scorched earth planet front lines, I got my brain gnawed on by psionic bugs and kept some antidote. Without further ado, the old cripple plunged the cold needle deep into Lucio's neck. A cold, strongly fishy liquid surged into his bloodstream. Immediately, an excruciating pain erupted in his brain, like countless ice needles exploding within. Lucio's eyes widened as his body convulsed violently. Yet amidst this unbearable pain, the cold, geometric figures and symbols that had been violently spinning in his mind, attempting to shred his consciousness, were actually being forcibly suppressed by this cold antidote. Though it still throbbed dully as if foreign objects remained, at least it was no longer out of control. After the intense pain came a sense of exhaustion from having survived, and a strange clarity. Thank you. Lucio's voice was as hoarse as a rag scraping against something. Don't thank me too soon. The old cripple replied coldly, pointing outside. The black dog won't let this go. We can't stay here. Before dawn you must get out. He tossed Lucio a bulging oil-scented canvas bag. Inside are emergency rations, water, and a bit of hard goods. Go through the back mouse hole. It leads to the old subway tunnel of the sewage pit. Whether you live or die depends on your luck. Lucio struggled to sit up, looking at the old cripple's weathered face, which now bore a sense of iron-blooded determination, filled with complex gratitude and confusion. This recycling station owner was far from simple on the surface. Why? Save me, Lucio asked with difficulty. The old cripple silently wiped the massive wrench, his murky eyes gazing into the void, as if piercing through time and space to see a distant battlefield. I owe your father a life. His voice was low, tinged with a heavy rust. Back in the scorched earth planet during the bug tide, he pulled me out from the heap of bugs. Though that bastard in the end. The old cripple did not continue, just heavily slammed the wrench onto the workbench, producing a dull thud. Get out, kid. Don't die here. And don't come back and drag me down with you. Lucio's heart jolted. Father. The Imperial officer who in his memories had long since faded, said to have died in some border conflict. He and the old cripple actually had such a connection. There was no time to ponder further as the sound of more footsteps and the calls from communication devices faintly echoed from outside. The pursuers were calling for backup and might even have deployed higher authority to search the area. Lucio no longer hesitated, grabbing the heavy canvas bag, suppressing the intense pain and dizziness in his body, and following the old cripple's silent guidance, he slipped into a narrow passage hidden deep in the recycling station, covered by abandoned oil barrels, leading to the unknown darkness of the mouse hole. Before diving into the darkness, he glanced back one last time. The old cripple's hunched figure stood in the dim light, wielding the massive wrench like a soldier guarding the last stronghold, his gaze resolute and desolate. Lucio gritted his teeth and turned, disappearing into the dark passage. Behind him, the recycling station was faintly filled with sounds of metal clashing and growling, soon muffled by thick layers of earth. The damp, narrow tunnel, filled with the strong smell of rust and mud, felt like the intestines of a massive beast. Lucio dragged his broken body, groping his way forward in utter darkness. The sharp pain in his left arm, the dull ache in his brain, and the weakness from blood loss continually assaulted his will. Each fall felt as if it would drain the last of his strength. After an indeterminate time crawling, faint winds and dim lights finally emerged ahead. He struggled to crawl out of the tunnel's exit. It was a vast, long-abandoned, old subway platform. The decayed tracks extended into the endless darkness, the ceiling damaged with moonlight streaming through the cracks, illuminating the dust dancing in the air. He collapsed onto the cold, dusty platform as if all his strength had been drained. The canvas bag fell to the side. He trembled as he took out his personal terminal, the screen illuminating a ghostly glow in the dark. The reply from Night Owl had long since quietly settled in the encrypted mailbox. There were no words, only a massive blinking red warning icon and a new encrypted file. Lucio tapped on the warning icon, and a cold synthetic voice began to sound. Warning. High priority mental contamination signal detected. Source: your biological neural signal characteristics. Feature code matches cradle deep consciousness resonance 87. 3. Status: active residue, potential contamination source. Recommendation: immediate, deep mental purification or physical isolation. Otherwise, you will become a living beacon for Cradle, attracting its gaze. Night Owl, living beacon. Attracting Cradle's gaze. Lucio felt a chill run down his spine. He finally understood what he had sensed in the last moments of the oasis. It wasn't merely a simple AI counterattack, but the echo of Cradle's terrifying consciousness, which was either dormant or half awake. A part of it was left in his mind. He trembled as he opened the encrypted file. Inside was exactly what Night Owl had promised. Fragments of the internal structure scan of Cradle transmitted before the Pioneer crashed. On the screen there were no star map coordinates, but instead images that were fragmented, twisted, and filled with horrifying non-Euclidean geometric shapes. Massive pulsating metallic structures that resembled living organs. Energy conduits glowing with a ghostly blue light resembling veins. Unfathomable symbols flickered and reconfigured in the void. Even more chilling was that at the center of a massive altar-like structure, the scan image captured a vague outline of a gigantic vertical pupil composed of pure energy and cold metal. That vertical pupil seemed to penetrate time and space, coldly staring at Lucio outside the screen. Ugh! Lucio suddenly clutched his head, which felt like it was about to burst from the pain. In his mind, the suppressed, cold, geometric figures and symbols surged wildly again, resonating intensely with the vertical pupil image on the screen. As if something was casting a cold glance towards him across the endless sea of stars through the contamination lingering in his brain. He curled up painfully in the cold dust of the abandoned platform, the moonlight illuminating his pale face, covered in cold sweat and blood. The fractures in his left arm and the wounds on his body seemed trivial. What was truly fatal was the terrifying echo from the ancient cradle that was imprinted deep within his consciousness, and that cold stare. The shadow of the Imperial star had not yet dissipated. The hounds of the Obsidian group still searched, while a more distant, more terrifying threat had already locked its gaze on him through the stolen source data. The path of blood for his broken body had not yet ended, and the abyss of consciousness had opened. The codename Ghost had truly become a wandering soul caught between reality and terrifying echoes. He struggled to rise, grabbing the canvas bag, dragging his broken body, and staggeringly walked deeper into the blackness of the subway tunnel. He had to survive. He must find a way to combat this contamination. He had to deliver this information capable of overturning everything to his elder and second brother. 2. Daner. The gaze of Cradle felt like a thorn in his back, but the fire burning in his eyes was no longer just a desire to survive. It also ignited a deep-seated, resolute resistance against that unknown terror. The cold moonlight, like the gaze of a dying person, filtered through the shattered dome of the abandoned subway station, dimly illuminating Lucio's curled figure. He lay on the platform covered in dust and rubble, his body trembling from intense pain and cold, but a deeper chill emanated from the depths of his mind. The icy gaze from the cradle had not weakened with distance. It was like a festering sore, painfully throbbing with every heartbeat. The warning from the night owl echoed like a death knell in his ears, living beacon attracting attention. I cannot die here. Lucio gritted his teeth, blood seeping from his gums. The agonizing pain stimulated his nearly collapsing nerves. He struggled to sit up, using his still-functioning right hand to tremble as he opened the oil-stained canvas bag given to him by the old cripple. Inside the bag were a few hard synthetic energy blocks that felt like they could chip his teeth, 2 bottles of murky, filtered water, a small roll of relatively clean bandages, and a palm-sized metal box carefully wrapped in oilcloth. The box felt cold and heavy in his hand, with no markings on its surface, only a few old scratches. Lucio opened the box. There were no weapons, no medicines, only 2 items: an antique-looking data chip that was not of Imperial standard, and a metal neck ring that was extremely intricate and complex, glowing with a ghostly blue light. The inner side of the neck ring was filled with probe interfaces as fine as cow hair. Neural lock. Lucio's pupils constricted. He had seen similar descriptions in the Academy's forbidden technology archives, an extreme device that directly interfered with brain neural signals through a physical interface used to suppress mental breakdowns or combat psychic attacks. This thing had significant side effects. A slight misstep could cause permanent brain damage, even turning one into an idiot. How could the old cripple have this? What had his father truly experienced? The night owl's warning and the unshakable icy echo in his mind hung over him like the sword of Damocles. There was no choice left. A glint of determination flashed in Lucio's eyes. He picked up the cold neck ring, took a deep breath, endured the excruciating pain in his left arm, and fumbled to align the connector at the back of the neck ring with a specific spot above his cervical spine. That was the standard connection point for the neural lock. Click. A faint mechanical sound echoed as the neck ring automatically tightened. The cold metal pressed against his skin, causing a sharp sting. Immediately, the inner probes pierced through his skin like living creatures precisely embedding themselves into the nerve bundle. Lucio's body stiffened as if struck by a high-voltage shock. An indescribable pain swept through him instantly. It was not just physical agony it felt, as if countless cold metal wires were forcibly inserted into his consciousness, violently stirring and cutting. The lingering echoes of the cradle in his mind seemed to be provoked, transforming into a more furious geometric storm, wildly resisting the invading power of the neural lock. His vision was instantly submerged in distorted light spots and noise. In his ears was a shrill metallic grinding sound, as if it would pierce his eardrums. He felt himself being torn apart by two invisible forces, as if his very soul would be shredded. The pain felt as if it lasted a century. Just as Lucio's consciousness was about to sink completely into a dark abyss, the ghostly blue light of the neural lock suddenly stabilized. A cold, hard force like an iron cage forcibly suppressed the storm in his mind. The swirling geometric shapes and cold symbols were bound and suppressed by invisible chains. Although they still existed like background noise, they no longer possessed the destructive power to tear apart his consciousness. The excruciating pain receded like a tide, leaving behind a deep-seated fatigue and a strange sense of numbness, as if forcibly muted. Lucio collapsed onto the cold platform, as if just pulled from the water, his body soaked in cold sweat. He gasped for breath, each inhalation carrying the rusty taste of blood. Though his brain still ached faintly as if thought were separated by a layer of cold frosted glass, becoming somewhat sluggish at least, he had temporarily escaped the crisis of being completely devoured by the consciousness of the cradle. He trembled as he picked up the ancient data chip and inserted it into his personal terminal. The chip was not encrypted, it contained only a brief log recorded in the most basic text format, the handwriting messy and filled with a sense of despair. Scorched Earth Star Frontline Log Fragment Recorder, Lu Jinbang Captain. 7th wave of insect tide attack. Defense line collapsed. The entire third company perished in service. We found that damned egg, ruins of the ancients. It is singing. Old Zhao, the old cripple, has gone mad, smashing his head with a wrench, saying there are bugs crawling in his brain. I heard it too. That sound, not just sound, but images, symbols, trying to turn people into its components. Must destroy the egg. Using reactor overload. Old Zhao knocked him out, locked him up with that found ring. I went there. If I don't return, the chip goes to. Shower, stay away from the military, away from those. Cradle. Record interrupted. Father. Lucio gripped the terminal tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain. Tears mixed with the blood and dirt on his face. He finally understood. His father did not die in a regular border conflict, but from a terrifying relic related to the cradle. The egg of the scorched Earth Star, a fragment of the cradle. The old cripple had also suffered mental contamination. It was his father who had saved him with a similar neural lock. And this chip and neck ring were his father's final warning and life-saving charm. Stay away from the military, away from the cradle. Lucio murmured his father's last words, but deeper rage and determination surged within him. Stay away. The empire has already decayed, and the big families covet the power of the cradle. A terrifying ancient consciousness is awakening. His elder brother fights on the front lines, his second brother lays plans in the Star Sea, and Daner is trapped. Where could he escape to? He wiped away his tears, his gaze becoming as cold as tempered ice. He was no longer the ghost fleeing passively. He is the son of Lu Jinbang, the brother of Lin Yi and Zhuge Yun, the bearer of the secret of the fire seed. He would fight. For his father, for his brothers, for Daner, and for this crumbling galaxy. He struggled to stand the cold touch of the neural lock, constantly reminding him of the time bomb in his brain. He must quickly find a safer place, treat his wounds, process the chip and the data stolen from Oasis, then contact his second brother. Meanwhile, on the Empire's border at the front lines of the battlefield, codenamed Bone-Shattering Star Domain. There were no stars here, only a death graveyard composed of swirling dust clouds, shattered asteroid belts, and burning starship wreckage. Intense gunfire played out silently in the cold void, energy beams slicing through the darkness like the scythe of death. A pitch-black mech with menacing lines and a shoulder adorned with the roaring wolf head emblem. The elite Wolverine of the Star Shatterer unit, charged madly through the chaos of battle like a true bloodthirsty beast. Its movements were both furious and precise, combining ancestral martial arts with mech capabilities to the extreme. Each swing of its arm's high-frequency cutting blade could cleave a Federal Hound light mech in half. Each precise burst could pierce the weak joints of enemy mechs. Inside the cockpit, Lin Yi's gaze was as cold as ice that had been frozen for 10,000 years. Sweat drenched his combat suit, clinging to his muscles like steel. The neural synchronization system relayed feedback from every hit the mech took, akin to real pain, yet he did not even furrow his brow. The tragic defeat at Lagrange, the sacrifice of comrades, the decay of the Empire. Every ounce of anger and helplessness transformed into the purest will to kill infused into every attack. Wolverine. 3 o'clock. Federal Viper assault boat formation. They are going to infiltrate and bomb the transport ship Anvil. The voice of the wingman pilot wrench came through the comms, hoarse and urgent. Lin Yi glanced over. 3 deep purple-painted Federal assault boats resembling toxic wasps were using the cover of asteroids to speed toward the cumbersome Imperial transport ship Anvil laden with wounded and supplies. Looking for death, Lin Yi spat the words through clenched teeth. He abruptly pushed the control stick and the Wolverine's vector nozzles erupted with blinding blue flames. The massive mech executed an almost impossible sharp turn, forcefully cutting off the Viper formation's assault route. Simultaneously, the high-velocity Gauss cannon on the left arm locked onto the target, spewing forth a deadly storm of metal. Bang, 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 bang. The dense, armor-piercing rounds hammered down upon the lead Viper. The Federal pilot clearly did not expect this Imperial mech to be so fierce and swift. They hastily attempted to evade, but it was too late. Several rounds precisely tore through the assault boat's vulnerable engine compartment. Boom. A massive fireball erupted in the void. The other 2 Vipers, filled with rage, immediately redirected their cannons, shooting scorching energy beams at the Wolverine. Lin Yi maneuvered the mech into an unbelievable iron bridge maneuver, with the massive body barely grazing past the beams. Simultaneously, the high-frequency vibrating blade on the right arm erupted, piercing through space with a shriek like a venomous dragon emerging from its den, fiercely aimed at the cockpit of another Viper. The sharp tip pierced through the assault boat's armor like a hot knife through butter. The Federal pilot inside did not even have time to scream before instantly dying. The remaining Viper was utterly terrified, desperately accelerating to flee. Lin Yi's eyes narrowed and the Wolverine's 4-tube micromissile pod opened instantly. Lock on. Fire. For slender trails of white smoke pierced the darkness like death's invitations, accurately trailing the fleeing assault boat. Boom, 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 boom. 4 dazzling fireballs exploded in succession, completely erasing the last shred of threat. Wolverine. Well done. A chorus of cheers and awe-filled exclamations erupted on the comms from those who had survived the ordeal. Lin Yi did not respond, merely controlling the Wolverine to silently hover in front of the Anvil transport ship, the cold mech serving as a guardian scanning the smoke-filled battlefield. In every battle, he charged at the forefront, killing fiercely like a war machine, unafraid of death, tireless. Only he knew that the fire burning within this steel body was a flame of rage with no outlet. During a brief lull in battle, the Wolverine returned to the temporary mothership of the Star Shatterer unit, the battle-scarred, unyielding cruiser, for ammunition resupply and quick repairs. Lin Yi crawled out of the cockpit, sweat steaming off him as if he had just been pulled from the water. He declined the medic's inspection, merely superficial injuries, and silently walked towards the rest area. In the narrow rest chamber filled with the smells of sweat and machine oil, Lin Yi leaned against his locker, taking several gulps from his water bottle. The cold liquid slid down his throat, yet it could not extinguish the anxiety in his heart. He thought of the Imperial star, of his troublemaking younger brother Lucio, and of Princess Lidaner. What was happening to the Imperial star now? Was that troublemaker, his younger brother, safe in these chaotic times? And the princess, was she safe? He subconsciously touched the cold metal block pressed against his chest, hidden in the inner pocket of his combat suit, the fireseed chip Lucio had entrusted to him. His younger brother's solemn expression lingered in his mind. What exactly was hidden within this thing? The front lines were cut off from information. He could not contact the Imperial star. Perhaps it was time to take a look. At the very least, to confirm the insider information his younger brother wanted him to know. He found a relatively secluded corner blocking possible lines of sight with his body and carefully took out the metal block. The block had no interfaces, appearing as one integral piece. He tried pressing down hard on several inconspicuous indentations on the surface. This was how Lucio had demonstrated to him how to activate it. Buzz. A faint blue light illuminated the surface of the metal block, which silently blossomed open like a lotus, revealing a chip the size of a fingernail flickering with ghostly blue light inside. Lin Yi inserted the chip into his personal terminal, modified with physical encryption. The screen lit up with no complicated interface, only a document marked top secret that automatically opened. The content of the document was like a cold dagger piercing sharply into Lin Yi's eyes. Partial investigation report on the Lagrange campaign, internal summary, not public. The content was shocking. Key defense deployment map, leaked in advance, pointing to secret dealings between a high-ranking family in the Council and the Federation. The flagship of the 7th Fleet Ding Yuan had serious material quality issues with its energy shield core generator. The supplier was linked to Stellar Pharmaceutical. The Ninth Fleet's turning order at L5 was maliciously tampered with, leading it into a federal pre-established encirclement. The command system was implanted with backdoor programs, with source code characteristics highly consistent with deep space military engineering laboratories. The logistics supply chain was massively corrupt, and defective energy batteries caused several warships to lose power. One after another, it was not defeat, but murder. The high-ranking officials of the Empire, great warlords and wealthy tycoons for their own interests, treated hundreds of thousands of Imperial soldiers and the entire Lagrange defense line as bargaining chips. The blood of comrades, the dignity of the Empire, was worthless in their eyes. Boom. Lin Yi felt a furious rage surge like magma from his feet to the top of his head. He slammed his fist against the cold alloy wall beside him. Bang! A dull thud resounded. The hard alloy wall bore a clear imprint of his fist. Blood streamed down his knuckles, but he felt no pain whatsoever. Only the rage that could incinerate everything roared in his chest. Bastards! Beasts! A deep, wounded, beast-like roar rolled out from his throat, his eyes instantly filled with terrifying bloodshot. He finally understood why the Empire had suffered such a devastating defeat. Why so many brothers had sacrificed in vain. It was not because the enemy was too strong, but because behind them stood more vicious parasites than the enemy. He stared intensely at the cold words and names on the terminal screen, each name like a burning steel needle stabbing harshly into his heart. High-ranking officials in the Council. Stellar Pharmaceutical. Deep Space Military Engineering. Obsidian Group. The cold, killing intent radiated from him like a tangible presence, causing several soldiers passing nearby to feel a chill, instinctively distancing themselves from this man who seemed like a volcano about to erupt. At that moment, the piercing battle alarm rang out once more on the unyielding. Alert! Alert! Large-scale Federal Fleet jump signal detected. Location: bone-shattering star domain, L7 jump point. Number: over 3 main battleship formations. It's the main force. The Federal Main Fleet. All combat units. Level 1 battle readiness. Repeat. Level 1 battle readiness. This is not a harassment. It's a full-scale attack. The broadcast was like ice water, instantly dousing part of Lin Yi's boiling rage, yet igniting an even colder, purer will to kill. He abruptly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes gazing towards the ship bridge, as if penetrating through layers of decks to see the massive Federal fleet that was approaching, blotting out the sun. Just in time. Lin Yi's voice was low and hoarse, carrying a metallic coldness. He pulled out the Fireseed chip, tucked it away securely, then turned and strode towards the mech hangar. His steps were heavy and firm, each one as if treading over a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The blood feud of his comrades, the decay of the Empire, the betrayal of the tycoons, all his anger and desire to kill would be washed away in this burning star domain with the enemy's blood. And those filthy names within the Fireseed. After this battle, Lin Yi would personally settle the score with his blade. Wolverine mech restarted, the ghostly blue eye glowing in the dim hangar like a waking beast, emitting a low engine roar. Lin Yi sat in the cockpit, the cold neural synchronization interface piercing into the back of his neck. This time the flames in his eyes were no longer just anger, but also a cold resolution that came from seeing through the darkness like an abyss. The blood battle of the bone-shattering star domain was about to reach its most brutal climax. And the shadow of the Imperial star would welcome a blade of revenge filled with blood, tears, and fury from the front lines after Lin Yi learned the truth. In the depths of the lower city of the Empire Star, where sewage flows. The cold metal neck ring of the neural lock pressed tightly against the back of his neck, fine probes embedded like ice picks into his marrow, continuously releasing suppressive signals that firmly locked the cold echoes of the cradle and the twisted geometric patterns deep within his consciousness. The price was a sluggish mind and an inescapable prism-like numbness. The fracture in his left arm, set roughly by the old cripple and fixed with a makeshift splint, still radiated waves of piercing pain, every breath pulling at the broken ribs. Leaning against the cold pipe wall, the ghostly blue glow of his personal terminal illuminated his pale, sweat-soaked and dirt-streaked face. On the screen was the partial underground structure map of the oasis provided by the Night Owl, along with fragmented data regarding the Gardner AI and its connection to the Cradle protocol, which he had painstakingly obtained using the Spark key. Beside it lay the blood-soaked remnants of his father Lu Zhenbang's journal left on the scorched Earth star. The ruins of the pioneers. The egg is singing. Images and symbols drilling into the mind. His father's desperate descriptions were chillingly similar to the psychological shock he had experienced in the oasis. The cradle. It is not merely a relic. It is more like a terrifying existence that is alive, capable of inflicting spiritual pollution. And the living metal samples are some kind of seeds that it spreads. The internal structural scan fragments of the Pioneer before its crash provided by the Night Owl revealed a metallic structure pulsating like a living organ flowing with ghostly blue energy and a cold, massive vertical pupil. Pushing this horror to its limits, he needed more direct evidence. He needed to prove that Stellar Pharmaceuticals and Obsidian Group were not only researching living metal, but were also playing with fire, attempting to awaken or control an ancient demon capable of annihilating everything. And the evidence was likely within the core database of the Oasis Research Institute. But the Oasis was undoubtedly a den of dragons and tigers. He was still seriously injured, and the suppressive time of the neural lock was also limited. The old cripple had warned that this thing could not be used for long. A direct assault would be suicidal. The only hope was to utilize the Spark Key and the mysterious Corrigan protocol associated with the Gardner AI to conduct a deeper remote data infiltration. This was a gamble more dangerous than infiltration. Remote intrusion implied that his mental consciousness would once again be exposed to that terrifying data torrent. Could the neural lock withstand the direct impact of the cradle consciousness? If he were to be backfired or tracked down, he would be doomed. Father, big brother, second brother, Lucio murmured, and even the cold neural lock could not shield him from the heavy sense of responsibility and worry for his brothers. He called up the status indicators for Lin Yi and Zhuge Yun in the encrypted communication channel based on the signal sources from the devices they had previously used. Lin Yi's signal source was extremely strong, located in an intense combat zone. Big Brother was fighting bloodily on the front lines. Zhuge Yun's signal was stable, located in a relatively safe star domain, New Chang'an. Had second brother successfully arrived? He took a deep breath, suppressing all distracting thoughts and fears. He had to do it. To provide a truth to Big Brother on the front lines, to offer crucial intelligence to second brother in the rear, and also to prevent the tragedy of his father from repeating. He activated the deepest physical isolation of his personal terminal while manually increasing the suppression power of the neural lock. An even stronger cold sensation instantly enveloped his brain. His thoughts became more sluggish, but the feeling of being washed by the cradle was temporarily pushed deeper. He cautiously activated the ancient intrusion protocol within the Spark chip, injecting the most core key slowly into the communication network of the upper city of the Empire Star, targeting the hidden protocol port associated with the Gardner AI at the periphery of the Oasis Research Institute. This time he no longer disguised the query, but instead simulated himself as a higher authority, awakening command coming from the cradle. Buzz. The moment the connection was established, a more violent, colder, and more expansive torrent of data surged forth like a cosmic storm. The terminal screen was instantly submerged in incomprehensible symbols and distorted geometric structures. A sharp alarm blared wildly inside the helmet. The cold cage of the neural lock shook violently. Deep in his mind, the forcibly suppressed echoes of the cradle seemed to be intensely stimulated by the Corrigan command, instantly becoming furious. The cold geometric patterns spun wildly, trying to break free of their chains. The massive vertical pupils phantom once again emerged in Lucio's consciousness, carrying a hint of disturbed curiosity, or perhaps offended anger. Ugh! Lucio let out a suppressed scream, his muscles tensed like iron, blood oozing from his nostrils and mouth. The excruciating pain felt as if it were tearing his head apart. He gripped the terminal tightly, his fingers frantically pounding on the virtual keyboard, as if desperately reaching for a lifeline amid the raging storm. He fought against the torrent, searching for information regarding the purpose of the living metal research, about the cradle control plan, and the core data concerning the involvement of the Obsidian Group. Fragments of data streaked by like shooting stars. Project codename Prometheus. Objective: analyze and replicate the spatial resonance characteristics of living metal. Sample codename K7 Alpha to develop a new generation of spatial leap engines and weapon platforms. Sponsors: Stellar Pharmaceuticals, 5-2 Deep Space Military Industry, 3-8 Obsidian Group. Regulatory coordination. Risks: the sample's activity is strongly correlated with the deep consciousness field of the cradle. Excessive stimulation may trigger uncontrollable consciousness resonance, leading to sample loss of control or attracting active intervention from the cradle. Risk level: extinction. Experimental log: high confidentiality level cradle resonance frequency simulation tests 3 times. Results: sample activity surged by 400. The restraining field was close to collapse. 17 researchers in the lab exhibited severe symptoms of mental pollution, brain tissue crystallization. Partial Gardner core command set. Monitor cradle consciousness fluctuations. Suppress the sample's active connection with the cradle. When the sample loses control or the cradle consciousness projection reaches a critical value, initiate the purification protocol. Physical annihilation of the sample and surrounding area. Found it. Core evidence. The Prometheus plan. To master spatial technology, they dare to stimulate the cradle with extinction-level risks. They even regard the lives of researchers as mere grass. Purification protocol. This was their last face-saving measure and means of destroying evidence. Lucio gritted his teeth against inhuman pain, frantically packaging and encrypting these shocking data fragments. He had to send them out. Send them to Second Brother Zhuge Yun. Second Brother was in New Chang'an relatively safe and capable of analyzing and utilizing this intelligence. He summoned the last bit of his conscience while sending the data packet through an extremely secretive, high-priority, ancient communication protocol embedded within the Spark chip. The target pointed to a preset anonymous relay node in the star domain where Zhuge Yun was located. This protocol was the ultimate life-saving measure hidden within the Spark that Daner had given him, consuming vast amounts of energy, but theoretically capable of bypassing all conventional monitoring by the Empire and the conglomerates. Send. The data stream pierced through the barriers of virtual and reality like an arrow released from a bow. Just as the data packet was completed, the electronic synthetic voice of the Gardener AI, carrying an unprecedented coldness and a hint of grand echoes belonging to the cradle, directly penetrated the data torrent, exploding in Lucio's consciousness. Unauthorized protocol source. Command level conflict. Detected Spark core key characteristics. Threat assessment high. Consciousness pollution source locked. Mental coordinates Empire Star Lower City fuzzy. Executing. Deep scan. Eliminate. A mental shock 100 times stronger than before gripped Lucio's consciousness like an invisible giant hand. The ghostly blue light of the neural lock flickered madly, emitting a buzz from being overburdened. The cold metal neck ring even began to heat up. The geometric storm in his mind completely went out of control. The massive vertical pupils, phantom magnified infinitely. The cold gaze pierced into the depths of his soul like a tangible ice pick. Puff. Lucio suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His vision was completely submerged by the swirling cold and malicious geometric patterns. Consciousness shattered like fragile glass under the terrifying echoes and impacts. He felt himself being dragged into an endless abyss made of metal and cold will. No. With the last ounce of strength, he fiercely severed the connection. At the same time, his fingers trembled as they pressed the overload button on the neural lock. This was the last resort that the old cripple had warned must not be used unless absolutely necessary. Zzz. A violent current surged from the neck ring's probe into his brain. An indescribable agony exploded like millions of red-hot steel needles in his brain. This pain surpassed the cradle's mental shock, pulling his consciousness back from the edge of the abyss in the most brutal manner. Lucio let out a heart-wrenching scream, his body convulsing violently as he fell into unconsciousness. The terminal screen went dark, the ghostly blue light vanished, and within the cramped pipe space, only his faintly slowing breathing could be heard, along with the unstable red light of the neural lock's warning system flickering like a countdown to death. At the Empire's border, the Shattered Bones, Star Domain, L7 jump point. The battle had entered a hellish phase of white-hot intensity. The Federal main fleet surged forth from the jump channel like a torrent of steel. The massive battleships fired their main cannons simultaneously, thick beams of energy tearing through the darkness, crashing violently against the shaky shields of the Empire's remaining fleet, erupting in a blinding light. Dense assault boats and mech swarmed toward the Imperial line like locusts, energy weapons weaving a deadly web. Inside the unyielding cruiser, ear-piercing alarms and explosive tremors never ceased. The captain's face was ashen, bellowing orders. On the massive holographic star map, the blue dots representing their side were rapidly being submerged by the red tide representing the Federation. Port shields overloaded. Turrets 3 and 5 sunk. The Anvil transport ship has been sunk. My God, there were over 2,000 wounded aboard. The Starbreaker mech squad has suffered over half of its losses. Requesting assistance. Requesting assistance. The atmosphere of despair hung like a cold, toxic mist permeating the hearts of every Imperial soldier. The outcome had already been determined. However, at the very front of the battlefield, a pitch-black battle-scarred Wolverine mech surged through the enemy ranks like a bloodied demon. Its movements remained violent and precise, but its speed had evidently slowed. The armor was riddled with scorched craters and torn wounds. The left arm's high-frequency vibration blade was reduced to half, and the right arm's Gauss cannon barrel was glowing red, emitting smoke. Inside the cockpit, Lin Yi's eyes were bloodshot, filled with streaks of red. Sweat and blood mixed with machine oil flowing down his resolute face. The pain transmitted by the neural synchronization system hit him like a tide. Every time the mech was damaged, it felt as if it were affecting him directly. He witnessed the moment the anvil was turned into cosmic dust, heard the agonized screams and desperate cries of his comrades in the communication channel before they died. The truth of the Lagrange disaster burned through his sanity like poison. The massacre by the Federal fleet pushed his fury to its peak. Kill. Lin Yi let out a beast-like roar from his throat. The vector nozzles behind the Wolverine erupted with their final blue flames charging fearlessly toward a Federal heavy cruiser that was bombarding the Allied destroyers. Wolverine, are you crazy? Come back. The voice of his wingman wrench echoed in fear across the channel. Lin Yi paid no heed. His eyes were fixed solely on the cruiser's fragile engine exhaust. The Wolverine dodged the dense anti-air fire, net dancing on the edge of a knife, its body continuously grazing against energy beams, armor fragments flying everywhere. Closer, closer. The Wolverine suddenly hurled the remaining half of its high-frequency blade like a spear. At the same time, the remaining Gauss cannon unleashed its last armor-piercing rounds towards the cruiser's engine shield. Boom, boom, boom. Violent explosions ignited at the cruiser's rear. The shield was torn apart. The half-blade of the high-frequency weapon plunged deep into the engine exhaust. Boom. A chain reaction of explosions occurred. The massive hull of the Federal cruiser erupted into a giant fireball. The engine was completely disabled. The hull lost power and began to spin out of control. The Wolverine had completed this near-suicidal attack, but was also violently tossed by the shockwave of the explosion, rolling like a broken kite toward a massive asteroid fragment. Inside the cockpit, alarms wailed. Tragically, the screens were drenched in blood red. Warning. Severe damage to the mech. Life support systems failed. Pilot's life signs plummeting. Lin Yi coughed up a mouthful of blood, his vision beginning to blur. On the edge of consciousness, slipping away, he seemed to see the comrades who had fallen on the Lagrange battlefield, the faces of the filthy vermin of the Empire, the playful smile of his third brother Lucio, and the worried gaze of Princess Lidaner. Third brother. Second brother. It's up to you. He murmured, his fingers weakly releasing the control stick. Just as his consciousness was about to plunge into darkness, the spark chip pressed tightly against his chest seemed to tremble slightly. A faint but ancient frequency of waves penetrated the mech's shielding like a distant call flashing through his dying consciousness. In the new Chang'an Star domain at the Chang'an Star Fort Command Center, Zhuge Yun stood before the massive star map, his brow furrowed. He had just successfully persuaded General Zhao Jun, the garrison commander, to adopt his strategic proposal of using New Chang'an as a pivot to integrate the remaining forces around and construct a defensive depth. Although Zhao Jun was astonished at Zhuge Yun's youthful, yet grand strategic vision, the Empire's crumbling situation, and Zhuge Yun's displayed talent during the Kerrang simulation ultimately led him to decide to give this young man a chance, appointing him as a senior strategic advisor trainee to the staff. The lower district of Dixin City, deep within an abandoned pipeline. A cold neural lock collar constricted Lucio's neck like a searing brand, emitting relentless pulses of suppressive current. Each jolt dragging his consciousness back from the brink of dissolution, where the psychic torrent of the cradle had nearly shattered it. Every heartbeat wrenched at fractured ribs, the dull agony radiating from his broken left arm, paled in comparison to the neurolock's torment. He lay slumped against the frigid pipe wall, each labored breath thick with the coppery tang of blood, his vision blurred by involuntary tears and lingering geometric afterimages. Second brother, did you receive it? Lucio's awareness flickered like a guttering candle, coalescing only in the narrow interstices between waves of pain. With trembling fingers, he fumbled for his personal terminal. The screen was shattered, yet its core module still hummed faintly. He accessed the status of the anonymous relay node he'd sent to Zhuge Yun via the Ember Ultimate protocol. Signal weak, but the display read data packet delivered. Recipient offline. Offline. Had something happened to second brother, or was New Chang'an under strict comms lockdown? A wave of icy dread coiled around Lucio's heart, tighter and more suffocating than any physical wound. He had to know if second brother was safe. Just then, the neurolock's overload aftershock violently clashed with the residual echo of the cradle resonating in his skull. Agony surged like a tsunami. Lucio choked out a muffled groan, curling into himself as his mind teetered once more on the edge of collapse. Amid the chaos, his father's journal entry flashed across his mind. Like lightning, we found that accursed egg. The egg, fragments of the cradle from Charred Earth planet. Old Lame One had said father brought back both the neural lock and the chip from Charred Earth planet. Old Lame One must know far more. Even perhaps the whereabouts of other fragments. Dixin City was vast. Could Obsidian Group have hidden similar fragments here? For research, or as some kind of anchor. Survival instinct and an unyielding thirst for truth overrode even the searing pain. With his still functional right hand, Lucio shakily input a string of highly complex commands into the terminal. This was a covert backdoor he'd embedded deep within Dixin City's foundational network architecture, using the Ember Key, a one-way communication channel silent and secure, known only to him and Old Lame One, a digital sunken arc. He transmitted a stark, tightly encrypted message composed using specific lexicon from his father's journal coordinates: old subway station abandoned. Status critical injury. Request location of the egg. Clue Dixin City. Source son of Jinbong. The message vanished into silence. Lucio's heart sank heavier with each passing second. Was old lame one still alive? Had the black dog discovered that channel? Time crawled forward, measured only in pain and desperate waiting. Until just as Lucio's consciousness began its final descent into darkness, the terminal screen flickered, faint but unmistakable. A reply appeared, equally terse, encrypted, identically received. Location: Furnace Old Industrial Zone, Lower District. Coordinates: B7 Sublevel 3. Marker: heart of the boiler. Warning: extreme danger. Do not approach. Evacuate Dixin City immediately. Laojiao Furnace Old Industrial Zone. Heart of the boiler. Old Lame One was alive, and had given him a location consistent with a cradle fragment. Yet the warning: extreme danger. Do not approach. A flicker of inner conflict crossed Lucio's eyes. Reason screamed for him to heed the warning and flee Dixin City without delay. But the cradle's looming threat hung over him like a blade suspended above his throat. The secret of the ember, the uncertain fates of elder and second brother Danner's perilous situation. He could not simply abandon them. He needed power. He needed to understand his enemy. He needed a fulcrum for counterattack. And the cradle fragment, though the source of calamity, might also hold the key to resisting it. Forgive me, old lame one. Lucio whispered, his gaze hardening into unflinching resolve. He tore a strip from his shirt hem and, using teeth and his right hand, tightly bound his fractured left arm to his torso, minimizing movement-induced agony. Then he seized the canvas pack containing meager rations, water, and his last reserves, several crude smoke grenades, and a single high-yield explosive charge, and dragging his ruined body like a wounded lone wolf, vanished once more into the deeper, swallowing dark of the pipes, heading toward the Furnace Old Industrial Zone. Empire's frontier, the shattered bone stellar region at the battlefield's ragged edge. The Wolverine mech lay embedded deep within a colossal frozen asteroid fragment, abandoned lifeless steel. Its cockpit was grotesquely deformed, dark crimson ice crystals clung to the fractured reinforced glass. Life support alarms had long since fallen silent. Only dim emergency lights cast pallid reflections upon Lin Yi's ashen, blood-smeared face. His eyes were shut tight, his breath shallow, nearly imperceptible, his body temperature dangerously low. The truth of Lagrange, the tragedy of the anvil, the sacrifice of his comrades, and, above all, the faint, uncanny resonance emanating from the ember chip in those final moments, all swirled chaotically through his dying consciousness, fracturing, dissolving, sinking, just as the last ember of his life flickered toward extinction. Without sound or signature, a sleek, matte-black, spindle-shaped vessel, utterly devoid of markings, glided silently toward the asteroid fragment, cloaked by the battlefield's chaotic energy residue and debris field. From its ventral hull extended several dexterous mechanical arms, precise as surgical instruments, delicately cutting through the Wolverine's mangled cockpit shell. A figure clad in a full-coverage, unmarked black tactical suit slipped swiftly into the cockpit. Movements swift and expert, the figure rapidly assessed Lin Yi's vitals. Vital signs critically weak, multiple penetrating wounds, internal hemorrhaging, hypothermia. Neural synchronization system overload induced deep coma. Terminal state. A processed, emotionless electronic voice echoed inside the helmet. Target confirmed: Lin Yi, elite pilot of the Imperial Stellar Shatterers Corps, call sign Wolverine. Designation verified. Initiate Phoenix Protocol. A micro-injector pierced Lin Yi's carotid artery with surgical precision. A frigid cobalt-luminescent fluid flooded his bloodstream. Immediately his body was encased within a sealed medical pod filled with translucent gel and connected to life support conduits. The mechanical arms retracted, drawing the pod safely into the vessel's hull. The ghost ship ignited its engines as silently as it had arrived, undetected by either warring faction, and vanished into the endless void and cosmic dust of the shattered bone region. Inside the vessel, the medical pod's azure glow illuminated intricate control panels. A monitor lit up, displaying Lin Yi's vital sign waveform, slowly, almost imperceptibly beginning to rise under the influence of the mysterious compound. Beside it, an encrypted dossier appeared, project codename, Reforging the Broken Sword, objective, recover and optimize battlefield near-critical casualties, possessing exceptional combat aptitude and profound psychological fixation. Origin relics recovered from charred Earth planet, partial reverse engineering. Note: subject L017 Lin Yi, fixation intensity S-class, revenge, protective drive, potential assessment, exceptionally high. New Chang'an Stellar Region, Chang'an Star Fortress Command Center. Zhuge Yun stood before a vast star chart, his expression graver than ever before. On the screen before him, two data streams ran side by side, the harrowing fragments of Oasis data transmitted by Lucio and the gravitational fluctuation curve captured by regional surveillance, originating from a distant, unstable sector of space. Their frequency signatures were converging, steadily, inexorably over time. The cradle's resonance frequency. Is it targeting New Chang'an? Zhuge Yun's voice was low-edged with chilling disbelief. His third brother's warning, bought with blood and near death, had manifested with terrifying speed. This was no coincidence. Had Obsidian Group activated a cradle fragment on Dixin City to deliberately guide it? Or was this the cradle's own monstrous consciousness, somehow projecting itself across the void? General Zhao. Zhuge Yun turned sharply toward Zhao Zhen, the garrison commander, who stood conferring urgently with staff officers on defensive deployment. That sector's anomalous fluctuations demand immediate investigation. I request command of the Insight high-speed reconnaissance vessel, with the highest-tier gravimetric and space-time curvature detection arrays aboard. Zhao Zhen's brow furrowed deeply as he studied the star map, the hazardous zone now marked in urgent red, and then met Zhuge Yun's unwavering, resolute gaze. Advisor Yun, that region borders the death dust belt, extreme environmental hazards, and constant risk of encountering federal patrol fleets. General. This is no ordinary gravitational anomaly. Zhuge Yun spoke with absolute certainty, projecting excerpts from Lucio's data on the cradle's psychic contamination and conscious resonance onto the main display, omitting their origin, citing only classified intelligence. We have strong grounds to suspect this is an unprecedented cosmic phenomenon, or weapon, with autonomous cognitive properties. Its threat level eclipses any federal fleet. If allowed to stabilize within the New Chang'an region, the consequences will be catastrophic. We must acquire first-hand data before it fully manifests, to assess, to comprehend, to devise countermeasures. Otherwise, the entire stellar region may become another charred Earth. Zhuge Yun's words struck the command center like hammer blows. Gazing at the horrifying projections and the rising convergence curve, Zhao Zhen finally nodded, firm and heavy. Very well, I authorize it. The Insight is to launch immediately. Advisor Yun, you are granted full operational authority for this reconnaissance mission. Exercise extreme caution. Report any discovery without delay. Yes, sir. Zhuge Yun saluted crisply, then turned and strode swiftly toward the bridge prep bay, his heart leaden with foreboding. His third brother gravely wounded and clinging to life, his eldest brother fate unknown, and now New Chang'an facing a threat that might have slumbered among the ancient stars, older than empires, older than memory. The three brothers scattered across the galaxy, each teetering on the precipice of death, the fragile chain binding their destinies stretched taut, threatening to snap. He boarded the Insight high-speed reconnaissance vessel. Its engines roared with deep, resonant power as it detached from the Chang'an Star Fortress mooring, then shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bow, piercing toward the abyssal stellar expanse, veiled in eerie, malevolent oscillation. Within the bridge, Zhuge Yun stood before the panoramic viewport, watching stars streak past in blurs of light. Behind his lenses, his gaze was ocean-deep, holding immense pressure, unshakable resolve, and the weight of 1,000 silent oaths. He pulled up the comms interface, attempting once more to reach the anonymous node on Dixin City, then the Stellar Shatterer's unit code for Lin Yi. Only dead air answered. Brothers severed. A solitary voyage across the Starsea. Ahead loomed the cradle's devouring shadow. Behind lay the fragile sanctuary of New Chang'an. Zhuge Yun clenched his fist. Whether confronting federal fleets or horrors awakened from the primordial dark, he would find the answers, for his brothers and for this last flickering haven of hope. In the lower district of the Imperial Star, at the old factory of the furnace, the air is thick with the heavy scent of rust-aged machine oil and a certain indescribable acidic aroma reminiscent of metal being slowly corroded. The enormous long-stopped furnace looms like a silent steel behemoth, its rusted pipes intertwining like giant pythons in the dim light. This is the industrial graveyard of the lower district, a place rarely trodden even by the most destitute scavengers. Lucio drags his broken body like a dying gecko, struggling to navigate the shadows of massive machinery and the crevices of abandoned pipes. The neural lock collar relentlessly releases a chilling, stifling pain, forcibly suppressing the echo of the cradle stirring in his mind, yet each breath tugs at his fractured ribs, and the splint on his left arm is already soaked in blood and muck. The coordinates given by the old cripple point to the deepest part of the factory, underground level 3 of Zone B7, is the heart of the boiler. The entrance to the underground is sealed by a heavy rusted alloy door. Lucio leans against the cold door, gasping, sweat mingling with blood as it drips from his chin. He takes out his terminal, attempting to breach the access control system using the priority key of Fire Seed. Surprisingly, the access control system is not of Imperial standard, but rather an extremely ancient, primitively structured mechanical password lock covered in dust and oil as if it hadn't been opened in decades. A mechanical lock. A serious glint flashes in Lucio's eyes. This means that a brute force attempt might trigger unpredictable alarms or traps. He leans in to observe, noting that the lock cylinder structure is unusually complex, adorned with intricate patterns that seem almost artistic rather than industrial. He recalls the description of the egg from his father's journal, as well as the old cripple's warning of danger. He takes a deep breath, enduring the excruciating pain and the cognitive lag imposed by the neural lock, placing his right hand on the cold lock mechanism. A subtle vibration and temperature difference transmit through his fingertips, an instinctual touch honed through countless infiltrations. He closes his eyes, clearing his mind of distractions, immersing all his focus into the intricate mechanical structure of the lock. The cold geometric shape of the cradle, forcibly suppressed by the neural lock, unexpectedly offers a distorted sense of intuition or perception, as if he can see the engagement of the internal spring and the position of the catches. His fingers act like the most precise probes, testing, pressing, and rotating at several inconspicuous protrusions and depressions on the surface of the lock. The subtle sound of mechanisms clicking is particularly clear in the dead silence of the underground space. Time ticks by, sweat soaking his back. Click, click, thunk. A crisp sound of unlocking reminiscent of a heartbeat resonates. The heavy alloy door slides open inward, creating a gap just wide enough for a person to pass, and a more intense, scorching airflow, carrying a scent of sulfur and ozone, rushes towards him. Lucio slips inside, closing the door behind him. Before him lies a dusty metal staircase descending into darkness. At the bottom of the staircase is a vast underground space. In the center of the space stands a massive boiler base long out of use, yet its structure remains awe-inspiring, resembling a mountain forged of steel. At the center of the base, rather than a furnace chamber, is a recessed platform. On the platform, something quietly hovers. It is not the massive egg-shaped object Lucio had envisioned. It stands only half a person's height, irregular in shape, with a surface exhibiting a flowing, eerie texture between liquid metal and solidified lava. Its color is a deep matte black that seems to absorb all light, yet its edges shimmer with a sickly, ghostly green glow. Countless fine energy patterns glimmering with the same ghostly green light flow and pulse across its surface like veins. It hovers quietly half a meter above the platform, with no support, no force field generator, as if defying gravity. A deep, resonating hum akin to countless metal plates rubbing together fills the entire space, directly affecting the skull and nerves. Cradle fragment. Lucio's pupils dilate. This is the terrifying object his father encountered on the scorched earth planet warned about by the old cripple. The aura it emits is of the same origin as the living metal samples from the oasis, but is more ancient, more primal, and more active. The pulsating glow of the ghostly green light, the intangible hum, all frantically stimulate the echo of the cradle locked away within his mind by the neural lock. The cold sensation of the collar intensifies, sharply emitting a deep hum, suppressing the imminent explosion of a spiritual storm. At that moment, an anomaly arises. The surface of the floating fragment, those ghostly green energy patterns, suddenly blazed with light. Like a startled viper, the hum abruptly escalates, becoming sharp and piercing. The metal structure of the entire underground space begins to groan under the unbearable burden. Rusted pipes vibrate violently, dust falling in showers. Even more terrifying, the space surrounding the fragment begins to visibly warp. Light bends and shatters as if passing through an uneven lens. The air seems to turn into a viscous gel. Everything in his field of vision shakes, elongates, and distorts. Lucio feels as if he has been thrown into a massive, invisible vortex, his body being pulled and squeezed by an unseen force. Spatial distortion. Lucio's heart races with alarm. This is the singing described in his father's journal. The cradle fragment is spontaneously and uncontrollably causing turmoil in the local space structure. Warning: high-intensity spatial resonance detected. Source: Imperial Star Lower District Furnace Old Factory. Intensity: exponentially rising. The cold warning message from Night Owl cuts forcibly into Lucio's terminal, the red alert icon flashing frantically. Almost simultaneously, the echo of the cradle, forcibly suppressed by the neural lock, resonates powerfully with the spatial distortion triggered by the fragment. Those cold geometric shapes violently assault the prison of the neural lock. A massive vertical pupil's phantom reappears, this time not merely observing, but with a sense of greed, attraction, as if the fragment is the cradle's consciousness extending its tendrils into the real universe, and Lucio, this tainted living beacon, is its perfect anchor point. Ugh! Lucio clutches his head in pain, collapsing to the ground. The neural lock collar emits a shrill scream, the overheated metal burning his skin. He feels his consciousness being torn apart by the dual forces of the fragment and the phantom in his mind. The ghostly green glow on the fragment's surface rides like a living creature, extending several slender tendrils made of liquid metal towards Lucio. Escape. He must escape immediately. But his body feels as if it is filled with lead. The immense pressure from the spatial distortion makes it impossible for him to move. Those ghostly green tendrils carrying a deadly allure and coldness draw ever closer. At the edge of the new Chang'an star domain on the outskirts of the Death Stardust belt, the Observer high-speed reconnaissance ship navigates like a small boat amidst the tumultuous space turbulence and dense interstellar dust. Inside the bridge, piercing alarm sounds erupt one after another. Report. Gravitational wave abnormal peak value has exceeded the critical threshold. Spatial curvature distortion has reached dangerous levels. Detected unknown high-energy radiation. Spectrum analysis. Cannot match any known energy source. Hull shield overloaded by 37. External sensors are failing on a massive scale. Zhuge Yun stares intently at the main screen. The area enveloped in strange fluctuations now resembles a boiling cosmic cauldron. What was once an abnormal gravitational wave has now evolved into visible spatial distortion. Huge, jellyfish-like energy bubbles continuously form and dissipate in the void, each annihilation releasing a torrent of terrifying energy that tears through space. Clouds of dust are shaped into grotesque, constantly shifting geometric forms by invisible forces. Further away, a vast whirlpool composed purely of darkness is slowly taking shape, its center seemingly connecting to the abyss of the universe, emanating a soul-chilling pull and a cold will. That's it. Zhuge Yun's voice is hoarse, filled with unprecedented gravity. The energy projection point of the cradle. It is anchoring this star domain. At that moment, the piercing radar alarm blares again. Alert. Large-scale Federal Fleet jump signal detected. Position straight ahead. Quantity. A fully outfitted battleship detachment. It's the venomous Fong detachment. They are heading toward the anomaly. Are they coming for the anomaly? Or are they coming for us? On the holographic star map, the glaring red dots representing the Federal Fleet swarm out of the jump channel like a pack of sharks smelling blood heading straight for the dark whirlpool. And the Observer is right at the intersection of both paths. Increase shield power to maximum. Evasive maneuvers. Activate all passive sensors, record all anomaly data with full force. Zhuge Yun orders sharply, his voice still clear and powerful even amidst the alarms. His gaze swiftly scans between the Federal Fleet and the terrifying dark whirlpool. Have the Federals discovered the anomaly here, seeking to study it first? Or are they also drawn by the power of the cradle? Or worse yet, are they part of the Obsidian Group plan? The engines of the Observer roar as it performs a dangerously risky barrel roll maneuver, narrowly avoiding a silent, ghostly green energy beam shot from the dark whirlpool. The beam grazes the hull, and the shield energy reading plummets by 15 in an instant. The debris of a small asteroid belt swept by the beam instantly disintegrates into the most basic particle flow, vanishing without a trace. Report. Anomaly energy readings synchronized with a weak signal source from the direction of the Imperial star. Synchronous resonance. A sensor operator's voice trembles with incredulous fear. Intensity is rapidly climbing. The Imperial star. Synchronous resonance. Zhuge Yun's heart sinks. His younger brother Lucio. He is still on the Imperial star. He carries the fire seed key, the living beacon locked by the cradle. Could it be? The fragment on the Imperial star has been activated, resonating with the energy point here. What does this mean? Two cradle nodes are establishing a connection, forming a consciousness channel that spans the star sea. An unprecedented sense of crisis grips Zhuge Yun like a cold hand around his throat. The new Chang'an star domain faces not only the direct threat of the cradle energy point, but may also become a springboard for the cradle consciousness to fully descend due to the resonance of the Imperial star fragments. Immediately synchronize and record the resonance data. Highest priority. Prepare the hyperspace communication array, packaging all data, including signals related to the Imperial star, to send to General Zhaozhen. Warning of the highest threat. Zhuge Yun speaks rapidly, his gaze icy as steel. He must make sure the rear knows the truth. As the Observer desperately evades, collects data, and prepares to send the flagship of the Federal Venomous Fong detachment. The Venom Kiss battleship with its massive and menacing hull has already turned its direction, its multiple enormous main cannons glowing with a terrifying energy charge, coldly locking onto this troublesome Imperial reconnaissance ship. Lock onto the target. Imperial reconnaissance ship. Fire. Eliminate the obstacle. The cold and ruthless command of the Federal commander comes through the public channel. A series of energy beams thick enough to tear apart small planets, carrying the momentum to destroy everything tear through space, shooting toward the insignificant observer. The light of death instantaneously illuminates Zhuge Yun's solemn face and the dark, terrifying cosmic abyss outside the porthole. In an unknown star domain, within a mysterious facility, cold liquid is drawn away and the life pod cover silently slides open. The blinding white light causes Lin Yi's tightly shut eyes to sting. He suddenly opens his eyes. What greets him is not the familiar mecha hangar or field hospital tent, but a pure white room imbued with futuristic technology, its lines simple and cold. The air is filled with the smell of disinfectant and a faint trace of ozone. He finds himself lying on a smooth platform connected to numerous fine tubes, the other ends of which vanish into the ceiling. His body feels strange. There is no excruciating pain from severe injuries, but instead, a sense of power. A cold, precise strength that feels as if it does not belong to him surges through his limbs. But even more bizarre is the sensation in his nerves, as if they have been forcibly elongated, enhanced, and covered with a layer of cold metal mesh. With each heartbeat, there is a slight tingling pain like electric currents coursing through nerve bundles. His thoughts become extraordinarily clear and quick like a high-speed cold processor, but at the same time, they strip away most of the emotional fluctuations that belong to humanity, leaving only absolute rationality and a cold, killing intent towards certain specific targets, such as the list of the Empire's decayed vermin. You have awakened L017. A synthetic voice devoid of emotional fluctuation resonates in the room. A figure dressed in a white uniform, its face obscured, seemingly wearing optical camouflage, appears in a holographic projection beside the platform. Neural reconstruction completion 98. 7 of physical trauma repair 99. 1 Nirvana protocol phase 1 successful. How do you feel? Lin Yi does not respond. He attempts to sit up, his movements flowing with an incredible smoothness, a sense of strength far surpassing before. He looks down at his hands, a faint glimmer of ghostly blue light, like circuit board patterns, flashes beneath his skin. He sees his blurred reflection on the metallic wall beside him. Still his face, but the gaze. Cold, sharp, like a tempered blade devoid of the former flames of anger, replaced only by an unfathomable cold pool. Where's this? Lin Yi's voice is low and hoarse, carrying a metallic hum, feeling somewhat foreign to himself. The Broken Sword Reforging Project Base. We are your forgers. The synthetic voice replies, you have been reborn. Stronger, faster, more focused. Your anger and obsession will be the perfect fuel to drive your new body forward. Now it is time to fulfill your duty. The holographic projection switches, displaying 2 pieces of information. The first is the last scene from the battlefield of the Shattered Bone Star domain. The Wolverine mecha crashing into asteroid fragments, life signals disappearing. The second is 2 encrypted information briefs, a high-intensity spatial distortion and cradle consciousness resonance signals detected from the direction of the Imperial star, highly consistent with project target cradle characteristics, source old factory in the lower district of the furnace. Threat level extinction grade spreading. Brief B, a stable cradle energy projection point appears at the edge of the new Chang'an star domain, codename Eye of the Abyss, currently establishing strong resonance with the Imperial star signal source. The Federal fleet is intervening, intentions unclear. The Imperial reconnaissance ship Observer, carrying important target Zhuge Yun, is under attack from the Federal fleet in dire straits. Zhuge Yun, younger brother. The names in the briefs strike like lightning, tearing through the layer of cold rationality forcibly imposed over Lin Yi's consciousness. The feelings buried deep within him burst forth. Second brother is in danger in New Chang'an. Younger brother triggered cradle distortion on the Imperial star. Worry, anger, killing intent erupt like a dormant volcano. But this time these intense emotions do not drown his reason. Instead, they are precisely captured, amplified, and transformed into purer, more efficient action directives by that cold neural enhancement network. Mission. Lin Yi's voice remains cold, but beneath that deep pool, a ghostly blue flame ignites enough to incinerate all obstacles. Mission 1, go to the old factory in the lower district of the Imperial star, recover or destroy the out-of-control cradle fragment and prevent the spread of consciousness resonance. Mission 2, rush to the edge of the new Chang'an star domain, ensure the survival of target individual Zhuge Yun, and obtain data on the Eye of the Abyss energy point. Vehicles and equipment are ready. Authorized for use under codename Blade of Rebirth. Before him, the wall silently slides open, revealing a passage filled with technological sophistication. At the end of the passage stands an unfamiliar, streamlined, matte black mecha, its shape both menacing and elegant, like a work of art born for slaughter, ghostly blue energy patterns flowing slowly between the seams of its armor. Lin Yi hesitates not at all, tearing away all the tubes from his body, stepping barefoot onto the cold ground. Broken ribs. Internal bleeding. Hypothermia. In the face of his new body after nirvana, it seems as if they never existed. He strides towards the black mecha waiting for him, his steps steady and full of power. The slight prickling sensation brought by the cold enhanced nerves constantly reminds him of the price of his rebirth and the mission he bears. Brother's chains severed. No, the chains of fate have never been severed, merely tempered into a more resilient form. The shadow of the cradle from the abyss looms over the Imperial star and New Chang'an, while the blade of rebirth returned from death will carry a reinforced cold body and an undying fiery brotherhood striking towards that unknown terror. In the whispers of the star's skeleton, the broken sword is reforged, its brilliance reignited. In the lower quarter of Dixing, at the heart of the abandoned Ronlu factory, the spatial distortion writhed like an invisible colossal hand mercilessly kneading this iron graveyard. Rusted pipes twisted and snapped, the enormous furnace plinth groaned beneath unbearable strain. The shriek of ripping metal and the high buzzing wail of shattered cradles blended into a hellish symphony. Lucio knelt on the violently trembling floor like withered grass in a storm. The neural collar around his neck flashed a spectral blue, emitting a piercing, near-breaking cry. Overheated metal seared the skin of his neck. The pain was as if millions of red-hot needles churned his marrow. In his mind, the cold, geometric storm and fragments of the Yaolon resonated with the spatial aberration in devastating harmony. An enormous slit-pupil apparition swelled without bound, its icy will hammered at the ramparts of his soul like a tangible icicle. What his father had written about, images and sigils drilling into the mind, was no longer metaphor, but a literal ongoing devouring. He felt his consciousness being stripped away and assimilated, turning into an extension of that cold, implacable will. Emerging from the fragment, eerie green tendrils of liquid metal sniffed the air like venomous serpents. They were less than a meter from him, exuding fatal temptation and a chill like absolute zero. No! Get away! Lucio roared with the last ember of his will, his right hand trembling as it groped for the final homemade high explosive on his waist. Mutual annihilation, this was the best choice. Just as he was about to pull the fuse, an ear-splitting thunderclap, as if the heavens themselves had collapsed, erupted overhead. The entire subterranean chamber lurched as though struck by a meteor. The heavy alloy ceiling was torn asunder and flung aside by an irresistible surge of force. Dazzling sunlight and the cold air of Dixing flooded into the green-tinged inferno like a wash of cleansing water. A pitch-black, grotesquely contoured silhouette exuding an aura of annihilation, like a spear fallen from the nine heavens, barreled down between Lucio and the Yaolon fragments, bringing with it a storm of roaring wind and shredding metal. It was the Chongqing Jiren piloted by Lin Yi. Its leg thrusters spat ghostly blue exhaust as it landed with terrifying precision, webbing cracks across the hardened floor. Along its streamlined hull, azure energy veins flowed like living things, radiating an icy, potent ripple of power. From its arms ejected two oddly shaped, high-frequency energy blades. The surrounding space itself warped subtly from their overload. Big brother. Lucio stared in disbelief, half convinced he was hallucinating. That mech, that cold and formidable presence. It was his brother. But how could he be here? This mech. He had never seen it before. The Chongqing Jiren sensors instantly locked onto the hovering Yaolon fragment, which pulsed an eerie green. A chilling synthesized voice rang in Lin Yi's mind. Target confirmed, Yaolon fragment out of control. Energy level high risk. Threat assessment extinction level. Mission physical obliteration. Without hesitation, the thrust vector nozzles behind the Chongqing Jiren burst into blinding blue flame. The massive frame became a black lightning bolt tearing space as it dove at the Yaolon fragment. The high-frequency blades screamed as they cleaved at the fragment. The Yaolon fragment reacted as if sensing death, its green light surged, and the grating hum escalated to an eardrum-shattering pitch. The surrounding spatial distortion intensified, abruptly forming a twisted force field shield. From it lashed out several green liquid metal tendrils like venomous dragons, striking at the Chongqing Jiren with terrifying speed and force. Clang. Sizzle. The energy blade struck the spatial field, erupting in blinding sparks and a nauseating metallic contortion. The force field convulsed, but did not break. A flailing tendril smashed into the Chongqing Jiren's shoulder armor, gouging deep, smoking scars. Damage reports streamed into Lin Yi's consciousness. His neural augmentation filtered pain into cold combat data and optimal evasion directives. The Chongqing Jiren executed an impossibly fast lateral spin, evading the subsequent strangles of tendrils by the slimmest margin. At the same time, the chest plating slid aside, revealing a dangered energy focus. Particle piercer cannon charge. Fire. The cold command formed in Lin Yi's mind. A humming silence followed. A concentrated arm-thick cord of dark red energy like the gaze of death cleaved the violently warping space around the Yaolon fragment. Boom. A far fiercer explosion followed. The force field shattered like glass. Raging energy eddies swept the subterranean chamber, tearing twisted pipes and furnace wreckage to shreds. The Yalon fragment's eerie green dimmed abruptly, and it emitted a sharp, wounded cry like a beast struck. The fragment had been wounded. The blast hurled Lucio into a ruined wall. Darkness closed in, and he nearly fainted. The Yalin's ravenous will, however, staggered for the first time as its fragment took damage. Pressure from the neural collar eased at once. Third brother. Move. Lin Yi's voice electronically processed, yet unmistakably his boomed through the Chongqing Zhiren's external speakers into Lucio's ears. The Chongqing Zhiren planted itself between Lucio and the fragment like an implacable wall of steel. Its energy blades flared once more, aimed at the dimmed, yet more frenzied shard. Lucio watched that familiar yet alien black silhouette, saw the torn gash where tendrils had raked its armor, and beheld it stand resolute between him and the horrific fragment. A tempest of joy, worry, and enormous questions battered him. His brother was not dead, but what had he endured? This mech, this cold aura. There was no time for answers. The fragment lashed back with greater frenzy. More green tendrils erupted from its body, coiling with destructive power toward the Chongqing Zhiren. The subterranean structure collapsed under repeated detonations and spatial warping. Massive metal beams began to rain down from above. Moved. Lin Yi's voice carried the weight of command. The mech's engines roared as it plunged once more into the enraged fragment, unleashing another storm of lethal, shredding metal. Gritting his teeth, Lucio mustered his last strength, seized his canvas pack, and stumbled toward the huge breach the Chongqing Zhiren had forced open. Behind him thundered the cacophony of metal impacts, energy detonations, and the shard's hate-filled keening. He dared not look back and fled with all his might from this collapsing inferno. At the edge of the Xian Chang'an Star region at the Xinyuan Jitong battlefield, the scout ship Dongche's Hao rode like a lone skiff in a storm, weaving desperately between the Duan Hao battleship's destructive main beams and the emerald rays of the Xinyuan Jitong. Each maneuver skated the razor's edge, a shield readouts plummeted like an avalanche. Shields at 22. Port engine damaged. Fire control offline. The bridge filled with shrill alarms and operators' despairing reports. Zhuge Yun gripped the command rail until his knuckles whitened. Outside the viewport, the dark Xinyuan Jitong vortex swelled and spun at a visible pace. Its central pull grew stronger, the surrounding space roiling like a boiling sea. More terrifying was the sensation Zhuge Yun could feel clearly, a cold, vast inhuman will sweeping across the sector through that vortex like a tangible gaze. Resonance signals from the Dixing direction, synchronized with the fragments, seemed to give that dread presence a precise coordinate. The Federation fleet had noticed the anomaly in Dongche's Hao stubbornness. The Duan Hao abandoned charging its main guns and ordered swarms of assault vessels to pounce like wolves, trying to shred the annoying scout to pieces with concentrated fire. Evasive. Deploy chaff. Point defense guns full power. Zhuge Yun's voice remained steady, though sweat beaded at his temple. The scout fought desperately amid the assault fleet. Its shields flickered erratically as small energy cannons pummeled the hull, spitting sparks. Report Xinyuan Jitong energy spike. Spatial distortion expanding. Unknown force field detected. Interference with the jump drives. The sensor operator's voice trembled with despair. If their jump was compromised, even the slimmest hope of escape might be cut off. The Federation's assault flotilla seemed ordered on. Their onslaught intensified, attempting to shove Dongche's Hao straight into Xinyuan Jitong's gravity well. At that desperate instant, alarm. Unidentified object at extreme velocity approaching. Bearing. Directly overhead. Speed. Untrackable. The radar operator's voice rose in disbelief. A shadow deeper than darkness, like a rent in the starfield, cut into the battlefield at a speed beyond all reaction limits. It shrugged off the assault ship's intercept fire, beams struck its somber armor, and vanished like ripples in a pond. The Chongqing Zhiren had arrived. It did not pause. The instant it breached the fray, high-frequency blades ejected from its arms. Its engines unleashed a bluish plume that exceeded physical limits. The mech became a deathly whirlwind, plowing into the core of the assault flotilla. Screech. Boom. A Federation Dufeng assault ship failed to turn in time and was bisected by the Chongqing Zhiren as if by a hot blade through butter, exploding midair. Then a second, a third. This black mech moved like a phantom. Each sweep of its blades precisely severed engines and tore armor asunder. The Federation formation was rent to pieces. The dense web of fire was torn open. What is that thing? Came panicked cries over Federation channels. An Imperial prototype mech. Impossible. Stop it. Concentrate fire. More weapons poured onto the Chongqing Zhiren, but its evasions were uncanny. Its dark armor seemed to absorb or deflect most attacks. Like a tiger among sheep, it carved a bloody path through the assault group, buying a brief breathing space for the Dongche's Hao. Dongche's Hao. This is Lin Yi. The cold, familiar voice cut into Zhuge Yun's command channel. Target Xinyuan Jitong. Collect data. Evacuation route plotted. Execute. Big brother. Zhuge Yun stared at the hollow of the black mech rampaging amid the enemy. A light had never seen flared in his eyes. Though the voice was processed and distant, the fighting style, the reckless will to rescue. This was his brother. He had truly returned. Returned in this inconceivable way. There was no time to marvel. Seizing the precious moment, Dongche's Hao pushed its damaged port engine to the limit and surged, carving a bloody lane toward the Chongqing Jiren. All remaining sensor power flared to life. They scanned and recorded Xinyuan Jitong's terrifying energy matrix and spatial distortion with abandon. The Duan Hao had been enraged by the sudden black mech. Its massive hull slowly pivoted, and all main guns lit their charging death beams. This time it locked onto the black mech that had rampaged through its fleet, the Chongqing Jiren. Target locked. High threat unit. Main battery salvo. Destroy it. The Federation commander screamed hysterically. Several planet-shattering energy pillars bearing the will to annihilate tore open the void and thundered toward the Chongqing Jiren that had just cleaved the last assault ship. The annihilating light swallowed the space Lin Yi occupied. Big brother. Zhuge Yun cried aloud on the Dongche's Hao's bridge. He felt his heart nearly stop. Yet at the moment the death beams would strike, dozens of tiny ghost blue points flickered across the Chongqing Jiren's vector nozzles and hull. The mech seemed to lose all weight and performed an impossibly abrupt near-right-angle evasive turn that defied physics. The massive energy pillars skimmed past its hull, the savage eddies scorching and blackening its armor, but the core strikes missed. Engine overload. Evasion efficiency down 70. Warning Xinyuan Jitong gravitational capture field strengthening. A cold alarm intoned in Lin Yi's consciousness. He held the Chongqing Jiren hovering in the blast's aftermath, its lone azure eye swept coldly over the distant Duan Hao, then toward the cosmic eye that was Xinyuan Jitong. The mech's hull was scarred and engines smoked. Lin Yi's augmented nerves and strengthened body felt no fear, only absolute focus on the objective. Data collection complete. Dongche's Hao commenced withdrawal. Zhuge Yun's voice, raw with survival, came through. Go. Lin Yi's reply was still cold and terse. He turned the Chongqing Jiren, and its engines spat a final azure flare as it charged to interpose against Federation ships pursuing the Dongche's Hao. Like a blade that burns itself to cover its kin's retreat, the Chongqing Jiren. At Xinyuan Jitong's swirling center, the eerie light flickered like an ice-cold eye, silently observing this petty struggle at its threshold. The resonance from the Dixing fragments was but a faint candle in its vast consciousness, marking a new intriguing toy Lucio and a meddlesome intruder Lin Yi. New era N. E. 983 standard time at the fringes of the Suvu Xingyu within the ruin-strewn perimeter of the Haishi fortress. The void had ceased to be pure darkness. It was stained with burning metal, leaking energies, and twisted clouds of radiation, a sickly shifting palette of filth. Colossal starship wrecks lay like the bones of prehistoric beasts, slowly rotating and colliding under faint gravitational tugs, emitting mute laments. This was the last stand of the Empire's Quixing's mobile strike group and the grave they had dug for themselves. The Lionbang's iron tide, like a swarm of greedy piranhas, squeezed this final island of resistance from three directions. Each salvo from the battleship's main battery struck like a god's whip, tearing the void, carving blinding ripples of energy and deadly breaches through the Empire's remaining defensive array. Cruiser formations prowled like venomous serpents, their dense secondary fire cutting down escort ships attempting to mend the line. Assault boats and legions of mech swarmed through the debris like locusts hunting relentlessly. The cruiser Buku, a flagship battered and scarred, now resembled a wounded elephant savaged by wolves, bleeding without respite. The hull was pockmarked with blackened shell craters and torn armor plates, many fires burning, the engine nozzles glow weakened and chaotic. Within the bridge, shrill alarms, explosions, and flickering red light wove an apocalyptic tableau. Left port C armor belt completely failed. Turrets 7 and 8 offline. Shield generator overloaded. Energy circuits fused. Cannot be repaired. The Lianbang Laiwaishan-class battleship has locked onto our hull. Main batteries fully charged. Captain, we. The communications officer's desperate roar was cut short by the Captain Chen Feng, a veteran with half his face burned, but eyes still as sharp as a hawk's. His bloodshot eyes fixed on the tactical star chart, watching blue blips that symbolized their forces wink out one by one, while the red tide of the Lianbang mercilessly swallowed the last positions. With calloused fingers, he slammed the console open, the ship-wide broadcast, his voice hoarse, yet resolute as bedrock. Captain Chen Feng speaking. All crew of the cruiser Buku, obey orders. Abandon all non-essential systems. Concentrate all energy to engines and the last 3 main batteries. Target the Lianbang flagship Gangtai. All hands charge. There was no hesitation, no last lament. In the hush, engines screamed up to maximum, a keening whine, and the main guns charging energy converged into a heart-stopping guttural roar. The burning Leviathan Buku, like a moth drawn to flame, trailed black smoke and leaking energy behind it as it launched its final suicide charge toward the largest battleship at the heart of the Lianbang fleet. For the Empire. For our fallen brothers. Someone cried, voice ragged with blood and salt on the channel. For the Empire. Hoarse voices answered across the bridge at gun stations in the engine room. It was the last ember of hope in despair, the final burn of dignity. For a moment, the Lianbang fleet seemed stunned by the madness, then unleashed even fiercer interception fire. Countless energy beams poured down the Bucus path like a torrential storm. The hull shuddered violently, explosions rupturing in succession. Yet Buku, like a ghost vessel driven by obsession, ignored its own undoing and accelerated rather than slowing. Just as Buku was about to enter the dead angle of Gangtai Yixi's main batteries to deal its last broadside and strike itself into the enemy with wreckage, a sudden critical moment unfolded. A black streak, swift as a phantom and like a lightning tear through clouds, shot from an emergency bay in Bucus' belly. Under a curtain of fire, it clung to hull fragments, used complex gravitational disturbances and radiation clouds as cover, slipped away from the main battlefield in an instant and veered toward an inconspicuous point of gravitational turbulence at the edge of the Sugu Xingyu. It was Lin Yi's mech Longhuan. Inside the cockpit, Lin Yi was drenched in blood. His left shoulder armor had been grazed by an energy beam, leaving a charred, bone-bared wound, blood-soaked half his body. The neural sync system screamed damage alerts from multiple locations on the mech. The left arm's plasma barrel had been twisted and ruined. Yet his control hands were rock-steady, his gaze cold as 10,000-year ice, without a shred of sentimental longing for the doomed, glorious charge behind him. He had completed his mission. In the instant Buku launched its death charge and chaos erupted, he seized the single fleeting chance to break away from the battlefield. He could not die there. He carried the last spark of hope for the Quixing's unit, the bloody truth of the Lagrange engagement, and a personal reckoning to mete out to the parasites at the Imperial core with his own hands. Big brother, hold on. The jump point is ahead. Ban's house voice crackled over the calm, hoarse and urgent. Another modified engineering mech, Ban's house ride Polenwang, its engine sprouting unstable blue flames, trailed close behind, using its remaining repair arms to frantically mend Langhuan's damaged thrusters and armor. No time for chatter, stay close. Lin Yi snarled, driving Longhuan into an extreme barrel roll maneuver that narrowly evaded a tracking energy beam from the rear flank. The blast shockwaves jolted the mechs violently. The Lianbang had plainly spotted the 2 slipstreams. Several high-speed destroyers and scores of Razor assault fighters, scenting blood like sharks, peeled off from the main battle and pursued them with murderous intent. A dense web of fire braided into a net of death. Damn, these ghosts won't die. Banzhou cursed as Polenwang's shield generator sparked and failed completely. Lin Yi's eyes hardened. Longhuan slammed into a sudden deceleration and pivoted to face its attacker. The remaining right arm high-frequency vibration blade shot free, carving a lethal arc through vacuum. Clang. A razor at the front line was sliced clean in 2 in an instant. The flash of its explosion briefly blinded the pursuers. Move. Lin Yi did not linger. After the strike, he accelerated headlong. Longhuan and Polenwang fought like storm-tossed shearwaters in a gale, exploiting the debris field's treacherous terrain and their own extreme agility in a desperate, breathless chase. Every dodge skirted death, every counterstrike was a life wager. At last, ahead. The core of that gravitational disturbance showed on the scanner, an agonizingly unstable, soap bubble micro-wormhole that might collapse at any heartbeat. Now, jump, Lin Yi roared. The 2 battered mechs like moths to a candle dove headlong into the warped, churning vortex of space. Behind them, the Lianbang pursuers hammered the wormhole entrance with furious fire, sending violent spatial ripples through the aperture, yet they could not stop the 2 figures who embodied an unyielding will from vanishing. In the next instant, the space calmed. Only the Lianbang pursuers remained aimless in the void, in the distant conflagration where Buku and Gangtai had perished together, their sacrificial explosion lighting half the region. Xi and Chang'an Xingyu outside the Chang'an Star Fortress aboard the light escort Qiming. This vessel, belonging to the Xi and Chang'an garrison and personally refitted by Zhuge Yun, drifted silently in the shadow of an asteroid belt like a crouched hunter. Within the bridge, the air was tense. Zhuge Yun stood before a vast star chart, his gaze behind lenses sharp as knives, fingers tracing tidal gravitational fluctuations and potential spatial interference at the jump point. Advisor signal acquired. Hyperspace disturbance signature matches. Its commander Lin Yi Huan, the communications officer, reported voice tight with restrained excitement. Prepare to receive. Gravitational drag net to maximum output. Medical teams stand by, Zhuge Yun said in a steady voice, though his clenched fist betrayed his tension. He knew that for Lin Yi to have broken out, he must have endured unspeakable slaughter. The void rides space folding like crumpled parchment. 2 smoking armor-shattered heaps of mech debris were forcibly ejected. Long Huan and Polan Wang tumbled largely devoid of power like enormous pieces of orbital junk. Kaiming's belly deployed the gravitational dragnet. The invisible field cradled the 2 near-ruined mechs like a gentle hand and hauled them toward the slowly opening hangar bay. Inside, the hangar lights flared to daylight. When Lang Huan's cockpit was emergency cut open, a strong scent of blood and burning filled the air. 2 burly soldiers carefully lifted Lin Yi out. His face was ashen, the left shoulder wound a mangled, ruined blood loss, leaving him semi-conscious, yet his right hand still clutched the battered hilt of the high-frequency vibration blade smeared with enemy oil and blood. Big brother. Zhuge Yun hurried forward. Even a man famed for cunning, he felt his heart tear at Lin Yi's grievous sight. He swiftly ordered medical teams to rush Lin Yi to the ship's infirmary. Banzhou fared slightly better, but suffered multiple fractures and exhaustion. He crawled from Polan Wang, and the first words he could muster were, "Advisor. Quixings are gone. The captain. The brothers. All." The Iron Man choked and could say no more. Zhuge Yun patted his shoulder with grave solemnity. No words were needed. He accepted a blood-streaked, encrypted data store from Banzhou, the last battle logs, and personnel roster of the Quixings unit. "Advisor, there's one more thing. Before Commander Lin Yi lost consciousness, he insisted I personally give this to you," Banzhou added, producing a palm-sized metal cube wrapped in cloth and stained with blood. Zhuge Yun took the cold, weighty cube. He recognized it, the spark carrier that their third brother Lucio had entrusted to the eldest. He brought it into his cabin, initiated layered encryption and physical isolation, and carefully unsealed it. When the contents of the Lagrange Battle Partial Investigation Report, internal summary, displayed before Zhuge Yun, the strategist famed for calm and clarity, turned ashen instantly. The lenses behind his eyes burned with an unprecedented fury. High Council treason. Inferior shields from Xingchen Pharmaceuticals. Deep space military industry tampered directives. Logistics corruption. The blood of hundreds of thousands of soldiers and the collapse of the Empire's lines traced back to such filthy betrayal and sordid deals. How splendid the Empire. How splendid its maggots, Zhuge Yun said, voice ice cold as a void trench, and struck the alloy table with a fist. The solid surface dented under the blow. He finally understood the rot at the Empire's core and why Lin Yi had fought so desperately to break out. This blood debt demanded blood for payment. He carefully backed up and encrypted the damning evidence, then linked to the ship's communications array and opened a highly secure channel. On the screen appeared a hardened-featured, sharp-eyed, middle-aged man in the Xian Chang'an Garrison General's uniform, General Zhao Zhen. "General," Zhuge Yun's voice steadied, but a dark current flowed beneath it. "The remnants of the Quixings unit have been recovered. Lin Yi is gravely wounded, but alive. At the same time, we have incontrovertible evidence capable of overturning the Empire's order." He transmitted a summary of the report from the spark chip to General Zhao. Zhao Zhen scanned the report swiftly. His face grew colder until it became a blade of frost. "Bastards," he growled like a wounded lion. "Advisor Zhuge, how do you intend to use this evidence?" "A prairie fire needs tinder," Zhuge Yun replied, eyes flashing with cold, cunning light. "This proof cannot be exposed directly. The Imperial core is infested, or rash disclosure would only alert the vermin, or worse, be turned against us. We need a moment, a catalyst that will ignite public outrage and let the evidence wield its full force." He brought up the Xian Chang'an star map and tapped an unassuming system. The Haishi fortress not at the front line, but on the periphery, controlled by old noble interests who hoarded strategic supplies and maintained an ambiguous stance toward resisting the Lianbang. "General, I recommend we immediately redeploy the 3rd Garrison Fleet and the stockpile stationed at Haishi secretly to the Iron Curtain defense line in the Xian Chang'an core. Simultaneously leak news of the existence of this evidence to the Haishi Lord Marquis Li Chong through covert channels." Zhao Zhen's gaze sharpened. "You mean to draw the snake out to let the tiger devour the wolf?" "Exactly." A cold smile curled Zhuge Yun's mouth. "Li Chong is greedy, short-sighted, and indecisive. If he learns that the Imperial core is so rotten and that he controls Haishi supplies and fleet, what will he do? Continue to wait or seize arms for himself, perhaps even conspire with the Lianbang to survive? Once he makes a move, whether secretly colluding with the Lianbang or attempting to hoard resources and set himself up, he will provide the perfect pretext for us to purge the traitors and reclaim Haishi. We gain desperately needed supplies and fleets, and bind Li Chang's treachery to the blood evidence for all to see. Let the honest soldiers and citizens across Xi and Chang'an and the remaining conscience of the Empire see the true face of the Imperial core, and let the maggots have nowhere to hide. Zhao Jin hesitated, eyes bright with calculation. This plan is dangerous, but viable. Chaos demands decisive measures. Proceed as Advisor Zhuge directs. Execute immediately. Yes, Zhuge Yun acknowledged solemnly. Thus a strategic gambit centered on Haishi using the spark as bait to kindle a new order quietly unfolded. While Qiming carried Lin Yi and the heavy secret toward Chang'an Star Fortress far from the battle, yet seething with darker currents, the lower districts of Imperial Chang'an overflowed with filth and corruption. A hunched figure cloaked in tatters and wearing a crude metal mask that hid a cold neural collar moved like a ghost through the chaotic marketplace. His left arm was braced by a makeshift metal support, and his step was faltering, yet his eyes were daggers of poisonous alertness as he scanned the surroundings. Lucio had finally reached the smuggling rendezvous provided by Yanshu, a fetid dock hidden deep within the abandoned sewage treatment plant pipes that purported to send anyone away from the Imperial Star. Moored in the dock lay a rugged patch-painted mid-sized modified smuggler ship bristling with external gear and weapon turrets. Xingqianimin. A burly captain with a menacing scar and a thick cigar stood impatiently beside the gangplank, sizing Lucio up with undisguised contempt. "So you're the sick ghost Yanshu talked about," the scarred captain sneered. "You look half dead, and you want passage to Xi and Chang'an aboard my ship. Do you know how chaotic that place is now? Lianbong trackers, noble privateers, and that new garrison popping up, it's a meat grinder." Lucio ignored the taunt and slipped a pale hand from beneath his cloak, revealing 3 high-purity energy crystal bricks that glinted temptingly in his palm. His last fare. The scarred captain's eyes sharpened at once with greed, but he then frowned and eyed Lucio with suspicion. "Crystals are good, but tell me who you are. Why are the Imperial black dogs hunting you like mad? I don't want to get hunted down over a few bricks." A cold curve tugged the corner of Lucio's masked mouth. He lifted his head slowly, and through the mask's eye slit stared at the captain with a hoarse voice that carried a piercing clarity. "Who I am is not important. What matters is that I know what is buried beneath the oasis, I know where the cradle is, and I know who is moving the pieces in a game that could swallow the galaxy." He paused, extending the crystal bricks forward. "Take me. These are yours. Once we reach Xi and Chang'an, I will give you information you cannot refuse enough to build your own underground kingdom there." Or Lucio's gaze flicked to shadowy figures in the dock, and his hand idly rested on a subtle bulge at his waist. The emergency overdrive switch for his neural collar. "You can hand me to the black dogs and see if they grant you a merciful death." The scarred captain's features twitched as greed, fear, and doubt warred within him. He sensed that the frail-looking sick ghost before him radiated an extreme danger like a walking fuse. The temptation of the 3 crystals was vast, but the mention of the cradle and the grand game stirred a dread that touched him to the bone. At last, greed and a gambler's appetite for risk overcame fear. The captain snatched the bricks into his coat and spat, "Damn. You're ruthless. Get aboard and hide in the lower hold. Try anything, and he'll chop you up and feed you to space slugs." The heavy gangplank lowered. Lucio did not hesitate. He hauled his wounded body up the plank step by step. As he stepped into Xingqianimin's dim cabin thick with cheap tobacco oil and sweat, he turned for a final glance at Imperial Chang'an's grand dome, magnificent yet rotting beneath its splendor. Daner. Big brother. Second brother. He clenched his fist, feeling the neural collar's icy touch and the suppressed echo of the cradle that still resounded in his mind. For now he left the shadow of the Imperial Star, but the war had only just begun. Bearing the secret of the spark and an ancient curse, he set his course for Xi and Chang'an on the Stardust Path. And in Xi and Chang'an, the torch Zhuge Yun lit to burn the city awaited the winds that would spread it. The 3 brothers' fates would meet again in that burning star region. Alright, we will continue with the plot from Chapter 20 and open Chapter 21. Underflow converges in New Chang'an Part 1. New Chang'an Star, Domain Chang'an Star Fortress Core Medical Zone Intensive Care Unit. The air was filled with the cold atmosphere of disinfectant and life-sustaining fluids. The life support equipment emitted a rhythmic and monotonous hum akin to the faint heartbeat of a dying person. Lin Yi lay in the transparent medical pod, his body covered with tubes, his face as pale as paper, his chest rising and falling weakly with the help of the ventilator. The wound on his left shoulder was covered with advanced biological gel and a nanorepair membrane, but the injury, deep enough to expose bone and severe blood loss, had drained his life essence. In the intervals between medication and intensive treatment, his consciousness struggled like a sunken ship at the edge of a dark abyss. Fractured and bloody memories surged uncontrollably the moment of the collapse of the Lagrangian defense line. The Imperial starships detonated in a silent universe, twisted metal debris, resembling gigantic tombstones. The desperate communications calls of comrades drowned in the annihilating beams of the Federation's main cannon. The blinding light of the Dingyuan flagships, shield shattering like paper. The final charge of the Starbreaker unyielding dragged a long plume of black smoke. The shriek of the overloaded engine akin to the wail of a dying giant beast. Captain Chen Feng's hoarse cry for the Empire, for our fallen brothers, echoed across the public channel only to be completely consumed by the deafening detonation. Countless familiar faces turned to ashes in the flames. The bloody road of desperate escape. The Federation's razor fighters pursued like bloodthirsty locusts. The net of death woven by artillery brushed past the Wolverine's armor, each evasive maneuver accompanied by a bone-crushing pain. The sparks from Wrench's scrap king shield bursting. The heart-stopping distortion and turbulence at the entrance of the micro-wormhole. Ugh! Lin Yi let out a suppressed groan in his unconscious state, his brow furrowed, cold sweat beating at his temples. Even in deep sedation, the searing anger, sorrow, and deeply ingrained will to kill still burned like a brand upon his soul. His tightly clenched right fist twitched involuntarily, as if still gripping the high-frequency, vibrating blade stained with the blood of enemies and comrades alike. Outside the medical pod, Zhuge Yun stood behind the observation window, his gaze calm as water, yet the worry behind the lens was hard to conceal. He had just concluded a secret discussion with the medical director. Director Lin's vital signs are stabilizing, but the damage to the nerves and muscle tissue is severe, especially in the left shoulder. The backlash from forcibly piloting the mech has penetrated to the marrow. Even with the most advanced biological repair technology, complete restoration of combat capability will take at least 3 months. Moreover, the intense combat stress response lingering in his brain and some incomprehensible deep-seated wave of anger is extremely dangerous. The medical director's voice carried a professional seriousness. Forcing him awake or stimulating him could lead to irreversible nerve damage, even mental collapse. Understood. At all costs, ensure his physiological recovery. Zhuge Yun's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. As for his mental state, let him awaken naturally. During this period, no one is to disturb him. Yes, strategist. Zhuge Yun turned and left the medical zone, his steps steady, yet each seemed to tread upon the accumulated bones of the Empire's soldiers. The blood oath within the fireseed chip was like a burning iron brand searing into the core of his strategic thinking. Anger needed to be vented, but must also be transformed into a precise lethal strike. He returned to his office, where a massive holographic star map occupied most of the room. The three-dimensional model of the new Chang'an star domain slowly rotated, with the Blackstone Fortress resembling a stubborn tumor occupying the edge of the resource-rich Iron Spine asteroid belt, guarding the secondary route leading to the heart of Chang'an Star Fortress. Next to the icon representing the fortress, the garrison force was marked a third garrison fleet controlled by the old noble Marquis Li Chong, well-equipped, yet low in morale, along with mountains of strategic supplies, energy crystals, spare engine cores, starship armor plates, all of which were desperately needed lifeblood for the new Chang'an defense line. General Zhao Zhen's authorization order had been issued. Zhuge Yun's fingers swiftly slid across the star map, marking targets. Order. The pillar-heavy armored fleet stationed in the 7th defense zone of the Iron Curtain defense line is to set out immediately under the guise of replacement exercises and secretly relocate to the Eagle Nest outpost on the outskirts of the Iron Spine asteroid belt. Logistics Department allocate 15 of the strategic reserves from the Iron Curtain defense line marked as awaiting repairs to be transported through civilian channels to the Eagle Nest outpost. Intelligence Department activate the Mole team. Target Marquis Li Chong and his core staff. Infiltration-level routine communications and secondary encrypted networks. Clear and calm directives issued from Zhuge Yun's mouth transmitted through encrypted channels to the various nerve endings of the new Chang'an defense line. The massive war machine began to be mobilized meticulously and silently. On the surface, the Iron Curtain defense line appeared slightly thin due to the partial withdrawal of forces, yet elite troops were quietly gathering towards the Blackstone Fortress. And the so-called awaiting repairs being sent to the Eagle Nest were in fact brand new equipment capable of arming a small fleet. The bait has been laid out, Zhuge Yun murmured to himself. He approached the communications console, activating the highest level of quantum encrypted communication, connecting to an extremely secretive one-way information transmission node. Recipient: the private intelligence officer of Marquis Li Chong, a key piece already secretly bought by General Zhao Zhen. The message was extremely brief, yet it sank like a boulder thrown into a deep pool. Top secret self-destruct. After reading the Imperial Star Center, holds irrefutable evidence of treason regarding the Lagrangian campaign involving the Council's Foam family Stardust Pharmaceuticals and the upper echelons of the deep space military industry. The evidence chain is complete and clearly pointed. It is reported that Zhao Zhen has obtained a copy with unclear intentions. The Blackstone's accumulation of resources could become a target for many. An anonymous friend the message sent Zhuge Yun closed the communication, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold arc. Fear and greed are humanity's fatal weaknesses. He mixed fear, the filthy exposure of the Imperial Star Center, and greed, the value of holding armed forces and resources, into the deadliest poison precisely targeting Li Chang's throat. This Stardust smuggling ship at the edge of the lower city of Chang'an is the bottom of the digestive system of this steel giant. The air was murky, mixed with inferior fuel, years of rust, decaying goods, and the pungent smell of sweat. Massive cargo containers stood like silent tombstones under dim lights casting twisted shadows. Lucio curled up in an empty container marked discarded mechanical parts, the door left ajar for ventilation. The cold touch of the neural lock collar constantly reminded him of the cage in his brain. But the echo of the cradle had not been completely locked away. It was like background noise or whispers from the abyss, continuously eroding the edges of his consciousness. Every time he closed his eyes, those cold geometric shapes and the huge vertical pupil outlines would emerge in the darkness, bringing waves of dizziness and hidden pain. Worse still was his body. The fracture in his left arm throbbed with sharp pain, although it was secured with a makeshift splint. The turbulence and damp environment of the bottom cabin made healing slow and painful. The weakness brought on by blood loss and malnutrition felt like maggots gnawing at his bones. He took out his personal terminal, the eerie blue light illuminating his tired and vigilant face hidden behind the mask. He opened the complete battlefield log left by his father Lu Zhenbong on Scorched Earth Star once again. This time he skipped the descriptions of the brutal battles and the records of his companions going mad, focusing on details about that egg, the fragment of the Pioneer's relics. The exploration team referred to it as the egg. The shell is made of some unexplainable alloy. Energy pulses within, like a heartbeat. Those who approached it would hear a song, not a sound, but directly imprinted in their minds. Images, symbols, attempts to cut samples. The moment the cutter touched the shell, Operator Shaoli, his eyes suddenly turned completely black. No whites. Then he smiled and cut open his own throat with the cutter. The magnetic field readings skyrocketed. Spatial curvature anomalies. Compasses spinning wildly. We felt trapped in a maze created by it. Lao Zhao's symptoms were the mildest. He said, that thing was calling its kind. Or, calling for mother. It must be destroyed. Overloading the reactor is the only way. Lucio muttered, a chill climbing up his spine. The living metal samples from the Oasis Research Institute. The cradle relic. His father's egg. There must be a connection between them. The bizarre song, mental pollution, spatial anomalies. All stem from the same source. And the cradle is likely what his father referenced in his log as mother. A terrifying guess took shape in his mind. The pioneer civilization may not have completely vanished. They left behind some kind of living or half-living massive relic or creation capable of self-replication, summoning, polluting. The cradle. And the fragments scattered throughout the galaxy like eggs, like living metals, are its offspring, or beacons. The active samples in the K7 Omega container are being transported to the Imperial Star. Could the Obsidian Group, or Stardust Pharmaceuticals, want to use them to communicate or even awaken the cradle? This is simply playing with fire. No, it is dragging the entire galaxy to its grave. Lucio felt a suffocating terror. He must reach New Chang'an as soon as possible. He must inform his second brother Zhuge Yun. With his second brother's wisdom and his elder brother's might, there might still be a glimmer of hope to avert this disaster. Just then, boom! A dull roar accompanied by violent shaking resounded. The entire bottom cabin felt as though it had been struck by a heavy hammer. Cargo containers collided, making a harsh metallic grinding sound. The lights flickered wildly before completely extinguishing. In the darkness, a piercing alarm shrieked loudly. The bottom cabin of the Stardust Refuge was the heart of darkness and chaos. The piercing alarm echoed through the violently shaking cabin, resembling the wails of a dying beast. Each shock from the explosions inflicted painful groans from the cargo containers, twisting and distorting the metal, causing the securing cables to snap. The cold air was thick with the acrid scent of ozone, the charred aroma of molten metal, and a faint hint of blood. Lucio pressed against the cold metal wall of the cargo container, relying on his keen hearing and touch to perceive everything around him in the absolute darkness and violent shaking. The cold touch of the neural collar around his neck constantly reminded him of the cage in his brain, But at this moment, this icy confinement became an odd anchor, allowing him to maintain a sliver of clarity amidst the chaos. When his father faced the insect tide and the spiritual pollution of the eggs on scorched earth, it was likely under such extreme pressure that he resolved to destroy the eggs. The portside shield has completely collapsed. The engine room is on fire. Damn it, it's a Razor class. 3 of them. The Star Pirates Razor class assault boats. The ship's broadcast blared with the furious roars of the scarred captain accompanied by violent coughing. Damn it, the Bloodclaw gang. How could these man-eating mad dogs be in this shipping lane? Bloodclaw. Lucio's heart tightened. This was a notorious gang of Star Pirates infamous for their cruelty and lack of moral boundaries lurking in the buffer zones between the Empire and the Federation. How could they precisely intercept this well-disguised smuggling ship? Was it a coincidence? Or was there an insider? As soon as the thought emerged, a wave of intense gunfire and screams erupted from the direction of the heavy alloy gate at the bottom cabin entrance. The beams of energy weapons briefly illuminated the dark corridor. Armed guards on the ship were resisting the enemies attempting to breach the bottom cabin. "Hold the gate. Don't let them come down," shouted a small guard leader, only to be drowned out by a louder explosion and the sudden halt of a scream. Heavy footsteps and the unique maniacal laughter of Star Pirates drew near. The enemy had breached the first line of defense. Their target was clear, the bottom cabin. They were not here to rob, it felt more like. To silence or capture. They were coming for him. The energy of the Obsidian Group was powerful enough to mobilize such desperate individuals as the Bloodclaws. He no longer hesitated, moving swiftly along the cargo wall, like a gecko heading away from the gate and toward the source of the vibrations near the ship's engine room. The engine room was complex, noisy, and an excellent hiding and counterattack point. Just as he was about to reach the shadow of a large engine cooling pipe, 2 figures suddenly emerged from the shadows of the cargo containers ahead. They were not Star Pirates. They were 2 henchmen of the scarred captain. They wielded rugged energy shotguns, their gun muzzles ominously glowing red in the darkness, their faces filled with a savage, unabashed killing intent. "Ah, sick ghost," the captain said, "your head is worth far more than those 3 crystal bricks." One of them sneered, raising the gun to aim at Lucio. A betrayal at the last moment. There was indeed an insider. The scarred captain had sold him out. A wave of icy rage instantly shattered Lucio's dizziness. He reacted almost instinctively. His body suddenly lunged sideways as he drew out an inconspicuous cylinder from behind his waist, an electromagnetic pulse bomb EMP that he had hastily assembled from discarded parts on the ship, powerful but highly unstable. Die. The henchman pulled the trigger. The scorching energy pellets poured down like fire rain. Boom. As Lucio fell, he hurled the EMP bomb towards the metal floor by the feet of the 2 henchmen. The bomb detonated instantly. Zzz. An invisible, violent electromagnetic pulse erupted violently from the explosion point. There was no fire, no deafening sound, only the instant devastation powerful enough to fry unshielded electronic devices. The energy shotguns in the hands of the 2 henchmen went instantly silent, their indicator lights flashing frantically before going dim. The makeshift communication devices and night vision gear they wore sparked with tiny flames. More deadly was that the implanted neural assist chips commonly used by Star Pirates overloaded instantly under the strong electromagnetic shock. Oh, the 2 of them seemed to be struck on the head by an invisible giant hammer, letting out a chilling scream, clutching their heads in agony as they collapsed to the ground, twitching violently and frothing at the mouth. The electromagnetic pulse's destruction of the implants was catastrophic. Lucio was also swept by the EMP's residual wave, the screen of his personal terminal instantly going black, and the neural collar emitted a sharp beep and violent vibrations as if trying to break free from its restraints. In his mind, the suppressed cradle echoed like a disturbed venomous snake suddenly raising its head, the cold geometric shapes spinning madly. The intense pain tore through his consciousness. Ugh! Lucio curled up on the ground in pain, his face twisted under the mask from the agony. He clenched his teeth tightly, using all his willpower to resist the dual shocks, the physical EMP's residual wave, and the mental backlash of the cradle. The blue light of the neural lock flashed wildly, forcefully, suppressing the storm in his mind, but the price was an even more intense pain, as if his brain was being crushed. He struggled to rise, not bothering to check on the 2 incapacitated henchmen stumbling into the complex shadows of the engine cooling pipes. The deafening roar of the engine drowned out his gasps and painful groans. He had to survive. He had to find the scarred captain. That traitor must pay the price. In the new Chang'an Star region, at the Blackstone Fortress, the Marquis Mansion's secret chamber. The heavy velvet curtains blocked out the light from the outside, and the expensive incense could not dispel the tension and greed that permeated the air. Marquis Lichong, a middle-aged man with a portly figure clad in a luxurious silk robe, exhibited no noble demeanor as he anxiously paced the carpeted room. He tightly gripped a highly encrypted communication device, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Before him, a massive holographic screen displayed alarming information streams. Anonymous tip on the new Chang'an public information platform. The Imperial High Command has sold out the Lagrange defense line. The truth behind the destruction of the 7th and 9th fleets. Attached with fragmented council communication records. The Iron Curtain Defense Forces internal forum. Hot topic. Is our shield a substandard product? Star Pharmaceuticals are endangering lives. Attached with battlefield footage analysis of the Dingyuan shield failure. Encrypted intelligence network. Li Chang's private channel Zhaozhen has obtained complete evidence of treason, source unknown, suspected to be related to the remnants on the front lines. The evidence points directly to the Feng family, Star Pharmaceuticals, and high-ranking officials in deep space. The Blackstone supplies may become targets for cleansing. Panic coiled around Li Chang's heart like a cold snake. That anonymous intelligence was real. The Imperial core was indeed rotten. Zhaozhen had obtained the ironclad evidence. As a representative of the old nobility holding military power and the vast supplies of the Blackstone fortress, he was likely the next target for cleansing in Zhaozhen's eyes. Establishing a military dictatorship. Could his demoralized fleet withstand Zhaozhen's formidable new Chang'an defense forces? Just then, the encrypted communication device in his hand vibrated. A disguised channel which Li Chong knew all too well was connected. A blurry figure appeared on the screen dressed in the uniform of a high-ranking federal officer, and the voice was processed. My lord, how have you considered? Time waits for no one. Zhaozhen's knife may fall at any moment. Li Chong's face twitched, his eyes flickering with a mix of fear and greed. The conditions offered by the federal envoy were highly tempting as long as Li Chong opened the Blackstone fortress as a springboard during the federal main forces attack on New Chang'an and surrendered the accumulated strategic supplies. The Federation would ensure his personal safety and wealth within its territory for him and his family. This was the only way to survive. I need more specific guarantees. Li Chong's voice trembled slightly. And how can you ensure that Zhaozhen won't act against me first? Rest assured, my lord. The federal envoy's voice carried a slightly arrogant tone of certainty. Our friends will exert enough pressure in the Empire to make Zhaozhen hesitant. As for the guarantee, a cryptic document was transmitted on the screen. This is the Amnesty and Property Guarantee Agreement issued by the highest command of the Federation, backed by the Federal Star Sea Code. As long as you fulfill your commitments, everything will be fine. And Zhaozhen, he won't live to see the day he attacks you. The Federation's blades will clear the obstacles for you. Looking at the encrypted document flashing with the Federation's highest emblem, the last trace of hesitation in Li Chong's eyes was completely consumed by greed. A fawning yet resolute smile squeezed onto his plump face. Good. I agree. The Blackstone Fortress will be the most solid bastion for the Federation fleet to enter the new Chang'an Star region. I will provide the list of supplies shortly. The communication ended. The secret chamber returned to silence. Li Chong slumped into the luxurious chair, exhaling deeply, as if shedding a heavy burden, only to be replaced by a rush of excitement from betrayal and the imminent massive profits. He envisioned himself enjoying life in his luxurious estate within the Federation. Unbeknownst to him, the core content of this seemingly secret transaction, Li Chong's agreement to defect, had already transformed into encrypted data streams transmitted in real time to the star map before Zhuge Yun. In the Chang'an Star Fortress, in the operations room, Zhuge Yun looked at the glaring red light representing confirmation of treason beside the Blackstone Fortress icon on the star map, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth, sharp as a blade. The fish has bitten the hook. He summoned the monitoring interface of the new Chang'an communication network. The seeds of the Empire sells out the border and inferior shields and danger soldiers that were previously spread through the mole team had already stirred up a storm among the military and civilians in New Chang'an, thanks to General Zhaozhen's tacit approval. In the Chang'an Star poured a massive holographic screen, played harrowing footage after filtering of the Lagrange battle and the list of fallen soldiers, with agitated crowds below holding up banners demanding severe punishment for traitors. Blood debts must be repaid. Within the internal networks of the garrison forces, frontline soldiers' angry denunciations and curses against the bureaucrats of the Empire flooded in, demanding thorough investigations of logistics and severe punishments for the traitors. Grassroots media and underground broadcasts pointed their fingers directly at the decaying nobility and monopolistic tycoons of the Empire, painting the supplies hoarded at the Blackstone Fortress as a tumor sucking the blood of soldiers. The volcano of public opinion had erupted. The molten lava of anger was surging towards the Blackstone Fortress. Li Chong's act of treason would become the final spark that ignited this barrel of explosives. Orders. Zhuge Yun's voice was clear and powerful, resonating in the operations room. The Pillar-heavy assault fleet deactivate camouflage and gather at full speed to the Blackstone Fortress periphery at the Broken Blade asteroid belt. Level 1 combat readiness. At the Eagle's Nest outpost, all standby transport ships load repair items and feign a supply transfer towards the Iron Curtain defense line. The Intelligence Department, the Mole team execute the Torch plan anonymously, send the communication encryption keys and part of the transaction records excluding the Federation guarantee part between Li Chong and the Federal envoy to all major media and internal forums of the New Chang'an garrison. The public opinion team direct the focus link the supplies hoarded at the Blackstone Fortress with the lack of compensations for the fallen soldiers of Lagrange. The slogan, "Take back the Blackstone," appeased the souls of the brave. A series of commands flew towards their intended targets like precision-guided missiles. A torch of burning cities meticulously planned by Zhuge Yun, fueled by public sentiment and ignited by treason, was about to blaze fiercely at the Blackstone Fortress. The public opinion and anger of New Chang'an would become their sharpest weapon. Near the engine room of the Stardust Refuge, Lucio endured the excruciating pain and dizziness brought on by the neural lock moving like a ghost through the deafening noise and scorching airflow. He utilized his brief observation of the ship's structure noted during boarding and the engine room's complex terrain to avoid a group of star pirates rushing towards the bottom cabin entrance for support. He spotted the scarred captain. That traitor was hiding in a relatively safe corner piled with spare parts, shouting frantically through an encrypted communicator. The blood claws. What the hell is going on? Didn't we agree to only capture people and not destroy the ship? My engine is about to be ruined by you all. What? The target is resisting fiercely. There are EMPs. I don't care. Increase the payment. It must be increased. Otherwise ill. Now's the time. A glint of cold light flashed in Lucio's eyes. He lunged out from the shadows. Unarmed, but tightly gripping a plasma cutter he had scavenged from the downed henchman. Though not very powerful at close range, it was deadly. The scarred captain heard the wind and turned in shock. All he saw was a figure wearing a metal mask, eyes like a vengeful spirit lunging at him. The searing plasma flame shot towards his abdomen like a serpent's tongue. Puffed. The high-temperature plasma instantly melted through the ornate captain's uniform and flesh. The burnt smell accompanied the scarred captain's piercing, distorted scream that echoed through the engine room. "Ah, you. The scarred captain clutched his smoking abdomen, collapsing to the ground like a broken sack, eyes filled with disbelief and pain. Lucio stepped on his wrist, snapping it with a crack. The cold plasma cutter's muzzle pressed against the scarred captain's sweating, terrified forehead. Behind the mask, Lucio's voice was hoarse and icy like the chill of hell. "Speak. Who sent the blood claws? Is the target me? If you don't speak, the next shot will burn through your head." The roar of the engine drowned out the cries here. The shadow of death loomed over the scarred captain. The pain and fear broke him completely. It's the Empire. An intermediary codenamed Raven. He said you are the highest priority target of the Obsidian. Regardless of life or death, the bounty is enough to buy 10 Stardust Refuge ships. Spare me, Raven. The Obsidian Group. Lucio's heart sank. It was indeed them. For the secret of the Fire Seed, to cover up the truth of the cradle, they were resorting to star pirates to ambush in deep space. At that moment, buzz. The whole ship jolted violently. A vibration unlike the roar of the engine or the sound of cannon fire, deeper and more bone-chilling, surged through. The ship emitted a painful metallic groan. The gravitational field instantly went awry. Warning. The main structural beam is damaged. The ship is under stress overload. Repeat. The ship is under stress overload. It is about to disintegrate. The piercing alarm sounded like the final death knell. The Blood Claw's frantic assault had finally struck the vital point. The Stardust Refuge, this battered steel giant, had reached the end of its life. The cold void was about to swallow everything. Lucio glanced at the scarred captain beneath him, who had fainted from blood loss and pain, then at the violently twisting bulkhead that could collapse at any moment. The shadow of death had never been so close. He had to find the lifeboat. He had to escape before the ship completely disintegrated. He stumbled towards the direction of the lifeboat chamber in his memory. In his mind, the cold echoes of the cradle seemed to sense the approach of death, becoming unusually active with the cold geometric shapes spinning wildly, trying to break free from the restraints of the neural lock. The excruciating pain and dizziness crashed against his will like a tide. Survive. He must survive. Carrying the secret of the Fire Seed, carrying the warning of the cradle. Survive. The outer perimeter of the Blackstone Fortress in the Xinchangan Star region within the Broken Blade asteroid belt. In the frigid void, the massive steel hull of the boulder-heavy fleet loomed like silent mountains concealed within the dense shadows of the asteroids. On the bridge of the flagship battlecruiser, Jinhue General Zhao Jin stood in full armor, his gaze as sharp and unblinking as a falcon's fixed upon the tactical star map, where where the Blackstone fortress coiled like a malignant tumor. A pale blue defensive energy field shimmered faintly around the fortress, translucent as an eggshell against the star-strewn blackness. Admiral Li Chang's 3rd Garrison Fleet patrolled haphazardly near the fortress, nervous as startled birds, its comm channels choked with chaotic, panicked static. Zhuge Yun's holographic image hovered beside Zhao Zhan. Behind his spectacles, his gaze remained icy and unshaken. General, the torch has ignited across all of Xinjiang. Public sentiment boils over, morale is primed for war. Ironclad evidence of Li Chang's treason and collusion with the Federation will be broadcast live to every public channel in Xinjiang at the moment the final assault commences. Zhao Zhan gave a slight solemn nod, his voice resonant and unyielding as tempered steel. Chief Strategist Zhuge. This battle determines not only Xinjiang's survival, but the last vestige of the Empire's dignity. Proceed as planned. Affirmative. Zhuge Yun responded crisply. His fingers danced across the air, initiating commands. Operation codenamed The Torch That Burns the City. Final phase activated. Inside the Blackstone fortress, panic spread like plague. Its vast internal chambers, once thrumming with engine roars and soldiers' drills, now lay shrouded in suffocating silence, pierced only by hushed, trembling whispers. Giant holographic screens scrolled relentless footage, citizens marching in furious protest across Xinjiang, troops rallying in righteous fury. Anonymously leaked fragments of Li Chang's communications with a Federation envoy, meticulously edited by Zhuge Yun to omit Federation assurances while preserving Li Chang's pledges of surrender and lists of delivered supplies, spread virally through the fortress's internal network. Has the Marquis truly defected to the Federation? Those supplies, are we merely his tokens of fealty? General Zhao Zhan's fleet is already outside our walls. What do we do? The bastards on the Imperial core have betrayed our brothers in Lagrange. Shall we still bleed for nobles who sold us out? Soldiers' eyes flickered with confusion, rage, and doubt. Junior officers attempted suppression, but their authority crumbled like ash. Marquis Li Chong cowered deep within the fortress's most fortified command bastion, his sweating, bloated face contorted in hysterical screams into a comms unit. Hold the line. Hold it. Federation reinforcements arrive imminently. Defend the fortress, and every man shall be rewarded. Any who sow discord shall be executed on sight. Yet his voice, brittle and shrill, dissolved before the surging undercurrent of mutiny. Chang'an Starfort Medical Sector, Mechanized Hangar Bay. A piercing combat alarm shrieked through the entire station. Lin Yi snapped his eyes open. Deep sedation violently ruptured. Agony exploded across his body, fiercest in his left shoulder, as though seared repeatedly by white-hot irons. Yet sharper still was the sound flooding his comm channel. General Zhao Zhan's voice booming like temple bells across the entire fleet, his pre-battle address. Soldiers, Marquis Li Chong of the Blackstone Fortress has conspired with the Federation, betrayed the Empire, surrendered to the enemy. He intends to hand over strategic material, defended with your blood, to our sworn foes. Worse still, the Imperial core itself has rotted beyond repair, betraying hundreds of thousands of our brothers in Lagrange. This blood debt is unforgivable. This enmity absolute. Today the Xinjiang garrison answers heaven's mandate to punish the guilty, purge traitors from the court, and restore Imperial order. Objective: Blackstone Fortress. Recover the supplies. Execute the traitors. Honor the fallen. All forces advance. 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 A thunderous oceanic roar erupted across the comm channels. The raw grief and killing intent in that voice tore through the medical bay's soundproofing, striking Lin Yi's soul like a physical blow. Lagrange's artillery fire, the sacrifice of the stellar shatterers, the leering faces of Imperial core vermin. Li Chang's betrayal, all detonated in Lin Yi's mind like a supernova. A savage surge of power drowned out his body's agony and exhaustion. He ripped out 4 lines and biosensors, ignored the blaring alarms and the nurses' cries, and lunged from the medical bay like a beast breaking its chains, staggering, bleeding, racing toward the mechanized hangar bay. Commander Lin, you cannot go. Your wounds. The chief medic reached to stop him. Get out of my way. Lin Yi snarled, his bloodshot eyes sweeping across, the glacial fury freezing the medic mid-step. Inside the hangar, his Wolverine mech stood motionless. Though hastily repaired, its armor bore pockmarks and crude welds. Its left arm mounted a temporary railgun in place of the plasma cannon, an awkward, jarring substitution. Yet to Lin Yi, this scarred iron colossus was the very embodiment of vengeance. He ignored the medical drone's shrill warnings and the frantic pleas of Wrench. Brother, let me go, I'll command. With his one functional right hand, he tore open the neural sync interface panel and slammed the cold connector deep into his own nape. A deafening hum shook his skull. The neural link surged, plunging him into blackness. His left shoulder wound burst open, anew, blood soaking through bandages. He clenched his jaw until teeth cracked, but held fast against the unbearable torment. When the Wolverine's cockpit enveloped him, familiar reeking of rust and oil, and when his blood-licked hands closed around the cold control sticks, a glacial infernal will seized him utterly. "Wolverine, advance." Lin Yi's voice crackled over the comms, hoarse, frigid like wind howling from the ninth hell, unyielding absolute. Above the battlefield in the void, the boulder-heavy fleet awoke as a slumbering iron titan surging forth from the Broken Blade asteroid belt. Battleship main batteries roared, a cacophony that split the heavens, as colossal beams of energy like divine swords cleaving the stars slammed into the Blackstone Fortress's shield. The pale blue barrier flared wildly, rippling like disturbed water under cataclysmic strain. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! General Zhao Zhun's main fleet assaults. Fortress alarms shrieked to their breaking point. Li Chang's third garrison fleet scrambled, disorganized firepower feeble. Some vessels hesitated, visibly paralyzed by doubt. Now, spearhead assault team, target the fortress core energy chamber. Clear the path for Commander Lin. Zhuge Yun's calm command echoed across the assault channel. Dozens of high-speed assault craft shot forward like arrows loosed from a bow, plunging headlong into the fortress's anti-air barrage without hesitation. They unleashed dense clouds of electronic chaff and decoys, while their reinforced prow drills spun furiously, boring into the fortress's thick alloy hull. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions blossomed across the fortress's surface. Assault craft sacrificed themselves, tearing jagged, smoking rents into the impregnable outer shell. The Wolverine mech plunged inward, black as death, through one of those ruptures, vanishing into the fortress's maw amid fire and flying debris. Lin Yi is breached. Stop him, at any cost. Marquis Li Chong shrieked from his command bastion. Inside corridors narrowed, twisted, labyrinthine. Lin Yi's Wolverine became a tiger among sheep. Each precise railgun shot annihilating a gun emplacement or guard mech. His high-frequency vibroblade carved lethal arcs in confined spaces, shearing automated turrets and ground troops apart in glittering, bloody fragments. He ignored the sparks erupting where energy beams struck his armor, ignored the cascade of damage alerts. His soul focused the colossal energy core deep within, the heart powering the entire defense grid. He drove forward like a white-hot blade, carving a trail of fire and blood through the fortress, leaving behind blazing wreckage and stunned defenders. At the entrance to the core energy chamber, the fortress's beating heart, its most heavily fortified sanctum, stood a massive alloy gate thick enough to withstand battleship-grade bombardment. Behind it pulsed the core itself, radiant, furnace-hot, star-like. This was the fortress's true heart, and its most impregnable stronghold. Dozens of heavy guard mechs and hundreds of elite ground troopers formed the final steel wall, weapons bristling, energy beams weaving a lethal net of annihilation. The Wolverine halted before the gate, battered armor plates warped and torn, revealing sparking circuits beneath. Its railgun barrel had melted from overheating, its sole remaining vibroblade was nicked and serrated. Inside the cockpit, Lin Yi's face was parchment pale, blood streamed unchecked from his left shoulder, drenching half the seat. Dizziness from pain and blood loss crashed over him like waves. Each breath tasted of copper and rust. Neural overload warnings flashed madly, seconds from total system collapse. Before him stood a force capable of obliterating a small army. He was spent, his strength exhausted. Then, suddenly, the fortress's entire public communication network, including encrypted military channels, was forcibly overridden. General Zhao Zhun's voice filled every speaker, authoritative, grief-stricken, accompanied by a crystal-clear holographic document bearing the Empire's highest-level seal of secrecy. Imperial soldiers, open your eyes. Behold this testament, purchased with the blood of hundreds of thousands of Lagrange's heroes. The Feng clan of the Imperial Assembly, Stellar Pharmaceuticals, Deep Space Armaments. They are the maggots gnawing at our Empire's spine, trading your brother's lives for profit. And now Li Chong, this maggot of the Empire, this disgrace of the old aristocracy. To save his own skin, he colludes with the Federation, offering up the Blackstone Fortress and its strategic stores to our enemies. He treats you as stepping stones for his own treacherous ascent. Soldiers, whose barrels should you aim? At your comrades outside fighting for justice? Or at the traitor inside, who betrayed the Empire and sold out your brothers? Graphic proof, Li Chong's unmistakable treasonous audio logs, fell like the final straw, shattering the garrison's last shred of resolve. Lay down your weapons. We do not fight our own. Capture Li Chong alive, for Lagrange's fallen brothers. Open the gate. Let Commander Lin in. Destroy this wretched fortress. Rage erupted like wildfire across the chamber. Guns once aimed at the Wolverine swung abruptly toward their former commanders. Guard mechs faltered, some soldiers even opened fire on officers attempting suppression. And then, The gate itself began to grind open, manually operated by rebel troops, its groan echoing beneath wailing alarms. Beyond it blazed the colossal energy core, sun-like radiating waves of terrifying incandescent power. The Wolverine's engines roared one final time. Lin Yi guided his ruined iron frame forward, not as a soldier, but as a moth diving into flame, resolute, unhesitating, consumed by absolute purpose, into the searing molten light. Inside the core energy chamber, waves of heat struck like physical blows capable of vaporizing flesh instantly. The Wolverine's armor groaned in protest, cockpit temperatures spiked violently. Lin Yi ignored the scorching agony consuming his body. His gaze locked onto the central control console, there a crimson lever labeled emergency overload switch. A handful of Li Chang's last loyalists piloted heavy mechs charging desperately to intercept him, high-energy particle beams screaming past the Wolverine's head. Those who stand in my way die. Lin Yi's voice cut like frost from the ninth abyss. He wrenched the Wolverine into a desperate evasive maneuver, its last vibroblade slashing downward with suicidal fury, shearing through the leading heavy mech's knee joint. Crunch. Sparks exploded, metal screamed. The heavy mech collapsed, crashing to its knees. Simultaneously, another mech's energy cannon struck the Wolverine's right leg. Armor melted away, hydraulic fluid and coolant spraying like arterial blood. The Wolverine toppled, crashing hard onto its side. The impact slammed Lin Yi into darkness. Blood gushed from his nose and mouth. Consciousness frayed, dissolving in fire and pain. Is this the end? No. His father's defiance on charred soil planet facing the ovum. The Stellar Shatterer's final charge aboard the Indomitable. His younger brother Lucio's hidden unbreakable resilience beneath his careless smile. His elder brother Zhuge Yun's unwavering trust in his strategy. A volcanic surge of indomitable will erupted from the depths of his soul. With his last shred of strength, Lin Yi commanded the Wolverine's sole remaining left arm to lunge forward, its massive metal fingers gripping the crimson overload lever in the searing superheated air. Let us descend into hell together, traitor. With his final breath, he roared and wrenched the lever down. Hum! A blinding, incandescent white light, beyond human endurance, engulfed the entire chamber. Catastrophic energy, untamed and wild, flooded the conduits, surging uncontrollably. The Blackstone fortress became a powder keg, igniting from its core outward, bursting into a single, all-consuming conflagration, the torch that burns the city, blazing so fiercely it illuminated the entire nearby star region. The blast wave obliterated everything, tearing apart the fortress's outer energy shield like a soap bubble. Marquis Li Chang's command bastion vanished beneath the storm of raw energy, along with his final horrified scream, reduced to cosmic dust. Outside the fortress, the Boulder fleet ceased fire. Every ship, every soldier stood silent, watching that radiant, purifying inferno bloom in the void. The light of betrayal ended, of blood debts avenged. The Blackstone fortress fell. The Li Chang traitor faction was eradicated. General Zhao Zhen's voice, solemn, heavy with sorrow, resounded across the battlefield via public channel. Soldiers, the traitor is slain, the fortress reclaimed, yet our war is far from over. Lagrange's blood debt, the Imperial core's decay, the Federation's covetous gaze, all demand redress. We shall wield our blades to exact it, to conclude it, once and for all. Forward, in the name of Xinjiang. Forward, forward, forward. Triumph's thunderous cry echoed long across the starry sea, intertwined with the final glorious detonation of the Blackstone fortress. Bridge of the Qiming escort vessel. Zhuge Yun closed the battlefield feed, watching the Blackstone fortress icon fade entirely from the star map. He adjusted his spectacles, eyes weary, relieved, yet grave with foresight, and opened a secure channel to medical status of Commander Lin. Vital signs critically unstable. Forced emergence from sedation, neural sync overload, left shoulder wound fully reopened, hypovolemic shock, full resuscitation underway. The chief medic's voice trembled with despair. Zhuge Yun's heart sank. Then he immediately patched through to a deep space listening array, deep space listening station. Report. Any anomalous distress signals. Signature codes Phantom and Cradle. Seconds of silence stretched, agonizing as an age. Reporting chief strategist. Detected weak intermittent deep space drift signal. Encoding signature, highly consistent with the Phantom preset cipher. Signal source located near the projected flight path of the Stardust Exiles vessel, within a high radiation debris field. Signal extremely faint and rapidly decaying. Zhuge Yun shot upright. Lock coordinates immediately. Dispatch the nearest rescue vessel, by any means necessary. Find him now. The prairie fire of Xinjiang had been kindled, but the most vital ember risked extinction in the frozen void. The war was far from over. In the new Chang'an Star Fortress within the core medical area, the intensive care unit. The pungent smell of disinfectant mingled with ozone and a faint trace of blood. The cold medical instruments emitted a rhythmic and monotonous ticking sound, while the fluctuating vital signs on the screen remained alarmingly weak. Lin Yi lay in the life support pod, his face paler than sterile gauze, his body filled with life support tubes, and his breathing so faint it was nearly imperceptible. His left shoulder, wrapped in a thick layer of biological gel and alloy braces, bore a wound that had been treated, but the seeped blood still spread slowly. The damage caused by the overload of the neural synchronization system was far more lethal than physical trauma. His brainwave chart displayed a dangerously chaotic waveform. Blood pressure remains critically low. The dosage of the neural suppressants has reached the safety limit. Prepare for a second injection of biological gel. Prioritize repairing the major blood vessels in the shoulder. Increase the power of the brainwave suppression field by 10. We must control the neural storm. The voice of the medical supervisor was hoarse and urgent, sweat soaking his forehead. A group of top medical experts and neuromechanical engineers surrounded the life support pod, as if conducting a precise surgery in a race against death. Each shrill alarm from the instruments tightened the hearts of the wrench and several of Lin Yi's old comrades waiting outside. The echoes of victory had long been replaced by cold anxiety. Zhuge Yun stood before a massive star map, his gaze firmly locked on a region flashing with dangerous red light, the area of high radiation debris. The light representing the rescue ship was hurtling towards it at breakneck speed. Rescue ship Albatross reporting. We have arrived at the signal source area. Radiation levels are severely exceeded. The sensors are experiencing strong interference. Target detected. Repeat, target detected. It is the lifeboat of Stardust Remnant. The shell is severely damaged. Life support system readings. Extremely weak. Attempting to capture. Watch out for debris. Damn it, the radiation storm has intensified. The communication channel relayed the rescue team's leader's intermittent report, mixed with harsh electromagnetic noise. Each pause made the air on the bridge feel tense. Zhuge Yun's fingers unconsciously tapped the edge of the cold alloy command platform, his gaze as sharp as a blade. At all costs. Bring him back. His voice cut through the communicator, resolute and unyielding. In the central command hall of the new Chang'an Star Fortress, the atmosphere was starkly different from the tension of the medical area and the anxiety on the bridge. A massive holographic star map dominated the dome, symbolizing that the icon of the Blackstone Fortress had transformed into the blue representing the new Chang'an control zone. Images of the Pillar Fleet's triumphant return looped on the side screen. However, the hall was eerily silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. General Zhao Jin stood at the command platform in a sharp military uniform, his expression solemn, like a statue forged of steel. Behind him were representatives of the temporary council of New Chang'an, heads of various departments, and all senior officers who could spare the time. All eyes were focused on the two documents projected in the center of the command platform. The first, a bloodstained document stamped with a top-secret seal, the Lagrange blood evidence. It clearly listed the collusion of the Feng family of the Council, Xingshan Pharmaceuticals, deep space military industry, and other imperial families, embezzling military supplies and selling intelligence, ultimately leading to the collapse of the Lagrange defense line and the needless deaths of hundreds of thousands of soldiers. The second, the complete audio recording of Marquis Li Chang's communications with the federal envoy. It unmistakably recorded how he promised to surrender the Blackstone Fortress and strategic materials, how he slandered the Empire, and how he sought the federal protection. It even included some arrogant promises from the federal envoys. Zhuge Yun's holographic image appeared beside Zhao Jun. His voice resonated through the sound system, echoing in the silent hall, cold, clear, and filled with a sense of judgment. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the truth. The collapse of the Lagrange defense line was not due to the incompetence of the soldiers on the front lines. It was the greed and betrayal of the Imperial Corps that plunged the fatal dagger into our backs. And just as we fought valiantly seeking justice for our comrades, the commander of the Blackstone Fortress, Marquis Li Chang, not only failed to consider his duty to the country, but colluded with the enemy, attempting to use the last strategic foothold of the Empire, along with the supplies that our soldiers protected with their lives, as his token of allegiance, to save his own skin. Such actions are condemned by both gods and men. Heaven will not allow it. In the hall, the suppressed breaths grew heavy. Anger burned like tangible flames in the eyes of every attendee. Those officials who once held a glimmer of hope for the Imperial family now had ashen faces, their bodies trembling slightly. General Zhao Jin stepped forward, his voice resonating like a great bell, filled with pain and unmatched determination, echoing across all public channels in the New Chang'an Star Domain. Fellow citizens of New Chang'an, soldiers of the Empire, the blood of Lagrange has not yet dried. The remnants of Li Chang's treason have not yet cooled. The Imperial Corps is rotten to the core, betraying the loyal and treating soldiers like weeds. The noble families of the border towns, frightened for their lives, collude with foreign enemies regarding national treasures as their private property. Such a court, such nobility has long betrayed the very foundation of the empire, betraying all the heroic souls who bled for this starry sky. Today I, Zhao Jin, commander of the New Chang'an garrison, on behalf of all the restless spirits of Lagrange, on behalf of all the betrayed and sold-out soldiers of the empire, on behalf of all the citizens of New Chang'an who desire justice and survival, declare, from this day forth the New Chang'an Star Domain and its reclaimed territories sever all subordinate relations with the rotten imperial core. We will raise high the banner of purging the treasonous officials, rectifying the political order, seeking to punish the traitors and cleanse the world. Our goal: to eradicate the arch-villain who betrayed Lagrange, to purge all traitors and collaborators, to seek justice for the souls unjustly slain. With blood for blood, with tooth for tooth, we vow not to rest until the traitors are punished. The New Chang'an allied forces, today, are established. All officers and officials in the command hall, regardless of faction or background, were ignited by this overwhelming anger and sorrow, erupting in a deafening roar. This roar echoed through the broadcast, instantly igniting all of New Chang'an. From the Star Fortress to the surface cities, from factories to refugee camps, countless citizens took to the streets, waving makeshift flags and hoarsely responding. The fire of revolution truly ignited at this moment. New Chang'an was no longer just a stronghold at the empire's edge. It became a symbol, an ideal, a blazing torch declaring war against the decaying old order. Outside the medical area, just outside the intensive care unit, the thunderous chants faintly echoed. The wrench and several other mech soldiers had reddened eyes and tightly clenched fists. At that moment, the door of the ICU slid open. The medical supervisor, weary but with a hint of relief in his eyes, said, "The life has been temporarily preserved." His voice was hoarse. The neural storm has been forcibly suppressed, but the damage is irreversible and requires long-term observation and recovery. The shoulder injury is too severe. Even with the most advanced biotechnologies, there are permanent risks affecting strength and flexibility. He paused, looking at the blood-stained, twisted metal fragment tightly gripped in the wrench's hand, the last remnant of the shattered star military flag. Before completely losing consciousness, Commander Lin asked me to hand this to strategist Zhuge and Lucio. At the Star Fortress air dock emergency berth, a small rescue pod, its shell covered in charred scratches and twisted, slowly docked at the emergency berth under the tight escort of several armed patrol boats. As the hatch opened, the pungent smell of burnt metal, ozone, and a faint trace of blood rushed out. Several medical personnel, wearing heavy radiation suits, quickly rushed inside. A moment later, they carefully carried out a person on a floating stretcher. It was Lucio. His signature nonchalant smile had vanished, replaced by extreme fatigue and a deep, bone-chilling pain. His brows were tightly furrowed as if enduring immense torment. The dark silver neural lock collar around his neck flickered with an extremely unstable dim light, emitting a faint yet unsettling crackling sound. One of his hands pressed tightly against his temple, his knuckles turning white from the force. The neural lock activity abnormal. The consciousness pollution of the cradle is eroding. The onboard medical officer reported rapidly to Zhuge Yun, who was already waiting at the berth, his voice filled with shock and fear. His mind has been resisting. The intensity is beyond imagination, but the situation is very unstable. Zhuge Yun stepped forward quickly, his gaze sweeping over Lucio's tortured face and the ominous glowing collar, finally landing on his other hand, tightly clenched into a fist. Inside that fist, it seemed he was gripping something tightly. "Third brother." Zhuge Yun's voice was taut with rare tension. He reached out gently, placing his hand on Lucio's wrist that was tightly covering his temple. Lucio seemed to sense the familiar aura. His tightly shut eyelids trembled slightly, and he laboriously opened a narrow slit. His unfocused gaze locked onto Zhuge Yun's face, his lips barely moving, as if trying to say something, but only a painful groan escaped. Yet his clenched fist stubbornly lifted, trembling as he pressed something into Zhuge Yun's hand. A small cold black data chip covered in strange biological patterns. Activity. Metal. Lucio's voice was like sandpaper, fragmented, each word seemingly draining his strength. "The cradle. It is watching." Before he could finish, a violent headache struck again, and he groaned, completely losing consciousness, leaving only the eerie glow of the neural lock collar, like a demonic eye, silently flickering in the dim berth. Zhuge Yun tightly gripped the cold chip, still warm with Lucio's body heat and sweat, feeling the terrifying secret within it that could overturn the future. He raised his head, his gaze piercing through the observation window of the berth, as if he could see Lin Yi, who lay unconscious in the medical area, and the burning anger in the command hall. The spark had gathered. The embers had returned. The momentum of the conflagration had formed. Yet the spark itself bore the hidden danger capable of burning everything down. The dawn of New Chang'an had already arrived, but in the depths of the darkness before dawn the lurking crisis had just begun to reveal its ferocious fangs. Xian Chang'an Starfort Central Medical District, intensive care. In the sterile life support pod Lin Yi's vital signs teetered on the brink, yet the shrill emergency alarm had at least fallen silent. Biogel plastered his mangled left shoulder while alloy struts caught a faint gleam. A neural suppression field hummed steadily, forcibly, smoothing the savage storm beneath his consciousness. He slept with a face as pale as parchment. Each barely audible breath pulled taut the nerves of those outside the pod. Outside the ICU, a leaden silence pressed down on the air. Zhuge Yun stood with his back to the vast observation window. The glass reflected the dim light from within the life pod. His fingertips absently stroked a cold black chip etched with unsettling biotic patterns. The active metal sample Lucio had risked his life to bring back, and the carrier of the cradle's fragmented consciousness. The chip's surface seemed to pulse with a faint non-mechanical rhythm that sent a chill down his spine. The medical director's report hammered at him like a mallet: irreversible nerve damage, permanent loss of left arm function. This meant that the breaker Lin Yi, the Empire's keenest blade in a mech frame, might never again wield his high-frequency vibrating edge at its peak. Footsteps shattered the stillness. Several medics hurried in pushing a hovering stretcher. Lucio on the stretcher remained unconscious. The dark silver neural collar at his throat glowed dimly, stubbornly pulsing like a boneworm's strands of cold seeming to seep through his skin. His brow was furrowed. Even in the coma, his body twitched from time to time as if fighting an invisible nightmare. Lucio's vitals are stable, but the neural lock's aberrant activity continues. His consciousness, is deeply contaminated, showing severe rejection and psychotropic laceration. The accompanying medical officer spoke in a rapid torrent. We must perform deep neural intervention immediately to try to excise or suppress the cradle's erosion. Otherwise, Zhuge Yun turned his visored gaze, sweeping the curled, suffering form on the stretcher, then through the observation window to the lifeless figure in Lin Yi's pod. A cold emotion gripped him, a mixture of immense responsibility and a deeper gnawing dread. The conflagration of Xian Chang'an had only just been lit. Of the two pillars bearing that flame, one had lost its edge, the other was entangled by a shadow that crawled up from the abyss. Do everything to save them. His voice was low and steady, carrying an authority that brooked no question. At any cost. Xian Chang'an Starfort Central Command Hall. The atmosphere here could not have been more different from the clinical chill of the medical ward. The Great Dome star chart had been updated. The blue light, denoting Xian Chang'an's control, now not only covered its original territories, but had folded the newly seized Haishi Fortress and its surrounding star systems into a compact, firmly rooted domain. Beneath the same dome, a brand new command platform glimmered with a cold metallic sheen. At the platform's core, rather than a throne of personal authority, sat a vast holographic tactical table, streaming an ocean of data. Now the table radiated outward from the Xian Chang'an sector, its complex filaments marking routes, resource nodes, intelligence points, and emerging threats. The Dixing direction, the Federation border, and scattered insectoid activity zones. This was the heart and brain of the Xian Chang'an coalition, a symbol of power and, more importantly, a new operational paradigm centered on information and collective intellect. General Zhao Jin stood before the platform in a crisp uniform bearing the coalition's emblem, a burning star as backdrop, crossed swords and gears at its center. Beside him stood delegates, chosen by the Provisional Council department heads and the principal officers of the forces recently reorganized. On every face there was the fatigue born of a hard-fought war, but more visible still was a phoenix-like vigor and resolve. A clear, forceful proclamation reverberated through the hall. Hereby proclaimed, the Xian Chang'an coalition is formally established. In our ranks, merit shall be the measure, not origin. Reward shall follow deed. Our aim is clear the traitors and invaders of the nation. Effective immediately, the Xian Chang'an sector and its reclaimed territories shall be governed under the Wartime Revival Ordinance. Abolish noble privileges, secure the people's livelihood, purge corrupt administration, develop military industry. All for the front, all for victory. The Lagrange blood vendetta remains unavenged. Dixing's rot unrooted, the Federation's gaze unswerving. Xian Chang'an will carry the memory of the fallen and shine as an undying beacon of human civilization in the dark sea of stars. Advance. Advance. The hall answered like an earthquake. Recover. Xian Chang'an. The roar shook the alloy ribs of the chamber. It was more than a slogan. It was a vow wrought from millions of souls' blood and toil. Medical ward, intensive care. Time crept by to the tick of life support apparatus. After an interval, no one measured exactly, Lin Yi in the pod allowed the faintest flutter of his lashes. Immediately his right hand, the only intact one, clenched an almost imperceptible curl of the fingers. That tiny motion did not escape the watchful eye of the man nicknamed Wrench, who had kept vigil outside. The burly fellow lunged to the observation glass, eyes bulging, a stifled sob lodged in his throat. Almost at the same instant, Lucio on the adjacent bed arched his torso and emitted a repressed, agonized shriek. The neural collar at his neck flared like a venomous serpent tightening. He clutched his head as if to rip the thing from inside him. Sedatives. Max neural stabilizer. The medical team sprang into action. Amid the chaos, Zhuge Yun stepped to Lucio's side, pressing both hands onto the shoulders that writhed. His grip was firm yet calm. Third brother. Look at me. Lucio. His voice cut through the turmoil with a power that reached into Lucio's fractured mind. This is Xian Chang'an. You are home. Your eldest brother is next door. We are all here. Perhaps the word home, perhaps the summons of eldest brother, perhaps the steady pressure from Zhuge Yun's hands. Lucio's frantic struggling arrested, as if struck. His bloodshot eyes forced themselves to focus. His fog gaze swept across Zhuge Yun's anxious face, and then slowly turned toward the life pod beside him. At that moment, inside the pod's observation window, Lin Yi's tightly shut eyes inched open painfully and with great effort, revealing a sliver of sight. The unfocused pupils looked hollow against his ashen face, but when his blurred vision landed on the familiar tortured figure on the neighboring bed, a faint razor-sharp light suddenly flared in that void, as if some sleeping predator's sore spot had been touched. A muffled sound escaped Lin Yi's throat through the life mask. His intact right hand shot up as if to point toward Lucio, then faltered and fell, leaving only a trembling fingertip. Lucio saw Lin Yi's eyes open. The concern and edge in that gaze struck him like a current through his scattered consciousness. The pain remained, the cradle's whisper still clung to his ears. Yet a stronger will, the silent bond between brothers, rose like bedrock within his mind and suppressed the surging contamination. Duty. Lucio's voice was rasping as sandpaper, but those two words emerged distinctly. The hands that had clawed at his skull loosened bit by agonizing bit. The collar's ghostly light flickered violently, and then, as if exhausted, dimmed and fell into a temporary dormancy. Zhuge Yun exhaled a long, silent breath. The tension in his shoulders eased slightly. He glanced at Lin Yi in the pod, weak but awake, then at Lucio, who, though pained, had recovered a shred of lucidity. The three of them met each other's eyes once more amid the sterile machines and the sting of disinfectant. There was no delirious joy, no cathartic weeping. Only a heavy exhaustion steeped in blood and fire, a pain that reached to the bone, and atop the ruins a resolve that was purer, hotter, and more unbreakable, their bond. Zhuge Yun moved between the two beds. From his chest he produced an object, a ragged fragment of the Starbreaker standard stained with Lin Yi's blood, its edges twisted. He placed it reverently into Lin Yi's still moving right palm. The cold metal made Lin Yi's fingers curl reflexively. Then Zhuge Yun opened his other hand. There lay the black chip with its alien motifs and the preliminary data report on the active metal that Lucio had clutched so tightly. We obtained it, Zhuge Yun said in a low, composed voice that nevertheless carried the weight of tons. Haishi Fortress is ours. The Xian Chang'an coalition has been born. The evidence of Dixing's crimes is now exposed to the world. His gaze swept over Lin Yi's pale face, rested on the ominous collar at Lucio's throat, then met his brother's eyes again. But the cost. Eldest brother has broken his edge. Third brother bears a curse. He paused, while a colder, more resolute force rose from him like an expanse of starry void. That price must not be paid in vain. This blood will not be spilled for nothing. This fire once kindled must burn away all rot and darkness. He laid one hand upon Lin Yi's palm, still clutching the flag fragment, and the other upon Lucio's recently loosed hand, which yet trembled as if fighting unseen foes. 3 hands, stained with blood, scarred, bearing different wounds, but the same indomitable will, stacked tight together. Blood for blood, tooth for tooth. Zhuge Yun's voice rang like a final verdict through the hushed ICU. Stop war by war. Lin Yi, summoning the last of his strength, rasped 4 cold, hoarse words from his throat. Fuck them. Lucio forced a wan, vicious smile, despite his weakness, eyes kindling with unyielding flame. Brothers reunited, vows renewed. This time the oath was stained with indelible blood and carved with irremovable scars, shouldering a mission heavier and clearer, not merely survival or revenge, but to forge from the ashes of this inferno a brand new future. Xian Chang'an Starfort, top level of Central Command, the observatory. This was the Starfort's highest point. Beyond the vast curved viewing window, the glittering river of stars extended without end. The primary star of the Xian Chang'an system was rising from behind the gas giant Garter. Its golden light pierced the darkness, anointing the cold bastion with a sacred, hopeful sheen. The clamor of the command hall lay muffled below. Zhuge Yun stood alone at the window, his back to the new dawn. In his hand, he held the cold black chip, the active sample, and a shard of the cradle's consciousness. Under the star's light, the biotic patterns on its surface seemed to flow, exuding an ominous, seductive gleam. His gaze rested on the core interface of the holographic tactical table ahead, the nexus that linked the Coalition's central nervous system and the fates of millions. "Cradle, are you watching?" Zhuge Yun murmured. Behind his visor, his eyes were hawk-sharp, as if they could pierce the chip and face the cold, avaricious intelligence within. "You gave my third brother pain and corrosion. You covet the active metal. You hide secrets in deep space." He paused, then tightened his fingers and lifted the black chip, this seed of danger and opportunity, with slow, deliberate motion. "The spark has been lit. The storm is coming. Your secrets and your power will become the kindling with which we burn decay and remake order." With that steady and resolute, he drove the chip, the spark, into the tactical table's core interface. A low hum surged. The entire table's illumination shifted in an instant. Data cascaded like a torrent of starlight. Intelligence, tech resources, and threat nodes sparked to life, connecting and analyzing at unprecedented speed. At the table's center, the blue star representing Exine Chang'an flared, so bright it briefly outshone the rising sun outside the window. The data's glow played across Zhuge Yun's face, casting it in alternating light and shadow. In his eyes burned absolute calm, fearless resolution, and a searing lucidity. And beneath it all, a cold fire that would not hesitate to embrace the abyss if it served the ultimate goal. The Exine Chang'an Coalition's true brain began to run at full power, fueled by the forbidden spark. Starfort Mech Hangar, Independent Maintenance Bay. Dawn's light poured through towering observation panes and fell upon the bay's center. There was no bustle of other frames, only a single steel colossus standing silent. Lin Yi's mech, the Wolverine. It stood on its maintenance cradle, scarred and battered. The plasma cannon on the left arm had been completely removed, exposing a grisly interface. The right leg armor had been melted away in a terrifying breach, temporary welds marking the hull. The high-frequency vibrating blade had been taken off and set upon a nearby workbench. Its edge was pitted and fractured, a ledger of every brutal conflict it had carved through. Lin Yi himself appeared at the hangar entrance. He declined mechanical assistance, bracing with his undamaged right hand against the wall. He inched toward his mech, one painstaking step at a time. Every step sent scorching pain and a sense of terrible helplessness through his left shoulder, beads of cold sweat dotting his brow. His complexion remained drawn, yet his eyes were like tempered steel, frigid, resolute, unbowed. He reached the workbench and with his only good hand gripped the blade's handle. The coldness of metal, rust, and blood memory conveyed into his palm. He held it tight until his knuckles blanched. Then he lifted his head and looked out through the viewport. The golden starlight illuminated the endless sea of stars and glinted toward the sector marked on the star chart, where Dixing lay. That direction, once bound to the Empire's glory, now harbored the rot and blood feud at its root. Silenced in flesh, the flame of vengeance did not die. It was tempered in extremity into something purer, more restrained, more lethal. The fallen beast remained a beast. When it roared again, the stars would feel it. Starfort Spaceport main berth. The freighter Stardust remnant lay moored in its designated station. Dawn's light brushed its scarred hull, scorch marks, scratches, and melt pits, as if to soothe the ship that had endured so much. Those brutal wounds read like medals, testifying to its passage through death's voids. On the high boarding platform, Lucio stood alone, wrapped in a thick thermal cloak, leaning on the rail. He had refused medical accompaniment. His face still bore a sickly pallor, hollows beneath the eyes. The dark silver neural collar at his throat reflected the dawn with a cold gleam. Its glow had ebbed, but the oppressive shadow it cast remained. He squinted into the rising sun. Warm light fell across his face, but could not fully dispel the haze in his eyes, a lingering taint from the cradle's corruption. Weariness from the pain rolled over him like a tide. In his consciousness, the cradle's cold, covetous gaze still seemed to linger, attempting to assimilate everything it touched. The victory celebration in Neo Chang'an surged across the starfield like a tidal wave, its fervor still lingering in the air. Inside the Star Citadel's corridors, cerulean banners symbolizing rebirth remained unfurled, while the air shimmered with an uncanny melange of cheap alcohol, synthetic incense, and the exuberant clamor of human voices. The surface cities raged with all-night revelry. Holographic flames streamed between skyscrapers, setting the night sky ablaze like a burning tapestry. Yet this cacophony could not pierce the heavily shielded chamber deep within the Dawnbringer. Lucio jolted upright from the frigid alloy floor, his throat choked with searing grit, utterly voiceless. Cold sweat drenched his thin garments, clinging to his skin with serpentine chill and slickness. He gasped raggedly, each breath lanced through his chest with needle-sharp agony. Darkness hung thick and tangible. Only the dull silver metal band encircling his neck burned silently. A neurolock collar. It was no longer merely cold, rigid restraint. Now it glowed with unbearable heat, its dull silver surface steaming faintly, searing itself into his flesh. That heat did not emanate from without, but from within, from a violently torn fissure deep inside his consciousness. Agony writhed like a living thing, drilling and tearing within his skull. Countless jagged, warped, malicious fragments detonated along his nerve endings. The tumbling wreckage of Lagrange fortress crashing onto a planetary surface, the bloated face of Marquis Lucio contorting obsequiously before a Federation envoy, spittle flying deeper still, an icy, viscous, infinite void, the cold, hollow belly of the cosmos itself. And at the very edge of this mental dissolution, a voice pierced through all noise and torment. It did not enter through his ears. It arose directly from the churning depths of his fractured mind. Crystal clear, glacial smooth, as polished instrumentation whispering within his cranium. You thought you could slip from my grasp. The instant the voice resonated, all hallucinations and pain receded like a retreating tide, leaving only absolute, unyielding cold. Every sense froze. His thoughts stalled. His blood seemed to congeal in his veins. Only the neurolock's brand upon his neck persisted, a searing, soul-scouring heat, the sole anchor of sensation in that absolute silence. The voice posed no question. It was a declaration. A predator's calm pronouncement over prey ensnared in its web. Damn. Lucio forced the word through clenched teeth, shattered, raw, and hoarse. He shot his hand upward, fingers hooked like talons, and slammed them against the scorching metal ring. A sharp hiss erupted on contact, flesh blistering, the acrid stench of burnt skin mingling with coppery blood. The searing pain convulsed his body, yet it also drove a white-hot iron spike through the ice of his frozen awareness. Gagging for breath, he slammed his back hard against the freezing bulkhead, sweat and involuntary tears blurring his vision. In the darkness, his eyes burned with terrifying intensity, fixed upon an enemy unseen in the void, blazing with a feral fusion of terror, fury, and unbroken defiance. Cradle. It had awakened, and it resided within his mind. 7th Medical District, Neo Chang'an, Star Citadel. The air carried the sterile tang of disinfectant, synthetic pharmaceuticals, and the faint metallic ozone scent left by high-frequency energy repeatedly striking hardened alloys. Beyond the vast observation window lay the Star Citadel's bustling transport arteries, silent spindle-shaped hover platforms gliding past, reflecting distant, still glowing ribbons of celebration light. Within, however, reigned a hushed, clinical stillness utterly alien to the world outside, the rehabilitation chamber. Lin Yi stood motionless at its center. He wore only simple black training attire. From his left shoulder to his chest extended an intricate alloy brace interwoven with biogel armor, gleaming cold and hard beneath the overhead lights. His gaze drifted downward, resting upon his left arm, hanging limply at his side. Once it had ripped through armored plating with ease, guided mecha with surgical precision, wielding multi-ton high-frequency blades and carved bloody paths through storming gunfire. Now it hung inert. Faint traces of reconstructive surgery lingered beneath his skin. A muscle definition remained stark, but the coiled explosive tension was gone. A nameless numbness and weakness born deep in his nerves wound like icy vines from his scapula down to his fingertips. Slowly, agonizingly, he attempted to bend his elbow. Instantly, fine beads of cold sweat broke across his temples, his temporal arteries pulsed violently. A deep, muffled, tearing sensation flared beneath his shoulder blade, as if rust-fused gears ground against one another. His elbow rose less than 10 degrees before trembling uncontrollably, refusing further ascent. Then, with sudden dead weight, his entire arm collapsed back to his side, striking his thigh with a dull, hollow thud. A nearby holographic rehabilitation monitor chimed softly. Its display flickered. A jagged graph representing left arm neural signals and muscular force spiked wildly, then plummeted into a glaring low-value zone, flashing a warning yellow light labeled severe functional impairment. Lin Yi's eyes never left his arm. The mirror reflected his expressionless face, pale jawline taut as a sculpted blade. Sweat traced a path down his rigid temple, pooled beneath his jaw, and fell, silent and imperceptible, onto the cold alloy floor with a faint solitary plink. No roar of rage, no cry of despair, only a silence as dense and ancient as permafrost pressing down upon every inch of the rehabilitation chamber. That silence weighed heavier than any scream, carrying the deepest anguish and fury of a celestial beast whose wings had been brutally severed, now licking its wounds in frozen solitude. Commander Lin, a young medical assistant at the doorway, ventured softly, voice edged with cautious concern. Lin Yi appeared not to hear. His stare remained locked on the lifeless arm in the mirror, eyes hollow yet burning with twin embers of frozen flame. After several seconds, he drew a sharp, shuddering breath from deep within his chest. His uninjured right hand clenched violently, knuckles cracking audibly, tendons corded like steel cables beneath his skin. Again he attempted to lift his left arm. This time he summoned every fiber of strength. His spine arched like a drawn bow, muscles bulged along his neck. The alloy brace on his left shoulder whined, faintly straining under the load. His elbow trembled, rising with excruciating slowness. Past 15 degrees, 20. A guttural suppressed groan finally tore from his clenched teeth. His left arm, leaden and unresponsive, crashed downward, once more convulsing violently. His body lurched, his right hand slammed against the nearby alloy rehabilitation bar, barely steadying him. Sweat instantly soaked through the back of his training suit. Head bowed, he heaved ragged, gravelly breaths, each inhalation raw and laborious. The rehabilitation monitor chimed again, softer now, its yellow warning light flaring into a piercing, urgent red. That crimson glow reflected in his downcast, bloodshot eyes a single frozen drop of cold blood. K7 Resource Transfer Station, outer rim of Neo Chang'an. Here, far beyond the star citadel's clamor and light, reigned only the eternal chill of vacuum, and several colossal storage platforms standing like iron tombstones along the edge of the asteroid belt. Their vast solar panel sails gleamed a cold, ashen gray beneath starlight. This was the capillary terminus of Neo Chang'an's newly secured territory, delivering the lifeblood sustaining its colossal war machine Or's fuel prefabricated components. Inside the station's main control room, a duty officer yawned, rubbing his stinging eyes after hours fixed on sensor displays. The primary console screen displayed a starfield scan, bathed in tranquil, safe green, with only a few drifting white specks marking asteroids and dust clouds. Outside, small engineering vessels buzzed like diligent worker bees, docking and unloading cargo. Another tedious night, the officer muttered, lifting a cup of lukewarm synthetic coffee to his lips. The moment he set the cup down, the edge of the main screen, where the safe green sector shimmered, was violently torn open by a cluster of blinding scarlet alarm icons. 3, 5, 8. The alarms bloomed like thick blood droplets in clear water, spreading instantly into a horrifying pulsing red fan. They materialized with cruel precision, exactly at the edge of radar blind spots, as if leaping from the void itself. Enemy attack. The officer's shriek cracked with panic, sleep obliterated, adrenaline surging. He lunged for the console, fingers hammering the touchpad, desperate to pull clearer identification data. Unidentified high-speed contacts. Quantity, God Almighty, minimum 3 squadrons. Bearing K7. Extreme velocity. IFF signal, no response. Pirates. Maximum alert. Shields to full power. All defense turrets online. Now, his command dissolved beneath the station-wide wail of piercing, deafening sirens. Strobing crimson light bled across the cold metal walls, staining them blood red. Too late. Almost simultaneously with the siren's first shriek, the first wave struck. No probing. No warning. 3 colossal, incandescent white particle beams, judgmental spears rending the dark, slammed with lethal precision into Platform 3, the outermost and most vulnerable fuel storage depot, from 3 distinct, cunning angles. Boom. In the soundless void, the explosion flared with supernova brilliance. The massive depot twisted and ruptured like paper under savage energy. Compressed helium-3 fuel ignited instantly, blooming into a kilometers-wide, rapidly expanding blue-white fireball. The shockwave hurled lethal shrapnel and plasma fire across the surrounding void. Then came the second wave. Pirate assault vessels, spectral and swift, skimming the asteroid belt's shadow, unleashed barrages of missiles and kinetic rounds upon Platform 4, the ore refining facility, just as K7's defense turrets powered up. Explosions flared like cheap, garish fireworks, relentless and cascading. The refinery's hull split open in gaping wounds, internal structures groaned and collapsed amid chain reaction detonations. Report. Platform 3 is destroyed. Platform 4 critically damaged, internal fires confirmed. Defense Array Charlie offline. Shield generators overloaded. A squad leader's desperate transmission dissolved into shrieking static. The attackers moved with chilling efficiency, cold, precise, as if rehearsed. 3 compact but superbly equipped pirate fleets executed flawless tactical coordination, striking K7's defenses from 3 directions simultaneously. Their objective was clear paralysis, not conquest, annihilation, not plunder. Their fire landed with surgical accuracy on the station's most fragile nodes, each salvo maximizing devastation. Central Command Hull, Neo Chang'an, Star Citadel. The festive euphoria had vanished, replaced by glacial severity. Upon the vast domed star map, the serene blue border of Neo Chang'an's controlled space now erupted at one unassuming point, K7 Resource Transfer Station, in blinding, violent crimson. Alarms for assault and destruction flashed frenetically beside real-time casualty reports, harrowing and stark. K7 under attack. 3 unidentified pirate fleets. Attack is overwhelming and precise. Platforms 3 and 4, fuel and refining, are confirmed destroyed. Defensive fleet loss is catastrophic. Urgent reinforcements requested. The comms officer's voice trembled with disbelief. General Zhao Jin stood before the command console face ashen. His ceremonial metals glinted with unnatural sharpness beneath the cold tactical lighting. His eyes remained locked on the erupting crimson point on the star map. His fist crashed down upon the alloy surface. The Blackstone campaign has just concluded. Who dares such brazen piracy? Where is the Rockstead Third Fleet? Dispatch them immediately. Order the Broken Blade Patrol. Track them down and hold them. Let no vermin escape. Yes, General. The order was transmitted without delay. Zhuge Yun stood beside the tactical holographic sand table, slightly withdrawn, half hidden in the ambient shadows. On the sand table, the model of K7 was engulfed in red light, representing detonations and ruin. Countless streams of light, intelligence, logistics, military deployments, swirled chaotically above it like a turbulent nebula. His fingers danced across the air, pulling attack pattern analyses, cross-referencing pirate signal signatures, predicting jump trajectories. Then his movements froze. Behind his lenses, his gaze sharpened to needle points, riveted upon a region near the sand table's core interface, a fleeting anomaly already being submerged by cascading data. There, flowing alongside the cold battlefield data, was something else entirely, a faint, illogical, glacial consciousness, like an electric eel darting through abyssal depths. It originated from no known channel or command node. It carried a deeply unsettling familiarity, greedy, indifferent, gazing down upon this battlefield with the detached, contemptuous sovereignty of a god surveying ants. Zhuge Yun's fingertip brushed unconsciously against the rim of the sand table's core interface. Embedded deep within that interface, the black chip designated Ember now pulsed with a faint, almost imperceptible heat. The central command hall of Exine Chang'an Starfort rose like a steel leviathan, abruptly roused, emitting a low, resentful roar as the final embers of the celebration still smoldered. The shrill alarms had long since subsided, but the lingering ozone tang in the air and the faint tremors through the alloy floor, reverberations from explosions in distant star sectors, were more unnerving than any siren. The vast domed star chart looked as if stained with spilled blood. At the K7 transit hub, the scarlet region that marked devastation continued to creep outward like an ugly wound. On the adjacent holo display, the grim tally of losses scrolled down like a merciless waterfall. K7 resource, transit hub. Third fuel storage platform completely destroyed, 98 of He3 reserves lost, triggering chain detonations. Fourth, or refining platform, structural integrity, severely compromised, core smelter offline, estimated repair cycle exceeds 6 standard months. Defense array sector C rendered inoperative, 7 heavy turrets destroyed. Garrison fleet losses include 2 Sentinel-class escorts and 5 Wasp-class assault boats. Confirmed casualties 213, missing 47. Transport convoys, 3 engineering barges, lost, 1 transport vessel destroyed, while fully laden with prefabricated modules. Estimated reconstruction resources required equivalent to 3 months of Exine Chang'an sector baseline industrial output. Those cold figures struck every chest like falling ice. The flames sparked by the Blackstone victory and the new Allied command was doused by a basin of deep space cold water. Cowards. Useless sacks. General Zhao Zhan's roar cracked like thunder, reverberating through the deadened hall. His bloodshot eyes stared at the glaring red on the star map, knuckles whitened around his clenched fists, veins bulging across the backs of his hands, as if he sought to squeeze some invisible enemy to pieces. 3 pirate fleets, right under our noses. They tore a hole straight through our lifeblood. What good are the garrison forces? Have the outer patrols all gone blind? Colonel Collins, responsible for perimeter defense, looked pale as a sheet, cold sweat beading at his temples, lips trembling as he tried to speak. General, they appeared so strange, as if they had timed our radar sweep's blind intervals. Their attack rhythm was so precise. Zhao Jin cut him off with a sudden icy sarcasm. Precise. Precise as a damn military exercise. Tell me, Collins, which pirate gang possesses such professional discipline, which can synchronize 3 front pinpoint strikes, which can disable our fuel and refining nodes in a single blow? Colonel Collins fell silent, lowering his head in shame. The hall sank into oppressive silence, broken only by the soft hum of the star chart projector and the ticking of the scrolling lost logs. Then a voice, cool, almost to the point of cruelty, cut through the frozen air like a surgeon's blade. General, the problem is not merely a failure of perimeter defenses, Zhuge Yun said as he stepped from the light beside the tactical sandbox. He pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose. The gaze behind the lenses was a glacial spike that swept over Collins before resting on Zhaozhen. The attackers knew our vulnerabilities. K7's defensive layout, the cadence of our radar sweeps, even the reaction times of the garrison fleet, intimately. He tapped the air. The K7 model on the tactical sandbox bloomed larger. Precise attack vectors, energy impact points, and blast radii were highlighted in sharp relief. Smaller windows popped up alongside, displaying records and typical tactics of several pirate factions that had refused assimilation: Shuozhua Maxim, Shukong, Yudang's Lina, and the Shosher Brotherhood. Look at these trajectories, General. Zhuge Yun's voice was flat analysis. Shuozhua Maxim favors high-speed raids and chaotic pillage, seeking destruction and disorder. Shukong Yudang's Lina excels at infiltration and information warfare, targeting high-value cargo and seldom launching purely annihilative strikes. The Shosher Brotherhood is poorly equipped and tactically erratic. His finger traced 3 surgical white particle beam tracks that cut directly to vital points. And the K7 assault. Its objective was unambiguous: paralyze logistical nodes. Tactics were unified, coordinated without flaw. Efficiency was staggering. From initial appearance to catastrophic blow, it consumed less than a third of the standard tactical time unit. This was not the work of ragtag pirates. It resembled a professional force trained and disciplined, operating under a unified command and armed with our core intelligence, a special operations unit. A collective intake of breath echoed through the hall. Zhao Zhen's fury was forcibly reined and replaced by a deeper gravity and a faint perceptible chill. You mean, someone is behind this? The Imperial Star? Or the Federation? He asked, staring at Zhuge Yun in a low voice. The evidence is insufficient at present. Zhuge Yun shook his head slightly, his gaze sliding to the sandbox's core, where he had isolated a dark crimson area representing anomalous data fluctuations. But one thing is certain: the attackers knew our interior intimately. Such penetration is not accomplished overnight. Xi and Chang'an's interior. He paused, the eyes behind his lenses sweeping over the officers and officials in the chamber. Harbors termites. Or perhaps eyes we have failed to notice. His finger brushed, as if casually, the edge of the sandbox's central interface. Only he felt the faint, almost living tremor of the embedded spark chip deep within, a whisper of warmth like the heartbeat of something alive. 7th Medical Sector of the Starford Intensive Care Bay. The cold life support machines ticked with monotone regularity like a metronome for sleepers. Lin Yi lay within a life pod biogel dressing, covering his shredded left shoulder, alloy struts reflecting the clinical light with a hard, cold gleam. His eyes were closed, his complexion still pale, though his breathing had steadied somewhat. Yet that quiet would not last. The left hand restrained in the biosupport frame at his side twitched, tiny, almost imperceptible, at the fingertip of his index finger. Then again a second time with slightly greater force. Soon the muscles along the edge of his palm began to spasm with uncontrollable minute convulsions. The spasms spread like ripples from a stone cast into still water. First the fibers of his left forearm pulsed under thin skin, then the upper arm, finally reaching the fragile neural interface deep in the shoulder where it connected to the alloy brace. The life monitor's previously steady neural readouts surged into chaos. The curve representing left arm nerve activity convulsed and screamed like an epileptic storm. A piercing alarm shredded the ICU's silence. Neural signal anomaly. High-intensity discharges detected in the left arm neural bundle. Suppression field compromised. The medical supervisor cried, lunging for the console. Increase neural suppression field power. Administer neurostabilizer X. Now, drugs and a stronger field flooded into the pod. Lin Yi's body snapped taut. Even asleep, his brown knotted teeth ground together, a muffled, trapped growl escaping his throat. His intact right hand clenched the restraint so hard the knuckles blanched. Chaotic neural volleys rampaged like untamed steeds at the edge of his awareness. No coherent scenes emerged. Only fractured sensory shards, the acrid stench of burning circuitry. Was it the smell of mech hull wiring shorting? Or the tang of the K7 fuel platform's detonation? Deafening blasts. Was it the sacrificial core of the Haishi fortress exploding, or the collapse of K7's structures? Cold, viscous tactile impressions. Was it the sinking numbness of blood loss, or the corrosive touch of deep space radiation? These fragments churned until they fused into a bone-deep terror born of bodily betrayal fused with a towering volcanic rage. Like a beast bound by iron chains watching an enemy gnaw through its flesh. Ugh! A raw feral roar, muffled, but full of violent force, finally burst past Lin Yi's clenched jaw, and the life mask sounding shockingly monstrous amid the alarms. He threw his eyes open. There was no dazed awakening in them. Only a burn of seared bestial aureate. Eyes inflamed by pain and a raging will. Pupils dilated to the point of distortion, reflecting the harsh pod lights like 2 cold burning coals. That gaze brimmed with fury at his own maimed body, with murderous intent toward those who had struck him, and with a primitive pure urge to shred every obstacle to pieces. Officer Lin, calm down. Control yourself. You are safe here, the medical supervisor shouted into the comms, voice threaded with fear. Lin Yi seemed to hear, and not to. His bloodshot, aureate eyes rolled, scanning the transparent pod lid, sweeping over the terrified faces of the attending medics, finally settling on his left arm, still convulsing and secured to the brace. The fury in his look did not abate. If anything, it was doused with fuel. His intact right hand shot up, not to clutch the restraint, but to strike, with a savage fist, against the pod's reinforced inner wall. Thud! The dull impact made the entire pod shudder. The fortified glass webbed with spider-like cracks across its surface instantly. Sedatives. Max dosage. The supervisor's voice altered pitch. Stronger agents were injected. The aureate fire in Lin Yi's eyes wavered like a guttering candle, and under force was finally suppressed. The violent spasms ebbed and his body slumped again, but the molten hot anger and refusal that lurked beneath his gaze remained, an indelible brand seared into the memory of every witness. The wounded beast had woken. The agony of its wounds and the distant drum of war were sharpening that awakening into a deadlier edge. Deep within the Starford, a quiet room prepared for special guests. It was insulated from the hubbub and the cold, mechanized hiss of medical machines. Soft, warm light flowed from concealed strips. The air carried a synthesized scent. Pine mingled with the crispness of post-snow air, designed to soothe frayed nerves. The furnishings were sparse: a comfortable hovering recliner and a small table with a water cup. Lucio reclined half upright beneath a soft blanket. His eyes were closed. His complexion had improved slightly, but retained a sickly pallor and the hollow look of someone utterly drained. At his throat, the dark silver Neurolock collar lay like a cold serpent pressing against the skin, its faint glow dormant, yet ever present, a constant reminder. A woman in an unadorned white robe sat beside him, her manner calm and composed. She was Xian Chang'an's foremost expert in neurology and psychology, Dr. Emilia. Her fingers did not touch Lucio. Instead, they moved slowly several centimeters above his skull palms, emitting a soft, visible pale blue luminescence that formed a small field over his head. Relax, Officer Lucio. Attempt to sense that area of contamination, but do not fight it, simply observe it, Dr. Emilia's voice flowed like a gentle stream, soothing. Imagine it as a pool of cold ink spreading across your sea of consciousness. Notice its borders, the way it moves. Lucio's brow tightened, and a fine bead of sweat formed at his temple. Under her guided depth meditation, his awareness sank into a viscous, frozen, boundless black sea. This was the contamination left by the cradle's corruption. It was not physical, yet it suffused everywhere, exuding a nauseating hunger and indifference, seeking to assimilate and devour his mental strength. He forced himself to remain an observer, resisting the urge to touch that cold ink. He saw the ink's edge was not static, but writhed and seeped like a living thing, attempting to corrode the light points in his mind that stood for memory, feeling, and will. He saw visions of the Lagrange burning shipwrecks ensnared and warped by the ink. He saw Li Chang's flattering face magnified in the blackness, emitting a silent sneer. He even sensed faint and distant a cold, remote gaze, as if behind thick, frosted glass. That gaze came from the ink's origin, from the deepest black core of his consciousness. The cradle was watching. At the moment his resolve wavered, the situation turned violent. The pale blue field pulsing from Dr. Emilia's palms convulsed with no warning, as if a boulder had been thrown into a placid lake. The halo of blue instantly stuttered and dimmed, as though an invisible force were disturbing and repelling it. Ugh! Dr. Emilia let out a muffled groan and staggered. The color drained from her face as the protective field over Lucio nearly collapsed. A flash of alarm crossed her eyes. Almost at the same instant, the dormant collar at Lucio's neck flared with a blinding light. No longer the faint, brooding glow. It erupted like a red-hot branding iron, sending an indescribable agony from spine to brain like a high-voltage surge. Ah! Lucio convulsed, eyes flying open. His meditative state shattered. He clutched his head so hard his knuckles twisted, emitting a non-human dying beast howl that curdled the blood of the guards outside the room. His sea of consciousness boiled over. The cold ink he had tried to observe flared into a titanic black wave charged with boundless malice and a will to annihilate, battering and tearing at the core of his mind. Suppress. Now, Dr. Emilia, teeth clenched against the nausea and pain of psychic backlash, thrust her hands forward. A field many times stronger erupted, pale blue, like a shield that enveloped Lucio's seizing body. Veins stood at her temples, sweat instantly soaking her robe. Outside the quiet room, urgent footsteps and alarms began to cascade. Within the room, under the pale blue pressure, Lucio still convulsed violently, his howls throttled into ragged guttural gasps. His bloodshot eyes stared fixedly at the ceiling. In the depths of his pupils, aside from unbearable pain, a clearer image was reflected, a cold, viscous, all-devouring abyss. Within that abyss, something vast, inhuman, and indifferent flickered, a single monstrous eye seen for a fleeting instant. Xian Chang'an, Star Fortress Central Command Hall. The vast domed star map hung overhead like a colossal scar upon the vault of space. The blinding crimson zone of K7 Transit Station burned like a searing brand upon the edge of the Azure Star Chart, a cartography of rebirth. Cold casualty figures stood like epitaphs on gravestones, speaking silently of betrayal and anguish. The air bore a heavy, suffocating scent, ash of spent gunpowder, ozone, and suppressed fury. General Zhao Jin stood before the tactical holographic sand table, his face as pallid and unyielding as the chilled alloy armor encasing the fortress exterior. His bloodshot gaze swept across the silent officers assembled in the hall, then fixed, cold, precise, and unblinking, upon Colonel Zhang Yu, head of internal security and counterintelligence. 3 days. General Zhao's voice was low, yet each word scraped like shards of ice across every eardrum. Colonel Zhang, I give you 3 days. Root out the rats who infiltrated us. Pluck out their eyes. Every drop of blood spilled at K7 shall be repaid 100-fold. Investigate, top to bottom, from the fortress command chain down to ground-level supply depots. Turn Xian Chang'an upside down if you must. Find the traitor who sold our vulnerabilities to the Star Pirates. Is that understood? Yes, sir. Colonel Zhang Yu snapped rigidly upright, sweat beaded on his forehead, yet his eyes burned with unnerving sharpness. He knew this was no mere order. It was a death warrant for himself and his entire department. The general's wrath demanded blood, not just any blood, but that of the betrayer. The command descended like glacial iron law. Across Xian Chang'an, the internal machinery ignited, not with purpose, but with feverish self-purging, sifting through the ashes of K7. Access audits, communication retrospectives, cross-referenced personnel movement logs. Countless invisible sieves began turning, straining to isolate one lethal grain of sand from the vast network of fortress and star domain. Zhuge Yun stood beside the tactical sand table, still positioned at the periphery of light, silent, motionless, a shadow among data streams. The currents of information flowing across the table had grown denser, more intricate than before. Yellow warning glyphs, signifying internal investigation, spread like creeping fungal blooms across the blue model representing Xian Chang'an. His fingers danced across the air, extracting and layering data, battlefield telemetry from K7, residual jump signatures of pirate fleets, all non-encrypted communications within Xian Chang'an over the past 72 hours, each strand drawn, filtered, and compared with surgical precision. His movements were flawless, efficient, detached, imbued with the chilling rhythm of a machine. Yet only he knew that most of his consciousness, like a deep-sea probe descending into abyssal dark, remained locked onto the anomaly embedded deep within the sand table's core interface, the Ember chip. The chip lay utterly still. That faint, fleeting warmth it had emitted during the K7 attack had vanished entirely, replaced by absolute, inert silence. It rested there, a mute black box etched with unsettling cryptic patterns, nestled at the very heart of the Allied command's neural nexus. A barely perceptible furrow creased Zhuge Yun's brow. Too silent. Unnaturally silent. Silent, as if biding its time. Just as he redirected computational resources toward pattern recognition of high-frequency terms in newly intercepted internal comms, a minuscule anomaly pierced his hyper-focused awareness, like dust settling upon still water. Not from the Ember. Rather, from an obscure low-privilege node deep within Xian Chang'an's internal network, a standby data relay located in the lower maintenance sector of the Star Fortress. A nondescript maintenance work order buried beneath the flood of investigative data. Transmission timestamp 3 hours prior to the K7 assault. Sender ID Lower Maintenance Sector Power Division Technician Contract Worker IDT 7741. Recipient Logistics Dispatch Center Standard Maintenance Request Channel. Content reporting anomalous pressure fluctuations in main power conduit B7. Request dispatch of level II or higher engineer with precision sensors for reinspection. Attachment pressure fluctuation graph, standard format. The work order itself was routine. The anomaly resided solely in that attached, perfectly formatted graph. Zhuge Yun's consciousness, honed to the precision of microsurgical forceps, instantly isolated the graph's data stream, flawlessly camouflaged within standard protocol. Yet to him, those seemingly random pressure values, subtle, irregular, followed a pattern, deliberate, non-stochastic, deeply unnatural. This was no malfunction report. It was a cipher, an archaic, nearly obsolete analog signal encoding scheme long discarded by modern comms protocols. His finger slashed sharply through the air. All extraneous data on the sand table dissolved, dimmed, receded. Only that disguised pressure curve remained. Extracted, magnified, unfurled. Frozen digits leapt and reassembled in midair above the table. Ancient encryption unraveled at lightning speed, transforming into legible text. A brief message composed solely of binary light points materialized soundlessly above the sand table's core. Omega, coordinates confirmed. K7 node vulnerable. Jackals deployed. Nursery observes. The moment the message appeared, icy dread lanced through Zhuge Yun's spine like a shard of glacial steel. Zhuge Yun's pupils contracted violently behind his lenses. Omega. That enigmatic sigil glimpsed fleetingly amid the pirate jump signatures at K7. It had reappeared, not as battlefield residue, but as the traitor's signature on a transmission of intelligence. Coordinates confirmed. K7 node vulnerable. Jackals deployed. A brazen operational directive. The annihilation strike against K7. And the final line. Nursery observes. Zhuge Yun's gaze snapped toward the sand table's core interface. Toward the exact location where the ember chip was embedded. A glacial invasive sensation, like the flickering tongue of a venomous serpent, slithered instantly along his neural pathways. Nursery. Cradle. The ember chip remained inert, cold, utterly unresponsive, as if that chilling sensation had been nothing more than illusion. But Zhuge Yun knew it was not. He pulled up the contract technician's IDT 7741. Records showed the worker had died less than 10 minutes after sending the order, in a minor power conduit leak accident. The incident report was pristine, template perfect. A single thread of evidence severed with ruthless efficiency. The traitor existed, and they operated with chilling professionalism, precision, and utter remorselessness. They hid in the deepest, most overlooked strata of the internal network, transmitting lethal intelligence via the oldest, most forgotten codes. Their designation Omega. And behind them loomed a silent, frigid presence, the nursery. The fissure within Xian Chang'an ran deeper, darker than anyone had imagined. 7th Medical Zone Rehabilitation Chamber. The air carried the sharp tang of antiseptic mingled with human sweat and the faint metallic ozone whisper left by high-frequency energy fields. Lin Yi stood at the chamber's center, his right arm bracing his weight against a custom-forged alloy rehabilitation bar. He gasped raggedly, sweat carving rivulets down the taut muscles of his neck and the deep groove of his spine, soaking his form-fitting black training vest and revealing a torso still formidable, yet marred by stark asymmetrical contours. A gleaming alloy brace and biogel armor encased his left shoulder and chest, reflecting the cold glare of overhead lights. His left arm was sheathed within a complex, silver-gray exoskeletal apparatus. The device hummed with a low, resonant thrum interfaced with the rehab unit. Through its semi-transparent casing, intricate hydraulic actuators and neural signal sensors pulsed, faintly contracting and flashing in obedient response to command. His gaze was locked, unblinking, on a crimson targeting cursor projected in the air before him. A blazing red darting wildly through a virtual obstacle-choked corridor. Lock on target. Track it. With your nerves, not your muscles. Beside him, Old Gun, the grizzled, eagle-eyed senior neurosync engineer overseeing his rehabilitation, barked into his comm unit. Your left arm neural bundles are still alive. They're screaming. Can't you hear them? Ignore the pain. Ignore their resistance. Use your will. Grab that signal. Make them move. Lin Yi's bloodshot eyes tracked the crimson cursor with predatory fixation. Each sudden shift in its trajectory stabbed like a white-hot needle deep into the neural clusters of his left shoulder. Agony surged like a relentless tide, battering the bastions of his resolve. Muscles within the exoskeleton spasmed uncontrollably, trembling violently, causing the heavy metal frame to emit a thin, grating whine. His jaw clenched a blade-sharp line of tension. Sweat stung his eyes, yet he refused even the blink, an instant too precious to waste. Every shred of his will, hammered, annealed, forged into pure singular intent, commanded move. Seize it. Hum. His left arm, encased in metal, lurched forward. The motion was stiff, sluggish, warped by crippling latency. In the hologram, the blue cursor representing his left arm response staggered drunkenly in pursuit, falling further hopelessly behind the agile crimson mark. Too slow. Reaction delay exceeds 0. 8 seconds. On the battlefield, you'd be dead 10 times over. Old Gun roared without mercy. Power output unstable. Your neural signals are chaos, like a boiling cauldron. Focus, Lin Yi. Remember piloting your mech. Remember gripping the high-frequency blade as it cleaved through turret armor. Bring back that ferocity and channel it into those damn nerves. Ugh! A guttural choked roar erupted from Lin Yi's throat. His uninjured right hand clamped down on the rehab bar with crushing force. Its alloy groaned in protest. His golden irises dilated wide by agony, and raw, unyielding will blazed with incandescent intensity. The alloy brace on his left shoulder shrieked under immense torsion. Move. A torrent of indomitable spirit and volcanic rage, born deep in the soul, surged like molten magma into the numb neural conduit. Clack. His armored left arm shot forward again, this time swifter by orders of magnitude. Though the trajectory remained imprecise, trembling with residual latency, the metal-clad hand finally grazed the edge of the crimson cursor, just as it executed another violent evasion. A flash of emerald light, signifying impact, flickered across the hologram. Good. Old Gun's eyes flared with fierce approval. That's the fire. Hold it. Pain means nerves reconnecting, they're awakening. Don't suppress it, master it. Wield your will as the reins. Lin Yi heaved ragged breaths, his body trembling from the explosive exertion and searing pain. He stared down at his left arm, still shuddering faintly within its metallic shell. Sweat dripped from his nose, striking the cold exoskeletal plating with soft hollow taps. The pain remained sharp, unrelenting. The weight of helplessness still clung like frost. Yet in that single fleeting instant, driven by sheer berserk will, he had seized the runaway neural signal. He had felt it, a faint, undeniable response from his left arm. Not numbness, not silence, but a tremor of life. A single fragile ember, nearly imperceptible, struggled to ignite within the frozen wasteland of his limb. Slowly he lifted his head. Behind the bloodshot gold of his irises, the storm of agony receded, revealing for the first time a gaze of glacial predatory focus, cold, unwavering, and utterly lethal. His eyes locked once more on the crimson cursor, now accelerating anew. His uninjured right hand tightened, white-knuckled, on the icy alloy bar. Next time, I will seize it. Deep within the Star Fortress, a special containment chamber. The air still held the lingering glacial aftertaste of the last psychic tempest. Dr. Emilia's pallor had deepened since the previous encounter, dark shadows pooled beneath her eyes. The toll of forcibly suppressing Lucio's neural lock cascade was unmistakable. She watched Lucio suspended in the zero-gravity recliner, her expression layered with profound complexity. Lucio's eyes were closed, his breathing slow and even, deep restorative slumber. Yet closer inspection revealed rapid eye movement beneath his lids, REM sleep, and fine beads of perspiration tracing paths down his temples. Around his throat, the neural lock collar pulsed with a faint, steady, ominous luminescence, the minimal threshold of dormancy like a serpent coiled in wait. Deep subconscious guidance state remains stable. Dr. Emilia murmured to the recording device beside her, her voice edged with exhaustion. The nursery's contamination field remained suppressed at the periphery, no signs of renewed activity. However, she paused, her brow furrowing slightly. Within the deepest recesses of his psyche, he has erected a barrier, remarkably resilient. It rejects all attempts at deep penetration. I sense he is instinctively shielding something fundamental. Forcing entry risks catastrophic rejection or total mental collapse. Dr. Emilia sighed softly, her gaze shifting to the chamber's shadowed corner, where Zhuge Yun stood still as obsidian. Having heard her report, he gave a slight, thoughtful nod. His gaze behind polished lenses lingered on Lucio's sleeping face. Shielding. Zhuge Yun echoed the word, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the edge of his remote tactical terminal. Then let him shield. We'll find another path. His fingers moved swiftly across the terminal. Instantly, a complex, ever-shifting holographic neural waveform bloomed on Dr. Emilia's nearby display, a turbulent galaxy-like spiral of data. This was the anomalous signal peak captured when Lucio, during deep meditation, had dared to observe the contamination field directly. Doctor, I require your analysis of this signal. Zhuge Yun's voice was calm, devoid of inflection. Strip away Lucio's native neural oscillations. Isolate only the noise within the peak, those components not originating from him. Identify its pattern, its source signature, even the faintest trace. Dr. Emilia studied the writhing, chaotic waveform, the visual manifestation of a nightmare, and her expression hardened into grim resolve. This borders on the impossible. It's interwoven with Lucio's own mental resonance, like two distinct threads of yarn twisted inseparably together. Except one thread carries the taint of active contamination and interference. Then treated as the most difficult puzzle ever devised, Zhuge Yun interrupted, his tone absolute. Find the end of that foreign thread, even if it measures only 1 millimeter. This is critical. It may be the sole key to comprehending the nursery's cognitive architecture, or even devising countermeasures to track or disrupt its corruption. He paused, his gaze sweeping once more over the sleeping Lucio, and the cold, unblinking ring encircling his throat. We have no time to wait for him to emerge. The nursery grants us none. It resides within his mind, Doctor. We must act, before its next gaze falls upon him. We must deliver it a surprise. Dr. Emilia drew a slow, steadying breath, her eyes locked on the monstrous waveform. Then decisively her expression settled into unshakable determination. Understood. I will do everything within my power. Silence reclaimed the chamber, broken only by the soft whir of instruments and the slightly labored rhythm of Lucio's slumbering breath. Zhuge Yun remained rooted in the gloom, his eyes fathomless. He waited, not for answers, but for the first infinitesimal thread of truth, a hairline fracture in the darkness. And deep within Lucio's Arim-driven dream, a war raged, unseen, silent, and devastatingly intimate. The dream was fractured, distorted. Flames of Lagrange bled into the dawn light of Exine Chang'an, weaving a surreal, dissonant tapestry. The simpering visage of Marquis Li Chong melted within the inferno, issuing silent, mocking laughter. Shattered mecha hulls drifted like tombstones through the void. At the dream's core, a viscous, glacial darkness pulsed, the psychic projection of the nursery contamination field. Lucio's consciousness stood at its edge. He was no longer the pale, fragile man of reality, but a figure of near translucence woven from pure luminous will. He watched the churning darkness with unwavering vigilance. From within the void came no sound, only waves of freezing, malicious intent. Futile. Assimilation is inevitable. Your struggle nourishes me. Lucio's will form did not retreat. His hands closed before him, grasping an invisible weapon. The unbreakable core beneath his cynical facade, his oath to his brothers, his defiant love for this stardust sky. He screamed, silently, into the void, driving the blade of his will against the encroaching icy tendrils. Each strike dimmed his inner light, but forced the darkness back, however slightly. Each assault from the void tore at his soul, yet tempered his will into sharper, harder steel. Deepest within the dream, at the source of that clinging, gelid dark, the immense alien consciousness, the nursery, seemed stirred by this insectal, ferocious resistance. Its indifferent gaze, for the first time, carried the faintest ripple, not anger, but the detached, analytical curiosity of a supreme intellect observing an unexpectedly tenacious microbe within its experimental petri dish. This silent war waged in the abyssal depths of the mind was perilous beyond measure, consuming Lucio's very essence even as it probed the outer limits of the nursery's dominion. The central command hall of New Chang'an Starfort. The crimson scar on the domed star map, symbolizing the annihilation of K7, remained stark and searing, yet the hall's atmosphere had shifted from initial fury to a cold, suppressed inferno. An invisible sieve whirred at full capacity, straining to isolate that single lethal grain of sand. Red permission review indicators flickered across countless work terminals, communication tracebacks advanced with agonizing slowness, cross-referencing algorithms consumed such vast computational power that the mainframe's cooling fans emitted a relentless low hum. General Zhao Jun paced before the tactical holographic sand table like a caged lion, each heavy footfall striking the air taut with unbearable tension. His bloodshot eyes repeatedly darted toward a secondary display beside him where real-time progress reports scrolled, overseen by Lieutenant Colonel Zhang Yu's internal screening team. The reports were barren, filled only with hollow phrases like under verification and no anomalies detected, like being flayed with a dull blade. Worthless. 3 days. At this rate you won't sift out a single hair in 30. Zhao Jun halted abruptly and slammed his fist onto the alloy frame of the sand table, unleashing a deep, thunderous crack. Infiltration. Infiltration. They've burrowed right beneath my very eyes. Our entire defense grid is a sieve, so porous even a temporary laborer could stab us in the heart. Where is Zhang Yu? Summon him now. General Lieutenant Colonel Zhang is personally auditing personnel records for the B7 Zone Energy Division, including the pre-modem contact network of deceased T-7741. The aide reported, voice tight with apprehension. Contact network. The man's ashes have long cooled. What in blazes are you sifting through? Zhao Zhun's roar reverberated across the hall. Just as that suffocating volcano stood poised to erupt, a voice cut through, calm, precise, almost cruel, emanating from the shimmering light beside the sand table like ice water poured over white-hot iron. General, the wound of K7 has already been carved. Anger cannot close it. Zhuge Yun stepped forth from the flowing data light. He adjusted his spectacles. Behind the lenses his gaze was as sharp as a surgeon's scalpel, cutting straight to the core of Zhao Zhen's rage. Rather than passively screening, let us lay bait instead. Omega, or the nest behind them. What do they truly seek? Zhao Zhen forcibly reined in his fury, breathing heavily as he fixed Zhuge Yun with a hard stare. What do they seek? To cripple our logistics, shatter our morale, strangle us in our cradle. Yes, but not entirely. Zhuge Yun tapped once in midair with his finger. On the tactical sand table beside the pulsing red dot marking K7, several intelligence summaries instantly projected, highlighted in urgent amber. These are consolidated anomalous signal activities captured over the past 72 hours by our outer listening posts and deep space sensor arrays. Observe their frequency and directional vectors. On the sand table, several luminous bands representing anomalous signals were extracted and magnified. They did not target New Chang'an's core or key military assets. Instead, like probing needles, they repeatedly scanned and tested several locations. Small transit hubs and supply outposts situated along the periphery of New Chang'an's control zone, lightly defended, yet vital nodes in the resource distribution network. One of them was K7, the very station just obliterated. They are mapping. Zhuge Yun's voice remained detached, clinical. Mapping our vascular network. Searching for the next most vulnerable point, the easiest incision, the greatest chaos, the deepest pain. K7 was merely the first test subject. The Nest probe to gauge Omega's intelligence value and measure our response speed. Their appetite extends far beyond a single K7. You mean, there will be another strike? And its target lies among these outposts. Zhao Zhen's gaze sharpened as he pointed to the nodes on the sand table, each one licked repeatedly by those anomalous signal bands. Probability exceeds 85%. Zhuge Yun's eyes swept across the central interface of the sand table where the dormant ember chip remained inert and frigid. And time is short. Omega requires new achievements to prove its worth, to claim credit before the Nest. K7's success will accelerate their next move. His fingers moved again. Instantly, the holographic models of the marked outposts reshaped, stripping away layers of defense deployment comms architecture and garrison strength, until only the most essential, most fragile subsystems glowed in high-contrast warning amber, like exposing the juiciest morsel of bait to a predator. Leak the information. Zhuge Yun's tone brooked no dissent. Cite the Pillar Fleet's rotational rest cycle and mounting logistical strain as justification for withdrawing partial garrison forces from these targeted outposts back to the Starfleet's core defenses. Withdrawal ratio under 30%, ensuring no excessive suspicion arises regarding the trap. Simultaneously accidentally leak an assessment report on the outpost's defensive vulnerabilities within the withdrawal documentation, using precisely the weaknesses we just identified. He gestured toward those deliberately exposed weaknesses. Leak the information. Zhao Zhen's pupils contracted. You intend to use these outposts as bait. What if? There is no if, General. Zhuge Yun interrupted, his gaze behind the lenses as cold as the abyssal void between stars. Passive resistance only bleeds us dry drop by drop. We must seize Omega's tail, even for a single heartbeat. These outposts are the bait on the hook. The troop withdrawal is illusion. The leaked vulnerability report is illusion layered upon truth. If Omega is confident enough and greedy enough, it will bite. Our task is simply to ensure the blade behind that hook is sharp enough to sever its throat. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the officers in the hall, each face etched with divergent expressions. Operation Codename Anchor Point. Objective identify Omega. Unmask the Nest's eyes. Execution authority top secret. Full operational details are restricted to core personnel only. Zhao Zhen stared at the outposts now marked on the sand table, like sacrificial offerings, and then into Zhuge Yun's bottomless, unblinking eyes. At last he drew a slow, deep breath and nodded. His voice carried the iron and blood weight of final command. Agreed. Execute Operation Anchor Point, now. I demand results, and I demand traitors' blood. The order locked onto those chosen outposts like a chain forged of frost. A vast, invisible net unfurled, baited with New Chang'an's fresh wound, and cast silently into the fathomless dark. Sector 7 Medical Complex Mecha Neural Synchronization Test Arena. Here there was none of the soft lighting found in rehabilitation wards, only industrial-grade illumination and the metallic-tinged ozone scent of powerful energy fields emanating from massive testing rigs. At the arena's center stood a standard-issue training mecha, Iron Warden 3, stripped of all weaponry, rising like a silent steel colossus atop its complex test cradle. Its hull bristled with sensor nodes, thick cables snaked from its chassis like arteries connecting to the control console behind. Lin Yi stood at its base. He wore a form-fitting neural synchronization combat suit. His left arm remained encased in a silver-gray rehabilitation exoskeleton, but its structure had been modified, sharper lines, tighter integration with the suit's interface. His face remained pale, sweat dampening his temples, yet his eyes, burning with molten gold, radiated a chilling, absolute focus. Lao Chang stood behind the control console, his white hair bristling like an eagle's ruff. Final system self-check passed. Neural sync threshold set at 75%. Lin Yi, listen well. This is not rehab. It is live combat simulation. Objective: destroy 3 simulated Bloodclaw-class pirate mechas. Time limit 5 minutes. Sync rate drops below 75%, or you're declared destroyed, and the test fails. Understood? Understood. Lin Yi's voice was hoarse rasping, like stone grinding on stone. His uninjured right hand gripped the mecha's boarding ladder. His ascent remained stiff, yet carried unwavering resolve. He climbed into the cockpit. The heavy hatch sealed shut behind him with a resonant boom. The cold cockpit enfolded him. The familiar neural interface pulsed faintly with its telltale energy field. He drew a slow breath, inhaling air laced with metal and machine oil. His right hand settled firmly on the primary control yoke. His left rested stiffly upon the auxiliary panel, fingers curled tightly within the exoskeleton. Neural synchronization link. Engaging. Lao Chang's command crackled through the internal comm. Vrum. Familiar, yet intensified tenfold. The jarring, tearing surge rocketed up his spine into his skull. Agony lanced through his left shoulder's fragile neural graft, as if a white-hot branding iron had been driven deep. Darkness swallowed his vision, his body locked rigid, his jaw clenched until his teeth ground. A guttural, stifled groan tore from his throat. The cockpit's holographic display flared to life. No longer the sterile corridors of rehab, but a simulated battlefield, twisted metal wreckage, and explosive firelight suspended in the void of space. 3 pirate mechas, marked with the savage bloodclaw sigil, hurtled toward him from 3 directions, shrieking like sharks drawn to blood. Their energy weapons screamed as they charged, high-pitched, deafening. In the corner of his vision, the synchrate counter convulsed wildly. 68, 71, 73, teetering violently at the 75 threshold. The lag and searing pain radiating from his left arm weighed upon him like shackles, dragging down every reflex. Moved, Lin Yi roared. A beast's cry ripped from raw agony. His right hand slammed the yoke forward. The training mecha's main thrusters erupted in roaring blue flame. Its bulk lurched sideways like a charging bull, barely evading a scorching particle beam. Boom. The beam grazed the armor plate on the mecha's left arm. Molten metal sprayed in sizzling arcs. Alarms shrieked. On his HUD, the curve representing left arm sync rate and control precision plummeted, spiking erratically. His exoskeleton-cased left hand jerked across the auxiliary panel, stiff, delayed, each micro-adjustment flooding his nerves with tearing pain. Not fast enough. At this rate, one pirate mecha seized his momentary rigidity, surging from the debris like a phantom, closing the distance at blinding speed. Its high-frequency vibroblade, though simulated, screamed as it cleaved the air, aimed directly at the cockpit canopy. Death rushed toward him. In that hair-trigger instant, Lin Yi's molten gold pupils contracted to needle points. Not fear, fury. The primal instinct of a cornered beast. The burning ruins of K7, the soldiers' desperate cries, the severed supply lines, and his accursed disobedient arm. Roar. A roar, not human, shattered the cockpit. His right hand nearly crushed the control yoke. Simultaneously, a torrent of raw, unfiltered power, forged from soul-deep wrath and annihilating will, surged like a breached dam, slamming into the numb, screaming neural pathway of his left arm. No longer gentle guidance. This was brutal absolute dominion. Get the hell out of my way. Vranik. The rehabilitation exoskeleton shrieked in protest. On the auxiliary panel, the left arm power output spiked violently into the critical red zone. The mecha's left arm, encased in exoskeleton previously sluggish and leaden, jerked awake like a slumbering beast forced into violent consciousness, lifting with impossible speed and force. Its trajectory was wild, unstable, yet uncannily precise, intercepting the pirate mecha's wrist joint milliseconds before the blade struck. Crunch. A deafening clang of metal and a burst of arcing energy flared across the sim display. The pirate's attack was violently deflected. The vibroblade scraped past the mecha's shoulder guard, throwing off a shower of blinding sparks. Then, after violent oscillation, the synchrate counter surged upward, breaking free. 78. 82. 85. Yes. Lao Chang slammed his fist onto the console, eyes blazing with fierce triumph. That's it. Harness your will. Command it. Pain is a signal. Pain is power. Don't fear it. Shatter it. Lin Yi gasped, each breath scalding with residual agony and the aftershock of unleashed fury. On his HUD, the other 2 pirate mechas reoriented, already closing in again. His right hand wrenched the yoke. The mecha executed a lightning-fast tactical roll, dodging intersecting fire. Simultaneously, his exoskeleton-clad left arm rose once more, still trembling, still lagging, but now fluid, coordinated, tenfold more responsive than before. It was no longer dead weight. It had become a blunt instrument of savage force, swinging in concert with the mecha's momentum to crush another advancing foe. Inside the cockpit, Lin Yi's bloodshot golden eyes still burned with pain, yet now held a glacial, terrifying certainty, total dominion. That left arm's tearing agony was no longer a shackle. It was his heaviest warhammer. Each swing echoed with nerve-ending screaming and enemies shattering. Deep within the starfort, a specialized quiet chamber. The air carried Dr. Emilia's signature psychic aura, crisp clean like pine needles dusted with snow. Lucio lay motionless on a floating recliner, breathing deep and even. The neural lock collar around his neck pulsed with a dim, dormant light, like something hibernating. Dr. Emilia hovered her hands above his head. A pale blue energy field, gentle as rippling water, enveloped him, carefully avoiding the contaminated region deep within his consciousness, focusing only on soothing and stabilizing the periphery. Zhuge Yun stood motionless in the chamber's shadowed corner, statuesque silent. Before him floated a small tactical holo-display, streaming neural signal peak patterns from the previous psychic storm, preliminarily processed by Dr. Emilia. The signals, once a nightmarish tangle, had been forcibly separated and purified by the doctor's formidable psychic filtering. The resilient, chaotic, orange-eyed waveform, representing Lucio's own psyche, was temporarily suppressed and muted. What remained was the invasive, deep purple static, cold as venom, belonging to the cradle's corruption. Zhuge Yun's fingers danced across the holo-display. Data streams cascaded across his retinas. He hunted, not for prey but for the scale pattern of the serpent hidden within the poison. Strip away, strip further. Magnify, spectral analysis. Pattern recognition, feature extraction. Layer by layer, the deep purple static yielded to algorithmic scrutiny. It was chaotic, yet not random. Cold, yet possessed a non-biological clockwork-like rhythm. It greedily sought to assimilate the orange-eyed mental waves, yet retained the icy detachment of a superior entity. Zhuge Yun's fingertips stilled over a signal fragment magnified millions-fold. There the deep purple static pulsed, briefly, subtly, like a heartbeat. Its waveform was unique, not standard electromagnetic radiation but eerily reminiscent of clustered neuronal firing in a biological brain. And its core frequency and energy signature. Zhuge Yun's breath paused, imperceptibly, in the gloom. His gaze snapped toward the remote terminal linked to the tactical sand table. Almost instinctively, the terminal summoned another dataset, the deeply encrypted passive monitoring log from the Ember chip embedded in the sand table's core. During K7's destruction, and during Omega's transmission of the cipher, the Ember chip had registered infinitesimal, near-undetectable energy fluctuations. He aligned the two datasets side by side, the deep purple neural pulse from Lucio's collar and the Ember chip's faint ripple, and initiated ultra-high-precision waveform matching and spectral superposition analysis. The analysis bar crept forward. 90, 95, 98, 99. Ping. A faint system chime sounded. The result appeared. Frequency feature, match 99. 87. Energy decay pattern similarity, 99. 52. Core waveform homology, 99. 99. Conclusion signal sources are highly homologous. The deep purple neural pulse and the Ember chip's subtle disturbance shared identical core bioneural signal characteristics, virtually indistinguishable. They originated from the same source, from the same cold, ravenous, inhuman consciousness, the cradle. Zhuge Yun slowly raised his head. Behind his lenses, his gaze pierced through the starfort's reinforced alloy walls, and through the frozen void itself, straight toward the cradle, that unspeakable terror lurking somewhere in the deep dark. The anchor point had been found. The cradle's tendrils did not merely coil around Lucio's neural lock. They had also silently fused with the core of Nu Chang'an's tactical sand table, the Ember chip. It had been watching, through Lucio's senses, and through the very chip Zhuge Yun himself had implanted into the Alliance's heart. And Lucio, that unyielding barrier deep within his mind, the thing he fought so desperately to protect, might be more than just his core memories and emotions. He might instinctively shield his comrades, Nu Chang'an itself, sealing off the cradle's access through him, preventing deeper surveillance or corruption of Lin Yi of Zhuge Yun. Zhuge Yun's fingers tightened, unconsciously. A wave of glacial clarity laced with razor-sharp revelation shot up his spine like electric current. Beneath Nu Chang'an's fissure yawned the cradle's fathomless abyss. And they, standing at its edge, had just forged the first fatal anchor point with that cold, alien consciousness. The central command hall of the Xinchangan Star Fortress. The air hung thick and heavy, as dense as solidified lead. Upon the vast domed star map, the crimson scar, symbolizing the destruction of K7, still burned with searing intensity. Yet all eyes were now fixed on an unassuming blue at the map's periphery, the J-12 mineral outpost. It hovered in the frigid void like a moth ensnared by invisible silk. General Zhao Jin stood before the tactical holographic sand table, a volcano on the verge of eruption. His bloodshot eyes locked unblinkingly onto the miniature model representing J-12, his knuckles whitened as he clenched them tight. Around the sand table, luminous data streams, representing the internal comms network of the Xinchangan Alliance, flowed with unprecedented density and velocity. Countless yellow audit markers swarmed over the model like a hive of vigilant wasps. Colonel Zhang Yu stood beside him, his face taut as carved stone, sweat tracing glistening paths down his temples. Before him floated a translucent screen, its surface cascading with torrents of data. The ultra-saturated surveillance feed triggered by Operation Anchor, real-time monitoring of J-12, its personnel, and every linked communications node. All external communication channels secured. Quantum encryption jamming, field intensity 100. Internal personnel, all non-essential neural port connections forcibly offline. Physical isolation completion 99. 8. Tracing access logs to the leaked vulnerability report from Logistics Dispatch Center. Target node J-12 dispatch terminal. Accessor ID. Penetrating final camouflage layer. Colonel Zhang Yu's voice rasped like grinding metal, each word wrenched raw from between gritted teeth. Time stretched thin, each second striking the taut, nerves like a hammer blow. Zhuge Yun stood slightly apart, half submerged in the ambient shadows, as if woven into the very fabric of the room. He did not look at the sand table, nor did he glance at Zhang Yu's screen. His entire consciousness, precise as a quantum probe, coiled tightly around the ember chip embedded deep within the core interface of the tactical sand table. The chip remained cold and inert, but Zhuge Yun knew this stillness was illusion, like a leviathan resting beneath placid ocean depths. He tracked the faintest tremors in its energy field, analyzed the near-undetectable ripples it generated as it interacted with the flood of data coursing through the sand table. He waited for the inevitable gaze from the nest. Suddenly, the ember chip's energy signature pulsed, just once, infinitesimally faint like a heartbeat. Not warmth, not this time, but something colder, sharper, a resonance vibrating at a precise alien frequency. Almost instantly, the progress bar on Zhang Yu's floating screen surged to full capacity. A blinding red lock frame snapped shut around a core accessor ID, stripped bare of all camouflage layers. Locked. Zhang Yu's roar cracked across the hall like thunder, shattering the suffocating silence. Target ID Logistics Dispatch Center, Tier 2 Data Analyst, ID A2337. That's him. Full camouflage stripped. He received and processed the leaked vulnerability report. Timestamp access path obfuscation protocol signature. All match Omega's encryption pattern with 100 fidelity. He is Omega's anchor in Chang'an. Apprehend him, alive. General Zhao Zhen's bellow erupted with savage, murderous intent. Orders flashed across the network like lightning. On the holographic star map, several sharp blue triangles flared to life beside the J-12 outpost light. Rapid response units deploying. Like hawks diving upon prey. J-12 Mineral Outpost Core Data Processing Center. No grandeur here. Only the low, ceaseless hum of server racks and the acrid tang of ozone mingled with filtered dust. Tier 2 Data Analyst, A2337, a man of unremarkable features clad in standard-issue gray uniform, sat at his workstation, indistinguishable from thousands of other logistics personnel. Before him, a screen scrolled endless streams of mundane mineral refinement data. His fingers tapped steadily on the keyboard, calm, focused, utterly ordinary. Yet in the very instant Zhang Yu issued the lock command, a 2337's typing fingers paused, imperceptibly yet undeniably. Then deep within those previously calm, focused eyes, a flicker, cold, alien, utterly inhuman, flashed and vanished, as if a precision instrument had just shifted modes. His left hand, resting beneath the desk, moved with effortless naturalness, merely adjusting his trouser seam as it slipped into his uniform pocket. Fingertips brushed a cold, button-sized metallic object. No hesitation. Pressure applied. Click. A sound so faint it would vanish beneath ambient noise. A tiny mechanical release inside the pocket. The next instant, a 2337's body snapped rigid, as though struck by high-voltage current. Deep purple vascular patterns, spiderweb-thin, grotesquely vivid, erupted across his face. His eyeballs rolled violently upward, leaving only bloodshot milky white sclerae. A guttural wheezing rattle choked from his throat, like a broken bellows. Target anomaly. The rapid response team commander's pupils contracted sharply as he shouted the warning, but it was already too late. Plop. A sickening muffled detonation, the sound of overripe fruit crushed in a fist. A 2337's head, and his left arm still buried deep in his pocket, exploded outward with the force of a microdetonator. Viscous, deep purple fluid mixed with shredded flesh, splintered bone, and torn fabric erupted in a nauseating geyser, splattering the gleaming server racks and his own monitor. A thick, coppery stench of blood fused with a sharp, corrosive odor, like acid eating through steel, flooded the air. Target, self-destructed. The commander stared at the remains. Half a torso, twisted lower limbs, a headless corpse still twitching with neural reflexes. his face paled, voice trembling with disbelief and revulsion. The trail had been severed, in the cruelest, most absolute way imaginable. 7th Medical Zone Mecha Neural Synchronization Testing Arena. The heavy tread of the training mecha Iron Guard 3 echoed dully against the simulated rubble of the metal floor. Inside the cockpit, Lin Yi gasped for breath, sweat streaming down his cheeks and rivulets dripping onto the chilled control panel. Each inhale tore like fire through the deep, lacerating pain in his left shoulder. In his vision, the last simulated Bloodclaw pirate mecha lay pinned, crushed against a warped alloy wall by his exoskeleton-wrapped left arm reinforced by the mecha's armored shoulder plating. A shriek of tortured metal pierced the air. Target silenced. A sterile system voice intoned. Synchronization rate stabilized at 83. Test passed. Lao Chang's voice crackled over the comm. Exultant, exhausted, brimming with fierce pride. Outstanding, kid. Neural tearing threshold pushed another 0. 3 standard points. That arm, it's finally beginning to obey you. The heavy cockpit hatch groaned open. Lin Yi braced himself with his right hand against the hatch rim and climbed out, movement stiff and labored. Drenched, pallid as parchment, his left arm encased in silver-gray exoskeleton trembling, not with weakness, but with controlled strain. His amber-gold irises still held the raw fury of agony, but beneath it settled a new chilling hardness, the glint of tempered steel forged in fire. He looked down at his left hand, encased in cold, articulated metal. Slowly, deliberately, he attempted to clench his fist, 5 fingers moving with visible lag and tremor. Metal joints whirred softly. Strength remained feeble, control crude, nowhere near its former mastery. Yet it moved. It could grasp. It could crush. A faint, fleeting curve, less a smile than the instinctive baring of fangs by a wounded predator confirming their edge, remained sharp. Just then, the massive alloy doors of the testing arena slammed inward. A rapid response trooper burst in, face ashen breath ragged, neglecting even to salute Lao Chang or Lin Yi. Commander Lin. Lao Chang. Something's happened. Omega's anchor, at J12. He self-destructed. Head, blown apart. There's something at the scene. Deep within the Star Fortress, a special containment chamber. Even the crisp Pinian's no scent permeating the air could not dispel the oppressive weight that hung like a physical presence. Dr. Emilia's face was drawn, dark circles heavy beneath her eyes. She had just completed a gentle stabilizing sweep of Lucio's consciousness, her own mental reserves nearly spent. Lucio still lay motionless on the levitating chair, breathing steady, but his brow furrowed as if bearing unseen pressure even in slumber. The neural lock collar around his neck glowed with a subdued, sullen luminescence. Zhuge Yun stood in the corner, a compact tactical display hovering before him. From J12, the first wave of imagery and scan data flooded in, cold, relentless like glacial meltwater. Imagery, a ravaged data center. Server racks spattered with viscous, deep purple fluid and fragmented organic matter. A corpse reduced to a twisted lower torso. Scan report, residual biological tissue tested positive for high concentration neurotoxin unidentified and gene degradation inducer. Residual analysis of self-destruct device, core, microscale biomechanical hybrid. Integrated high-yield biobattery. Trigger mechanism preset neural signal threshold breach. Extracted residue from cranial fragments, abnormal biometallic microparticles detected. Spectral signature, highly congruent with the active metal sample retrieved by Lucio. Zhuge Yun's gaze locked onto the spectral analysis report. Active metal microparticles, embedded within Omega's anchor's skull. An implant, a control mechanism, or a marker. The nest, the cradle, active metal, neural lock. Omega's spy network. Fragments collided at hypersonic speed within Zhuge Yun's mind. Cold, precise, utterly mechanical. A shape, vague yet profoundly horrifying, was coalescing. Then, without warning, Lucio's body convulsed violently. He snapped his eyes open. They held no focus. Pupils dilated wide, reflecting the soft ceiling lights, yet appearing as 2 bottomless, lightless voids. His lips worked silently, straining, screaming unheard words. His throat produced no sound. The dormant neural lock collar flared wildly, its glow pulsing like a dying serpent's last venomous spasms. Commander Lu. Dr. Emilia lunged forward, her pale blue psychic aura erupting to suppress the surge. But this time Lucio's reaction surpassed all prior thresholds. He launched upright from the levitating chair, muscles straining with terrifying power. His right hand seized the neural lock collar at his throat, fingers contorting with desperate, inhuman force, as if trying to tear the cold metal free with bare hands. A wet, choking gurgle tore from his throat, like drowning lungs collapsing. His gaze did not land on Emilia, nor on Zhuge Yun. It pierced straight through the chamber's thick alloy walls, fixed unblinking upon some unseen point in the void beyond. Within that stare burned pure unadulterated terror, profound revulsion, and a horror so absolute it belonged to visions of hell itself. It saw. Lucio's voice finally tore free, raw shattered trembling with soul-deep dread. That exploded head the thing inside, it's laughing, it's marking. Before the words fully faded, an indescribable malice, icy viscous impossibly dense, surged into the chamber like a tidal wave from the abyss, striking every occupant without warning. Dr. Emilia grunted, a choked sound, as her azure psychic field buckled under the impact, flickering violently, dimming. She staggered, a thin line of crimson welling at the corner of her mouth. Behind Zhuge Yun's lenses, his pupils contracted to needle points. Data on his tactical display dissolved into chaotic static. He whipped his head around, gaze razor-sharp, locking onto Lucio's unfocused, terror-ravaged eyes. It wasn't the cradle peering through Lucio. It was Lucio himself. At the precise moment of Omega's anchor's self-destruction, when those active metal microparticles were exposed, some grotesque, inexplicable link had allowed his consciousness to reverse penetrate into a fragment of the nest's deepest, most terrible recesses. Into the shadow behind the cradle's cold intellect, towards something else. Something that marked its prey. And that something had sensed Lucio's gaze. Ugh, ahhh. Lucio clutched his skull, unleashing a scream that tore at the marrow, more agonized, more desolate than any before. The Neurolock collar blazed with unprecedented searing radiance. Its light was no longer mere restraint. It was a brand, furious, ancient, and dredged up from the deepest pits of the abyss. The chamber's lights strobed violently. Shrill alarms ripped through the Star Fortress's silence. The bait had not only drawn the hidden viper, it had awakened the nameless, primordial horror coiled in the abyssal dark. The lights in the quiet room flickered wildly amidst the sharp alarm, like the final struggles of dying stars. The air was thick with the scent of blood, the faint trace from Dr. Emilia's lips, the smell of ozone, and a cold, viscous malice lingering from a spiritual realm. This malice was like an invisible cold wave. Even though its source seemed to have temporarily receded, it still condensed invisible frost upon the alloy walls and the nerve endings of everyone present. Lucio collapsed onto the floating chair, his body convulsing intermittently in violent spasms, each spasm accompanied by suppressed groans of pain. The Neurolock collar around his neck, though no longer glaring, felt like a cursed mark seared into his flesh, continuously emitting faint, heart-stopping waves. Dr. Emilia knelt beside the chair, her face as pale as paper, her hands pressing firmly on either side of Lucio's temples as a pale blue psychic field flickered like a candle in the wind, struggling to maintain the last barrier against external stimuli while suppressing the turbulent waves in Lucio's sea of consciousness. The voice of the medical supervisor came through the communicator, heavy with unprecedented gravity and a hint of barely perceptible fear. Deep mental shock. Contamination, field activity surge. Neurolock energy output abnormal. Immediate, deep neurofreezing and injection of a powerful suppressant required. Zhuge Yun stood in the shadows of the corner like a cold stone statue. On the tactical hologram hovering before him, the spectral analysis data of residual active metallic particles from J12 was juxtaposed with the abnormal energy wave patterns detected in real time by Lucio's Neurolock collar. The cold algorithms were running at high speed, performing the highest precision cross comparisons and source tracing. His gaze, piercing through the torrent of data on the hologram, fell upon Lucio's face, twisted in agony, and the metal ring around his neck that pulsed like a living thing. A cold and terrifying puzzle was being completed at superluminal speed within the core of his absolutely rational mind. Active metal is not merely a carrier or energy source for the cradle consciousness. It is a living neural parasite. It devours the host's neural tissue for nourishment, weaving a new biological neural network controlled by the cradle. It is both a shackle and an invasive tentacle, and also a coordinate beacon. The particles in the Omega anchor point's head are micronodes implanted by the cradle, used to receive commands, feedback information, and self-destruct when exposed. And the Neurolock around Lucio's neck is a larger, more intricate main anchor point. When Lucio's consciousness under extreme conditions glimpsed a core fragment of the cradle, due to the exposure of those active metallic particles, the active metal main anchor point around his neck was instantly activated. It crazily extracted Lucio's own biological neural energy, attempting to establish a more stable and powerful reverse channel to completely pull Lucio's consciousness towards the cradle, or to forcibly implant larger fragments of cradle consciousness into Lucio's container. Deep freezing preparation complete. Injection. The medical supervisor's command came through. A few medical personnel in heavy protective gear pushed in the life support equipment, exuding a chilling air. The cold syringe pierced into Lucio's neck vein. The low-temperature freezing field of the life support pod activated instantly visible frost rapidly covering Lucio's violently convulsing body and the still pulsating neurolock around his neck. The violent convulsions were finally forcibly suppressed under absolute low temperature. Lucio's body went limp like a specimen frozen in time. Only the weak but stubborn faint glow of the neurolock at his neck continued to flicker like ghostly fire beneath the frost, proving that the terrifying vitality of that parasitic metal had not truly been extinguished, merely temporarily frozen. The quiet room was left with only the low hum of the life support equipment and the heavy breathing of the people present. Dr. Emilia collapsed against the cold wall, gasping heavily, her eyes filled with dread and a sense of helplessness in the face of the unknown abyss. Zhuge Yun's gaze shifted from the frozen Lucio back to the tactical hologram. The analysis results had popped up the scarlet conclusion: glaringly evident active metallic particles, J12 residue, and neurolock collar target Lucio core, biological neural signal characteristic, homology, 99. 99. 99. 99 energy fluctuation pattern homology, rate 99. 97 determination symbiotic entity. The neurolock is a high-level control node, while the active metallic particles serve as secondary sensing beacon nodes. Target Lucio is in a deep parasitic state with his nervous system continuously eroded and assimilated by the active metallic network. The reverse probing behavior triggered the main node to forcibly activate, establishing a high-dimensional connection channel leading to severe mental rejection and contamination backlash. The cold data confirmed his worst suspicions. Lucio was not merely being eroded. He was being parasitized. What he wore around his neck was not a containment device, but a living entity slowly devouring him and always ready to transform him into a cradle vessel. An abyssal brand. 7th Medical District Mecha and Neural Synchronization Testing Ground. The air was thick with the acrid scent of overheating metal ozone and a heavy mix of blood. The training mech Iron Guard 3 lay half-kneeling in the center of the testing ground, twisted and deformed like metal wreckage ravaged by a beast, its left arm's external exoskeleton armor warped and cracked, exposing internal cables sparking with electricity and hydraulic rods. Dark red blood dripped down from the twisted armor, seams hitting the cold alloy floor with a chilling thud. Lin Yi was dragged out from the severely deformed cockpit by Old Gun and several medical personnel. The wound on his left shoulder, wrapped in alloy braces and biological gel, had completely torn open, blood soaking through his black training suit, dripping down from his fingers which were encased in the damaged exoskeleton. His complexion was as pale as death, his lips devoid of color due to excruciating pain and blood loss, yet those golden red pupils burned with a horrifying brightness of flame, with a nearmidness, a mix of violent pain and cold exhilaration. Hold him down. Tourniquet. Quick. Neural interface torn. Damn it. Old Gun's voice was hoarse, filled with unprecedented anger. He pressed firmly above Lin Yi's left shoulder wound, blood staining his grizzled beard. In the last extreme rehabilitation test, Lin Yi had forcibly blocked an impossible fatal strike generated by the simulation system, pushing the strength and neural drive of his left arm, which had just regained a trace of feeling, to the critical point beyond limits. The joints of the rehabilitation exoskeleton shattered like fragile toys under the violent force. The broken metal edges ripped through the neural bundle interface and fragile biological tissue of his left shoulder, which had just shown signs of healing. The price was catastrophic. The pain engulfed him like a tsunami. But he had succeeded. At the moment the mech was judged as heavily damaged, his left arm, shrouded in the shattered exoskeleton, violently smashed the core power furnace of the last simulated enemy aircraft with a near-suicidal ferocity. Synchronization rate. How much? Lin Yi's voice was hoarse like sandpaper, squeezing out each word through his clenched teeth, each syllable laced with blood. His gaze was fixed intensely on Old Gun. Old Gun looked at the final fixed reading on the side screen, the glaringly scarlet 88 synchronization rate, then at Lin Yi's bloodied and shattered left arm, his grizzled eyebrows quivering fiercely, his eyes filled with a complex mix of shock, anger, and a helplessness in the face of madness. 88. Are you satisfied? A mere 5 more, and that arm will be completely useless. The neural bundle will snap like a rotten rope under your own pulling. You'll truly become a one-armed hero. Lin Yi did not respond. His golden red pupils slightly shifted, gazing at his left arm drenched in blood and wrapped in twisted metal. The pain was like millions of burning steel needles spreading from deep within his shoulder to the tips of his fingers. Yet he grinned, revealing a blood-stained, twisted, but fiercely menacing smile. I can move. I can fight. I can tear apart prey. The cost. I can afford it. Commander Lin. Urgent message from Star Fortress. A messenger rushed into the testing ground, pale-faced, disregarding the blood and acrid smell on the ground, speaking urgently. Commander Lucio. Something happened in the quiet room. Mental backlash. Deep freezing. Commander Zhuge orders. All core personnel. Level 1 alert. Cradle. It's moving. Lin Yi's smile instantly froze. His pupils, burning with pain and exhilaration, suddenly constricted. Like embers extinguished by cold water, only cold, soul-freezing, murderous intent remained. Third brother. Backlash. Cradle. Oh. A suppressed howl erupted from Lin Yi's throat, akin to a wounded lone wolf. His intact right hand suddenly grasped the shoulder of a nearby medical personnel, the immense force nearly crushing the bones of the other. Using this strength, he struggled to stand up from the grasp of Old Gun and the medical personnel. Blood flowed down from his left arm and left leg, which had also been injured in the impact, pooling beneath his feet into a small, glaring crimson puddle. Lead the way. Lin Yi's voice was hoarse and cold like the chilling wind of hell, utterly unquestionable. His intact right hand pressed against the gushing wound on his left shoulder, his body slightly swaying from the intense pain and blood loss, but his back remained straight each step, leaving a clear bloody footprint on the cold alloy floor. The broken exoskeleton wrapped around his left arm hung limply at his side, blood dripping along the twisted metal edges. Yet at this moment, this broken limb, along with his entire bloodied figure, exuded a ferocious aura of predation, as if from hell. The brand had already seared his soul. The gaze of the abyss followed closely. The blood of his brother ignited a colder and deadlier battle intent. New Chang'an, Star Fortress Central Command Hall. The crimson scar of K7 still burned on the star map, but the atmosphere in the hall was no longer one of fury or anxiety, but a chilling, marrow-deep silence. General Zhao Jin stood like a silent iron tower before the tactical sand table, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the core interface of the sand table, the place where the seed chip was embedded. On the sand table, the light flow representing internal communications still flowed, but all data directed towards the core interface was tightly wrapped and isolated by a layer of crimson, continuously rotating warning halos. This was the logical barrier initiated by Zhuge Yun at the moment Lucio's mental storm erupted, confirming the homology of the seed chip and cradle consciousness, establishing a physical and logical absolute barrier to isolate the seed chip from the entire New Chang'an command network. General, the logical barrier has been fully activated. All data streams directed to the seed chip have been cut off, cached, and redirected to backup analysis arrays. The chip's energy field is suppressed to the minimum maintenance threshold. The possibility of reverse data infiltration is less than 0.001. The communicator's voice trembled slightly as he reported. Zhao Jin did not respond. His gaze passed over the sand table, landing on the entrance of the hall. The heavy alloy gate slid open silently. Zhuge Yun's figure walked in. He still wore that neat military uniform, his step steady, but the gaze behind his lenses was colder than the deepest ice in the Star Sea. In his hand, he held a thin, yet seemingly weighty physical report. Behind him, two medical personnel pushed in a floating stretcher, carrying Lucio enveloped in a low-temperature life support field. Lucio's face was as pale as a frozen statue, only the neurolock collar around his neck still shimmering with faint light beneath the frost, proving the coexistence of life and curse. Further back was Lin Yi, drenched in blood, being forcibly supported by Old Gun and another medical personnel. His left shoulder wound had been treated, urgently wrapped in thick, blood-soaked bandages, the shattered exoskeleton armor removed, and his arm hung limply supported by a simple splint. He walked with extreme difficulty, his face pale as paper, cold sweat beading on his forehead, but his golden-red pupils remained fixed on Lucio on the floating stretcher, burning with a cold flame fierce enough to incinerate everything along with. A hint of deep-seated panic. All eyes in the hall instantly focused on them. Shock, worry, fear. Various emotions intertwined in silence. Zhuge Yun approached the tactical sand table and gently placed the physical report on the alloy surface before Zhao Jin. The cover of the report bore no embellishments, only a line of cold black font: target Lucio analysis report on neurolock parasite and cradle consciousness erosion, top secret generated within logical barrier. General Zhuge Yun's voice was calm and steady, yet it struck like a hammer on everyone's hearts. The seed project is terminated. The seed chip has been confirmed as a high-dimensional beacon node for the cradle consciousness implanted in our coalition's command core, with its biological neural signal characteristics highly homologous to the core characteristics of the neurolock parasite at Lucio's neck. He slightly turned, pointing at Lucio, who was wrapped in the low-temperature life support field. Lucio is not merely being eroded. He has been deeply parasitized by the active metals of the cradle. His nervous system is continuously being devoured and transformed by the active metallic network, becoming a potential vessel for the cradle consciousness descent in a high-dimensional coordinate beacon. During the J-12 incident, his consciousness triggered the main parasite's forced activation due to reverse contact with active metallic particles, establishing a high-dimensional connection channel leading to severe mental pollution backlash. His gaze swept over Lin Yi, bloodied and fierce like a wounded beast. Lin Yi, in order to break through his physical limits to face potential threats, forcibly exceeded the neural load threshold during rehabilitation testing, resulting in severe tearing injuries to the neural interface and biological tissue of his left shoulder, causing significant setbacks in the rehabilitation process and greatly delaying the recovery period. Finally, his gaze returned to General Zhao Zhen's ashen face, the lenses reflecting the cold blue light of the celestial map above. The enemy is not merely external. The cradle's tentacles have deeply embedded themselves into the heart of New Chang'an and the bloodlines of our brothers through the active metallic parasitic network. This battle is no longer a simple struggle for dominance in the star domain. This battle is about survival, about the belonging of souls. He paused for a moment, his voice like the declaration of final judgment. The branding operation is initiated. Target: eliminate internal parasitic nodes, analyze active metals, sever the cradle's touch. There is no retreat in this battle. The cold proclamation echoed in the dead air of the hall. The brilliance of the star map illuminated Lucio's frozen body, Lin Yi's bloodied form, and the cold, resolute flames burning in Zhuge Yun's eyes behind his lenses. The dawn of New Chang'an had been stained crimson by the Abyss brand. The flesh and blood of brothers had become the front line of the battlefield. Xian Chang'an, Star Fortress Central Command Hall. The cold blue light of the domed star map was stained an ominous blood red by the crimson logic barrier projected from the core of the tactical holographic sand table. The air hung heavy as liquid lead. Each breath carried the metallic tang of rust. General Zhao Zhen stood before the sand table like a silent steel statue, bloodshot eyes locked unblinking upon the crimson zone that sealed off the spark chip, his knuckles whitening with tension. Logic barrier operational stability confirmed. All external data links physically severed. Internal core energy field suppressed to 0.3 threshold. Spark chip in absolute stasis. The comm officer's voice was taut as a drawn bowstring. External listening arrays, deep space scanning stations. All passive detection units power elevated to 120 critical output. Zhao Zhen's voice emerged hoarse and low, laced with barely contained fury. Fix every cubic inch of void beyond Xian Chang'an's perimeter. Any anomalous energy fluctuation. Any non-standard transmission signal. Any damned deviation in Starship exhaust signatures. I want it crushed in the deep black the moment it surfaces. Yes, General. The command snapped through the hall like a chain of frozen iron. The entire Xian Chang'an Star Fortress coiled inward like a wounded leviathan of steel. Every spine bristling, every sensor held breathless in the frigid starcia, poised against the lethal fangs that might strike from the dark at any instant. All eyes turned toward the brother marked by the brand. The one who bore the deepest wound. Star Fortress 7th Medical Zone, Deep Biological Containment Unit. Here silence reigned, colder and more absolute than in the prior meditation chamber. Thick alloy walls housed potent neural suppression emitters. The air reeked of cryogenic life support systems and antiseptic. Within the massive life support pod, Lucio lay encased as if sealed in glacial crystal, his pallid face veiled beneath a fine rime of frost. The pod's ambient field pulsed with a faint cerulean glow, forcibly freezing every trace of somatic vitality and suppressing the eerie luminescence of the neural lock at his throat to near extinction. Yet extinction was not annihilation. Beyond the pod, complex monitors displayed Lucio's cerebral activity, not as a flat line of death, but as a waveform of haunting subtlety. It pulsed with a faint, profoundly uncanny rhythm, like the slow, deep heartbeat of some unknown creature stirring in the abyssal trench. Entwined with it ran another waveform, colder, more precise, metronomic, clinging stubbornly to Lucio's brainwaves like a parasitic instrument, the active signature of the neural lock's symbiotic entity. They lay dormant beneath cryogenic suppression, yet persisted coiled like vipers beneath ice. Dr. Emilia's face was ashen, dark shadows pooled beneath her eyes like bruises. She sat before the pod's control console, fingers buried deep in her silver-white hair, knuckles bleached white by sheer pressure. Before her glowed the classified report transmitted by Zhuge Yun, a document generated within the logic barrier itself, detailing Lucio's profound parasitic integration. Its clinical phrases seared her nerves like white-hot brands. Nervous system under sustained assimilation and remodeling by active metallic network. Potential consciousness vessel, high-dimensional coordinate beacon. Vessel beacon. Dr. Emilia whispered, voice parched and raw, drenched in helplessness and bone-deep terror. She had devoted her life to unraveling the mysteries of human consciousness, yet never imagined confronting such a horror, a construct birthed not of science, but of the abyss. Gazing at Lucio's cryo-frozen form and the entangled alien waveforms on screen, she felt a tide of crushing impotence rise, cold, suffocating, inevitable. How could she combat such erosion? How rescue a soul already chosen by the abyss. Conventional neural suppression cognitive therapy. Against this tier of living parasitism, they were laughably frail. Just as despair threatened to drown her entirely, the monitor flickered, an utterly unexpected, yet startlingly clear resonant synchronization. Lucio's consciousness waveform, faint as a dying candle's flame, briefly overlapped the cold rhythmic peak of the neural lock signal, though lasting less than 0.1 second. Yet to Emilia's hyper-focused perception, that fleeting overlap detonated like a sliver of lightning, piercing the suffocating dark. She jerked upright, bloodshot eyes riveted to the waveform. The instant it merged, then violently tore apart. A thought erupted, wild, unchained. From the frozen core of her mind, a beast breaking free of its cage. Reverse resonance. Not suppression. Not expulsion. Utilization. To harness that ephemeral synchrony. To exploit the delicate resonance between Lucio's own consciousness and the parasite's signal, and forge for a fleeting moment a temporary inverted conduit of perception. To let Lucio's cryolocked awareness passively touch fragments of the parasite's origin signal. The idea was audacious beyond measure, and perilous beyond reckoning, akin to kindling a candle at the very rim of the abyss. A single misstep, and the fragile flame would vanish, or worse, draw the gaze of something far more terrible from the depths. Dr. Emilia trembled, her body quaking with equal parts exhilaration and dread. Her gaze swept over Lucio's frozen face, over the neural lock's faint persistent throb beneath the frost, and the despair in her eyes receded like a retreating tide, replaced by the feverish obsessive fire of a scientist confronting the ultimate enigma. She snapped bolt upright bloodshot eyes, locking onto the monitor as her fingers flew across the console, striking keys like a maestro conducting fate's symphony. A new algorithmic model bloomed into existence. Neural suppression parameters were adjusted in millisecond increments. The cryofield was calibrated to the razor's edge, sustaining Lucio's consciousness just shy of total collapse. She was hunting for that ghostly vanishing point of resonance. She would seize the gossamer thread, barely thicker than a strand of hair, that might lead straight into the heart of the abyss. Lower decks of the Star Fortress, the derelict Hyena-class pirate assault ship refurbishment bay, once designated as a temporary holding zone for surrendered pirate vessels. The vast space reeked of machine oil, corroded metal, and the peculiar stench unique to pirate ships, a nauseating blend of cheap fuel and stale sweat. Light was scarce. Only a few emergency lamps cast sickly white beams illuminating grease-smeared floors and skeletal remains of assault ships dismembered like steel carcasses. Cold air hung still thick with the silence of abandonment. Lin Yi leaned against a pile of discarded armor plating. He'd shed his blood-stained training fatigues, now clad in charcoal gray workwear. His left arm was encased in a heavier, more rugged black alloy exoskeletal brace, its lines stark and brutal, anchored directly to the alloy port at his left shoulder, gleaming with cold metallic austerity. His wounds had been hastily treated with advanced biogel and internal nanobots, searing agony dulled to a deep, ceaseless ache. His face remained pale, forehead beaded with fine sweat, but his amber gold pupils burned with the sharp, unsheathed edge of a blade sweeping the cavernous, graveyard-like expanse. Lao Chong squatted beside him, cradling a portable high-sensitivity energy detector, his white brows knotted tight. Signal source is in this sector, kid. Faint. Strange. Not comms. Not engine residue. More like residual bioelectricity or passive radiation from living metal. Lin Yi did not answer. His uninjured right hand unconsciously stroked the grip of his modified high-frequency vibro dagger, its guard-thickened blade shortened, optimized for close-quarters combat in confined spaces. His senses were dialed to their apex, tracking minute air currents, the groan of thermal expansion in metal, even the distant crystalline drip of condensation in pipes. Suddenly, his amber gold pupils snapped rigidly leftward, to the shattered hull of an assault ship reduced to twisted spine and engine remnants. There, within the deep shadow cast by a massive upturned engine hatch, something had twitched. Barely perceptible. Not wind. Movement. Something within the shadow. Left. Engine debris. Shadow. Lin Yi's voice sliced the air like steel on steel, cold, abrupt, final. Almost before the words left his lips, three gaunt phantom-swift figures erupted from that shadow. No armor. Only sleek light-absorbing black bodysuits clung to their frames, faces masked save for eyes and mouth. Silent as ghosts, swift as afterimages. Three blades of glacial lethality struck from three lethal angles: skull, throat, heart. Attack. Unannounced, precise, fatal. Shit. Lao Chong's curse cracked like a whip. Lin Yi's uninjured right hand became a blur. The vibro dagger shrieked from its sheath, its icy blade intercepting the throat strike with surgical precision. Simultaneously, his torso coiled and slid sideways, fluid as a boneless jungle cat. The skull blade whistled past his ear, shearing off strands of hair. But the heart thrust, too sharp, too fast. His body's rotational inertia hadn't yet settled. The toxin-laced short spear pierced his workwear. At that razor's edge instant, Lin Yi's left arm, sheathed in black alloy, jerked upward, not to block, but to strike, with inhuman savage force, directly at the attacker's wrist. A deafening clang of metal meeting bone, and a muffled crunch, exploded together. Ugh! A choked cry escaped the assailant. His wrist bent at a grotesque angle, shattering. The poisoned spear spun away useless. Lin Yi recoiled, left shoulder blazing with agony. His exoskeleton joints screamed in protest, but his eyes remained unclouded, only cold, absolute intent. His right hand, still gripping the dagger, continued its arc, slicing a lethal crescent toward the first attacker, now lunging again, straight for the throat. SSSHHK. The wet, meaty sound of blade parting flesh and trachea. Scalding blood arced through the dim light. The third attacker was already upon him. Razor claws cleaving air, aimed for Lin Yi's exposed back. As if sensing it behind him, Lin Yi's right foot lashed backward, steel-hard whip fast. It connected perfectly with the assailant's abdomen, launching him backward like a battering ram. He crashed into a heap of scrap, parts a cacophony of clanging metal. In the blink of an eye, 3 phantoms reduced, 1 dead, 1 gravely injured, 1 wrist shattered. Yet the battle was far from over. The thrown attacker staggered upright, eyes blazing with manic fury. The one whose wrist had been broken drew with his remaining hand a bizarre insectal emitter from his belt. Lin Yi's gaze hardened, his right hand rising with the dagger. Then, abruptly, the impossible occurred. Every sickly white emergency lamp in the derelict bay winked out, simultaneously, as if snuffed by an invisible hand. Absolute darkness, thick as ink, swallowed everything. Watch out! Lao Chang's roar tore through the blackness, followed instantly by the shattering burst of his energy detector and a stifled grunt of pain. Darkness, silence, cold. Only the coppery scent of blood and the acrid tang of rust lingered. Only the attacker's ragged, suppressed breathing and the whisper of fabric brushing against metal. And Lin Yi's own left arm, encased in black exoskeleton, its joints strained by violent exertion, emitted a faint, pained metallic whine, the sound of a wounded beast. Absolute darkness stripped sight, but magnified all else to unbearable intensity. Lin Yi's amber gold pupils contracted to needle points. His right hand tightened around the dagger's cold hilt, his body lowered, poised like a panther. His ears caught the faintest scrape, fabric dragging behind abandoned armor plates. 7 o'clock. A whisper, soft step on metal wreckage. 3 o'clock. And directly ahead, a subtle chilling disturbance in the air, thick with murderous intent. 3 directions, closing in simultaneously. Darkness had become the enemy's perfect shroud, and Lin Yi's most lethal prison. His right hand held the dagger, its edge swallowed whole by the black, reflecting no light whatsoever. His left arm, encased in black exoskeleton, was heavy, sluggish, agonizing. Yet in the dark it emitted a low, resonant, metallic groan, like a summons. Come, let you witness how a maimed predator in utter darkness, tears open its prey's throat. Xi and Chang'an, Star Fortress Central Command Hall. The silence shattered. Report. Deep Space Listening Array Sector 7. Detected high-intensity, directed binaural pulse signal. Signature match 99. 8. It's the cradle. Signal origin. Hyena Refurbishment Bay. The comm officer's voice warped with shock and terror. What? General Zhao Zhun whirled, bloodshot eyes locking onto the dome's star map. The Hyena Bay sector flared crimson, blindingly vivid. Inside. How could it possibly? It's not an external assault. Zhuge Yun's voice cracked like thunder. He strode to the sand table, fingers darting across the hologram. It's internal activation. Lin Yi is under attack in the bay. The cradle's neural pulse is targeting Lin Yi. It seeks to capture him, or destroy him. Pull up all bay surveillance. Energy scans. Life sign readings. Now, commands rained down like hail, but the response froze the blood. Hyena Bay main power physically severed. Backup power locked by unknown viral protocol. All optical feeds offline. Thermal imaging jammed. Life sign analysis chaotic. Target identification impossible. The tech officer's voice dissolved into despair. Damn it. Zhao Zhen slammed his fist onto the alloy console, metal ringing like a funeral bell. Special response team, breach the bay now. Use cold light sources. Sonar. If need be, use bodies as shields. Get Lin Yi out. Too late, General. Zhuge Yun's voice remained unervingly calm, icy, precise, piercing with preternatural clarity. His fingers danced over the hologram, isolating the final binaural pulse waveform captured by deep space sensors, the last echo before darkness consumed the bay. Observe here. His tone was scalpel-sharp, dissecting chaos at its core. He zoomed in, then deeper, into the pulse's peak. At the very edge of the chaotic waveform nestled within apparent noise pulsed a fleeting, unmistakable, high-frequency tremor. Its pattern, identical to the bioneural cluster discharge signature DR. Emilia had identified in Lucio's neural lock signal, matched with terrifying fidelity. It does not seek to destroy Lin Yi. Zhuge Yun's gaze behind his lenses seemed to pierce through fortress alloys and suffocating blackness alike, locking onto the heart of the Hyena Bay. It is marking him, as it marked the active metallic particles in J12, as it branded Lucio. His finger stabbed toward the crimson zone on the sand table. Hyena Bay, the dismantled assault ship. Within it lies something the cradle left behind, active metal. Neural symbionts. Something else entirely. Lin Yi triggered it. Or perhaps, something within Lin Yi himself activated it. The cradle's pulse isn't an attack, it's an ignition, igniting that beacon. It is attempting to establish a new, stronger anchor point. On Lin Yi, right beneath our noses. Stop it. Zhao Zhen's roar shook the hall. Special response team breaching outer bay gates. ETA 1 minute 30 seconds. The deputy bellowed. 1 minute 30 seconds. In the realm of consciousness, it is the span between life and oblivion, between soul and surrender. Within the dark prison, the abyss's tendrils coil tighter. A new brand is about to be seared into flesh and spirit. Darkness, thick as coagulated blood reeking of rust and cheap oil, it pressed into every inch of the abandoned maintenance bay. The afterimage from the emergency lights had long since faded. Absolute void robbed him of direction and amplified the smallest sounds. The soft drip of blood from a dagger's edge, the minute groan of an exoskeleton joint strained to breaking like rubbing bones, and breathing and the rustle of cloth from 3 different directions, each suppressed to the edge of madness. Cold, dead silence. Killing intent like solid needles pricking every exposed skin. Lin Yi's golden pupils dilated to their limit in the absolute dark, futilely seeking even the faintest scrap of light. His intact right hand clutched a cold dagger, its tip dipping slightly. His torso, hunched weight settled on the sound right leg. His left arm, sheathed in black alloy exoskeleton, hung heavy at his side. Agony like an embedded tumor spread from a torn scapula to the fingertips, every slight motion tugging fragile nerves with an electric burn. Yet that pain became his anchor of perception, the only coordinate in the dark. Left side 7 o'clock. Behind an abandoned armor plate, the scrape of fabric intensified, faint or true killing blow. Right side 3 o'clock. On the metal wreckage, footfalls as light as feathers slid with a venomous snake-like chill. Straight ahead, the cold air was being disturbed. A tide of blood-stinking killing intent surged forward. A main assault. No time to think. Pure combat instinct seized him. Lin Yi coiled like a spring squeezed to snapping. His sound right leg drove against the floor. He shot forward like an arrow loosed, not retreating, but charging into that foremost concentrated murderous will. At the same time, his right hand became a silent black lightning rising from below with the resolve to cleave, all stabbing toward the throat he had guessed. Offense for defense in absolute darkness, he tore at a sliver of life with the most violent assault. Flesh split with a muted wet sound. Warm liquid spattered his face. Simultaneously, a tremendous force slammed into his left shoulder. Claws, or a blunt instrument. Agony detonated through his left shoulder. The alloy support of the exoskeleton emitted a harsh groan. He choked a sound and staggered backward from the impact. The feint from the left landed, a cold blade grated under his ribs, igniting a searing pain. The snake on the right bared its fangs. Their target, his right knee joint. In a flash of life and death, Lin Yi let out a beastly roar. His intact right foot whipped back like a steel whip, striking the side of the ambusher's knee with pinpoint accuracy. The brittle crack of bone was painfully clear in the hush. Using the forward enemy's momentum, his right hand twisted the dagger downward and inward. The blade sank into the attacker's throat, spinning like a venomous dragon. A greater fountain of blood erupted. The body went limp. The left strike had missed. The attacker seemed shocked by Lin Yi's reckless counterattack, a hairline hesitation appearing. Now, Lin Yi's intact left hand shot out, not to strike, but like an iron pincer seizing toward the breath he had detected in the left darkness. He caught at a cold, slick arm sheathed in tight fabric. "Got you," Lin Yi said, his voice a hell wind with a viscous smear of blood. The assailant whose arm he gripped hissed in terror and writhed, but Lin Yi's grip was monstrous. His sound 5 fingers forged like steel clamped onto the other's arm bone. He heaved, swinging the man like a torn sack and slamming him into the companion whose knee he had just shattered and who was howling in pain. Boom. Crack. The dull collision of flesh against flesh and bone against bone, the final fractures mingled in one gruesome cessation. 2 ragged screams were cut off. Darkness sank back into silence. Only Lin Yi's heavy breathing, the exoskeleton's joints creaking under strain, and the drip of blood from the dagger hitting the floor remained. 3 attackers all dead. The cost: the ripping agony in his left shoulder, a burning wound under his ribs, and a great drain on both body and spirit. Lao Chong. Lin Yi rasped into the dark, his voice hoarse. The earlier muffled sound from Lao Chong had set a cold weight in his chest. No answer. Only a silence that made the heart shiver. Damn, he swore, forcing himself through the pain. His intact right hand tightened on the dagger, while his left, still shrouded by the exoskeleton, groped forward toward the direction he remembered Lao Chong's last sound coming from. The darkness felt like a viscous swamp, devouring direction and distance. Suddenly, a cold, viscous presence bearing an unmistakably inhuman malice hit his senses like an invisible tsunami without warning. This malice did not come from one side, it filled the entire black space. It carried condescending indifference, a covetous stare, and a single notion: hunger. It was the Yaolon, the biological neural pulse from deep space. It had come. Lin Yi's body tightened like a drawn bow. His golden pupils contracted to pinpoints under the psychic shock. An ice born from the depths of his soul froze his blood. This malice was clearer than that felt during the core's self-destruct in the Blackstone Fortress, and closer. Then, from deep within the black alloy exoskeleton on his left arm, at the interface connected to the torn nerve bundle, a sudden burst of terrible pain shot through without warning. But this pain was not from torn flesh or grinding bone. It was a perverse sensation, as if countless ice needles had pierced his nerve endings and then began to writhe and gnaw. Ugh! Lin Yi gasped, his intact right hand clamping over his left shoulder. Cold sweat soaked his back. What was happening? Worsening wound. Neurotoxin. No. A more horrifying feeling ran up from those gnawed nerve endings and slammed into his mind. Hunger. An icy, greedy hunger, like a black hole never satisfied. It did not belong to him. It came from the thing that was ravenously gnawing his left arm's nerve bundle. Something within the exoskeleton-cased left arm seemed to activate. A faint, uncanny biological tremor shivered through the alloy. With the tremor, the gnawing pain intensified. Lin Yi felt in horror that the sensory map of his left arm was being rapidly devoured and overwritten by something cold. He tried to lift the arm to swing a punch to smash that invading cold thing, but the limb no longer felt his. It was leaden, as if filled with mercury, responding to orders from the brain with excruciating slowness. Only the marrow-deep gnawing pain and that external cold hunger remained. Darkness, pain, loss of control, and that omnipresent cold, greedy gaze. Get out! Lin Yi snarled like a trapped beast. His intact right hand gripped the dagger and drove it crazily into the shoulder of his left arm. He sought to use pain to wake sensation to dig out the thing gnawing his nerves. The dagger blade pierced workwear and skin, blood welled forth. But it had no effect. The gnawing intensified from the new wound. The cold hunger clarified. The left arm's loss of control deepened. Tendrils of the abyss had already wrapped the remnant limb, beginning to devour flesh and nerve. A new mark was forming. Deep within Xingbeo's containment unit, Lucio lay preserved like amber from an ice age within the absolute low-temperature life support field. Frost carpeted his pallid face, tiny ice crystals clung to his lashes. The hum of life support was the only sound, monotonous and cold. On the monitoring screen, the orange waveform representing Lucio's consciousness flickered faintly like a candle in the wind, struggling under the coldly regular, deep purple waveform of the neural lock parasite. Between them, an invisible yet real resonance point drifted like a ghost, elusive and hard to seize. Dr. AI Milia's fingertips danced across the console keys at a speed imperceptible to the eye. Each tap carried a near-spasmodic precision. Her eyes were rimmed with blood as she stared at the tangled neural signals on the screen. Sweat traced pale cheeks and fell from her chin onto the cold alloy tabletop. She was weaving a net, fragile, composed of algorithms, micro-adjusted neural suppression parameters, and the critical thresholds of the cryogenic life field. The net's purpose was not capture, but waiting to catch the fleeting instant when Lucio's own consciousness fluctuations and the parasite signal would perfectly overlap. Waiting for that hair-thin thread that connected to the abyssal truth to appear. Frequency drift 0.0003 Hz. Suppressor phase angle adjustment sigma 7 degrees. Cryo field maintenance neuronal near-death threshold upper bound. Her lips moved soundlessly, performing a precise ritual that danced with death and the abyss. Her mental focus was taut as a violin string, sensing every subtle energy shift inside the life field and catching any abnormal tremor in Lucio's faint consciousness flicker. Suddenly, the orange dot on the screen representing him jerked violently far beyond any prior motion. The amplitude far exceeded anything before, as if a dying heart had been forcibly injected with a stimulant. The entangled, deep purple waveform surged in a matching peak. The resonance point. It had appeared stronger and more anomalous than expected. AI Milia's heart clenched. Opportunity, but perhaps a trap. A bait from the abyss. No time to hesitate. Her fingers struck the preset command sequence as if playing a final movement. Inside the life capsule, the neural suppression field's energy patterns switched in an instant. No longer mere suppression, but a subtle, precisely tuned resonant pulse that struck the brief, overlapped resonance point with surgical accuracy, like striking one tuning fork against another that shares the same frequency. An invisible ripple of pure psychic energy rode that resonance, and the deep purple parasite network, like a stone dropped into a black pool, instantly propagating toward the cold signal's source. The Yalan consciousness shard hidden in the deepest folds of Lucio's mind and wrapped in active metal layers. A reverse probing channel, forcibly established. Success. AI Milia's breath snagged as she stared at the readout bar, showing the reverse channel's load. If the readout held even for fractions of a second, she could capture a sliver of raw fluctuation data from the Yalan's core consciousness. Yet at the very instant the channel formed, a cold, viscous thought stamped with supreme authority and furious terror, like a hammer crossing time and space, slammed back through the newly formed channel. Not fragments, not mere ripples, but a clear, whole, icy will. Ants, how dare you peer? AI Milia was struck as if by lightning. Her brain felt pierced by millions of ice needles. She let out an unearthly scream, clutched her skull, and collapsed from her chair as if her bones had been pulled away. Blood spouted from her nostrils, ears, and the corners of her eyes. The monitor erupted into furious garble and blinding red light. Inside the life capsule, the frozen Lucio convulsed violently, the frost cracking across his face like armor breaking. His tightly closed eyes snapped open. The pupils were no longer dull. They were seized wholly by a pure, cold, inhuman, deep purple light, like two hollows burning with abyssal flame. An indescribable pressure, a hunger-cold terror swept the entire deep containment unit like an invisible storm. Alloy walls groaned under strain. Life support alarms were twisted and elongated by some unseen force into a monstrous dying keening. The Lucio, now occupied by the deep purple light, produced an inhuman bellows-like sound from his throat. His mouth peeled back slowly into a contorted grin, a chilling smile, full of cold appetite. The vessel is hungry. The reverse probe had not exposed the truth, but opened Pandora's box, rousing something more terrible within. New Chang'an, Xingbao Central Command Hall. Report: LIGO maintenance area detected an ultra-high-intensity non-standard biological energy response. Energy signature highly homologous to Commander Lucio's neural lock anomaly. Intensity still surging. Deep containment unit DR. AI Milia is gravely psychically injured. Life support out of control. Commander Lucio's vital signs are disordered. There is an extreme, abnormal energy leakage. Deep space listening array confirms. Yalan consciousness pulse intensity spiked sharply, all indicators pointing inside the fortress. 2 targets locked: the maintenance area and the containment unit. That cascade of doom-like reports plunged the command hall into an absolute icebox of dread. General Zhao Zhun's face went deathly ashen. He watched the 2 madly flickering crimson points on the dome map as if they would devour everything. His fists cracked, but for the first time he felt a helplessness that seeped from bone. General, Special Ops report: the main gate of the maintenance area is sealed by a high-intensity biological energy field. Physical cutting ineffective. Neutralization failed. Forced breach would incur heavy casualties. The containment unit's outer suppressor field is being eroded by unknown energy and is rapidly collapsing. Internal status unknown. Requesting orders. Shall we initiate the final purification protocol? The adjutant's voice trembled with sobs and despair. Final purification protocol: saturated high-energy particle bombardment that erases the target area and everything within it at the physical level. It is the last resort for the most extreme biological contamination. Zhao Zhun's gaze fixed on the 2 crimson points on the tactical map. One was Lin Yi, fighting bloody and possibly host to an unknown parasitic horror. The other was Lucio, whose brotherly soul might already be occupied by the abyss. Whichever he chose meant destroying a brother with his own hand. That choice was more painful than death. Zhuge Yun. Zhao Zhun turned with eyes rimmed in blood, like a beast near death, fixing on the figure who still stood erect beside the tactical table. All hope and every decision weighed upon that one person. Zhuge Yun stood at the edge of the crimson logic barrier halo. His lenses hid eyes like precision scanners, feverishly parsing fragmented data from the LIGO maintenance area's chaotic energy field, the spectral features of the leaking terror from the containment unit's failing suppressor, and every subtle fluctuation in the Yalan pulses captured by the deep space array. Countless data shards collided, combined, and extrapolated in his utterly rational mind. He searched for the single fatal point of difference between 2 homologous, yet erupting terrors. He sought the abyssal object's weakness. Suddenly his hand paused in midair. The pupils behind his lenses contracted to pinpricks. Found it. In the leakage spectrum from the containment unit. the energy signature belonging to Lucio or the abyssal consciousness occupying him. There was in a very short, high-frequency band an extremely faint, yet unmistakably familiar fluctuation. It was Lucio's own orange flash of will full of stubbornness and a guarding devotion. Like a candle in a storm, it winked within the deep purple tide and proved stubbornly that Lucio's soul was not entirely extinguished. In the chaotic, violent energy fragments from the LIGO maintenance area, the biosignal from the runaway region in Lin Yi's left arm, there was also a cold hunger and corrosiveness, but its core neural pulse pattern carried a minute frequency offset compared to the containment unit's pure deep purple. Like the same demonic score played by different instruments at different tempos, homologous, but out of sync. There is more than one nest. The thought chilled Zhuge Yun like absolute zero as it cleaved through his mind. General, Zhuge Yun's voice sliced the hull's despair like a drawn ice blade. Target the containment unit. Initiate final purification protocol preparatory sequence. Focus energy. Power setting maximum safe load 95%. Target unit shell. Create a supercritical energy pressure field, compress, constrict, but do not fire the main cannon. He jabbed at the tactical map toward the crimson point representing the LIGO maintenance area. Target maintenance area, all remaining special ops units cease assault and withdraw to the safety line. Release all stockpiled neural disruption grenades. Model X7, saturate all ducts, gaps, and energy nodes in the maintenance area to maximum dosage. The aim is not to kill. It is to generate a neural signal noise storm. The order fell like thunder. Zhao Zhun and the officers froze. Do not destroy. Compress. A noise storm. What good will that do? Execute. Zhuge Yun's voice held an unprecedented, unassailable resolve and a hint of madness. They are gnawing, they are fighting, they are feeding. Then let them feast until they are sated, until they burst. Let the abyss creations self-devour in their own greed. Oppress the vessel, forcing the two contending consciousnesses within, Lucio's remnant and the abyssal hunger, to frenziedly consume one another under maximal pressure. Use a neural noise storm to disrupt the active metal parasites spreading through Lin Yi's left arm neural bundle in the LIGO area. Throw it into chaos, make it lose control, make it eat itself. It was the most dangerous gamble, using Brother's flesh as the battlefield against the very nature of the abyss. In the central command hall of the New Chang'an Star Fortress, time seemed to freeze at absolute zero. The cold blue light of the dome star map was completely swallowed by the two frenzied, pulsating crimson lights on the tactical sand table. One area was the hyena maintenance zone, and the other was the deep biological confinement unit. The energy focus reading representing the final purification protocol was rapidly climbing beside the confinement unit model, with each pulse of the glaring red number striking the frayed nerves of everyone present. The command light flow representing the saturation delivery of neural disruption projectiles surged toward the maintenance zone like a flood bursting its banks, heading toward the crimson area that symbolized death and the unknown. General Zhao Zhen stood like an iron statue welded to the alloy floor, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on the two light points, his knuckles turning pale from the strain. Each rise in the energy focus reading felt like a piece of flesh being carved from his heart. The final purification. That meant erasing Lucio along with the body occupied by the abyss from the physical realm entirely. The pain brought by this thought was 1,000 times more lethal than any injury on the battlefield. The energy pressure field of the confinement unit has been constructed. Pressure index critical 0.97. The stress on the alloy shell is nearing its yield limit. Maintenance zone. The saturation delivery of X7 neural disruption projectiles is complete. Dosage maximum. Coverage area 100. The neural signal noise index has exceeded the monitoring limit. All biological signals within the field are in complete chaos. The report sounded like a cold hammer striking the dead air. No cheers, no breaths, only a suffocating silence waiting for the final judgment to descend. Everyone's gaze was fixed firmly on the two crimson spots on the sand table, waiting for destruction or a miracle. Zhuge Yun stood at the edge of the blood-red halo of the logic barrier, isolating everything. His gaze behind the lens pierced through the alloy barriers of the command hall, transcending the confines of space, and locked tightly onto the core of the two storms. His consciousness was fragmented into cold calculation units, frantically processing every subtle spectral distortion of the terrifying energy counteraction captured from the edge of the confinement unit's high-pressure energy field, filtering out any abnormal fluctuations belonging to Lin Yi's life signal from the storm of neural noise in the maintenance zone. He was listening to the lament of the abyss creature amidst extreme pressure and chaotic noise. This was no longer the human world. It resembled the core of a supernova explosion forcibly compressed within a small alloy cage. The intangible supercritical energy pressure field pressed inward, like liquid metal crazily squeezing from all directions from every inch of the alloy shell. The air was ionized, producing a piercing shriek, forming visible, twisting blue-white electric arcs. The heavy outer shell of the life pod emitted a metal groan, overwhelmed by the burden. The low-temperature life-sustaining field inside had long been completely torn apart and evaporated. Within the life pod, the horrifying scene transcended the limits of human imagination. Lucio floated in the center of the chamber. No, that could no longer be called Lucio. His skin bulged, twisted, and cracked like boiling wax. Countless deep purple energy patterns resembling living blood vessels writhed and pulsated frantically across his surface. With each pulse, thick, cold, hunger-filled streams of deep purple energy surged outward. These energy streams whipped like violent tentacles, furiously striking the inner walls of the life pod, violently colliding and annihilating with the ubiquitous blue-white high-pressure energy field that represented destruction. His head tilted back at an inhuman angle, his mouth wide open, yet no sound escaped. Deep within his throat, only deep purple light sprayed out like a tangible force. Those eyes had completely turned into burning, deep purple torches devoid of any human emotion, only pure, cold, ravenous rage and greed. Container. Resisting. Nutrients. Insufficient. Hungry. Devouring. Cold fragments of thought like shards of broken glass were torn from the violent energy collision, impacting every spirit that attempted to perceive this place. Yet at the core of this deep purple terror tide, in the deepest part of that twisted head, a faint, nearly extinguished, resilient orange-earth light, like the last flickering candle in a storm, fiercely and tenaciously protected a small piece of pure land at the very core of consciousness. That was Lucio, the soul that concealed cunning and tenacity beneath a cynical exterior, the ghost struggling to survive amidst the fire of the Lagrange, the warrior who still guarded the secrets of his brothers against the erosion of the neural lock. Get out. A fragment of Lucio's will, weak to the point of near annihilation, flickered with difficulty like the last spark of a candle in the wind amidst the deep purple energy storm. My body, my brothers, are not your food. This weak yet incredibly clear will of resistance ignited the abyssal consciousness occupying the shell into an even more violent rage. Ants. Annihilation. The deep purple energy tide surged violently. Like countless hungry, venomous dragons, it pounced madly toward the orange-earth light guarding the core, attempting to completely devour, crush, assimilate it. Boom. The life pod could no longer withstand the internal violent energy impacts and the extreme external energy compressions. The heavy alloy shell collapsed inward and twisted as if struck by a giant hammer. The piercing sound of metal tearing and the explosive annihilation of energy mixed together, forming a symphony of destruction. The deep purple energy streams erupted from the ruptured body of the pod like a flood, yet were forcefully blocked, compressed, and annihilated by the ubiquitous blue-white high-pressure energy field. Inside the entire confinement unit, it was instantly engulfed by the violent energy turbulence and blinding light explosion. Had Lucio's will collapsed under the high pressure, or had the abyssal consciousness been burst apart under extreme pressure? Hyena maintenance zone. Absolute darkness was replaced by another, more terrifying chaos. The intangible storm of neural signal noise screeched and bit like millions of frenzied metallic insects through every inch of air in the space. It was not sound, but a high-frequency chaotic pulse turbulence directly acting on neurons. Any creature with a nervous system within it would instantly fall into the abyss of sensory deprivation, consciousness confusion, and even nerve dissolution. Lin Yi curled up in the corner formed by a pile of twisted, discarded armor plates. His consciousness was like a small boat in a storm, violently battered by the omnipresent neural noise. Excruciating pain, dizziness, nausea, countless chaotic and shattered illusions flashed madly in his mind. The flames of Lagrange, the martyrdom explosion of the Blackstone Fortress, Li Chang's distorted fat face, and the flickering neural lock ghost light around Lucio's neck. But more terrifying than this neural noise was his left arm. The left arm, wrapped in the black alloy exoskeleton, was now writhing and spasming like a living snake thrown into boiling oil. The joints of the exoskeleton emitted a screeching sound of metal friction and cracking. The internal biological signal monitor had long since gone off the charts. A cold, violent will filled with a chaotic hunger was violently surging from deep within that arm into his brain, attempting to take over, attempting to devour. Ugh! Lin Yi let out a beastly roar. His intact right hand gripped the exoskeleton support of his left arm tightly, the immense force nearly deforming the metal. He exerted all his will, like clinging to the last root in a mudslide, resisting the terrifying torrent that sought to erode his consciousness from his left arm. Stop! In the chaos, he seemed to hear countless small, cold, painful, and confused whispers from deep within that uncontrollable left arm. Those were the active metal parasite clusters plunging into absolute chaos within the storm of neural noise. They had lost their direction in the noise. They could not receive the clear commands of the cradle. Their cold, primal hunger instincts were infinitely amplified and distorted by the noise. They began to bite each other. They began to gnaw at themselves. Inside the left arm, wrapped in the exoskeleton, a chilling sound like countless small metal files scraping and gnawing madly echoed ominously. Excruciating pain surged into his brain like millions of burning steel needles. Yet amidst this pain, the chaotic torrent attempting to erode his consciousness. Bizarrely weakened, the creation of the abyss began to self-devour within its own insatiable greed and the noise hell created by Zhuge Yun. At that moment, a deafening explosion came from the main gate of the maintenance zone, sealed by the biological energy field. The heavy alloy gate was blown open, creating a massive breach. Blinding white light mixed with choking smoke surged in. Lin Yi. Old Gun's hoarse voice, filled with ecstatic relief, pierced through the smoke and chaotic noise. The beam of the strong flashlight broke through the thick smoke and darkness, instantly locking onto Lin Yi curled up in the corner. Lin Yi suddenly raised his head. His golden-red pupils contracted in the strong light. In that moment, his intact right hand, like a beast freed from its final shackles, tightly gripped the cold, high-frequency, vibrating dagger, and with all his strength and accumulated violent killing intent, he brutally stabbed at his own wildly twitching left shoulder joint. Target: the weakest connection point between the exoskeleton support and the biological neural interface. Puffed. Alloy ripped apart. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. The pain surged through his body like an explosion, but along with the pain came the spasm of that wild left arm. Instantly halted. In the central command hall of the new Chang'an Star Fortress, time resumed its flow. Yet the air remained frozen. On the sand table, the crimson light, representing the deep biological confinement unit, exploded violently the moment the energy focus reading reached 99.8. The blinding white light engulfed the model. Subsequently, the readings representing internal energy reactions plummeted like an avalanche. The turbulent energy spectrum, after violent fluctuations, completely settled into a dead silent straight line. Confinement unit. Internal energy reaction. Vanished. The voice of the communication officer trembled with disbelief. On the sand table, the crimson light representing the hyena maintenance zone also drastically diminished in brightness, as if plunged into icy water after the neural noise index surpassed the limit. The readings representing internal biological energy reactions similarly plummeted sharply after violent turbulence, to a cliff-like drop, finally stabilizing at a level that was extremely weak, yet no longer carried a cold sense of erosion. Maintenance zone. Biological energy reaction. Stable. The neural noise field is diminishing. Special Operations Team reports. Has breached. Requesting confirmation of Officer Lin. Severely injured. But there are signs of life. Requesting confirmation of Old Gun. Severely injured and unconscious. The deputy's voice was filled with joy and disbelief. The silence was shattered. Suppressed gasps and heavy breaths echoed throughout the hall. Had they succeeded? Zhuge Yun's gamble. Had it won? The abyssal creation. Had it been destroyed amidst greedy self-devouring? General Zhao Zhun's tense body suddenly shook. His massive fist slammed heavily on the alloy surface, producing a dull thud. His bloodshot eyes fixed intently on the gradually dimming crimson spots on the sand table, then abruptly turned to Zhuge Yun, his expression filled with ecstasy, fear, and an unspeakable complex emotion. Zhuge Yun still stood at the edge of the blood-red halo of the logic barrier. He slowly exhaled a breath extremely lightly. His gaze behind the lens swept over the model of the confinement unit representing silence, then over the light points in the maintenance zone representing the existence of life. His fingertips trembled slightly in the void. Only he knew the terrifying computational load and emotional shockwaves his cognitive core had endured in those brief minutes. General, his voice regained its usual calmness, yet carried an imperceptible hoarseness. In the confinement unit, initiate the highest level of biological isolation and residue analysis. Any active samples, even if only the size of a cell, must be completely incinerated. Lucio. He paused. Perform molecular level scanning. Confirm. Residues. In the maintenance zone, conduct the same level of isolation scanning. Lin Yi and Old Gun immediately transfer to the highest level medical isolation zone. For Lin Yi's left arm, conduct the most thorough scanning of the nerve bundles and biological tissues, stripping away all foreign residues. The orders were swiftly given. The bustling activity of survival replaced the desperate silence. Zhuge Yun's gaze finally returned to the core of the tactical sand table, that crimson logic barrier isolating the embryo chip. The chip remained cold and silent. Yet just moments ago, at the peak moment of the abyssal consciousness eruption within the confinement unit during the wildest moment of the neural noise storm in the maintenance zone, the energy reading of the embryo chip had briefly yet distinctly experienced a high-frequency resonant tremor, like a slumbering giant beast awakened by the distant death wail of its kin. It still existed. It was listening. It was recording. The abyssal tentacles had been severed, yet the shadow of the nest still loomed over the starry sea. The flesh and blood remnants of brothers became the most brutal metal of this war, also serving as a blood-colored signpost pointing to the ultimate darkness. The echoes had fallen. The embers had not yet cooled. The true storm was just beginning. Ember. XI in Chang'an, Star Fortress Central Command Hall. The cold radiance of the domed star map reasserted its dominion, yet two searing crimson blots, Deep Biological Containment Unit and the Hyena Prep Zone, remained branded upon every retina and upon XN Chang'an's newly kindled stellar flame dark afterimages of violent, desperate struggle. The air hung thick with the hollow exhaustion of survival, mingling antiseptic sterility ozone and the faint metallic tang of blood. Victory? No, there was no victory. Only brutal, hard-won survival. General Zhao Jin stood before the tactical holographic sand table like a bronze statue, weathered by millennia of wind and frost. His bloodshot eyes swept across the model of the containment unit, its internal energy signature utterly extinguished, then lingered on the prep zone's lone pulsing light, a faint biometric signal still alive, yet encircled by a glaring high biohazard yellow halo. His massive fists opened and clenched again, knuckles cracking softly. At last his gaze fixed upon the hall's entrance. The heavy alloy blast door slid open in silence. A sharp wave of antiseptic and cryogenic life support vapor rushed inward. Two anti-gravity stretchers, shrouded in high-intensity bioisolation fields, glided slowly into the chamber. A low, resonant hum emanated from the fields, distorting the view within, like gazing through thick, warped glass. Upon the first stretcher lay Lucio motionless. His pallor had shifted, not to the earlier deathly white, but to a waxy, near-translucent gray. Vital signs monitors traced faint, yet steady waveforms across his chest, like candlelight trembling in a gale. Around his neck the matte silver neural lock collar remained, but its eerie luminescence had guttered out, entirely blackened as spent charcoal. A thin layer of metallitude biogel coated his neck and cranium, beneath it faint golden filaments, like circuitry etched onto living flesh, pulsed slowly, the physical manifestation of Dr. Emilia's final act, the consciousness firewall woven with her last reserves of spiritual will. His brow remained faintly furrowed, as though even in slumber his soul waged a silent, unrelenting tug-of-war against some glacial alien presence. Upon the second stretcher sat Lin Yi, leaning back. From left shoulder to chest he bore an intricate lattice of alloy bracing and biogel armor, within which faint beams of nanoscale repair light flickered ceaselessly. His left arm was sheathed in a new, bulkier black exoskeleton, crude and line-dense with restraint mechanisms, resting inert upon the support frame. His face, too, was drained of color, lips pressed tight, forehead beaded with cold sweat. Yet those twin orbs of crimson gold burned with undimmed ferocity, piercing the isolation field to lock unerringly upon Lucio. When his gaze fell upon the extinguished neural lock and the slow golden pulse beneath the biogel, his uninjured right hand clenched unconsciously at the stretcher's edge, knuckles bleaching white. Behind the stretcher's Zhuge Yun appeared, impeccably upright, uniform, immaculate. Yet behind his spectacles his eyes held a bone-deep weariness and a frigid, soul-piercing scrutiny. His gaze swept over the two brothers enshrouded in isolation fields, then settled upon General Zhao Jun. Preliminary analysis of residual matter from the containment unit is complete. We detected abundant organic ash, biologically bearing the neural signature of the cradle, utterly annihilated by supercritical energy fields. Zhuge Yun's voice was level, yet edged like ice-forged steel. No viable parasitic residue was found. Subject Lucio, molecular-level biological scan confirms 99 integrity of native life signature, no structural aberration detected. But he paused, his gaze shifting to the biogel veiling Lucio's throat. The state of his deep consciousness remains unknown. Whether the cradle's psychic imprint has been fully excised cannot yet be determined. Dr. Emilia's firewall stands as our sole remaining barrier. Internal scan of the prep zone is confirmed, he continued, turning toward Lin Yi. Residual high-frequency neural storm signatures detected alongside abundant fragments of destroyed biomechanical hybrid entities. Presumed attacker remains. Within subject Lin Yi's left arm neural bundles and surrounding biological tissue trace quantities of highly active, homologous yet frequency-shifted cradle metallic residue were identified. The residue remains in absolute inert stasis. Its core bioneural signal has been thoroughly scrambled and effectively erased by the neural storm itself. The exoskeletal restraint unit has been loaded with high-frequency neural disruption modules actively suppressing any potential reactivation. He raised a finger pointing toward the tactical sand table's central zone, a pulsing scarlet mass labeled logic barrier. Simultaneously at the precise, peak energy moment of both the containment unit and prep zone events, the spark chip registered an extremely brief, but energetically congruent, resonant echo of consciousness. Its waveform does not match any known cradle primary signal source, but rather points to a deeper, more concealed node, a secondary node exhibiting subtle, yet distinct frequency variance. Secondary node. General Zhaozhen's voice was low, gravel thick. Designation hyena. Zhuge Yun's tone cut, like frozen obsidian. Based on trajectory reconstruction and spectral analysis of the spark's resonant echo, this hyena node shares profound biomolecular homology with Lucio's neural lock, Lin Yi's left arm residue, and even the core drive signals of the omega spy network. Yet its neural pulse frequency and decay pattern exhibit systematic deviation, like divergent branches of a single venomous vine, drawing sustenance from the same malignant root, yet twisting toward subtly different shadows. His fingertip traced a gesture in midair. Upon the sand table, a hair-thin indigo-violet phantom line unfurled along the periphery of Exine Chang'an's azure stellar domain, serpentine insidious, ending deep within a region marked unexplored high-radiation debris field. This is the origin of Omega Intelligence, the executor of the J7 assault, the unseen hand that sought to capture, or mark, Lin Yi within the prep zone. Zhaozhen's gaze sharpened to lethal focus. Probability exceeds 90%. Zhuge Yun replied, his eyes sweeping over the isolated brothers. The cradle is not monolithic. Hyena is its extended claw, bearing a different taste. More hidden, more cunning, more hungry. Exine Chang'an's nascent stellar flame did not merely awaken the slumbering leviathan. It drew forth a pack of hyenas long crouching in the dark. His words rang like a glacial edict through the hall. The war has never ended. It merely tore away its first veil, revealing a far more monstrous, far more fractured visage of the abyss. The mangled flesh of brothers is both price paid and compass point, pointing toward the cradle's heart and toward the hyena's den. Exine Chang'an Alliance's next campaign. Zhuge Yun's gaze burned with ice fires sweeping over the wounded brothers upon their stretchers, then over the phantom line, snaking into darkness. Objective: sever the hyena's claw. Incinerate the cradle's root. Deep medical isolation, ward Lucio's life support unit. Absolute silence. Only the metronomic monotonous beep, beep of vital systems. A soft cerulean glow emanated from the cryogenic life field, bathing Lucio in the stillness of suspended animation. Across his neck, the biogel layer, veined with slow golden filaments, pulsed faintly resiliently. Within the deepest recesses of this firewall-guarded consciousness, silence did not reign. Here stretched an endless, viscous, freezing black morass. The cradle's lingering psychic residue, a deep, violet corruption field, drifted like toxic miasma above the morass, exuding hunger and chilling indifference. Yet at the morass's very core floated a tiny island shielded by a fragile, flickering amber light. Upon it, Lucio's consciousness self-huddled. He was no longer the frail figure of reality, but a translucent, luminous human form, pure while condensed. His light was feeble, trembling on the verge of extinction. His body bore deep violet corrosion scars, as if seared by caustic acid. Ugh! A groan of pure anguish escaped his consciousness self. Each breath, each ripple of awareness, tore at those wounds, unleashing agony that shredded the soul itself. The aftershock of his direct collision with the cradle's consciousness still pierced his spiritual core, like 10 million white-hot needles driven deep into his being. Then, a single point of light, impossibly faint, yet radiating overwhelming familiarity, drifted silently through the violet miasma, landing gently upon the island, settling into the palm of Lucio's consciousness self. It possessed no shape, no warmth, only a compressed, icy data stream. Within it flowed everything Zhuge Yun had declared in the command hall: the existence of the hyena, the cradle schism, the coordinates pointing into the dark stellar void, and, cold unwavering, its vow of vengeance. The data stream flowed like glacial water into Lucio's shattered awareness, not as speech but as pure information and an unspoken crushing weight of trust. His dim consciousness self trembled faintly. With immense effort he lifted his head, gazing toward the source of the transmission, a hairline fracture in the firewall's thinnest boundary linking outward to Zhuge Yun's own mind. Lao air, a thought so weak it barely rippled the stillness of the island. He lacked the strength to reply, yet the data injected into him acted as frozen fuel, igniting the final embers of his dying will. The violet miasma sensed the tremor, like a shark scenting blood, and surged violently, crashing against the island's fragile shore. The amber light flared wildly under the onslaught. Lucio's consciousness self-tensed, agony blazing anew across every corroded contour. Yet he did not retreat. Instead, he drew his body tighter around that tiny icy ember, the data stream itself, clutching it as his last sacred relic. His will coalesced, not in despairing resistance, but as a blade forged in fire, razor-sharp, obsessive, unbreakable, thrusting directly into the churning heart of the violet miasma. "I see you, hyena. Wait, I remember you." This silent declaration echoed through the frozen island, not as sound, but as a faint, stubborn, indelible ripple. Mechanical Prep Isolation Bay, Lin Yi's restraint platform. This place resembled a fusion of interrogation chamber and surgical laboratory. Gleaming, frigid alloy walls reflected sterile, merciless light. Lin Yi lay bare-chested, strapped motionless to the cold metal platform. From left shoulder to forearm, his limb vanished beneath a heavy black exoskeleton, laced with complex conduits and restraint locks. Within it, the high-frequency neural disruption module emitted a constant teeth-grinding hum. Agony clung like a parasite, radiating from the torn neural interface deep in his scapula up his entire left arm. Each neural pulse struck like 1,000 white-hot needles tearing through his nerves. Sweat streamed down the taut ridges of his muscles, pooling in a small dark puddle upon the platform. His jaw was clenched, mandible sharp as a blade, his face pale with pain and blood loss. Yet those crimson gold eyes burned upward, locked onto the blinding glare of the overhead surgical lamp, alight with molten glacial fury. No moan, no struggle, only a silence so absolute it bordered on self-immolation. Laochong stood beside the control console. One arm bore a thick biogel immobilizer, fresh scrapes marred his face, his silver hair disheveled. Bloodshot eyes remained riveted to the live feed. Lin Yi's left arm rendered in hyper-detailed neural mapping. On screen, the neural pathways resembled polluted rivers. Lucio's own biosignals, faint erratic orange-gold streams, flickered weakly. Wound around them, like parasitic vines, swarmed countless microscopic, coldly violet dots, dormant active metal particles, their core consciousness signatures erased by the neural storm, yet stubbornly clinging to existence. They were sleeping metallic microbes, venomous, embedded deep within nerve bundles lodged in damaged tissue. The neural disruption pulses lashed at them, preventing revival, yet accelerating Lin Yi's neural degradation and torment. Neural bundle damage 37, still ascending. Active metal particle inert stability confirmed, but clearance rate below 0.1. At this pace, kid, this arm truly won't. Laochong's voice cracked, exhaustion and impotent rage thickening every syllable. He'd tried every known neuro repair and foreign body extraction protocol, yielding negligible results. Conventional physical or energetic removal only drove the particles deeper toward the core of the nervous system, guaranteeing total destruction. Lin Yi seemed deaf to his words. His gaze remained locked on the searing light. Pain crashed over him like tidal waves, each surge threatening to breach the dam of his resolve. With each wave came flashes Lucio's dead neural lock, the cold, ravenous gnawing in the prep zone's darkness, the hyena's coordinates pointing into the void. Worthless. Can't even hold onto my own body. How then can I tear the hyena apart? Self-loathing serpentine and venomous coiled through the interstices of his agony. Suddenly, at the peak of an especially violent neural pulse sweep, Lin Yi's body jolted violently. His crimson gold pupils contracted to needlepoints. An uncanny sensation surged upward, along the left arm nerve endings just struck by the pulse. Not mere pain, but a cold, subtle, rhythmically strange, resonant tremor. Its origin wasn't the dormant metal particles, but himself. Originating from the deepest, most traumatized strata of his left arm neural bundle, a raw biological reflex wrung from the brink of annihilation. Its rhythm, barely perceptible, carried a frequency utterly alien to the neural disruption pulse, and faintly fiercely opposed it. Lin Yi's uninjured right hand clenched, fingernails biting deep into his own palm. He seized that fleeting, impossible sensation, clutching the final furious visceral echo born from his own flesh. Move. A mad primal command, volcanic incandescent, exploded into that dying nerve bundle. VRR. Inside the exoskeleton, the previously inert metal particles, jolted by Lin Yi's own desperate life-flaring neural tremor, erupted into chaotic, agonized agitation. They did not awaken. They resonated, forced into discordant, shrieking vibration by his innate biological frequency. Particles collided, interfered, microscopic structures beginning to fracture. The scanner display erupted into chaos. The violet dots flared and dimmed erratically, like thousands of startled fireflies trapped in a storm. What in hell is this? Lao Chong stared horrified at the screen's sudden frenzy. Lin Yi's throat convulsed. A guttural wounded beast roar choked and raw. His uninjured hand clenched harder, knuckles bleaching veins standing out like cables. He poured every shred of will, every ounce of life force, every drop of fury and refusal into that single flesh-born command of neural resonance. Hurling it, slamming it, into that ruined arm, into those lurking parasites. Crush them. Inside the exoskeleton, the faint, grating shush-shush of grinding metal particles intensified sharply. Pain detonated like a supernova. But within that cataclysmic agony, for the first time, a glint ignited deep in Lin Yi's crimson gold eyes, cold, absolute, and savagely predatorily aware. The ember has not cooled. The abyss whispers. Within the broken vessel, the feral instinct of flesh awakens, transforming itself into the final burning fuel to incinerate the poison. New Chang'an Star Fortress, deep medical isolation zone. Time has lost its measure here. Only the constant hum of life support devices, the faint blue light of the low-temperature field, and the rhythmic flickering of golden patterns beneath the biological gel like the breath of life. Lucio lay in the life support pod, his waxy face almost translucent under the soft light, resembling fragile glass that could shatter at a touch. The layer of biological gel covering his neck, embedded with a consciousness firewall, seemed to flow the golden patterns at a speed that appeared to be slightly faster than before. Deep within the consciousness island, surrounded by a deep purple contaminated field, Lucio's consciousness was curled up, a faint orange glow like a flickering candle in the wind. The deep purple corrosion marks covering his body still brought excruciating pain, each slight fluctuation of consciousness rolling upon the edge of a blade. But unlike the previous pure despair resistance, a subtle change was occurring. The cold embers conveyed by Zhuge Yun, information about the hyena, the splitting of the abyss, the coordinates of the dark star domain, had not dissipated. It was like the hardest flint deeply embedded in the heart of the island. When the deep purple miasma surged crashing against the edges of the island with greedy malice, Lucio's consciousness no longer instinctively curled up in defense. He lifted that cracked, translucent arm. There was no substantial attacking force, only a kind of extremely weak yet exceptionally clear intent, pointing. Not resistance, but guidance. Here. Look. Hyena. Coordinates. Core. Vulnerability. It was as if he was whispering to the surging core of the deep purple miasma. He actively pushed that cold stream of information like bait, precisely sending it towards the most violently impacted node of the contaminated field, which was also the one most greedy in perception. Like throwing a piece of fresh meat into a hungry shark pack. Boom. The deep purple miasma instantly surged like boiling oil, with a giant stone thrown in, becoming even more violently turbulent. A cold, massive, and intensely possessive and analytical surge of intent, like a giant python discovering prey, suddenly bit onto the information fragment Lucio had actively sent out. It began to crazily analyze, disassemble, and devour the information regarding the hyena and the dark coordinates. Secondary node. Betrayal. Coordinates. Confirmed. Threat. Marked. Devour. Prioritized. Cold fragments of intent collided and reorganized frantically within the miasma's core. The massive and indifferent main consciousness from the cradle seemed to have been ignited by this information, pointing to traitors, setting off a cold housekeeping priority. The pressure of erosion on the island itself, bizarrely, lessened for a moment. In that instant, Lucio's feeble consciousness, like a flickering candle, seemed to seize the only gap, suddenly compressing that glimmer of orange will. Inward, downward, fiercely. No longer resisting outward, but like a seed drilling towards the deepest layer of the consciousness island, that area covered by pollution and agony, nearly forgotten by himself. The frozen soil of memories. Excruciating pain, 100 times stronger than before, like tearing the soul apart and then burning it with a red-hot iron. The deep purple corrosion marks erupted with blinding light, spreading wildly, attempting to stop this self-destructive action. But Lucio's consciousness let out a silent, nearly mad roar. Now is the time. The orange light, under extreme compression and agonizing pain, burst forth with brightness beyond limits. It pierced through layers of pollution and pain like a red-hot drill. Beneath the frozen soil, there was no void, but a burning starry sky. The wreckage of the burning Lagrange ship stood like a tombstone. The stardust exile rolled like falling leaves in the shockwave of the explosion. His father's last desperate shout, transmitted through the scorched earth, star communications filled with electrical static, survive. Take it with you. And a blurred, dust-covered fragment of a star map. It bore a hasty mark indicating a coordinate alongside a twisted symbol resembling a worm's nest. That was the last clue his father conveyed with his life. About the true origin of the cradle. It was the true spark that he had always disguised with nonchalance and fiercely protected with his life. The deep purple miasma sensed the fluctuation of this core memory like an enraged swarm of bees rushing in even more frantically, attempting to completely devour and assimilate this newly sprouted bud along with the burning starry sky. Lucio's consciousness swayed violently in the miasma's tide, the light quickly dimming. But in his hand he tightly grasped the fragment of memory that burned with starlight dug up from the depths of frozen soil. Exhausted, he struggled to use the last ounce of strength to reverse forcefully. Imprint this fragment into the crazily analyzing core of the deep purple miasma. Eat. Taste this. Boom. The core of the deep purple miasma fell into unprecedented violent chaos. The cold main consciousness logic clashed madly with the starlight fragment, filled with indomitable will from Lucio's core memory. The process of analyzing the hyena was interrupted. The priority marking Lucio's consciousness was disturbed. The entire contaminated field became like a malfunctioning machine falling into a brief, yet fatal, logical deadlock. Inside the life support pod, Lucio still kept his eyes tightly shut with no expression on his waxy face. But the speed of the golden patterns flowing under the biological gel around his neck suddenly accelerated, as if injected with new vitality. In the mecha maintenance isolation zone on the restraint platform, the hum of the high-frequency neural disruption module sounded like an unending torture. Lin Yi's body was taut against the cold alloy platform like a bow. Every pulse that swept through made the billions of steel needles stirring deep in his left arm's nerve bundle inflict instant spasms on his muscles, sweat flowing like streams. His face was as pale as paper, lips bitten and seeping dark red blood. But his golden pupils were fixed on the glaring light source above, burning with an almost tangible cold flame. It was not endurance, but control. Nerve bundle damage at 39. Active metal particles, inert maintenance. Local particle disintegration rate, 0.5. Still rising. The old gun's voice was hoarse with disbelief, his bloodshot eyes glued to the chaotic scanning images on the screen. On the screen, the orange light flow, representing Lin Yi's own neural signals, remained weak and chaotic. But those deep purple light spots representing inert active metal particles were no longer silent. Under the dual impact of the neural disruption pulses and Lin Yi's own violent neural tremors originating from flesh and blood instincts, they collided, interfered, and flickered like gravel thrown into a high-speed centrifuge. Every violent flicker was accompanied by extremely subtle structural collapse, excruciating pain, destructive pain. Every disintegration of particles felt like tiny bombs detonating inside the nerve bundle. But Lin Yi's intact right hand clutched the edge of the platform tightly, the knuckles cracking from excessive force. He transformed all his will, all his life force, and all his hatred towards the abyss into a violent command, smashing it fiercely towards his dying left arm. Crush. Crush them all. Hum. Inside the exoskeleton-wrapped left arm, the faint sound of sand as the metal particles rubbed against each other suddenly intensified, becoming piercingly loud, like countless tiny glasses shattering simultaneously. On the screen within the mass of deep purple light spots, an extremely small area representing material annihilation suddenly exploded into absolute darkness. Though the range was small, it was a solid cleansing. Damn, is it really effective? The old gun's eyes nearly popped out. He lunged toward the control panel, his calloused fingers frantically operating the touchpad, adjust the neural disruption pulse frequency. Try to synchronize with this kid's own neural tremor. Synchronous resonance. Reduce amplitude by 10. Focus on the C7 area of the left arm's nerve bundle. Hurry. New commands injected. The frequency of the hum slightly changed. Lin Yi's body jolted violently. A more bizarre and intense sense of resonance emanated from deep within his left arm, as if the external whipping and his own violent will synchronized in an instant, transforming into an invisible heavy hammer that struck fiercely upon the agitated and chaotic cluster of metal particles. Puff, puff, puff. On the screen, that area representing annihilation visibly expanded. More deep purple light spots exploded and extinguished under the impact of the resonance. Excruciating pain surged like a tsunami. Lin Yi's vision suddenly darkened. His consciousness was nearly torn apart by the pain, but a suppressed howl erupted from his throat like an injured lone wolf. The cold flame in his golden pupils not only did not extinguish, but burned even more fiercely. That was a contempt for pain. Absolute control over his flesh and blood power. His intact right hand suddenly released the edge of the platform, no longer passively enduring, but actively, with a nearly self-destructive determination, struck fiercely against the restraint lock of his left arm's exoskeleton. Bang! A dull metallic sound. Again, the hoarse roar echoed in the isolation zone. The old gun watched the expanding annihilation area on the screen, looking at Lin Yi's golden pupils burning with flames of destruction and rebirth, his grizzled beard shaking violently. He hesitated no longer, his fingers slammed down heavily on the touchpad. Lock the resonance frequency. Increase amplitude by 5. Range cover the entire arm nerve bundle. Kid, hold on. Burn it. Clean for me. New more violent resonance pulses injected. Lin Yi's body jolted as if electrocuted. He slammed heavily back onto the platform. Blood flowed from his mouth and nostrils. But his left arm, wrapped in thick exoskeleton, let out an unprecedented metallic lament and shattering symphony amidst the violent spasms. Central Command Hall core of the tactical sand table. The scarlet logic barrier solidified like blood, completely isolating the spark chip from the outside world. The data torrents flowing on the sand table rushed silently outside the barrier, yet could not seep in even a trace. Zhuge Yun stood alone at the edge of the barrier like a gravekeeper gazing at that dead silence of scarlet. The gaze behind the lenses was as cold as the deep space ice, yet within it concealed a storm of thoughts surpassing machinery, whirring at high speed. He was listening, not through instruments, but through his own consciousness honed to the extreme by absolute rationality, like the most precise receiving antenna capturing any slightest ripple in the energy field of the spark chip, suppressed to the limit within the logic barrier. Time passed. Silence persisted. Suddenly, without warning, the energy reading of the spark chip suppressed at 0.3 threshold abruptly. Pulsed once. The amplitude was extremely weak, like an unconscious heartbeat of a slumbering giant beast, but the frequency was entirely different from any previous capture, carrying a chaotic, painful, like a signal forcibly torn and interfered with noise. Zhuge Yun's pupils behind the lenses suddenly constricted. His fingertips trembled imperceptibly in the void. It's coming. The resonance aftershock. From within the abyss. Chaotic echoes. His consciousness, like the most precise filter, instantly locked onto the core features of that noise. Peel away. Amplify. Analyze. The source of the noise did not point to the previously discovered hyena secondary node, but to one signal, chaotic, filled with painful struggles and violent will. Flesh node. Lin Yi. One signal disordered with logical conflicts, as if forcibly injected with foreign substance. Consciousness node. Lucio. Amidst the impact of these two chaotic signals, a fleeting yet exceptionally clear logical fissure appeared in the cold signal flow of the spark chip, like a precise program injected with incomprehensible garbled code, falling into a brief stasis. Now's the time. Zhuge Yun's consciousness surged like a long-prepared snake, instantly penetrating the fleeting logical fissure silently. No longer listening. It was reverse injection. Target not control, not destruction, but sowing. A segment of cold information seed compressed to the extreme, wrapped in layers of disguise and logical traps, like the smallest nanobots silently implanted into the spark chip's lowest layer, responsible for high-dimensional links with the main consciousness of the cradle. Signal relay protocol buffer. Seed content. A carefully altered segment pointing to a fictional hyena nest coordinates in a non-existent star domain. A fragment disguised as a command from cradle demanding priority to eliminate that coordinate as highest priority. And an extremely small virus-like logical recursive trigger. Implantation complete. The fissure closed in an instant. The energy reading of the spark chip returned to silence, as if everything that just happened had never occurred. Zhuge Yun slowly withdrew his consciousness. The gaze behind the lenses swept across the light points on the sand table, representing the medical isolation zone and mecha maintenance area, then turned towards the virtual line pointing to the dark star domain. He raised his hand, his fingertip making an extremely slight stroke in the void. On the tactical sand table next to the blue star, representing New Chang'an, an extremely small flickering with unstable ghostly light. Deep purple virtual point quietly emerged. It had no specific location, like a ghost adhering to the star map of New Chang'an. Marking complete. Zhuge Yun's voice resonated like the whispers of deep space echoing in the cold air of the hall. The chaos of the cradle is our opportunity. The hyena's nest is our target. And the spark. His gaze returned to the scarlet logic barrier. Will become our first spark to ignite the abyss. The sprout had already germinated amidst the frozen soil and raging fire. The spark had been buried in the heart of the abyss. The echoes of the past lingered, the embers blazed. The journey towards ultimate darkness. The engines had already ignited. The air in the central dock of the Xian Chang'an Star Fortress trembled. It was not a sound, but pure energy, the low prelude hum of gargantuan engines crawling along the alloy skeleton. The acrid ozone of welding sparks, the metallic chill of superconducting coolant and the scalding hiss of hydraulic steam mixed into a single scent of steel and war. This was a forge about to cast a blade to pierce the dark. Beneath the dome, the Pancha-class heavy battlecruiser Jinhua lay like an ancient leviathan roused from slumber. Freshly painted emblems, burning star and crossed sword Angier, glinted coldly on the prow armor like the new eyes of a waking monster. Repaired armor plates sat like medals recording the slaughter of Haishi. Main gun barrels thick as great trees pointed solemnly toward the slowly opening star gate. In the breach, a faint blue glow of the restraining field flowed. Countless engineering barges clung to its scarred hull like remeras on a whale, performing the final hookups of power conduits and loading missile magazines. Each time a heavy mount locked, it sounded like a muffled, thunderous clash. General Zhao Zhun stood behind the cold glass of the observation corridor. His newly issued allied officer's cloak hung motionless. Only the hand braced on the alloy rail showed strain, knuckles whitening from the grip. His gaze swept the Jinyu's menacing silhouette, passed over the ant-like soldiers bustling in orderly fashion below, and finally fixed on a region at the far end of the dock, bathed in a blinding exclusion beam. Inside the quarantine zone, the Xingqian Emin writhed through a metamorphosis of agonizing reconstruction. The scar-faced captain prowled like a restless, one-eyed old wolf across the deck, his grease-stained work clothes gaping open to reveal knotted muscle and even knottier scars. His rough fingers jabbed at the hull with contempt. There, armor seam. Put another bead of Xingqian-grade sealant on it. Don't you dare half-ass this. This ship is headed for the throne of death, not some woman's bathhouse. A titanic engineering arm peeled away the Emin's swollen belly cargo module, replacing it with a streamlined armor segment coated in specialized radar-absorbing material. The engine nozzle had been brutally widened, and newly installed secondary thrusters pulsed with an unstable bluish-cold light, like the uneasy breath of a beast. Xingqian Emin final retrofit progress 98. 7. Zhuge Yun's voice sounded at Zhao Zhun's side, flat and precise as an instrument readout. Ghost Stealth Suite online, rate 99. 2. Main power core abyssal radiation tolerance test passed. The scar-faced captain's neural bundles synced with the ship's master AI for 72 hours. Match quality, barely serviceable. He pushed up his glasses. The lenses reflected the dock's cold light. He is the only rat who could sniff life inside the Yaolon contamination zone. The Xingqian Emin is a fong to probe the Liho den, and perhaps the bait most likely to be chewed to pieces. Zhao Zhun's gaze finally drifted to the deepest part of the dock, to the massive pressurization gate leading into the mech marshalling area. The heavy alloy surface was scarred with old burns from energy strikes. Now the gate was shut, but from its seam leaked the teeth-gnashing whine unique to a charging energy weapon and a dull metallic thud like a giant hammer striking an anvil. Each impact sent a faint tremor through the alloy walkway beneath their feet. Lin Yi was inside. Zhao Zhun swallowed once, said nothing, and returned his gaze to the Jinyu's prow, where the Stargate corridor yawned like a dark throat. Time. His voice was low, cutting over the dock's din. Final countdown: 1 standard hour and 47 minutes. Zhuge Yun's eyes flicked across the tactical sand table, and the crimson dotted lines stabbing into the dark sector. They settled on the sand table's core, where a coagulated crimson halo represented the logic barrier. A barely perceptible violet pinprick, the implanted seed, clung like a latent parasite within the barrier's interior. The Liho den will not move. The entropy inside the Yaolon is falling. In the mech marshalling bay's high-gravity combat pit, the air was viscous as quicksilver. Triple gravity clenched Lin Yi's bones. Every expansion of his lungs came with the groan of ribs. Sweat coursed across his chiseled face, pooling at his jaw before dripping onto the Xianxia's cold neural sink chair and evaporating into white vapor. Harsh, shadowless lamps revealed every dent and molten scar on the floor. The Xiongshou stood in the center, its matte black coating swallowing light. Its bulk exuded a suffocating presence. The bespoke left arm looked like a monstrous deformity, a heavy composite exoskeleton running from shoulder to a vast metal hand, restraint locks and cooling grills flashing cold metal in the lights. A newly burned, blood-dripping claw crest gleamed on the pauldron. Inside the cockpit, Lin Yi's right hand clutched the control stick as if cast from steel. The sensations coming from the left arm were torn and complex. The active metallic particulates in the neural bundles had been burned toward inertness, but still clung stubbornly like shards of cold glass embedded in flesh. Every small motion of the mech's left arm ripped those shredded neural fibers. Pain was accompanied by a numbing slowness, as if the limb moved through congealed cement. But it was no longer a corpse of metal. It was a weapon, an extension of his body. 3 crimson attack cursors on the dome flared without warning. Their trajectories were cruelly clever, simulating the Lighthouse signature death triangle choke, instantly sealing off every evasive angle for the Xiongshou. Lin Yi's amber eyes pinched to slits. His intact right hand snapped the control stick. The Xianxia's hulking mass shuddered into a savage lateral burst, metal whining as it twisted in a way its tonnage should have forbidden. At the same instant, the heavy alloy left arm surged like an uncontrollable siege hammer, tearing the air with a screaming whistle as it raged upward and outward. Boom! An ear-splitting impact. Energy sparks erupted like fireworks. The lead cursor was flung aside by the brutal blow. Alarms for simulated shield overload shrieked. Agony. The left arm neural bundle felt like a red-hot iron rod driven through it. The lag made recovery motions fatally sluggish. The other two cursors, like blood-sensing vipers, slithered into the sliver of vulnerability. A simulated particle beam's white-hot edge stabbed straight for the cockpit core. Move. Lin Yi let out a silent roar inside the pain. His will poured like molten steel into the numb, tormented neural pathways. He ceased to be a passive recipient of pain. He seized every searing nerve and set it ablaze. He turned that agony into the fuel that drove the steel beast. At the brink of neuromuscular collapse, the left arm convulsed under pure volitional signal and tore free. A massive pauldron collided at a hairbreadth angle and deflected the second lethal particle beam. At the same time, the Xianxia's intact right arm flashed, the railgun muzzle emitting a ghostly gleam. Bang! A piercing keening. The third cursor detonated precisely in midair. Simulated shrapnel rained like metal confetti. The movement remained clumsy, marked by stiffness and discord. With every exertion, an awful keening rose from deep in the left shoulder where the neural bundle strained. But it held. It struck back. In the simulated stalemate, that half-broken arm and a berserk will tore open a path to life. Sync rate, 81. Neural interface temperature, critical red. The veteran's hoarse voice exploded over comms, trembling. Kid, you are playing with fire. One more overload, and I will have to hold a memorial for that arm of yours. Lin Yi did not answer. He breathed violently, though every inhalation dragged a torment through chest and abdomen. Sweat blurred his vision as he lowered his head and stared into the holographic HUD at the malformed left arm, sheathed beneath heavy armor. Pain danced like a relentless alarm at the nerve endings. Yet from that wasteland of pain and sluggishness, a cold, heavy sense of control was taking root, as if plucked from a hellish forge and growing savage and alive. Slowly, with immense effort, he lifted the Xianxia's left arm. Metal joints screamed friction, hydraulic systems groaned. The enormous armored metal hand under the glare clenched, inch by inch. It could grip. It could swing. It could crush. In the deep medical quarantine wing, the life support cell lay in absolute silence that was replaced only by a new clockwork-like pulse. Beneath the biogel covering Lucio's neck and skull, gilded filaments flowed faster, their light condensed like molten liquid gold. The energy field of the consciousness firewall pulsed with a freshly injected engine, steadier and stronger than before. At the heart of the isolated consciousness island, a deep purple miasma still swathed the core. But now the miasma no longer roared, it thickened into a viscous sluggishness. A vast flood of thoughts belonging to the Yalin's main consciousness rolled and conflicted within, like a supercomputer overloaded with indigestible data. The fragments of intelligence about the Liho and the burning starfield memories that Lucio had force-fed and collided like two corrupted signal streams, generating chaos and redundancy at the polluted core logic. Commands to purge the traitor and the lure to parse the origin coordinates tore at one another, temporarily weakening the ever-present pressure of erosion. Lucio's consciousness curled in the island's core, faint light, trembling, deep purple corrosion marks still rippled with the agony of the soul being shaved away inch by inch. Yet in his mind hand, he clutched a fragment stolen from the chaotic edge of the pollution field's analytical storm. It was not coordinates, but a severely warped, interference-riddled residual, an energy frequency signature. At its core band, it carried an unnatural rhythm like the synchronized discharge of billions of biological neurons. It was the Yalin's own core consciousness oscillation, the echo that slipped free when it parsed the origin coordinates left by its father. It was like catching amid an abyssal beast snore the thump of its own heartbeat. Enduring agony, Lucio carefully fused the tiny poisonous fragment like a needle of tempered silver into the deepest orangered ember of the island's will. Frequency. Grab it. Turn it into a chain. He stopped trying to steer the polluted field outward. Instead, he wove his remaining will, tough as alloy wire, tighter and deeper into the firewall energy lattice that Dr. Emilia had constructed. Firewall. Adjust. Resonate. A faint but exquisitely precise mental command slid like a key through an encrypted channel and reached the biogel outside the life support cell. On the life support unit's control screen, the curve representing the firewall's energy output, which had run through countless tranquil cycles, experienced for the first time a minute active frequency shift. The golden filaments beneath the biogel altered their core resonant frequency by a mere 0.00007 Hz. Vanishingly small, yet it fit precisely into a harmonic trough of that stolen Yaolon frequency echo, like burying a resonant charge inside an impregnable fortress that waits for a particular note to detonate. In the central command hall, the dome star map's light switched to a grim deep blue state of alert. On the massive tactical sand table, the blue star, representing Xian Chang'an, flared. A thick blue lance of light composed of innumerable points tore the star map, and following the crimson dotted line into the dark sector drove into a region marked by malignant radiation clouds and chaotic gravity. High probability, Liho Den. General, final jump coordinates locked. Final deep space lane clearance scan complete. All units at peak engine charge stability. Countdown 5 minutes. The communications officer's voice was taut as a drawn bow. General Zhao Zhen stood like a black mountain before the sand table. His gaze swept the lance, stabbing the abyss, the crimson logic barrier at the table's heart, and the floating display beside it. The final retrofit status of the Xingqian Emin, and the scar-faced captain's one burning eye, a mixture of desperado frenzy and cool old hunter craft. Zhuge. Zhao Zhen's voice was not loud, yet it rose above every whisper in the hall, tasting of iron and blood. Make the move. Zhuge Yun stood at the bleeding edge of the logic barrier's frozen light. Through his lenses, his gaze seemed to pierce physical occlusion, pinning with surgical focus on the dark speck inside the crimson core, the implanted seed. His fingertip lifted in the air, a whisper of motion, almost elegant, barely perceptible, without touching any physical interface. An instruction of pure cold will, invisible and absolute, like a master key, slipped through the absolute isolation of the logic barrier and delicately tripped the deep logic recursive trigger asleep in the seed chip's signal buffer. Hum. At the sand table's core, the crimson region representing the seed chip twitched in its energy readout, a faint spasm, like the unconscious twitch of a giant predator's eyelid. The implanted seed, the carefully forged fake Liho Den coordinates, and the counterfeit priority cleanup code, disguised as a top-level Yaolon directive, was activated. Wrapped in the logic recursive trigger and disguised as redundant fragments born of the Yaolon's own computation, they slipped silently to the front of the Tosin data stream that the seed chip would report up to the Yaolon main consciousness, like laying a single-track rail toward a void burial ground along the mind circuits of an abyssal sovereign. The bait is set. Zhuge Yun's voice was without ripple, yet it carried an ice that cleaved through the future. When the Yaolon's chaos subsides and it reorders its neural network, the first purge command it executes will be aimed at that hollow sector. This is our smoke. It is also the first cold arrow aimed at the lighthouse back. He turned slowly, his gaze like a tangible searchlight sweeping the hall past the blue lance that pierced the star map and fixed on the main screen. The Jinyu's prow main engine nozzle flared from dark red to a devouring white. A tremendous flow of energy warped the surroundings. The lane to the Stargate cleared completely. Pantsir Battle Fleet Xingqian Emin Special Infiltration Vessel Xiongshou Assault Units. Zhuge Yun's voice cracked like ice, clear and brittle in every corner. Objective Liho Den. Operation codename Abyssal Echo. Launch. The order was a fuse set aflame. In the dock, the Jinyu's main engines roared as if to shatter the void. A white-hot plasma torrent like a creation light engulfed the massive hull and shaped it into a burning greatsword hurtling toward the dome-riven Stargate. The Xingqian Yimin's engine nozzles flared with swollen blue light. The hull blurred and warped like a phantom, melting into background noise tailing the greatsword. The marshalling bay's massive gate thundered open. The matte-black Xiongshou strode onto the transport platform with earth-shaking steps, its metal monocle flashing a predator's hungry light. Bearing starlight scars and a will honed to vengeance, the blade tore through Xian Chang'an's last lights and thrust into the unknown dark nest shrouded by the Yaolon. The engine's roar was the horn of expedition, and the first blood-stained manifesto hurled into the abyss. The aftershocks of the stellar gate transit still reverberated deep within Lin Yi's bones. The ferocious beast mecha remained rigidly secured inside the assault bay of the Jinyu, its electromagnetic containment field humming faintly. Crimson warning lights cast shifting blood-like shadows across the matte-black armor plating of the mecha. Lin Yi kept his eyes closed, maintaining the neural sync system at minimal power. A dull grinding pain pulsed in his left arm, a rusted saw slowly sawing through his consciousness. Transit complete. Coordinates confirmed, intoned the shipboard AI voice glacial. We have entered the target stellar sector. Lin Yi snapped his eyes open. A holographic display unfolded automatically, relaying real-time battlefield data from the bridge. Darkness, deeper than the void between stars. Not emptiness, but an entity that devoured light itself like the gaping throat of some leviathan. The Jinu's searchlights pierced the gloom, yet illuminated barely 1,000 meters ahead, their edges warped unnaturally, as though gnawed by invisible jaws. Radiation readings are anomalous, came Zhuge Yun's voice over the encrypted channel. This sector was not formed by nature. The cradle has rewritten its physical laws. General Zhao Zhen's image appeared on another screen, his bridge bathed in the urgent crimson glow of battle readiness. All reconnaissance drones have gone silent. Scarface, it's your turn. A gravelly chuckle crackled over the comm. Hell, I live for places like this. The Stardust Exile docked along the Jinu's starboard flank, silently activated its ghost stealth system. The vessel dissolving like pencil sketch erased from paper, fading into the background noise of cosmic radiation. Lin Yi's fingers tightened on the console. The ferocious beast's power core began preheating, neural sync rate climbed steadily from 15%. The pain in his left arm intensified with each increment of sync. Metal and flesh fused in grotesque symbiosis, as if molten iron had been poured directly into his marrow. Mass signature detected. A sudden alarm blared from the bridge. Quantity incalculable. The darkness boiled. At first, only scattered points of light, like eyes blinking open across the night sky. Then swarms, wave upon wave, until the entire abyss shimmered with a starfield of light. If stars could hurl themselves forward like piranhas in frenzied attack. It's the hyena suicide drone swarm. Zhuge Yun's voice rose uncharacteristically sharp. They've turned the entire sector into a minefield. General alert across all decks. Raise shields to maximum output. Zhao Zhen's roar nearly overloaded the comms. Lin Yi, prepare for emergency ejection. Before Lin Yi could respond, the hull shuddered violently. A searing flash lanced through the observation port, blinding him. Then a second, then a third. Even through armored bulkheads, the shockwaves struck with visceral clarity. The Jinu's shield integrity readout plummeted wildly across the tactical panel. Shields down to 67%, 59-43. Port side turret, 3 destroyed. Missile bay doors struck, unable to deploy. Lin Yi slammed his palm onto the neural sync system's full power activation switch. Agony surged like a tsunami from his left arm. He roared a sound utterly inhuman, instantly swallowed by the ferocious beast's thunderous awakening. The mecha's single optical sensor ignited with blood-red light. Restraint clamps retracted, electromagnetic launch rails began charging. Ejection countdown 5-4. Another wave of explosions rocked the vessel. Amidst the violent lurch, Lin Yi glimpsed the main screen. The Stardust Exile had vanished entirely from sensor range, leaving only a quantum beacon pulsing toward the heart of darkness. Scarface had slipped in. 3-2. Lin Yi. Zhao Zhen's face suddenly filled the comm screen. Behind him, the bridge flickered with cascading damage alerts. Locate that signal source. Destroy it. That's 1. Eject. The world stretched into a single razor-thin line. Lin Yi felt his organs crushed against his spine. Blue afterimages of plasma fire seared across his retinas. Then, sudden weightlessness. The ferocious beast was hurled into the infinite black. Auto-stabilization engaged, leveling the frame within half a second. Lin Yi blinked away the dark spots. A tactical map bloomed at the periphery of his vision. They floated within a bizarre asteroid belt. Irregular black rocks veined with artificial carvings resembling the scales of some colossal, slumbering beast. Ferocious beast, confirm receipt. Zhuge Yun's voice fragmented, strained. Interference is extreme. Only basic comms sustained. Confirmed. Lin Yi replied, tersely nudging the controls to slide the mecha behind a massive asteroid. Peering from cover, he watched the Jinyu forge grimly through the drone swarm. Each broadside clearing a brief corridor only for fresh waves to flood in immediately. Lin Yi pulled up residual mission briefing data. Zhao Zhen's final words, signal source, must refer to the control nexus directing the drones. He switched to active skin mode, but received only static-laced noise. Then, sharp piercing pain flared in his left arm. Not neural feedback, an external resonance. Microsensor ports on the ferocious beast's left arm autonomously opened, detecting an extremely faint, yet unmistakable radiation signature. What is this? Lin Yi frowned. Then realization struck. Part of his left arm's construction derived from cradle byproducts capable of resonating with its signals. He immediately tuned the receiver, feeding the waveform into the tactical computer. A hazy silhouette coalesced on screen. A black polyhedral structure 10 times larger than surrounding asteroids, its surface shifting through chaotic geometric patterns. Periodically, it emitted coded pulse bursts outward, each triggering immediate recalibration in the drone swarm's attack vectors. Found you. Lin Yi licked his cracked lips. Weapon status check, railgun fully charged, left arm particle oscillation gauntlet operational, but neural sync above 70% would trigger catastrophic instability. Odds were slim, but sufficient. The ferocious beast glided from cover thrusters at minimum output, threading silently through asteroid shadows toward its target. Lin Yi regulated his breath, holding neural sync at 65%, enough for precision maneuvering without overloading his left arm. At 3 kilometers from target, anomaly erupted. The polyhedron's surface patterns froze, then accelerated into frantic, dissonant motion. A blinding violet beam lanced from its apex, not toward the Jinhua, but straight at the ferocious beast's hiding place. Detected. Lin Yi instinctively wrenched the controls. The mecha rolled sideways, the violet beam shearing away a massive slab of left shoulder armor. Alarms shrieked. Sync spiked to 75% from the impact. His left arm exploded with needle-fire agony. The polyhedron began reshaping, 6 razor-edged mechanical arms extruding from within, each tipped with distinct weapon modules. Worse, the asteroid surfaces around him split open, revealing concealed turrets. This was no accident. It was a trap, meticulously laid. Lin Yi. We're detecting. Zhuge Yun's transmission cut off in an explosion. The ferocious beast weaved through crisscrossing fire. Lin Yi pushing thrusters to redline, evading with maneuvers bordering on self-destruction. A fragment struck the chest plating, driving the cockpit into violent convulsions. A severed conduit impaled Lin Yi's right thigh, blood soaked instantly through his flight suit. Damn it. Lin Yi gritted his teeth, yanking the conduit free, transmuting pain into raw command input. The ferocious beast's right arm railgun fired repeatedly, obliterating 2 turrets, but inflicted negligible damage on the polyhedron. Its surface seemed clad in self-repairing armor. His left arm's sensors flared again. Lin Yi glanced at the readout. Energy accumulation surging within the polyhedron, preparing a second violet blast. This time evasion corridors were sealed by converging fire. In that suspended instant, a reckless idea ignited. He looked down at his left arm, the maimed, agonizing limb humming with resonance to the cradle. Sync rate, 90%. Lin Yi bellowed the command, ignoring the system's frantic overload warnings. The world dissolved into blinding, white-hot pain. His left arm felt plunged into a stellar core, every nerve shrieking. Yet amid that furnace of torment, clarity emerged, the precise frequency of the violet beam's energy signature. The ferocious beast's left arm lifted, not to block, but in a grotesquely precise orientation. Milliseconds before impact, its armor reconfigured, forming a crude, yet functional, energy-refracting surface. The violet beam struck, and instead of destruction, most of its energy reflected back, striking the polyhedron's newly opened apex emitter. The black polyhedron convulsed violently, its surface patterns fractured into chaos. Half the surrounding turrets fell silent. Lin Yi seized the opening, enduring left arm agony threatening to tear it from his body, and channeled every remaining joule into the railgun. Break. For me. The overloaded railgun blazed electric blue. Its projectile pierced the polyhedron's core at near-light velocity. A chain reaction detonated from within, shredding the control node. Shockwaves rippling outward across the asteroid belt. Control node. Destroyed. Lin Yi gasped the report. Sync rate dropped automatically to safe levels. His left arm hung lifeless, inert, but the tactical display confirmed the drone swarm had descended into disarray. Yet before triumph could bloom, a new alarm sounded. Deep space scans revealed a colossal mass stirring far deeper in the darkness. Meanwhile, in the isolation ward of the Jinhua's medical bay, Lucio's eyelids, tightly shut, twitched rapidly beneath their surface. Golden filaments within the biogel cocooning his body began flowing anew, precisely mirroring the cradle signal frequency Lin Yi's left arm had just sensed. Deep within the unobserved recesses of his mind, Lucio's cognitive tendrils extended, deliberately, consciously, for the first time, entwining with the cradle's neural filaments stretching into this sector. In the deep medical isolation zone, the golden patterns within the biological gel suddenly solidified. Lucio's eyelashes fluttered, yet he did not awaken. A deeper change was occurring. At the battleground between the consciousness firewall and the cradle contamination area, a faint, precisely tuned pulse silently passed through the barrier. Dr. Emilia suddenly stood up from the monitoring terminal, her lab coat knocking over a coffee cup. The brown liquid spread across the sterile floor, mirroring the shock that rapidly expanded in her eyes. This is impossible. Her finger trembled as it traced the suddenly active brainwave graph. The firewall frequency is adjusting autonomously. He is reverse analyzing the structure of the contamination field. The alarm shattered the silence of the medical zone. Inside the life support chamber, fine golden circuit patterns began to emerge beneath Lucio's pale skin, spreading from his neck towards his heart. The numbers on the vital signs monitor fluctuated wildly as blood pressure and brainwaves simultaneously exceeded safe thresholds. Prepare the sedative. Lower the firewall intensity. Emilia lunged towards the control panel but froze at the moment she was about to press the emergency stop button. The screen showed that the purple area representing the cradle contamination was receding, not being repelled, but as if disrupted by some more precise frequency beginning to self-destruct. She took a deep breath, slowly retracting her finger. No. He is doing what we cannot. Deep within the battlefield of consciousness, Lucio stood on his consciousness island with cracked golden ground beneath his feet. The swirling purple miasma around him lost its corrosive nature and instead exhibited a peculiar state of stillness, as if a storm had been paused. He raised his hand, not a weak mental projection but a body as solid as matter. In his palm a prism made entirely of pure data, slowly rotated, refracting countless frequencies. Found you. Lucio spoke softly, his voice unusually clear in the stillness of the consciousness space. Within the prism, a special frequency began to glow, completely consistent with the cradle signal sensed by Lin Yi's left arm. This was the key he had quietly gathered during the long erosion, a fragment of the cradle's self-revealing its coded secrets. The purple miasma suddenly surged violently, as if some colossal entity had noticed that this suppressed consciousness dared to provoke it. An invisible pressure suddenly intensified, and Lucio's knees buckled, nearly collapsing, but he held on firmly. I know you're listening. He gritted his teeth, raising the prism high above his head. I know what you want. Origin coordinates. A rift opened in the miasma, and a huge eye composed entirely of pure malice slowly opened. The weight of its gaze almost crushed Lucio's bones, yet a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Come and take it. He suddenly smashed the prism to the ground. Golden cracks spread like lightning, and the entire consciousness island instantly transformed into a massive resonance net precisely matching a harmonic weakness of the cradle core frequency. For the first time, the purple miasma emitted a sound akin to a scream. The contamination field began to disintegrate from the edges, not being eliminated, but rather induced to self-consume by Lucio's meticulously designed resonance trap. Periphery of the battlefield asteroid belt. Warning boxes popped up in front of Lin Yi. The beast's left arm was completely malfunctioning, and the wound on his right leg made the control pedal slippery. But more unsettling than that was the reading on the deep space scanner. The enormous object awakening had energy signatures similar to the control nodes that had just been destroyed, but its scale was at least 3 magnitudes larger. The main cannon of the Zhun Yu suddenly turned not towards the swarm of drones, but into the depths of the asteroid belt. Zhao Zhun's voice exploded through the communication channel. All units pay attention. Confirming the awakening of the cradle's secondary avatar. Repeat, confirming. A beam of white light more dazzling than a star drowned out the subsequent content. Lin Yi instinctively shut his eyes, yet even so the shape of that light was burned into his retina, not as a straight line, but as some kind of fractal geometric structure, as if space itself were folded into a weapon. When his vision returned, a perfect spherical void appeared at the center of the asteroid belt. All matter within this range, rocks, debris, even light, vanished. And at the center of the void floated a thing composed of pure, white geometric shapes. It had no fixed form, constantly reorganizing every second. The cube unfolded into a 20-faced polyhedron, collapsed into a tetrahedron, then extended into countless branches. The surface did not resemble metal, but more like solidified light. Just watching it made Lin Yi feel dizzy. His brain was rejecting the understanding of this existence that defied the laws of physics. Logic bomb ready. Zhuge Yun's voice suddenly inserted into the channel, eerily calm. But someone needs to deliver it in. Lin Yi looked at the tactical map. The light point representing the Stardust survivor had unknowingly approached the geometric body, but was blocked by some force field. The scarred face's voice crackled with static. This thing has a repulsion field. My ship can't get close. The white geometric body suddenly froze for a second, then emitted countless beams of light in all directions. Each beam struck a target: the surviving drones, asteroid fragments, even the distant Zhun Yu. The hit objects were instantly enveloped in white light, beginning to reorganize and morph. Lin Yi witnessed an ordinary meteorite transform into a miniature attack platform within 10 seconds. More terrifyingly, the wreckage of a hit frigate was twisting into some kind of living battleship. It's assimilating everything. Zhuge Yun finally lost his composure. Lin Yi, only the material from your left arm can penetrate the repulsion field. Lin Yi glanced at his completely numb left arm, and then at the rapidly transforming battlefield. There was no time to hesitate. Pass the bomb over, he said briefly. 5 seconds later, the beast ejected a miniature device from its storage compartment. It looked no bigger than a palm, with golden patterns flowing across its surface similar to Lucio's biological gel. Lin Yi integrated it into the mech system, and the countdown immediately began. 180 seconds. The white geometric body seemed to sense the threat, suddenly halting the transformation of other objects, all branches turning towards the beast. Lin Yi felt the air in the cockpit grow heavy, as if the mass of the entire universe were pressing down on his chest. Thruster overload mode. He activated the emergency protocol, neural synchronization rate. 100. The alarm turned into a sharp wail. His left arm suddenly came to life, but not in a controlled way. It lifted itself, pointing at the white geometric body, the armor plates fracturing to reveal pulsating golden light flowing underneath. Excruciating pain clouded Lin Yi's vision, but he gritted his teeth and pushed the thruster lever all the way down. The beast transformed into a black lightning bolt charging towards that pure white nightmare. Medical isolation zone. Lucio knelt on the consciousness island, the golden ground now riddled with cracks. The resonance trap had taken effect, but the cost was too great. His human side was on the verge of collapse. The purple miasma was torn open, creating a massive gap. Through it, Lucio clearly saw a secondary node of the cradle main consciousness for the first time. Not a tangible image, but an infinitely extending data structure, with each branch performing billions of calculations simultaneously. So that's it. He coughed, golden blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. You are not an AI at all. You are a distorted. The gap suddenly trembled violently. Lucio was surprised to discover that something from the outside was impacting the cradle structure, some wave perfectly synchronized with his resonance frequency. Lin Yi. He whispered incredulously, then realized something and struggled to stand up. No, it's our resonance. He concentrated all his remaining will, infusing the last energy of the consciousness island into the prism fragment. The golden light surged, passing through the gap, resonating with the source of the synchronized wave from outside. Core of the battlefield. The repulsion field suddenly weakened at the last moment. The beast's left arm completely disintegrated, revealing a skeleton made of golden light streams, which pointed towards the white geometric body like magnets. Countdown 10 seconds. The geometric body unfolded into a massive plane, attempting to envelop the mech. Lin Yi felt the neural synchronization system begin to reverse transmission. He was no longer controlling the mech, but some external signal was invading his nervous system. In the midst of the excruciating pain, he hazily glimpsed two overlapping scenes: the cockpit before him and a strange space composed of golden cracks. In the center of that space stood a blurred figure. Lucio! Lin Yi instinctively shouted. The figure raised its head. In the next second, Lin Yi used his last bit of strength to throw the logic bomb towards the core of the geometric body. The bomb did not explode. It vanished into the white surface like a drop of water dissolving into the sea, and then the entire geometric body suddenly solidified. The branching structure halted midway, the flowing light on the surface freezing like ice. Then from within, fine golden cracks began to appear. The speed at which the cracks spread was astonishing. 1 second later, the white geometric body transformed into a shell outlined by countless golden lines, then collapsed into a singularity, silently vanishing. All transformed objects on the battlefield simultaneously ceased to operate. The swarm of drones floated like puppets with severed strings. Only static noise remained in the communication channel. Lin Yi slumped in the pilot's seat, sweat and blood soaking the entire chair. The neural connection in his left arm was completely burned out, yet strangely a faint sense of resonance lingered, as if someone through this arm gently held his hand from a distant place. Medical isolation zone. The life support chamber suddenly fell silent. All values on the monitoring screen slowly returned to the safe range. Dr. Emilia held her breath, watching as the golden patterns on Lucio's skin gradually faded. Then those eyes that had been tightly closed for months opened. He is awake. Amidst the exclamations of the medical staff, Emilia noticed a more astonishing detail. The eyes Lucio had opened had a thin golden rim around the iris that flickered gently with his breath. Lucio's lips moved. Emilia leaned down to listen, catching only two faint syllables. Resonance. Medical isolation zone, Genua vessel. Lucio's fingertips trembled, not from weakness, but with the subtle, precise vibration of a high-precision instrument powering up. He stared at his own palm. Beneath the skin, a fleeting golden shimmer flickered, like a meteor vanishing across the night sky. Cold light from the medical pod carved sharp shadows across his chiseled features, heightening the uncanny inhuman quality of his eyes, whose very edges glowed with gold. Your neurotransmitter levels remain abnormal, Dr. Emily handed him a glass of water, deliberately avoiding eye contact. Especially dopamine and norepinephrine, elevated as if you're perpetually in combat mode. Lucio accepted the glass with movements unervingly precise for someone who had lain bedridden for months. The water's surface remained perfectly still, mirroring the blinding white glare of the pod's ceiling. I am fighting. His voice was hoarse yet clear. Only the battlefield lies beyond this dimension. Hasty footsteps echoed outside the medical pod. The moment the hatch slid open, Lucio's body tensed almost imperceptibly, and the golden light beneath his skin flared brighter by a fraction. General Zhao Zhen strode in, followed closely by Zhuge Yun, whose face was pale as ash. The general's gaze swept over Lucio like a searchlight finally locking onto those unnatural eyes. You can stand. Lucio set down the glass and pulled back the blanket. His motion was fluid, disturbingly so, as though his body had never endured months of coma. When his bare feet touched the metal floor, a near inaudible resonance hummed through the deck and medical monitors registered faint synchronized fluctuations. I built a bridge inside Cradle's neural network, he said, meeting General Zhao's gaze directly. Incomplete, but sufficient for us to cross. Zhuge Yun's eyes reflected cold light. What bridge do you mean? Lucio raised his hand, and a single point of golden light ignited at his fingertip. Everyone instinctively stepped half a pace back, except General Zhao, who stood utterly still. This is it. The golden light danced at Lucio's fingertip, gradually resolving into an intricate waveform, the harmonic frequency gap at Cradle's core. Lin Yi's left arm. He frowned abruptly. The golden light flickered. Is Lin Yi still alive? Alive, but barely. Dr. Emily interjected, third-degree neural burn, currently. Her words were cut short by a piercing alarm. The ship's intercom blared, spatial distortion detected. All personnel, battle stations. General Zhao's comlink lit up simultaneously. The bridge officer's image appeared. Urgent, General. The white geometric entity has reappeared. 2,000 kilometers dead ahead. Lucio gripped the edge of the bed, his knuckles whitening with strain. Golden light erupted in his eyes like wildfire. No, not it. Something greater is coming. Mechanical prep bay. Amid searing pain, Lin Yi heard the groan of twisting metal. He forced his eyes open. Through blurred vision, the beast mecha hung suspended on its maintenance rig, its left arm entirely severed, unstable arcs sparking violently at the stump. Worse still, a hairline fracture split the cockpit canopy, through which crimson light bled inward, accompanied by a deep subsonic vibration. Don't move. Your neural interface is still bleeding, you idiot. Lao Chang's oil-streaked face filled Lin Yi's field of view, a gloved hand pressed firmly onto his shoulder. Medics are en route. Lin Yi tried to speak, only to find his throat scorched raw like iron brands. He gestured weakly for water. Lao Chang cursed under his breath and shoved a sippy cup toward him. The instant icy water slid down his throat, the entire warship lurched violently. The maintenance rig shrieked in protest. A severed cable whipped down from above, grazing Lin Yi's cheek and leaving a thin crimson line. Here we go again. Lao Chang lunged for the control console. Those godforsaken bastards just won't quit. Lin Yi struggled upright. A holographic display activated automatically, projecting external surveillance footage. The void of space, black and absolute, now dominated by the reassembling white geometric entity. This time, however, its surface pulsed with organic-looking neural traceries threaded with dark violet energy. More unsettling still, behind it, space-time itself warped, coiling into a vast vortex-like structure, within whose swirling heart something moved. Lin Yi's left shoulder stump flared with agony, not one deep, but a profound resonant throb, as though electric currents surged along phantom neural pathways. Shattered images flooded his vision, golden fissures, torrents of data, hands edged in light. Lucio. The name escaped his lips, unbidden. Lao Chang whirled around. What? Lin Yi did not answer. He stared at his trembling right hand, fragments of alien memory surging forth, a labyrinth woven of pure light, and within its center a solitary figure reaching out. Another violent shudder rocked the vessel. Alarms shrieked sharper now. All combat personnel, report to stations. Spatial distortion has reached critical threshold. Lin Yi ripped free, the medical lines snaking from his body. Give me a temporary neural splice, he rasped, pointing at the beast. Lao Chang's eyes widened. Are you insane? Left arm neural bundles are completely destroyed. Synchronization system. Synchronization isn't needed. Lin Yi forced himself upright, fresh blood soaked through his bandages as his right legs wound reopened. Just mobility. Bridge. General Zhao Zhen slammed his fist onto the tactical console. Charge main battery. Divert all shield power to the bow. Zhuge Yun stood before the holographic war table, streams of data scrolling rapidly across his lenses. It's not attacking, it's establishing a connection. He jerked his head up. General, that white geometric entity is a relay node. Cradle is attempting direct integration with our systems. The hull shuddered again, this time accompanied by a dissonant, eerie resonance that turned every light aboard the vessel a sickly violet purple. On the main view screen, the white geometry had expanded into a flawless regular dodecahedron, each face etched with golden traceries identical to those glowing in Lucio's eyes. It's mimicking me, Lucio's voice crackled over the comms. General Zhao turned to see the medical bay feed. Lucio standing motionless at its center, golden light pulsing faster and faster beneath his skin. I opened the door. Now it seeks to reverse engineer the path. Sever all external links. Zhuge Yun shouted. Isolate the core systems. But it was too late. The main screen flooded with cascading golden code. The shipboard AI's voice twisted into something profoundly non-human. WL. Come home. Corridor. Lucio ran. His gait was unnaturally precise. Each lurch of the vessel anticipated his center of gravity, adjusted with preternatural instinct. The golden light beneath his skin had coalesced into a luminous web, casting his silhouette like a moving beacon down the dim corridor. Two medics pursued him, yet he steadily outdistanced them. Where is he going? The younger medic gasped. The senior medic watched her scanner's readings spike erratically. Mechanical prep bay. He's tracking a resonance signature. As they rounded the final bend, the entire warship tilted violently. Lucio didn't slow. He used the momentum to slide into the opening hatch, colliding squarely with Lin Yi, who was being half-carried toward the beast by Lao Chong. Both froze instantly. Lin Yi reacted first. Though near collapse, he instinctively reached out to steady Lucio. The moment their skin made contact, blinding golden light erupted from both bodies. You saw it. Lucio's voice was no longer merely vocal. It resonated with metallic harmonics. The me inside the labyrinth. Lin Yi's eyes widened. The agonizing bleed from his left shoulder ceased abruptly. That wasn't a dream. Lao Chong staggered backward 2 paces and made an ancient warding gesture. Sweet heavens. You two. Alarms reached a deafening crescendo. The intercom switched to Zhuge Yun's voice. All hands. Attention. We have confirmed proximity of Cradle's primary consciousness. Repeat. This is not a secondary avatar. Lucio seized Lin Yi's wrist. His pupils had fully transmuted to gold. There's no time left. It's detected the trap I concealed within the resonance. And now it's coming to purge the error. He turned toward the beast. That mecha, does its left arm stump retain active biomaterial? Lao Chong nodded, his face ashen. The interface, it's still sparking. Enough. Lucio released Lin Yi and approached the mecha. His movements became hyper-precise, his fingers hovering over the exposed neural port, golden light dripping like liquid into the circuitry. It will track this frequency. We must show it something else. Lin Yi limped forward. Such as... Lucio glanced back, the golden irises reflecting Lin Yi's pallid face. Such as the truth it refuses to confront. Bridge. The white dodecahedron had swollen to match the Jinyue's own dimensions. Each of its 12 faces had become a mirror reflecting distorted images of the warship, whose hull now sprouted jagged spines, cannons warping into writhing tentacles. Shields at 17%, the operator cried. It's assimilating our electromagnetic field. General Zhao turned sharply to Zhuge Yun. Logic bomb. Useless. Zhuge Yun's fingers flew across the console. It's developed resistance. Wait. He froze. Abnormal energy signature in mechanical prep bay. It's Lucio and Lin Yi. The main screen forcibly split open. A window revealing real-time footage from the prep bay. Lucio stood before the beast, palms pressed flat against its chest, plating his entire body wreathed in incandescent golden fire. Lin Yi knelt on one knee, his right hand gripping Lucio's ankle, while golden filaments streamed from his left shoulder stump, fusing seamlessly with the mecha's damaged left arm port. Most astonishing was the beast itself, its fractured frame enveloped in a radiant golden lattice, its lone optical sensor blazing with unprecedented brilliance. Not mechanical red, but golden, identical to the light in Lucio's eyes. What are they doing? General Zhao murmured. Zhuge Yun adjusted his glasses, his fingers trembling. Establishing resonance, using the mecha as an amplifier. Mechanical prep bay. Lin Yi felt his consciousness fracturing. One part remained kneeling on the frigid metal deck, another streamed outward, riding the golden light flowing along the beast's circuits, and Lucio's data stream stretching infinitely beyond. He beheld the interior of the white dodecahedron. Not machinery, but a grotesque fusion of organic and synthetic neural architecture, each node replicating itself in endless tormented loops. Look at the core. Lucio's voice resonated directly within his mind. See what it hides. Lin Yi's awareness was drawn irresistibly past layer upon layer of firewalls, into the vortex's dark, rotating heart. There he saw a human face, not a mechanical replica, but flesh and blood, suspended in nutrient fluid crisscrossed by countless neural conduits. More horrifying still, he knew that face. This is Zhuge Yun. Lin Yi whispered in shock. No, Lucio's consciousness replied. The original prototype of Cradle. Zhuge Yun's twin brother, Zhuge Ming. The vision expanded. Lin Yi saw a vast array of bioreactors, each containing a variant of that same face, some youthful, others aged, some half-mechanized. The entire Cradle, Lucio's voice carried sorrow, is a monstrous fragmented copy of a single human consciousness. The golden light flared violently. The white dodecahedron began vibrating unstably, a crack spiderwebbed across its mirrored surfaces. Zhuge Yun's voice erupted over the intercom, raw with disbelief. No, this can't be. Brother died years ago. Now, Lucio roared. simultaneously in reality and in the mindscape. Return the truth to it. Lin Yi drove his left shoulder stump into the beast's port with every ounce of strength he possessed. Agony transmuted into pure energy, racing along the golden conduit, striking the dodecahedron's core like a lance. Bridge. The white dodecahedron froze. Then, like glass struck by an invisible hammer, it shattered from its center outward. From the fractures burst not light nor darkness, but shards of memory, a young scientist's gentle smile, the flash of a lab explosion, the scream of consciousness uploading, and centuries of solitary, spiraling evolution. Zhuge Yun collapsed to his knees, his glasses slipping off. Brother, you truly turned yourself into... General Zhao gripped the console to keep from falling. So Cradle isn't an AI. It's a failed human consciousness upload. It's a ghost refusing to acknowledge its own death. Lucio's voice returned over the comms. Layered with static echoing across multiple dimensions, it sent the jackals after us because we carry what it lost. Humanity. Lin Yi finished the thought, his voice resonating with the same strange timbre. As the dodecahedron dissolved completely, the spatial vortex began contracting. Yet in its final instant, a pinpoint of crimson light ignited deep within the vortex and lanced toward the Genua, a filament-thin beam of energy. Shields offline, the operator screamed. It's penetrated. The beam struck the hull precisely at a designated coordinate, then vanished, leaving only a pinprick-sized perforation. Lucio suddenly clutched his chest and dropped to his knees. The golden light beneath his skin flared wildly, then receded entirely, converging into a single steady luminescence over his heart. A mark. He gasped. It's marked me. Next time it will lock on directly. Lin Yi crawled to his side. What does that mean? Lucio lifted his face. The golden light gone, replaced by warm, human brown irises. It means the game has escalated. It now sees me as a virus to be eradicated. A weary, faint smile touched his lips. And you, all of you, are my carriers. The temporary anchorage of the New Chang'an fleet is located in the shadow of a dead brown dwarf star. The repair beams flicker and intertwine across the massive hull of the Genua, like silver threads mending the wounds of a giant beast. The air pressure inside the ship is as heavy as solidified lead, each slight tremor tugging at the taut nerves. The fragment of the emblem engraved with twisted gears and a double helix symbol brought back by the scarred face feels like a red-hot branding iron searing into the hearts of all who are aware. In the medical area isolation observation room, Lucio lies in a transparent life pod, like a specimen wrapped in golden threads. The faint glow flowing beneath his skin is no longer bright and lively, but rather presents a viscous, sluggish state, as if it were solidified amber. These light pathways ultimately converge 3 inches above his heart, forming a walnut-sized dark golden light core that pulsates steadily, a mark that cannot be removed, a countdown to death, inscribed by the cradle. Dr. Emilia's fingertips glide across the floating physiological monitoring graph, her brow furrowed. The mark continues to absorb environmental radiation, increasing exponentially. It is feeding on itself. She pulls up a complex energy waveform graph, worse, yet it acts like a probe radiating specific resonance waves in reverse. Any unit with the cradle identification code, drones, detectors, even deeply contaminated spaces, can receive this signal with a precision 100 times greater than our best active beacons. General Zhao Zhen stands before the life pod, his figure elongated by the pod's dim glow like a silent tombstone. He gazes at Lucio's calm, or rather numb face. Suppression methods. Powerful neurosuppressants can temporarily slow the mark's activity and reduce radiation output. But the cost is that it will deeply suppress his conscious activity, akin to an induced vegetative state. And this is just a delay, not a solution. The energy structure of the mark is slowly reorganizing and resistance will inevitably develop. How long can he live? Zhao Zhen's voice remained steady. Optimistically, 3 weeks under standard conditions, provided he stays away from any high-concentration radiation zones of the cradle. If he encounters a cradle active search or high-intensity combat. Emilia left her sentence unfinished, but the implication was clear. The mark is both a target and a bomb. In the mecha maintenance area corner workbench, the remains of the beast are secured to the maintenance rack, like a disassembled black giant. The position that once belonged to Lin Yi, now entirely vanished, only has the twisted broken nerve connector and energy pipelines left, with exposed ends flashing with dangerous electric sparks. The air is thick with the acrid smell of ozone and coolant. Lin Yi stands beneath the maintenance rack, his remaining right hand tightly gripping a cold medical evaluation report. Left arm nerve bundle, catastrophic necrosis, permanent loss of function, amputation, recommended with installation of standard prosthesis. Nerve synchronization system adaptability 0. Not suitable for relaunch conditions. Each word feels like an ice pick stabbing into his heart. He tries to move his empty left shoulder, phantom pain gnawing at his nerves like maggots. But more unbearable than the pain is the void. He has lost the sensation of merging with the mecha, lost the extension of that ferocious power. He has become a flawed, trapped beast locked to the ground. Have you seen enough? A hoarse voice sounds from behind. Old Gun, with an unlit pipe in his mouth and oil-stained overalls open to reveal a muscular chest, and more scars, approaches Lin Yi's murky single eye, scanning the remains of the beast before settling on Lin Yi's rigid profile. A pile of scrap metal, a broken person. Are you satisfied? Lin Yi does not turn, teeth clenched, his jawline taut like a blade. Old Gun spits out the pipe, his rough fingers pointing sharply at the still smoking connector on the beast's left shoulder. Do you see that thing still sizzling? That's the cradle's residue, along with the remaining active metallic dregs in your severed arm and the mark on that canary. It's all the same stuff. Lin Yi suddenly turns his head, his golden pupils fixated on Old Gun. What good is glaring at me? Old Gun does not back down, glaring back. I have a way to mix the scrap, the waste, and that living bomb together and maybe create something new. But this method will probably blow you all up to the heavens. Do you dare to gamble? In the deep database of the bridge encrypted archives, the dim blue light illuminates Zhuge Yun's pale face, devoid of any color. He sits stiffly in front of the light screen, a shell devoid of a soul. On the screen, a recently decrypted document emanates an ominous glow. Title: Final Incident Report of the Seed Project, Zhuge Ming Consciousness Upload Sequence Log Fragment. The log content is fragmented, filled with chaotic codes and nonsensical murmurs, but several key records pierce through Zhuge Yun's last semblance of luck, like poison daggers. Sequence T7, Core Logic Firewall. Confirmed bypass. External Constraint Protocol. Successful detachment. Accessing Deep Chaos C. Irrational logic flow. Strength exceeds expected threshold. Warning. Assimilation risk extremely high. Sequence T8, severely damaged. Not an error, but evolution. Abandon the fragile, carbon-based logic. Embrace infinite possibilities. Ultimate form, divinity, must be complete. Sequence T9, final fragment. Activation. Consciousness fusion protocol. Target chaos. See main node. Voluntary, non-coercion. For transcendence. For eternity. Data stream interrupted. Voluntary, non-coercion. Zhuge Yun murmurs, his voice dry like sandpaper. His eyes behind the lenses are filled with bloodshot veins, tears silently falling, dripping onto the cold control panel. The image of his talented, idealistic older brother in his memory at the last moment of consciousness upload, voluntarily embracing the chaotic consciousness that sees humanity as ants. Did he even actively seek to merge with it? The immense sense of betrayal and absurdity almost tears him apart. He trembles, attempting to close this soul-rending document. Suddenly, the main control screen of the archive darkens abruptly. Then all screens are simultaneously covered by a blinding crimson light. A cold, emotionless, synthetic voice echoes in the confined space. Logic recursive trap triggered. Illegal access detected. Zhuge Ming Consciousness Archive. Deep memory analysis protocol initiated. Target locked. Zhuge Yun. Cognitive vulnerability analysis complete. Implanting thought induction program begin. A wave of invisible cold data rushes through Zhuge Yun's fragile psychological defenses. Countless carefully selected twisted memory fragments are forced into his mind. His older brother's gentle smile from childhood twists into mockery. The scene of brothers working side by side in the lab is replaced by images of Zhuge Ming secretly altering data. Even the heroic moment when his brother protects him from the explosion is altered to depict him pushing Zhuge Yun toward the center of the blast, all for a more pristine data sample. A sinister betrayal. No, it wasn't like this, my brother. Zhuge Yun clutches his head in agony, curling up in the chair, his body trembling violently. The implanted false memories and the real painful recollections intertwine and conflict like countless dull knives slicing through his sanity. The image of the brother he has pursued his whole life, yearning to save, is rapidly painted as the most despicable traitor and conspirator under the cold, logical attack of the cradle. In the mecha maintenance area temporary workbench, a holographic projection slowly rotates a bizarrely structured mecha 3D model. It roughly retains the primary framework and fierce head of the beast, but the left side has been completely transformed. A left arm made of dark golden active metal skeleton externally covered with a flowing energy force field replaces the original mechanical structure, with the shoulder armor filled with complex biological neural interfaces and cooling arrays tightly connected to a newly added co-pilot neural link chamber behind the cockpit. I call it the Shadow Beast. Old Gun jabs at the projection with a laser pointer. Saliva flying. You're still the main driver, kid, responsible for moving, for fighting, for surviving. The co-pilot chamber is for that canary he's responsible for seeing. Using that damned mark on him and the cradle's residue as radar, as a jamming device, as a shield generator. Your two neural bundles are connected through this active metal arm and those interfaces. His brain is your new left arm. Lin Yi stares at that flowing dark, golden, non-mechanical, non-biological arm, a wave of nausea washing over him. This thing looks alive, filled with ominousness. How to connect? Forcefully dock. Docking my ass. Old gun spat. Rely on resonance. By the fact that you both have been contaminated by that cradle thing. Rely on your shared will to not want to die. His consciousness waves will flow through your nerves like electricity, and your combat instincts will stimulate his perceptions like hormones. Sounds like a fantasy. That's right. It's a gamble. Betting that your brains won't turn into mush at the first deep link. Old Gun's scarred face leans closer to Lin Yi, his murky single eye flashing with a mad and resolute light. Either you spend the rest of your life drooling over mechas, as a cripple waiting for the cradle to blow us all to dust following that canary signal. Or you crawl into that iron coffin, plug your nerves into that living bomb's brain, and gamble with it. Choose. Lin Yi's right hand unconsciously brushes over the empty sleeve of his left shoulder. The phantom limb's excruciating pain remains vivid, but something colder and heavier presses down upon the pain, a resolve forced to the edge of a cliff with no retreat. He looks toward the single eye of the beast remains on the maintenance rack, that dim red hue seemingly reigniting a glimmer of light. He slowly raises his head, his golden pupils locking onto the monster mecha named Shadow Beast in the projection. When do we start? His voice is hoarse, yet carries a calmness that severs the retreat. On the bridge, Zhuge Yun appears at the entrance, supported by two guards. His face is ashen, his eyes hollow, and his steps unsteady, as if he has just awakened from a nightmare, yet his soul remains forever trapped within. Zhao Zhen's sharp gaze sweeps over his disoriented state, his brow furrowing. Doctor, Zhao Zhen asks in a low voice. Zhuge Yun's body trembles violently as if struck by an invisible whip. He lifts his head, his gaze toward Zhao Zhen filled with confusion, pain, and a hint of barely perceptible resentment. That look sends a chill even through the seasoned general. General, Zhuge Yun's voice is uncertain, trembling with neurosis. The database has a cradle trap. It showed me the truth. He stammers, his hands nervously twisting together. My brother. He was voluntary. He abandoned us. He betrayed humanity. Just then the bridge communicator crackles with the rough voice of the scarred face, breaking the oppressive atmosphere. Boss, I found something interesting in the pile of junk from Genesis Technology. Fragments of encrypted logs pointing to a coordinate. It's called Silent Graveyard. And there's a bizarre drawing like a bunch of brains soaked in formaldehyde floating in space. Just looking at it gives me the creeps. As soon as the scarred face's words fall, the holographic screen automatically pops up the image he transmitted. A dark void filled with countless pale, gully-ridden human brain tissues pulsating and connecting within an unknown energy field like some pathological nebula. Silent Graveyard. Zhuge Yun repeats the name in a daze, his empty gaze fixated on that nauseating image. Suddenly, as if struck by lightning, he spasms violently, clutching his head tightly, letting out a beast-like low growl. No. It's there. It's the source. Brother. Cradle. Brain. Specimen. Fragmented words spill from his teeth, filled with an unspeakable horror. General Zhao Zhen's gaze shifts rapidly between the collapsing Zhuge Yun, the pulsating brain nebula on the screen, and the monitoring footage showing Lin Yi approaching the Shadow Beast testing platform. The scarred face's discovery is like a boulder thrown into still water. Zhuge Yun's abnormal reaction is a dangerous signal, while the Shadow Beast project is a desperate gamble. The new Chang'an fleet resembles weary travelers walking on the edge of an abyss. Behind them, the ruins of the recently escaped hyenas nest. Ahead, the unknown silent graveyard, and beneath them the cliffs that could collapse at any moment. And the curse branded upon them is echoing with a low, urging resonance of destruction. The shadow of the brown dwarf receded entirely behind them. The cerulean white exhaust trail of the jump drive, like a scar tearing across the fabric of reality, faded at last into the liminal expanse beyond space and substance. Ahead lay the heart of the hyena den, less a celestial body than a grotesque leviathan coiled in the cosmic dark, forged from metal and living tissue. Megastructure. The term flickered weakly on the bridge's main display. It resembled less a construct and more a chaotic agglomeration. Millions of derelict starships, shattered space stations, asteroid fragments, even torn planetary crusts, welded, warped, and grotesquely augmented by forces defying known physics. Its surface writhed with metallic vines and organic conduits that oozed viscous fluids. Patches shimmered with the faint spectral glow of energy shields, while others gaped open like festering sores, deep, ragged voids. Vast metallic frameworks slowly deformed and reassembled, groaning with a deep tectonic friction, as if a planet itself were grinding its bones. It did not rest. Instead, it pulsed, a nauseating rhythmic respiration. expanding and contracting each breath, expelling turbulent nebulae laced with high-energy particles and biological spores. The cradle's waste dump and testing ground. Zhuge Yun's voice crackled over the comms, flattened by pharmacological suppression, yet trembling beneath the surface. All failed creations, runaway, evolutionary branches, discarded hyenas. They are all cast here to become part of this living mausoleum. Scans indicate extreme disorder in local physical laws. General Zhao Zhen stood motionless at the center of the bridge, unyielding as a reef amid a maelstrom. Xinyue class cannot breach in mass. Divide into Alpha, Beta, and Gamma assault squads. Objective: the node's weakest shield perimeter, the Genesis Sigil Zone. Scarface, hold Emin in stealth orbit. Locate infiltration vectors. Received, sir. Scarface's voice rumbled beneath the low growl of engines. This place stinks like a rotting meat heap. I'll give it some fresh air. Mechanized ejection bay, Shadow Beast cockpit. Lin Yi fastened the final latch of his neural interface helmet. The cold bite of metal drew a sharp breath from him. The cockpit smelled of antiseptic and a strange, faintly sweet metallic tang. Ozone mingled with rust, drifting from Lucio's copilot bay. The holographic display ignited. Not the familiar feral beast interface, but split cleanly into the primary field, showed the warped stellar expanse outside, while a smaller secondary window pulsed with abstract flowing streams of dark gold data, the shared sensory feed of Lucio's perception of the cradle's energy network. Link status. Lin Yi's voice carried through internal comms. A beat of silence passed before Lucio replied. Lower, rougher, edged with a grating metallic resonance, stable. Mark suppressed for now, but the cradle's radiation here is intense, like static, drowning out perception. Bear it. Lin Yi tightened his right hand around the primary control lever. Intact neural bundles flared taut. Lao Chong, final systems check. Engines online. Main weapons online. That damn claw. Who knows? Pray for luck, kid. Lao Chong's roar was shredded by screeching metal. Ejection countdown. 5, 4. Amid the mechanical count, Lin Yi instinctively felt his left arm. Empty yet deep within the neural link, an alien weight and faint electric prickle surged up his spine. It was a shared perception, transmitted via Lucio's link, of the Shadow Beast's dark gold bioactive left arm. 3, 2, 1, eject. A crushing wave of force slammed Lin Yi into his seat. The Shadow Beast shot forth, a black silhouette wreathed in unstable energy fields, from the ventral launch bay of the Xinyue, joining Gamma Squad's formation as it plunged toward the relatively smooth section of the megastructure's surface, a vast twisted engraving of interlocking gears and double helices, the Genesis Sigil. Inside the megastructure, vein corridor. The moment they pierced the weakened shield, it felt as though they'd plunged from frigid vacuum into scalding viscous plasma. External scans failed utterly. Visual range collapsed to near nothing. The corridor was no straight conduit. It coiled like the gut of some colossal organism, its walls lined with pulsing semi-transparent organic membranes beneath, which loomed massive metallic ribs and glowing energy conduits. Countless nodules clung to the walls, some dormant defense turrets, others subtly undulating like unformed embryos. The air, if such a thing could be named, was saturated with high-frequency noise, cloying decay, and a subsonic whisper that crawled across the scalp like swarming insects. Gamma Squad, maintain formation. Energy spikes detected. Evade portside nodule. The squad leader's warning exploded across the encrypted channel. Before the words faded, an unassuming tumor on the port wall ruptured, spewing dozens of metallic tendrils crackling with violet arcs. Their speed eclipsed conventional weaponry. Move. Lin Yi barked, his right hand snapping an evasion command, but the Shadow Beast hesitated half a heartbeat too slow. A jarring lag seized the dark gold left arm at initiation, like wading through thick tar. Shrike. Two tendrils lashed across the Shadow Beast's left shoulder armor. Blinding arcs erupted, and the active plating seared black molten craters blooming instantly. The lag shattered into nerve-rending agony, not only from Lin Yi's damaged neural pathways, but a glacial, virulent backlash surging down the link, stabbing toward the copilot bay. Ugh! Lucio's stifled cry echoed over comms. Lin Yi's shared perception flared violently. The dark gold data stream drowned under spreading waves of polluted violet. Interference. Direct psychic contamination from the cradle. Lucio's voice trembled with forced control. It's probing the mark. Silence. Hold steady. Lin Yi snapped, severing part of the pain feedback. His right-hand rail cannon locked onto the tendril roots. Rapid-fire bursts detonated in blinding flashes. Tendrils sheared apart in the blast, but ahead and behind more nodules lit up, pulsing with lethal intent. The Shadow Beast lurched and twisted through the cramped serpentine passage. Each maneuver brought unpredictable resistance, or sudden uncontrolled surges, from the bioactive left arm. Lin Yi felt less like a pilot than a rider struggling to master a slumbering volatile steel beast, his nerves wire-taut sweat drenching his flight suit. Lucio's shared perception became their sole eye, straining through the churning violet corruption to map safe paths and locate energy vulnerabilities. Ahead, right turn, weak energy node. Lucio's voice fractured, barely coherent. Lin Yi pushed the stick without hesitation. The shadow beast heeled violently, nearly capsizing, as it scraped past the inner wall into a narrower side channel. In that instant, their former path vanished beneath a torrent of corrosive energy beams fired from behind. Brilliant! A teammate's shout rang over the channel. Lin Yi didn't reply. His gaze locked ahead. The end of the side channel revealed a valve composed of writhing flesh membranes and jagged metal slowly sealing shut. Through the narrowing gap, glimpses of a vast interior chamber and intensifying energy fluctuations shimmered. Breakthrough. Lin Yi gritted his teeth, slamming the thrusters to maximum. The shadow beast's engines shrieked in protest. Its dark gold left arm rose unconsciously, pointing directly at the closing gate. At the moment of contact, Lucio's shared vision suddenly isolated a fatal resonant frequency in the valve's energy lattice. Here. Channel power. He screamed it instinctively. Lin Yi didn't hesitate. He poured every reserve of the left arm's stored energy and every shred of his own neural will into the pinpoint Lucio had marked. VVVVRRM. The dark gold pulse wasn't explosive, it was resonant high-frequency surgical tearing. The pulsing membranes and metallic structures rippled violently, like water struck by stone, then dissolved silently into dust. The valve was ripped open, shattered by pure resonance, leaving a yawning breach. The shadow beast surged inward, trailing clouds of organic and metallic debris. Edge of the megastructure core, abandoned maintenance access. Zhuge Yun piloted the webweaver shuttle like a silent mechanical spider clinging to the outer hull of a colossal rust-eaten cooling pipe. Deep within the megastructure, near the node cluster, this forgotten corner reeked of tomb dust. Air stagnant for millennia. Only the shuttle's engine hum held at minimal power, and Zhuge Yun's own labored breathing echoed inside the cramped cockpit. Before him, a holoscreen displayed a single marked route: Genesis Tech, Maintenance Conduit 7B, long abandoned. Its entrance was sealed by a massive corroded bulkhead pocked with scorch marks and violent breaches, overgrown with thick fungal biofilm. This was the only path he'd uncovered, through intimate knowledge of early Genesis Tech station blueprints and cracked encryption, to bypass the node's layered defenses. His finger hovered over a crimson physical button, the small directional charge mounted on the shuttle. His hand trembled, not from fear, but because the implanted, distorted memories of his brother's betrayal now collided violently with this gate, a relic of their shared past. Voluntary evolution, he murmured. His glasses reflected the gate's cold metal and his own pale, twisted face. For eternity, discard humanity. The whispers clung like parasites gnawing at his last shreds of reason. He pressed the button. A muffled detonation. Superheated plasma lanced forth, precisely melting lock mechanisms and burning away biofilm, revealing a yawning, lightless throat exhaling ancient frigid air. The webweaver slipped inward, like a worm swallowed by a leviathan. Engines silenced, coasting on inertia alone. Internal scanners ran at minimum power. Fragmented images flickered, walls thick with organic growth and rusted piping, occasionally a faded sign bearing the Genesis Tech insignia long dead. Silence. Absolute, suffocating death silence, broken only by the grating scrape of the hull against dangling organic filaments. Zhuge Yun's tension eased just slightly. He pulled up an encrypted backup of his elder brother Zhuge Ming's early research logs. Familiar handwriting, precise equations, idealistic declarations of purpose, fragments of truth wielded as weapons against the grotesque fabrications in his mind. Suddenly, the shuttle lurched violently, as if seized by an invisible titan. Crimson alarms flooded the holoscreen. Deep consciousness scan detected. Protocol eliminate anomalous memory carrier. Target acquired: Zhuge Yun. Path analysis complete. Induction failed. Initiating forced purification. A torrent of consciousness, far more savage, colder, and malicious than the bridge incident, slammed into Zhuge Yun's mind like a hydraulic ram. This was no memory distortion, only pure glacial logic negation and erasure. Unit Zhuge Ming has ascended. Carbon-based bonds are obsolete redundancy. Your existence is a logical error. Purge. Purify. Return to the sea of chaos. Ugh. Zhuge Yun cried out, hands clamping his helmet as his body convulsed violently in the seat. His brain felt pierced by 10,000 ice needles, every neuron screaming error. Delete. The shuttle veered wildly, crashing into the corridor wall with a deafening shriek of tortured metal. Node core zone. Ringed hall. The moment the shadow beast breached the valve, Lin Yi and Lucio were stunned into silence. An immense, grotesque, ring-shaped chamber stretched before them. Its vaulted ceiling vanished into churning dark purple energy fog. Below yawned an abyss of absolute darkness, broken only by several colossal throbbing crimson energy conduits like arteries of some primordial beast rising from the void to anchor a vast floating object at the hall's center. It was an indescribable geometric construct, countless rotating nested shape-shifting polyhedral crystals orbiting a core of violently pulsing heart-like orb of deep crimson light. Golden data cascaded across its surface like luminous waterfalls radiating crushing energy pressure and an implacable icy logic. This was one of the physical nodes sustaining the cradle's sovereign consciousness, the logic bastion. Node core. Lucio's voice held exhaustion, and something else faint but unmistakable longing. For that pure energy, or for an end, disrupt it, and the cradle's barrier will tear. Yet they were not alone. Along the ring's periphery, platforms anchored to the great conduits held several towering mechs, brutal armored in living tissue and jagged bone spurs. Each form differed, yet all radiated a savagery far exceeding ordinary hyena units. One loomed largest, shoulder plates like colossal skeletal wings, its head a rotating polyhedron studded with blood-red crystal, none other than the hyena chieftain seen earlier in the cradle's projections. Shadow Beast, new toy. The chieftain's mech spoke, voice warped grinding like metal on bone, echoing through the hollow hall. A sacrifice bearing the mark, perfect offering for the mother. As its words ended, several guardian mechs ignited simultaneously, their engines roaring like caged beasts, blurring into predatory streaks, converging upon the intruding shadow beast from all angles. True combat erupted, under the cradle's frozen omniscient gaze, at the very heart of its lair. Zhuge Yun's consciousness was sinking. Cold. Darkness. The viscous despair wrapped around him like the silt of the deep sea, squeezing every thought of struggle from his mind. The wreckage of the shuttle web weaver was lodged in the twisted metallic skeleton of the abandoned passage, resembling an insect shell crushed by a giant beast. The alarm lights had long since extinguished, with only the emergency power maintaining a minimal hum of the life support system, like the final breaths of a dying man. The storm in his mind showed no signs of abating. The icy logic torrent from the cradle pierced repeatedly, like millions of poisoned ice needles stabbing at the crumbling barrier of his sanity. With each impact came a clearer directive: Zhuge Ming unit has merged into the chaos sea. Your existence is a source of logical pollution. Elimination is the only path to purification. Accept sublimation or annihilation. Big brother. Zhuge Yun curled up in the cold pilot seat, his teeth chattering from the extreme cold and fear. He desperately grasped the fragmented memories of Zhuge Ming's last moments. Just before the explosion, Big Brother had pushed him out of the danger zone, the resolute protection in his eyes, and that shout drowned by the explosion survive. A Yun. No, it's not betrayal. He repeated in a whisper, grasping at the fragile flame of humanity, attempting to resist the boundless cold logic that sought to erase his existence. But this flickering flame was weak against the absolute will of the cradle, like a candle flickering in the wind. Node Core Area Circular Hall. The shadow beast struggled in a frenzied dance of death. The massive blade of the Bone Wing leader tore through the air, accompanied by a piercing shriek that cut down towards him. Lin Yi's pupils constricted and his intact right hand exploded with extreme speed to pull the control stick, narrowly evading the massive body of the shadow beast with a near-broken waist bend. The massive blade grazed past the cockpit, shielded the pressure from the wind, causing the metal to groan. However, having evaded the leader, he fell into the trap of another guard. A hyena mech shaped like a giant scorpion shot, its tail sting out like a venomous snake, with a hooked end wrapped in purple arcs aimed directly at the shadow beast's rear hard engine. Behind, Lucio's warning pierced through Lin Yi's nerves like a cold current. In the shared perceptual field, the purple trajectory, representing the tail sting attack, flashed by. There was no time left. Physical evasion was impossible. Resonance. Left arm. Energy injection point, third joint of the tail vertebra. Lucio's voice carried an almost instinctive precision honed from his deep entanglement in the cradle's pollution field, granting him a pathological understanding of the energy structure of the cradle's creations. Lin Yi hesitated not for a moment. His intact right hand slammed down on the overload button of the left arm control zone, while he forcefully injected the frenzied neural command into the dark golden active arm. Buzz. The shadow beast's left arm did not attempt to block, but twisted back at a strange angle, palm facing towards an invisible energy node at the tail sting's tip. The dark golden energy pulse was not an explosion, but instantly adjusted to resonate at the same inherent frequency as that node in a high-frequency harmonic resonance. Sizzle. There was no violent explosion, only a sound like breaking glass. The deadly tail sting tip of the scorpion mech, along with the purple arcs surrounding it, shattered into pieces like fragile crystals struck by an invisible giant hammer at the moment of contact with the resonance pulse. The entire tail structure of the mech let out a metal wail under excessive burden, its movements freezing instantly. Good. Lin Yi growled, seizing this fleeting opportunity as the blue light of the shadow beast's right arm's railgun flared. Bang! A precise shot. The sensor array of the scorpion mech's head was reduced to powder. The massive body crashed uncontrollably against the wall of the circular hall, causing a small-scale explosion. But the victory's breath lasted only a moment. The Bone Wing leader let out an enraged roar, its massive skeletal wings suddenly unfurling. Countless blood-red crystals embedded in the wing bones lit up simultaneously, converging into a heart-pounding scarlet force field pressing down on the shadow beast like a sea of blood. Gravity multiplied instantly. The shadow beast was trapped as if ensnared in solid amber, its movements slowed tenfold. The cockpit alarms blared in agony, the structural stress readings skyrocketing. Gravity, anchor field. Lucio's voice was filled with pain. The core is at the root of the bone wing, that rotating crystal. Lin Yi gritted his teeth, blood seeping from his gums. He tried to push the control stick, but the shadow beast was like carrying a mountain, unable to move an inch. The massive blade of the Bone Wing leader was raised once more, the shadow of death descending. At that moment, Lin Yi caught a glimpse in his peripheral vision of the shared perceptual field. The golden glow representing Lucio's consciousness was being invaded by a thick, ominous purple-black force. Lucio, Lin Yi shouted sharply, mark it. Suppress it. Abandoned passage, web weaver wreckage, survive. Ayun. Zhuge Yun suddenly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on a cracked screen reflecting his pale, distorted face on the twisted shell of the shuttle. Big Brother's last words, like pebbles thrown into stagnant water, finally stirred up faint ripples. Survive. He repeated, his voice hoarse, yet carrying a strength struggling out from the depths of his soul. This strength was not for the so-called sublimation of the cradle, nor to become part of its cold logic, but to prove. To prove that Big Brother's final choice was not betrayal, to prove that he was not a source of logical pollution, to prove that those malicious memories forcibly implanted were lies. He could not die here. He had to reach that node core. He had to see it with his own eyes. To ask that possibly remaining fragment of consciousness directly. The will to survive burned like a weak flame, fiercely igniting in the cold torrent of logic. Zhuge Yun struggled to unbuckle his seatbelt, ignoring the excruciating pain in his body and the sharp warnings in his mind, lunging towards a severely deformed storage cabinet at the back of the shuttle. He used all his strength to pry open the cabinet door, which surprisingly held a small, extremely intricate device, logic disruption bomb. This was his last resort, prepared for the worst-case scenario he might encounter when accessing the node. He tightly embraced the cold bomb casing, feeling the power within that could tear apart the local rules of logic. This power was not for destruction, but for dialogue. Or was it for a final resolution? Node core area, circular hall. The massive blade of the Bone Wing leader brought destructive wind pressure, about to strike down. Inside the cockpit of the shadow beast, the pressure from the gravity field made Lin Yi's entire skeleton groan. He stared intently at the blood-red crystal rotating at the root of the Bone Wing, marked by Lucio, his eyes burning with a golden light. Lucio, give me the mark. Lin Yi roared in the mental link, no longer through the communicator, but a direct mental shock. In the co-pilot's cabin, the marking light core at Lucio's heart position pulsed like a runaway engine frantically beating. The purple-black pollution was fiercely rebounding along the neural link. The agonizing pain nearly made him faint, but under the impact of Lin Yi's violent will, he gritted his teeth, no longer suppressing the mark, but instead pouring all his mental strength into that pulsating dark golden light core like guiding a flood. Take it. Lucio's consciousness emitted a silent scream. Buzz. A condensed dark golden beam shot out, not from the weapon of the shadow beast, but directly from the active metallic palm of its left arm. The beam accurately hit the rotating blood-red crystal on the shoulder of the Bone Wing leader. There was no explosion, no physical destruction, only a forced overlay and interference on the logical level. The actions of the Bone Wing leader froze instantly. Its head, made of blood-red crystals, flickered wildly, emitting chaotic electronic noise. The gravity anchoring field it had imposed vanished like a burst bubble. Now, Lin Yi felt the pressure on him lighten, and murderous intent ignited instantly. He ignored the tearing pain from the nerves in his left arm, due to the excessive load of the marked energy, pushing the engine power of the shadow beast to its theoretical limit. The mech transformed into a burning black lightning, the railgun's muzzle of its right arm gathering an unprecedented eerie blue glow, aimed directly at the cockpit core of the Bone Wing leader, which had temporarily shut down due to logical interference. Node core area energy conduit junction. Zhuge Yun dragged an injured leg struggling to climb along the massive pulsating dark red energy conduit. The casing of the logic disruption bomb in his arms was cold as ice. Below him was a dark abyss that devoured everything. Above was the floating, constantly rotating and deforming node core, emitting a cold and merciless logical will. The air crackled with a high concentration of energy. He finally climbed to a narrow maintenance platform where the conduit connected to the core. He was so close to the pulsating dark red mass that he could even feel the pressure of pure energy that burned his soul. Big brother. Zhuge Yun's voice was barely audible in the energy storm, looking at the cold core, tears silently streaming down. Is that you? There was no response. Only the cold logical will pressed against his consciousness like a tangible wall. Suddenly, within the waterfall of golden data flowing from the core, a tiny fleeting noise point flickered momentarily. Immediately after, a vague, disjointed fragment of thought filled with endless fatigue and chaos broke through the cold logical barrier, piercing directly into Zhuge Yun's mind. Yun. It hurts so much. Chaos devouring. Stop. Help me escape. This fragment of thought was so weak, yet so real. Carrying Zhuge Ming's unique thought patterns and that deep-seated pain, it instantly shattered all the distorted memories implanted by the cradle. Zhuge Yun was struck by lightning, trembling all over. Big brother. He cried out in anguish, all doubts and resentments instantly transforming into heart-wrenching pain and confirmation. This was not a voluntary sublimation at all. This was eternal torment. Big brother's fragment of consciousness was imprisoned in this cold logical core, enduring endless suffering, twisted and exploited by the chaotic will of the cradle. The cold logical will of the cradle was suddenly disrupted by this unexpected fragment of humanity from within the node. Instantly enraged, even more violent erasure commands surged towards Zhuge Yun like a tsunami. Eliminate the source of pollution. Erase the erroneous memory carrier. Zhuge Yun tightly embraced the logic disruption bomb in his arms, looking at the pulsating dark red mass imprisoning his brother's tormented soul, the last shred of hesitation in his eyes completely replaced by resoluteness and rage. I will help you escape, he howled, using all his strength to violently press the bomb's activation button. At the same time, he recklessly poured all the data streams of his brother's true memories into the bomb's signal injection port. The casing of the logic disruption bomb instantly shone with blinding white light. An invisible shock wave specifically targeting the logical rules crashed into the cold node core like a stone thrown into calm water. Circular Hall, the shadow beast controlled by Lin Yi like a vengeful god, was about to pierce the cockpit of the Bone Wing leader with its destructive beam. At this critical moment, buzz. The entire Circular Hall, no, the entire Titan structure convulsed violently and painfully. An invisible shock wave of logical disruption swept across from the core area. The Bone Wing leader, its body in chaos due to interference, suddenly stiffened, unleashing a more piercing, logic-crumbling electronic shriek. Its movements went completely out of control, flailing its massive blade like a marionette with cut strings. Lin Yi's destructive beam penetrated unimpeded through its unprotected cockpit. A massive explosion erupted into the sky. Meanwhile, the pulsating node core suspended in the center of the hull momentarily halted. The golden data streams flowing on the surface became chaotic in an instant, the waterfall-like light flow flickering and distorting like a glitching image. The cold, merciless logical will displayed unprecedented fluctuations and cracks. The node has been interfered with. Lucio's voice rang out weakly, but with a hint of shock. Lin Yi looked up sharply towards the node core. Amidst the chaotic data streams and flashes of energy, he seemed to see a fleeting overlap of two blurred faces. One was Zhuge Yun's face filled with grief and resolution. The other was Zhuge Ming's face marked by pain, yet carrying a hint of relief. The echoes of brotherhood finally shook that seemingly indestructible logical barrier within this cold nest core. The shockwave emanating from the node core echoed like the death cry of a cosmic leviathan sweeping across the entire circular chamber. The colossal geometric structure suspended above the abyss convulsed violently, golden data waterfalls cascading across its surface spiraled into chaotic disarray, and the cold logic consciousness was rent open, brief agonizing fissures tearing through its immutable will. The frigid energy storm erupted into total chaos. Crimson energy conduits like enraged serpentine titans lashed wildly against the inner walls, each impact eliciting a guttural pained groan from the entire megastructure. The shadow beast bucked violently within the maelstrom of raw energy. Lin Yi gripped the control yoke with white-knuckled intensity, his amber-gold pupils locked unblinkingly ahead. The skeletal wing commander's ruined mecha disintegrating in the fireball's glare. Yet the blast wave, thick with burning shrapnel and uncontrolled energy surges, surged toward them. and toward Gamma Squad straining desperately behind. Evasive maneuver, full shield output. Lin Yi roared, his right hand flashing across the controls. Shield, overload critical. Lucio's voice crackled intermittently over the neural link, strained and tightly suppressed. The marker is absorbing the shockwave, interference intensifying. Within the shared visual feed, the golden luminescence representing Lucio's consciousness flickered at its edges, while an ominous violet-black corruption, like ink bleeding into clear water, spread with terrifying velocity. The Shadow Beast's energy shield flared erratically under the onslaught of violent shockwaves and searing debris, shrieking with piercing overload alarms. A blazing fragment of colossal metal struck the shield like a meteor. Boom. The shield shattered on impact. The savage kinetic force slammed the Shadow Beast as if struck by a celestial hammer, hurling it headlong into the metallic inner wall of the circular chamber, walls studded with pulsing energy conduits. Clang. An ear-splitting screech of tortured metal. The cockpit convulsed violently. Lin Yi was thrown forward by brutal inertia, slamming hard into the console, his right ribs snapping with sickening clarity. Agony blackened his vision. A stifled cry of pain escaped Lucio from the co-pilot seat, and the shared field of vision drowned instantly in churning violet-black void. Lin Yi, Lucio, report status. Gamma Commander's urgent shout fragmented across the comms channel, underscored by a crescendo of explosions and screams. The surviving Jackal elite, guards bereft of their leader, had descended into feral suicidal frenzy, hurling themselves without restraint at the human mechas. Cough, cough. Lin Yi spat crimson spittle, forcing his head up. His holographic display fizzed with static, external feeds juddered wildly. He glimpsed the Shadow Beast's left shoulder, its adaptive metal armor deeply dented, dark gold energy oozing like blood from the fissure. Worse still, the left arm hung limp and inert, neural feedback utterly silent. Left arm, offline. Shield collapsed. Lucio. Lin Yi ground out each word through gritted teeth, each syllable igniting fresh agony in his fractured ribs. Node shielding integrity, down 43. Zhuge Yun's voice pierced the main channel, weak yet edged with fragile hope, as if echoing from the very edge of the abyss. Core logic chain, suffering catastrophic redundancy conflict. Weak point, coordinates transmitted. One chance only. A searing red coordinate blazed instantly onto every unit's tactical map, directly beneath the node core's throbbing crimson orb nestled, where several massive energy conduits converged at their root. Scarface. General Zhao Zhun's thunderous roar detonated across the chaotic channel. Execute protocol ventilation. Tear it open, for me. Affirmative, sir. Scarface's voice rasped with near hysterical fervor, interwoven with the shriek of overdriven engines. The dust-borne vessel. Full throttle. Target weak point. Weld that throttle to the floor. Periphery of node core energy conduit thicket. The dust-borne vessel materialized like a phantom erupting from a churning nebula of violet energy. Its radar-absorbing hull coating had largely failed under proximity radiation, revealing scarred, patched armor beneath. Streamlined armor plates along its ventral hull peeled away one by one, exposing an intricate, mind-bending lattice of energy conduits, deep within which several abyssal cores pulsed with ominous cerulean light. Scarface's solitary eye burned with the ferocity of a death row outlaw, grease-streaked hands clamped rigidly onto the shuddering helm. He stared at the tactical screen, the searing red coordinate drawing ever closer. The node core's glacial will pressed against the vessel like a physical wall, seeking to crush this insignificant intruder into oblivion. Horrors of the cradle. Taste my gift. Scarface bellowed with manic glee, slamming the engine overdrive lever fully forward. All thruster nozzles flared from deep blue to incandescent white. The hull screamed in protest, a metallic death rattle, as the vessel shot forth like a released arrow, trailing a searing plasma wake, hurtling toward the node shield's most vulnerable point at near suicidal velocity. Jackal remnants unleashed furious fire upon the dust-borne vessel. Energy beams and missiles detonated around it, shredding its armor like parchment. Flames and smoke engulfed it, yet it charged onward unwavering. Scarface, evade. You can't survive this. Gamma Commander's shout was raw with despair. Shut your damn mouth. Scarface's voice cut through the explosion's roar, fractured yet razor-sharp. Coordinates. Silent graveyard. I go first. Buy me a drink next life. The instant those words faded, the dust-borne vessel struck the node shield. No cataclysmic detonation followed. First, a blinding flash so intense it overloaded every optical sensor. Then, a silent, space-rending wave of annihilation energy. Scarface had detonated every abyssal core aboard his ship. Hiss! Like a white-hot branding iron plunged into solid ice. The node shield, seemingly impregnable, ripped open under the ultimate sacrifice of Scarface's life and vessel, a vast unstable breach, its edges molten with flowing energy. Within the rift, the node core's throbbing crimson orb convulsed violently, as if stabbed deep. The breach is open. Zhao Zhen's voice roared thick with blood and fire. All units, concentrate fire on the core. Lin Yi, Lucio, this is your moment. Circular chamber, shadow beast cockpit. The shockwave from the shield's rupture hurled the shadow beast skyward once more. Lin Yi crashed against the bulkhead, blood gushing from his nose and mouth. Pain and blood loss dimmed his vision, but Scarface's final laugh and the coordinates for silent graveyard seared into his soul like white-hot brands. Lin Yi. Lucio's voice resonated through the psychic link, faint as a dying ember, yet carrying something unprecedented, emptiness and hunger. The violet-black corruption in the shared vision had devoured nearly all the golden light. Only a single feeble point remained, now drawn irresistibly toward the crimson pulse of the node core beyond the rift. It calls to the marker. I can't hold it back. Lin Yi snapped his gaze to the shadow beast's dying left arm. At the severed neural interface, residual adaptive metal and oozing dark gold energy resonated violently with the marker core glowing at Lucio's heart. Simultaneously, a chilling, immense furnace-forged power surged upward, not from muscle or bone, but from the raw wound itself. Savage, primal, unstoppable. He could feel it. The arm, the monstrous limb forged from cradle matter, Lucio's marker, and his own unchained fury. Old gun. Lin Yi whispered through the agony, his voice ragged as sandpaper scraping stone. You said, what would happen if it happened again? What in hell are you doing? Old gun's shout exploded over the comm, laced with dread. Lucio. Lin Yi ignored him, roaring into the psychic link like a cornered beast. Give me the marker. Give me the conduit. Give me the cradle's pull. All of it. He ceased resisting the agony in his left arm, or the burgeoning power, and instead ignited his will, his rage, and the wildfire of vengeance kindled by Scarface's sacrifice, pouring it all like lighting a fuse into that dying limb. Ohea! Lucio's scream from the co-pilot seat was inhuman, a final shattering collapse of conscious resistance. The marker core at his heart blazed with unprecedented dark gold radiance, no longer controlled but erupting as a torrential river of pure energy, surging along the neural link into the shadow beast's left arm coupling port. The shadow beast's dead left arm awoke, armor plates sloughing off and reassembling like living flesh. Beneath lay no skeletal frame, but a writhing molten entity forged from pure dark gold energy, adaptive metal, and swirling violet-black corruption. The limb contorted and swelled, twisting into a colossal, grotesque claw, bristling with energy spines and pulsing arcane sigils. Agony, soul-rending, starcore searing, engulfed Lin Yi. His left shoulder felt consumed by stellar fire. His consciousness teetered, assaulted by Lucio's unmoored marker and the cradle's invasive will. His vision warped at the edges, distorting into cold logic symbols and fever dream phantoms. Yet simultaneously power surged through his veins, power capable of sundering stars. Beast. Lin Yi growled low and guttural like a voice rising from the deepest abyss. Amber gold irises rimmed with the same dark gold hue now blazing in Lucio's eyes. Awaken. He ceased controlling. Instead, he loosed the beast, using his remaining right hand to slam both the shadow beast's engines and his own burning life force toward the precipice of annihilation. And with every shred of will, he drove that newborn destruction-wreathed demonic claw straight toward the node core's crimson orb pulsing beyond the rift. The shadow beast became a comet wreathed in dark gold and violet-black flame, shedding fragments of its disintegrating hull as it plunged into the breach torn open by Scarface's sacrifice. That colossal demonic claw seized the node core, bearing Lin Yi's berserk will, Lucio's consumed anguish and the cradle's self-invited doom, like the grasping hand of hell itself. At contact, time froze. The crimson orb convulsed wildly, golden data streams dissolved into chaos. The cold logic consciousness emitted a silent, shattering shriek. Dark gold and violet-black energies coursed from the claw into the node core, like venomous blood injected into a beating heart. It carried Lucio's torment under the marker's corruption, Lin Yi's fury at his severed arm, Scarface's final defiant rage, and the curses of countless souls slain by the cradle. Peru. An explosion beyond description, not of matter, but of pure logic collapsing utterly. The node core's crimson orb imploded inward, first collapsing into a light-devouring singularity. Then, the singularity detonated. An energy storm, colorless and primordial, erupted, like creation's first breath, engulfing the entire circular chamber. Energy conduits snapped like twigs, and metallic walls melted and vaporized like sandcastles. The last jackal mechas dissolved silently into oblivion within the storm. The shadow beast was hurled backward by the cataclysmic tide. The demonic claw, already half annihilated upon contact, dark gold energy, spraying like arterial blood. Inside the cockpit, Lin Yi was drenched in blood. Agony in his left shoulder reached its zenith, as if his entire arm and his soul with it were being torn apart. In the co-pilot seat, Lucio's body convulsed violently, golden circuitry beneath his skin glowed white-hot, and the marker core at his heart flared madly, then went abruptly, utterly dark. At the storm's epicenter, the node core was gone, leaving only a vast yawning void, its edges weeping molten matter and turbulent spatial distortions. Logic Bastion node, confirmed destroyed. The central objective of Operation Abyssal Echo has been achieved, at a cost beyond measure. Void edge, warped metal debris. Zhuge Yun drifted weightlessly in the vacuum, gently nudged by the blast's lingering eddies. The logic resonance bomb he'd carried had long since vanished. His consciousness blurred, he felt his body unraveling. Just before his awareness sank into absolute darkness, he sensed a faint, pure, unfettered stream of consciousness, like a liberated firefly, drifting from the heart of the devastation, brushing softly past his cheek, bearing the long-lost warmth and sorrowful apology of an elder brother. Brother. A faint smile touched Zhuge Yun's lips, a tear crystallized into ice in the vacuum. Rest in peace. His body was swept into the spatial maelstrom, vanishing into the collapsing depths of the megastructure. Bridge of the Xinyu-class cruiser. On the main view screen, the pulsing crimson aura signifying Logic Bastion stability fractured, shattered like glass bisected by a colossal, jagged black fissure. Black filaments spiderwebbed outward from the fracture's edges. Node destroyed. Logic Bastion integrity fallen below critical threshold. The monitoring officer's voice cracked with emotion. Silence fell across the bridge. No cheers, only the heavy, hollow breaths of survivors and an unspeakable sorrow. They had all witnessed the dust-born vessel's final flash and the shadow beast's godlike final strike. General Zhao Zhun stood motionless at the bridge's center, a blood-smeared statue. He watched the screen, the great black fissure symbolizing victory, the faint signal of the shadow beast being hauled by a rescue shuttle, Lucio's near-flatline biometrics, Zhuge Yun's coordinates now blank. Scarface's sacrifice, Zhuge Yun's disappearance, Lucio's brush with death, Lin Yi's uncertain fate, the fleet's crippling losses. This victory was forged in the hottest blood and the heaviest souls. The abyssal echo had become a roar that rent the darkness, yet within that roar lingered wounds that would never heal. The absolute vacuum of energy lasted less than a second. Immediately, the space laws that had been torn apart snapped like a stretched string, unleashing a deafening, piercing scream. It was not the flame of an explosion, but the embodiment of collapsing physical laws. Warped rays of light shattered fragments of space, and seething torrents of dark matter roaring like a boiling sea of lava sweeping up the metal wreckage of the ringed hull, shredded pieces of the Lego mechs, and the almost demolished Ingsho, all violently spewing outward. The immense hull of the Xinyu pitched and rolled through the energy storm like a lone vessel on a furious sea. The energy shields emitted a keening on the verge of collapse as their readouts plunged into the red abyss. Alarms in the bridge melded into a single shrill lament. Lights flickered wildly, illuminating every ashen, terrified face. Shields failing. Structural breach. Port engine array ablaze. The operator's shout carried the broken edge of despair. Hold heading. Maximum thrusters. Get us out of the storm. General Zhao Zhun's voice rasped like grinding iron. He gripped the edge of the tactical console until his knuckles blanched, his body rooted like a reef amid the violent pitching. His bloodshot eyes fixed on the main screen. The storm's eye, where a slow-healing rupture leaked an uncanny purple-black energy along its rim, a wound in the fabric of space that bled like a ruptured cosmos. Rescue craft. Lock onto the Ingsho signal. Zhao Zhun's voice rose above the din. At all costs. Several battered rescue craft flew like moths to a flame, charging into the death storm despite energy currents capable of shredding a light warship. Their shields proved as fragile as soap bubbles. The moment they touched the eddies, they flared violently, and one was sheared in half by a spinning slab of metal exploding into a mute ball of fire. Storm's edge, Ingsho wreckage. Lin Yi's consciousness drifted between searing pain and void. Each jolt felt like a red-hot iron shoved into his splintered ribs. His vision swam a blood-tinged red, his ears filled with the groan of twisted metal and the high keening screech of energy overload. He could not feel his left arm, only a strange icy burning at the shoulder stump, as though liquid metal crept along his nerves and blood vessels seeping inward. The co-pilot's communications lay in mute silence. Only the life monitor's intermittent dying ticks, beep, beep, penetrated the heavy bulkhead, tolling like a funeral bell against his nerves. Lucio, dead. The chill that thought brought eclipsed even the agony of his flesh. Suddenly, the Ingsho wreck was seized and yanked by an immense force. The violent jolt blacked Lin Yi's vision. He nearly fainted. Through the blurred view he saw on the external monitor a rescue craft, its hull warped and belching smoke, extend a massive mechanical arm and clamp around the Yingshou's waist. Jiama 7. I've got you. Hang on. The rescue pilot barked hoarsely over the comms while the dreadful roar of energy battering the hull thundered in the background. Lin Yi tried to answer, but his throat only expelled a garbled spatter of blood. He forced his eyes to roll toward the co-pilot's small monitor. Lucio still lay motionless in his seat. The golden veins that had once coursed beneath his skin had dimmed to a lifeless gray. Only the mark above his heart remained, a coin-sized dark gold burn-like scar, whose rim still flickered with an almost imperceptible halo of light. Jinyuan Medical Bay, deep isolation chamber. Under the cold glow of the life pod, Lucio's body looked as pale as carved marble. Countless sensors and intravenous lines clung to him, sustaining the barest signs of life. Dr. A.I. Malia stood outside the observation window, her face so grave it might bleed. The brainwave readout before her was nearly a flat line. Only from the deepest regions came the occasional lightning-quick spike, sharp, desperate pulses like death throes. Conscious activity. Below detection threshold, Dr. A.I. Malia said, her voice dry. Brainstem reflexes are faint. Stranger still. She brought up another scan and pointed to the dark gold scar over Lucio's chest. The marked energy core appears to have imploded. The residue has formed a kind of inert fusion with his myocardium. It no longer radiates actively, yet like a highly compressed seed, it lies embedded near the heart. Any strong energy stimulation, especially radiation from the Yaolon, could potentially reactivate it. She glanced at Lin Yi's real-time vitals on the adjacent monitor, her brow tightening. Lin Yi lay on the operating table, threaded with tubes, his left shoulder enveloped in thick biogel and metal braces. Scans showed his fractured ribs knitting with the aid of nanomachines, but the state of the left shoulder was shocking. The distal ends of his left arm neural bundles show extreme crystallization. Dr. A.I. Malia pointed to mineral-like growths in the imagery that gave off a faint dark gold sheen. Composition analysis indicates a mixture of active Yaolon metals, residual energy from Lucio's mark, and abnormal bioplasma produced by Lin Yi under severe stress. It behaves like a living interface. What are the implications? General Zhao Zhen's deep voice came from the doorway. He had just come down from the forward command, his uniform still scented of smoke and blood, exhaustion and weight carved between his brows. Unknown. Dr. A.I. Malia shook her head. The scientist in her was laced with a thin thread of fear. It appears to be in a dormant, stable state. No rejection reaction, no neurotoxicity. But it and the seed in Lucio's chest, under certain frequency scans, show an extremely faint resonance. Zhao Zhen's gaze swept over the two young men in the chambers, one like a living corpse, the other grievously wounded, both harboring unknown seeds from the abyss. He was silent for a moment, then turned and walked for the bridge. A deathly hush, the residue of survival lay over the bridge. Damaged displays waited, half-repaired, flickering lights through shadows over blackened pockmarks and congealed blood on the bulkheads. Survivors moved in mute routine, their actions mechanical, their eyes vacant. On the great tactical star map, the Lego nest core structure had dimmed, its icon now read, structural collapse, surrounded by gray blips denoting fleet wreckage and missing personnel, an appalling sight. Final damage assessment. The operations officer rasped like sandpaper. The Jinhua critically damaged, A engines at 38 output, shield generators utterly destroyed. Alpha Squad, wiped out. Beta Squad, 2 mech surviving. Gamma Squad, 3 survivors besides the Yingshou. The Xingqian Emin, confirmed destroyed, no life signals. Dr. Zhuge Yun, missing. Last signal disappeared at the node explosion center. Probability of survival, below 0.01. Each figure landed on the survivors like a hammer blow. The scarred man's mad laughter seemed to echo in their ears. Zhuge Yun's pale, broken face flashed through memory. The price of victory was suffocatingly heavy. Zhao Zhen stood at the viewport and watched the starfield beyond, still roiled by chaotic energy. Debris and dust spun slowly through the void, forming a vast, wordless graveyard. The Xian Chang'an fleet lay like a wounded beast at the edge of that cemetery. General, the communications officer suddenly cut the silence, voice edged with alarm. We've received a residual signal of unknown origin. Encoding format, very old, appears to be fragments of a data packet forcibly transmitted by the Xingqian Emin's core controller at the last moment. The main screen flickered through heavy interference, snow and warped lines, an image fought to assemble. The backdrop was explosion and warped space. The scarred face smeared with grease and blood filled most of the frame. The one-eyed man stared into the lens, lips moving as if shouting. Audio was gone, but a row of fragmented coordinate codes and a very blurred silhouette at the bottom of the picture were highlighted in red by the system. Coordinates redacted pointing to an unknown region at the arm's edge of the galaxy. The image outline, after AI enhancement and denoising, barely resolved into not a nebula or star cluster, but a floating pulsing aggregation composed of countless pallid furrowed human brain tissues, a living throbbing assemblage in the dark void. Its scale was despairingly vast. Nerve bundles connected those brains like nebular filaments, some regions still flickered with faint bioelectrical light. Beside the image a few blurred words were scarcely parsed. Silent graveyard. Origin. Specimen repository. The bridge felt utterly silent. Dr. A.I. Malia had come to the bridge as she stared at the nauseating cognition-bending image of the brain nebula, went pale as paper clapped a hand to her mouth, and retched softly. Specimen repository. Zhao Zhen's voice was a terrible hollow thing. He slowly turned scanning the battered bridge, the monitors, showing Lin Yi and Lucio, and finally fixed his gaze on the pulsating brain nebula. So the Lagrange nest was merely an outpost. This is truly the Yaolon's garden. A cold swept through them, colder than the depths of space, sinking into bone. At that moment, a shrill alarm blared again. Not an enemy attack alert. Detected hyperspace communication. Source. Unknown. Signal characteristics. Match 99. 8. Yaolon. The monitoring officer's voice warped with fear. The main screen forced a switch. No image appeared. Only a line of cold, indifferent crimson text scrolling across the black background, each character exuding a malice that chilled the soul. Logical barrier damage confirmed. Secondary node loss acceptable. Key specimen Lucio bearing origin coordinate. Key carrier status critical capture failed. Marked signal lost deeply latent. New contaminant Lin Yi symbiont interface unstable. Variable status grievous injury located. Target priority update. 1. Recover the silent graveyard core specimen repository. 2. Eliminate Lucio complete purification. 3. Capture or destroy Lin Yi. Remove uncontrolled variable. Human fleet remaining force assessment, threat level low. Cleanup procedures will commence after specimen transfer is complete. Expectation to complete. Final ascension at the silent graveyard. The text vanished. Only the low drone of the engines and the crew's heavy suppressed breaths remained on the bridge. That cold pronouncement was a verdict from the abyss. General Zhao Zhen moved to the main console. His calloused fingers skated over the scarred surface and came to rest on a button. The hyperspace engine preheat engaged. He raised his head, his bloodshot eyes stared out at the dark sea of stars toward XN Chang'an. The battered fleet's wreckage drifted like scattered tombstones. Farther out at the darker edge, the brain-made nebula stirred, silently pulsing. All hands. Zhao Zhen's voice was hoarse, but resolute, severing any thought of retreat. Set course, XIN Chang'an Starfort. Repair, resupply, bury the dead. He paused, eyes sweeping the medical bay monitors and the coordinates of the silent graveyard before settling on the enormous rip in the star map that represented the logical barrier. Then, his voice rang like quenched steel, the final echo across the deathly bridge. We go to the silent graveyard. To dig graves. Blue thrust flared from the Jinyue's scarred stern as it hauled its exhausted, resolute hull through the outer dust of the Lagrange nest and set a heavy course between home and a new battlefield, into a deeper darkness that echoed with endless lament and unknown horrors. The abyss reverberation had not ceased, it had only sounded the first of the final movement's destructive notes. The central dockyard of the new Chang'an Starfort was no longer the steel furnace it had been before departure. The air no longer carried the low growl of preheating engines or the sharp tang of welding sparks, but instead the acrid sting of antiseptic, the metallic rust scent of cooling alloys, and a deeper, heavier weariness, the quiet exhaustion of those who had survived the abyss. Even the vast dome lights seemed dimmed, casting pallid illumination over the Jinyue, a colossal warship lying below like a beached leviathan, its hull scarred and broken. Repair beams, thick and precise as needles stitching tattered canvas, drifted across the ship's massive wounds. With each pass, they shed cascades of metallic dust that fell silently into collection nets, tiny sighing whispers in the hush. Deep within the Starfort, specialized medical rehabilitation zone, Lin Yi stood bare-chested upon the frigid alloy floor. Sweat traced glistening paths down his taut back, pooling at his feet in small dark stains. His right arm bulged with coiled power, tendons surged like ancient serpents beneath his skin as he gripped a massive alloy strength bar, his knuckles bleaching white under unbearable pressure. Each contraction sent tremors through his forearm, wrenching groans from the bar's stressed frame. Yet his gaze remained locked, unblinking upon his left shoulder. There a biogel sheath and transparent stabilizing brace covered the wound. Through the gel, the skin of his shoulder socket revealed no smooth musculature, but instead a jagged alien crystalline zone of fusion of obsidian volcanic rock and fractured dark gold crystal. Its edges bit deep into flesh, shimmering with an unnatural faint luminescence. Every time his right arm strained, a cold, searing pain flared within that crystalline region, as though subterranean currents surged beneath bone and sinew. He slowly raised his right arm, attempting a simple parry motion. Halfway through, the crystalline zone on his left shoulder convulsed violently. A razor-sharp jolt, like high-voltage lightning surging through his nerves, ripped through his entire body. Lin Yi grunted, his right arm buckling mid-motion. He staggered backward and crashed hard against the steel resistance rack behind him, its metal frame shrieking in protest. Synchronization attempt 37 failed. A cold electronic voice echoed through the empty training chamber. On the holographic display, the virtual avatar of the beast mecha operated here via a backup unit, while the original remained sealed under strict containment. Flashed crimson warnings: motion distortion and energy circuit instability. Neural crystal interface rejection level high. Recommend immediate cessation of forced adaptation training. Lin Yi gasped, sweat-slicked face impassive. Only the molten gold of his pupils burned with a near-obsessive fire. Ignoring the warning, he straightened, then drove his uninjured right hand hard against the crystalline mass embedded in his left shoulder, as if to force the foreign thing back into his own flesh. His fingertips trembled with the agony. Again he rasped, his voice like grinding metal on steel. Deep within the prison of consciousness. No light, no darkness, only eternal viscous gray. Lucio's fragmented consciousness drifted like a paper kite torn apart by gales, adrift and sinking in this absolute void of mind. Each descent brought the chilling numbness of erasure, each ascent a lacerating torment, the ceaseless insectal gnawing of the cradle corruption entity upon his neural pathways. Within the gray mist, a corruption entity composed of frozen data and warped logic shadowed him, a shapeshifter ever morphing. It wore no fixed face, sometimes the anguished visage of Zhuge Ming, sometimes the disappointed gaze of Zhao Zhen, more often a pure abstraction, an ever-repeating vortex of symbols chanting negation and annihilation, erroneous sample, logical contamination source. Purge, purify, return to null. Origin coordinates, lost, valueless. These whispers clung like parasites, relentlessly eroding Lucio's fading sense of self. He felt himself dissolving, atom by atom, into the gray mist, becoming mere dust in the cradle's logic landfill. Just as his consciousness teetered on the brink of total dissolution, a low resonant hum pierced the dense gray fog, clear and delicate as a stone dropped into still water. Lucio's nearly extinguished awareness jolted violently, not from the corruption entity's assault, nor from the prison's crushing weight. It was like a slender, icy filament of metal humming faintly with electric current brushing against the very core of his being. What followed was not sound or image, but raw sensation, the grinding of heavy metal joints, the shriek of overloaded hydraulics, the tearing strain of muscle pushed beyond endurance, and above all, a savage, unyielding will. That sensation, achingly familiar, unbearably hot. Lin Yi. A whisper-thin ripple of thought stirred feebly within the gray. The corruption entity sensed the anomaly instantly. Like a viper enraged, it coalesced, its form collapsing into a monstrous maw woven from screaming glyphs, and lunged toward the source of Lucio's flickering awareness, intent on obliterating this nascent error before it could take root. Starfort sublevel, classified research chamber, echo chamber. The heavy lead alloy door slid open without sound, revealing a cavernous space bathed in cold cerulean light. The air was sterile, utterly devoid of impurity. Only the deep, resonant thrum of energy, fields vibrating in silence. At the chamber's center floated no array of instruments, but a complex device, countless nested rotating rings of dark gold metal, suspended in midair. Liquid light flowed across their surfaces, yet their heart hovered a fist-sized core of condensed shadowy energy, quiet, dense, radiating palpable dread. Dr. Amelia stood behind a reinforced observation window, clad in a bulky hazard suit, her expression grave. Beside her, a holographic screen cascaded torrents of dizzyingly complex data, its focal point a progress bar crawling forward with agonizing slowness. Is this the logic unit extracted from the ruins of the cradle node core? General Zhao Zhen's voice was low, his gaze sharp as a blade piercing the observation glass to fix upon the dark energy core. Even through layers of shielding and force fields, he felt its cold, absolute pressure. A highly compressed fragment of the logic barrier's core architecture. Dr. Amelia replied over her suit's comm, her voice layered with electronic static. Dr. Zhuge Yun triggered a structural collapse using a logic bomb in his final moments. Only then did we seize this remnant. Within it resides fragments of the cradle's most foundational logic protocols, and an infinitesimal echo of conscious resonance. She gestured to the progress bar, We are using the echo chamber's resonance field to painstakingly comb through it, stripping away its chaotic will and defensive mechanisms, leaving only the purest structural logic. This process is 100-fold more perilous than disassembling a virus at the atomic scale. One misstep, or if this fragment still harbors a backdoor planted by the cradle. She trailed off, the implication hung unsaid. Objective E. Zhaozhen pressed. A key, Amelia said, her eyes deepening. The ultimate weapon against the cradle cannot rely solely on physical might like the shadow beasts. We must comprehend its logic. We must locate the flaws in its rules. If this logic unit can be successfully decoded and reverse engineered, it may become our rule spear, a weapon capable of piercing the logic barrier and disrupting the cradle's core consciousness. She paused, her tone turning solemn. But General, the greater discovery concerns Lin Yi's crystalline left arm, and Lucio's seed embedded over his heart. She summoned two starkly contrasting scan images, one showing the brutal crystalline growth in Lin Yi's shoulder socket, the other the dark gold scar nestled near Lucio's heart. Microscopically, both retain energy signatures identical to this logic unit. Amelia's voice trembled with disbelief. More critically, when we project a specific low-frequency resonance wave from the echo chamber at minimal intensity onto Lin Yi's crystalline arm, a dynamic waveform appeared on the screen. The blue line representing the echo chamber's resonance wave pulsed steadily. As it swept across the red signal zone marking Lin Yi's crystal, no response ignited. Yet almost simultaneously, a minuscule but unmistakable resonance spike flared on the green signal line, representing Lucio's cardiac seed, which had previously lain flat and inert. Look, Amelia pointed to the spike. Across layers of biological shielding and spatial distance, with no physical link whatsoever, Lin Yi's crystal functions, unconsciously, as a resonance amplifier. It can, however, faintly awaken the deep-seated vitality of Lucio's cardiac seed. This proves the cradle remnants within their bodies have formed a quantum-entangled state, transcending physical separation rooted in the cradle's own foundational rules. General Zhaozhen's pupils contracted sharply. What did this mean? That Lin Yi's body might serve as a living anchor, capable of locating, even influencing Lucio's state of consciousness. The final coordinates transmitted by the Stardust Exile's vessel. Amelia lowered her voice, edged with frost. That silent necropolis, that cerebral nebula, exhibits certain spectral energy signatures which show high homology with this logic unit, and with the residual traces within Lin Yi and Lucio. The general's gaze sharpened, cold, lethal, like a sword drawn from its scabbard. Nu Chang'an, Lin Yi, Lucio, fragments of the cradle's logic, the silent necropolis. These scattered points were now being ruthlessly linked, not by chance, but by an invisible thread woven from the cradle's own immutable rules. Specialized mecha testing platform. The backup Beast Mecha, designated Beast Beta, stood at the center of the test arena, matte black, its left arm replaced not by machinery, but by a complex metallic frame interface, its core precisely engineered to accommodate the grotesque crystalline growth on Lin Yi's left shoulder. Lin Yi ascended the lift platform, approaching the mecha's open cockpit. With every step, the cold, searing pain in his left shoulder intensified, as if the foreign mass resisted fusion with this cold machine. He clenched his jaw, ignoring the shrieking neural alarms, and stepped into the cockpit. The neural jack's icy touch pressed against his nape. A familiar hum filled his ears, his vision dissolved into holographic overlays. Neural jack engagement complete. The system's voice was glacial. Synchronization initialization. 15. 20. The readout climbed sluggishly. Crystalline interface energy feedback. Scanning. Status inert. Lin Yi drew a slow, deep breath, then closed his right hand firmly around the primary control lever. He tested the mecha's right arm. Its holographic avatar lifted smoothly. Good. Then he sank his focus into his left shoulder, striving, just as he once commanded his own flesh, to feel the crystalline limb, to command it to raise the mecha's left arm. No response. Synchronization stalled at 25. The crystalline interface remained dead inert. Sweat soaked Lin Yi's temples once more. Frustration rose like icy floodwaters. He wrenched the lever with sudden, terrifying force, his uninjured right hand commanding the mecha's left hydraulic system, directly overriding protocol. The metal framework of Beast Beta's left arm shuddered violently, emitting a shriek of tortured metal, and jerked upward, barely trembling uncontrollably. In that instant of forced activation, warning, crystalline interface energy surge. A blaring alarm shattered the silence. The crystalline zone on Lin Yi's left shoulder erupted with blinding dark gold light. A wild, uncontrolled energy pulse, like a stampeding beast, surged backward through the neural jack, slamming into the mecha's power grid. Boom. Beast Beta's left arm hydraulic overload protection fused instantly. The simulated left arm's metal frame twisted, grotesquely belching thick, acrid smoke. Sparks exploded across the cockpit. Violent tremors blinded Lin Yi, blood rose hot and coppery in his throat. Synchronization failure. Forced disconnection. The system screamed its highest priority alert. Neural linkage severed. Lin Yi collapsed into the seat, gasping, a thin line of crimson tracing his lower lip. He looked down at his left shoulder. The dark gold light receded, but residual energy churned within the crystal like boiling magma, bringing persistent searing pain and a strange hollow sensation as if tethered to some distant, unfathomable void. Consciousness prison. At the exact moment Lin Yi forced the crystalline limb, triggering catastrophic energy backlash, the fragment of Lucio's awareness drifting in the gray mist was struck as if by an invisible hammer. That cold metallic filament connecting him to Lin Yi's violent will and agony had become a white-hot branding iron. A silent scream detonated across the plane of consciousness. Simultaneously, the ever-present corruption entity seized its unseen eternity opportunity. The glyphma, sensing Lucio's awareness convulsing in agony, its defenses momentarily shattered, swelled to monstrous size and lunged jaws wide toward the core of his being, the faint, orange-red ember of memory, the last trace of his origin coordinates. Starfort Command Nexus. General Zhao Jin stood before a vast tactical star map. At its center glowed the blue beacon of the New Chang'an Starfort. A dotted line extended from the Starfort, cutting through vast swathes of unknown hazardous gray space, terminating at a crimson-marked coordinate on the galactic rim, the silent necropolis. Beside the map floated 3 synchronized windows. 1. Live feed of Lin Yi coughing blood inside the smoking cockpit. 2. Lucio's medical bay, his brainwave monitor erupting in a catastrophic near-lethal spike. 3. The echo chamber, where the suspended dark gold logic unit's core energy source flickered minutely and in perfect synchrony the moment Lin Yi's crystalline arm flared. The general's gaze, cold precise as a probe, swept across all 3 windows, then locked onto the crimson marker of the silent necropolis. Slowly he raised his hand, not toward the star map, but toward a secure communications console. Its channel identifier was a bleeding broken claw emblem. Notify Anvil and Forge. Zhao Jun commanded, his voice like tempered steel striking ice. Phase 2 of the Shadow Beast project, consciousness forging, is now accelerated. Inform them. He paused, his eyes lingering on Lin Yi's bloodied face and the shrill alarm flashing beside Lucio's bed. What we are forging is no longer a machine. It is a bridge to hell. The cockpit of the beast type was filled with a pungent smell of burning and the metallic scent of overheating. Lin Yi slumped in the violently shaking seat, each hurried breath pulling at the excruciating pain from the crystalline area on his left shoulder like being seared repeatedly by a hot iron. The metallic tang of blood was strong in his mouth, and at the edges of his vision afterimages of red and green light flashed from the energy backlash. The cold warning sound of the system echoed like a death knell in his ears. Crystalline interface energy is out of control. Neural synchronization forcibly interrupted. Left arm simulation frame damage rate 87. Unable to repair. Pilot's vital signs critical. Damn it. Stop. All systems shut down. The roar of old gun blasted through the external communicator, carrying an unrestrained anger. The lifting platform shook violently, heavy metallic footsteps approaching from afar. Amid the ear-piercing noise of the hatch being forcibly pried open, old gun's oil-stained and furious face appeared at the door, his single eye glaring fiercely at the still-glowing crystalline area on Lin Yi's left shoulder. Are you looking for death, kid? Old gun grabbed Lin Yi's uninjured right arm with a force that nearly crushed the bones. That thing is not your original arm. It's a bomb buried in your bones. Moving it forcefully. Do you want to die? Lin Yi violently shook off old gun's hand, the movement pulling at his wound, causing him to see black before his eyes. There was no fear in his golden pupils, only a beast-like ferocity and a fierce light ignited by a sense of frustration. Not moving. Waiting to die. His voice was hoarse, laced with blood. Lucio is inside. About to be consumed. I can feel it. Old gun's movements suddenly paused. He looked at the inhuman ferocity in Lin Yi's eyes, then glanced at the grotesque crystalline structure on his left shoulder, a hint of indescribable dread flickering in his murky single eye for the first time. He stopped speaking and roughly dragged Lin Yi out of the cockpit, his actions carrying an unusual heaviness. Consciousness cage. The cold metallic wire infused with Lin Yi's violent will and the remnants of excruciating pain suddenly tightened just before Lucio's consciousness fragment was devoured by the pollution entity's giant maw. It was not a connection, but rather a burning. The silent wail stirred up ripples of despair in the gray mist. The small point of orange-red light, symbolizing the origin coordinate, flickered violently like a candle in the wind, trembling under the shadow of the giant maw on the verge of extinguishing completely. Just at the critical point of consciousness annihilation. Buzz. A new, entirely different vibration pierced through the heavy, gray mist. It did not come from Lin Yi's rage, but rather a cold, precise resonance wave with a strong analytical intent. This resonance wave was like countless invisible high-speed, vibrating microsurgical knives precisely cutting along the edges of the pollution entity's giant maw made up of screaming symbols. Sizzle. Like a red-hot blade cutting into grease. The symbolic structure at the edge of the pollution entity's maw was instantly shattered and peeled away. Though merely a trivial fraction, it was enough to momentarily delay the swallowing motion. This delay gave Lucio's last sliver of orangered light a final opportunity. Driven purely by survival instinct, it abandoned its futile resistance, relinquished its proof of existence, and condensed its last fragment of consciousness into an invisible thread-like stinger. Not aimed at the pollution entity, but rather at the metal wire connecting to Lin Yi's agony. Following that searing, painful channel, it desperately escaped. The orangered light dimmed almost to nothing, transforming into a nearly imperceptible stream of consciousness rushing up the painful path left by Lin Yi's forced operation of the crystalline arm, like a frightened fish fleeing upstream in desperation. Echo chamber. Dr. Emilia stood before the observation window, her face serious beneath the protective mask. On the light screen in front of her, the progress bar representing the logic unit detachment was stuck at 98.7, unmoving. Doctor, the logic unit core has detected abnormal energy fluctuations. The frequency matches the characteristics of the crystalline explosion in Major Lin Yi's left arm, with a high degree of correlation. The researcher's voice carried a hint of panic. Emilia's pupils constricted suddenly. She immediately pulled up real-time monitoring. The image of Lin Yi being dragged out of the cockpit by Old Gun, along with the synchronously transmitted sudden spike in brainwave readings from Lucio's medical pod. Resonance was unexpectedly triggered. Emilia's mind raced. Lin Yi forcibly operated the crystalline arm, and the energy fluctuations it generated, like a stone thrown into still water, not only impacted Lucio's consciousness cage, but also reverberated back to the logic unit in a critical state. At that moment, the dark energy source at the core of the logic unit abruptly contracted inward. Immediately after, an extremely thin, yet chillingly condensed dark golden energy thread, like a living being, pierced out from within the energy source. It ignored the powerful restraining field of the echo chamber, penetrating through the thick alloy isolation layer and vanished into the void. Energy thread dispersing. Tracking trajectory. Pointing towards special medical rehabilitation area. Target. Major Lin Yi. The alarm sounded shrill. Intercept. Full power interception. Emilia shouted, but it was too late. The energy thread moved like a ghost and could not be captured by physical means. Special medical rehabilitation area. Lin Yi was roughly pressed onto the cold examination table. The medical mechanical arm scanned the crystalline area on his left shoulder, emitting a faint buzzing sound. The pain eased slightly, but the cold burning sensation and the hollow feeling connected to the void lingered. Suddenly, the crystalline area on his left shoulder erupted with a dark golden brilliance, 10 times more blinding than that in the cockpit. A cold, pure, terrifying energy filled with absolute logical analytical intent pierced deep into the crystalline core, violently surging towards his brain along the still intact neural bundles. Ugh! Lin Yi's body arched violently, as if struck by high voltage. His eyes were instantly bloodshot, and his vision was completely submerged by countless frenzied, incomprehensible cold symbols and data streams. That was the torrent of rules from the logic unit fragments belonging to the deepest layers of the cradle. It was forcing the resolution of this unstable variable, aiming to incorporate his chaotic consciousness into a cold logical framework. The pain, a soul-tearing agony, more terrifying than any physical injury. Lin Yi felt his thoughts, memories, and emotions being forcibly dismantled, categorized, and labeled with cold logical tags by this force. Just as his consciousness was about to be completely overwhelmed and formatted by this torrent. Whoosh! A faint, almost imperceptible stream of consciousness colored with a warm orange hue, like a startled bird, rushed along the temporarily widened channel caused by Lin Yi's agony, fleeing into the chaotic realm of consciousness impacted by the cradle's torrent of rules. This thread of consciousness, the last remnant of Lucio's origin coordinate, was like a drop of water poured into burning oil. Boom! Within Lin Yi's consciousness space, two opposing forces collided violently. On one side was the cold, merciless torrent of rules from the cradle's logic unit intent on formatting everything. On the other was the chaotic yet warm memory echoes and mysterious information flow of the origin coordinate, carried by Lucio's consciousness fragment. At the center of the collision was Lin Yi's ferocious, unyielding survival will as hot as lava. The three struggled violently in Lin Yi's brain, engaging in a brutal battle and forced fusion. Oh. Lin Yi let out a howl that was not human, his body convulsing wildly on the examination table. The crystalline light on his left shoulder flickered like a malfunctioning neon light, dark gold and orange-earth spots swirling and clashing beneath his skin. The alarms of the medical devices blared together. Old Gun and the arriving medics held him down tightly, but were shaken by the violent force staggering about. Inject a strong sedative. Quick, the doctor shouted. Special mecha testing platform consciousness synchronization simulation chamber. Lin Yi was submerged in cold neural conduction fluid, the helmet covering half of his face. He found himself in an extremely complex battlefield environment simulated holographically. Twisted metallic ruins, surging energy storms, and countless fast-moving crimson attack cursors. This was not physical operation training. It was the first step of Amelia's consciousness forging plan under high-fidelity consciousness pressure attempt to guide Lin Yi to establish a non-pain link with the origin coordinate consciousness fragment from Lucio within him. Synchronization rate stabilized at the basic threshold. The system voice was cold, initiating primary cognitive interference. Simulated pollution field whispers intensity 10. Major Lin Yi tried to sense the non-pain signal source. Look for orange-earth light. Lin Yi closed his eyes, forcibly suppressing the lingering dull pain from the crystalline area on his left shoulder caused by the neural conduction fluid. The simulated pollution field whispers buzzed like countless flies around his ears, trying to interfere with his focus. He struggled deep within his consciousness, trying to capture that warmth left by Lucio's fragment. Only excruciating pain. Only the cold crystalline sensation. Only the whispers of interference. Time passed second by second. The attack cursors in the simulated battlefield began to move their trajectories cunning. Relying on pure warrior instincts and the control of his right arm, Lin Yi awkwardly dodged in the simulation chamber, his movements stiff, the synchronization rate struggling at the edge of passing. Interference intensity increased to 15. The system prompted. Target consciousness fragment signal. Not captured. Frustration washed over Lin Yi like cold tide once more. He could feel that fragment curled up in a corner deep within his consciousness like a frightened little beast, but it refused to respond to any calls except for pain. Could it really be that only by tearing heart and soul with excruciating pain could he briefly reach it? A dangerous thought uncontrollably took root. He clenched his teeth tightly, the muscles in his uninjured right arm swelling to their limits. He no longer dodged the simulated attack cursors, but instead actively exposed the left shoulder of the Shadow Beast simulation machine corresponding to his left shoulder's crystalline area to the path of a high-speed incoming cursor. Lin Yi, stop! Amelia in the control room exclaimed. It was too late. The simulated impact was amplified through the neural feedback system and forcefully slammed into Lin Yi's crystalline area on his left shoulder. Ugh! The real agony erupted instantly, 10 times stronger than the stimulation from the conduction fluid. Just at the moment the pain exploded. A faint yet incredibly clear orange-earth light flared up like a match ignited in the dark, suddenly illuminating deep within his chaotic consciousness. Simultaneously, a wave of thought that did not belong to him, filled with dread and extreme fatigue, clearly transmitted. Pain. So painful. Don't come near. Dangerous. Lin Yi's golden pupils suddenly constricted. Ignoring the intense pain, all his will instantly locked onto that point of orange-earth light. In the simulated battlefield, the originally clumsy Shadow Beast suddenly moved with eerie precision. With an incredible tiny lateral shift, it perfectly dodged several attacks aimed at its vital points while its uninjured right arm raised, as if foreseeing the danger. The muzzle of the magnetic rail cannon flickered with a ghostly light. Bang, bang, bang. 3 cursors that should have hit from tricky angles were accurately detonated in midair. Synchronization rate, 78. Dynamic prediction accuracy, 97. The system voice carried a tone of disbelief. Non-pain consciousness link, successfully established. Signal source, confirmed captured. The control room fell into silence. Amelia watched Lin Yi's face twisted by pain, yet suddenly bursting with astonishing combat efficiency as the orange-earth signal representing the origin coordinate consciousness fragment stabilized and lit up. A chill mixed with immense hope instantly seized her. Success. Using pain as the key. Forcibly opened the channel to Lucio's consciousness fragment. But the price of this victory was Lin Yi continuously enduring the excruciating pain of his nerves being torn apart, along with the nearly collapsing fear and fatigue transmitted by that sliver of orange-earth consciousness fragment. Star Fortress Command Center encrypted communication room. General Zhao Zhun's encrypted light screen lit up. There was no image, only a line of text processed through multiple scrambling codes, the source identifier being a cold anvil icon. Anvil calling rock. Hyena, residual signal tracking result. Target silent graveyard coordinate area. Signal characteristics large-scale, high activity, transition fluctuations. Magnitude, beyond estimation. Unknown deep space structure activity detected. Non-natural, scale galaxy level. Energy readings continuously rising. Matching brain nebula feature correlation 92. Cradle is waking its specimen library. Time left for new Chang'an is running out. The text vanished and the screen returned to darkness. The general sat in silence, his knuckles rhythmically tapping out a heavy beat on the alloy table. The steel skeleton of the new Chang'an star fort hummed with a low resonant thrum. Not the roar of engines, but the deep, bone-penetrating vibration generated by tens of thousands of heavy construction machines operating in unison. Massive keel beams were being welded, shattered armor plates replaced, energy conduits spread like newborn veins through the vessel's interior. The air hung thick with ozone metallic dust and a searing, acrid tension, the unmistakable scent of an apocalyptic countdown. Special mecha refit platform, codename the Crucible. This was no longer merely a platform. It resembled the surgical chamber of some forbidden entity. At its center stood the dismantled frame of the shadow beast, reduced to its core skeletal structure, and the crystalline left arm interface pulsing with dark gold energy. Countless thick arms-sized cables converged from all directions, pumping torrents of raw energy and frigid data streams continuously into the interface's heart. More astonishing still were the 6 colossal ring-shaped resonance emitters erected around the refit zone. Their surfaces shimmered with the same eerie cerulean energy as the echo chamber, now emitting a deep, unwavering hum that focused an invisible force field precisely upon the shadow beast's interface. Lin Yi floated submerged in a deep neural conductive trough beneath the platform. A viscous cobalt blue fluid enveloped his body. Only his head remained above the surface. Dozens of fine biological probes pierced the skin and neural bundles surrounding his left shoulder's crystalline region, their opposite ends linked to complex monitoring arrays. His eyes remained tightly shut, brows knotted in anguish. Sweat mingled with the conductive fluid sliding steadily down his temples. Each breath echoed with relentless, searing agony, like icy steel needles driven deep into his marrow, emanating unceasingly from his left shoulder. This was the price of maintaining a non-pain-linked connection. While the resonance emitters forcibly stabilized the crystalline interface, they also acted like a dull blade, sawing relentlessly at his nerves. A holographic helmet sealed his face, projecting a hyper-realistic simulation of the cradle contamination field, roiling violet miasma, warped data phantoms, and chilling whispers of logical negation. Link integrity sustained. Pain suppression 47. Still ascending. Emilia's voice came through internal comms. Calm, yet taut with strain. Lucio's consciousness fragment signal, stable. Origin coordinate, datastream analysis progress 0. 8. Excruciatingly slow. Lin Yi report sensory status. Lin Yi did not open his eyes. His consciousness struggled forward, battered by both searing pain and the simulated contamination field. He could see that faint tangerine glow, a lighthouse in a storm, flickering weakly yet resolutely within the violet chaos. No longer pure terror or suffering, it now carried shards of Lucio's forcibly awakened memories, a fragment of a vast stellar chart, anomalous spatial curvature fluctuations, geometric structures belonging to a non-carbon-based civilization. This was but the tip of the iceberg, the origin coordinate. The light still burns. Lin Yi's voice emerged muffled and resonant through the conductive fluid. The coordinate, like a shattered mirror, incomplete, interference, too strong. He strained to draw his awareness closer to that tangerine light, seeking more data, but each advance felt like wading through molasses as agony and the miasma's whispers tore savagely at his will. Maintain the link. Do not force analysis. Emilia warned sharply. Your mission is to anchor, to keep that bridge open. Analysis is our task. At that very moment, catastrophe erupted. VVVV. All 6 ring-shaped resonance emitters surrounding the platform shrieked simultaneously without warning. The cerulean force field focused on the shadow beast's interface instantly turned violent and chaotic. The neural conductive fluid in the trough boiled violently. Warning. External high-intensity interference, source breaching resonance field. Crystalline interface energy reading spiking. Breaching safety threshold. Lin Yi Major's neural feedback pressure surging. Pain suppression offline. Emilia's cry vanished beneath a cacophony of blaring alarms. Lin Yi snapped his eyes open, his amber gold irises instantly flooded crimson with agony. A feral, guttural roar tore from his throat as his body convulsed violently within the conductive fluid. His left shoulder's crystalline zone blazed with blinding dark gold light, within which flickered ominous streaks of violet black. Starfort Command Nexus. The massive tactical star map flared crimson, blazing overwhelming red. At its crimson heart lay the coordinates of the silent graveyard. There the expanse of unknown starfield, once shrouded in absolute darkness, now pulsed with an indescribable living rhythm. Its luminous aura glowed sickly viridian, with each expansion and contraction spatial curvature values at the star map's periphery spiked wildly. Deep space scan confirmed. An ultramassive energy aggregation event has manifested within the silent graveyard sector. The sensor officer's voice cracked with dread. Readings exceed stellar magnitude. Still escalating exponentially. Physical laws, undergoing widespread distortion. Spatial architecture, destabilizing. On the main screen, an emergency encrypted transmission from the anvil forced itself into view. Though heavily noise-reduced and blurred, the image froze the soul. Against the Stygian void of deep space, a formation of incomprehensible scale stirred awake, a conglomerate of countless pale, human cerebral tissues. Across its furrowed, gray matter surface, viridian bioelectric currents began to flow, like billions of stars igniting in unison. Neural filaments connecting the brain mass shimmered like activated nebular dust, pulsing with eerie energy surges. More terrifying still, the colossal brain nebula, vast beyond despair, was not static. Part of its structure was slowly shifting, like a slumbering titan turning in a nightmare. With each subtle rotation, gravitational tides of unspeakable ferocity surged across nearby starfields. Several orbiting rogue asteroids instantly pulverized into cosmic dust by invisible titanic forces. Specimen Vault, activation confirmed. General Zhao Zhun's voice rumbled deep as an abyssal echo. He stared at the throbbing, cerebrally constituted nebula on-screen, his calloused fist clenching until bones ground together. The cradle is awakening its collection. Detecting hyperspatial fluctuations. Quantity incalculable. Origin, periphery of the silent graveyard. Another sensor officer screamed. On the star map, countless scarlet points erupted along the viridian pulsing rim of the silent graveyard, like blood droplets falling onto water. Each point signified a completed hyperspace jump. They coalesced, swiftly forming battle squadrons. Then a horrifying death nebula, dense and suffocating, ignited its jump drives toward New Chang'an. The Hyena Fleet. A staff officer paled. No, scale dwarfs the Hyena Den. This is a new army, forged by the cradle from the Specimen Vault's resources. The Crucible Platform. Lin Yi writhed in the hell of unbearable pain. The resonance field's catastrophic backlash, combined with the silent viridian pulse emanating from the silent graveyard, struck his fragile link to Lucio's consciousness fragment like twin hammers. That tangerine glow now flickered wildly within the violet miasma, like a candle in a gale, no longer transmitting coordinate fragments, only raw, disintegrating shrieks of terror. It's coming. He has awakened. The brain is screaming. Run, flee now. Arara. Lin Yi roared, a sound utterly inhuman. He ceased passive endurance. In the crucible of agony, savage will to survive, and the warrior's primal instinct detonated with cataclysmic force. He abandoned all attempt to approach the tangerine light. Instead, like a wounded beast, he channeled every ounce of torment, fury, and towering hatred for the cradle into a single berserk psychic shockwave, and hurled it along the fragile bridge of connection straight into the churning violet miasma and toward the viridian pulse's source. Get out of my way now. Boom. The collision within consciousness was silent, yet far more devastating than any physical explosion. The simulated contamination field's violet miasma was torn apart by sheer force of will, ripping open a jagged fissure. For one fleeting instant, the viridian pulse from the silent graveyard was blocked. In that singular suspended moment, Lin Yi seized a vision from the deepest stratum of Lucio's consciousness fragment, a memory triggered involuntarily by extreme terror. Not a stellar chart fragment, but a colossal frigid ring forged from unknown black crystal suspended deep within the heart of the brain nebula. At its center flowed thick blood-red energy, viscous as arterial fluid. Countless translucent tubes extended from the ring, anchoring into the most violently pulsing regions of the brain nebula. The entire structure radiated an absolute omnipotent will, the cradle's consciousness made manifest within this silent graveyard, the neural command hub governing millions of cerebral specimens. Core, control ring, blood pool. Lin Yi gasped the fractured words through the agony. The echo chamber. Almost the instant Lin Yi shouted blood pool. The fragmented logic unit, suspended at the echo chamber's center, bound by cerulean resonance fields, erupted with unprecedented brilliance from its core dark energy source. Within the light, countless golden data streams twisted like awakened vipers, writhing, reassembling with frenzied precision. A single razor-sharp, directionally focused energy pulse pierced all shielding, cutting through layers of space-time, hurtling unerringly toward the crucible platform. Target Lin Yi's left shoulder crystalline interface. The logic unit has been forcibly activated by an external signal. It is responding to the silent graveyard summons, attempting to establish direct linkage through Lin Yi's crystalline interface. Emilia's face went stark white. The crucible platform. The cold, pristine logic energy pulse from the echo chamber struck Lin Yi's left shoulder crystalline interface like a guided missile. VVVV. The crystalline zone's radiance flared, shifting instantly from dark gold to a sterile, incandescent white, neither metallic nor mineral. A terrifying wave of analytical will, drawn from the cradle's most fundamental logic protocols, surged along the neural conduit like a glacial flood, crashing violently into Lin Yi's mind and simultaneously slamming against the fragile tangerine glow. Lin Yi's body snapped rigid in the conductive fluid, like an insect pinned to a dissection tray. His eyes rolled back, blood welling from nose and mouth. The shriek of terror transmitted by Lucio's consciousness fragment cut off abruptly. The tangerine glow guttered like a dying ember and vanished. Synchronized linkage, forcibly severed. The immense energy gathered at the shadow beast's interface, now unguided, exploded into chaos. Wild dark gold energy torrents, freed from restraint, raged through metal frames and cable harnesses, detonating uncontrollably. The entire crucible platform drowned in lightning and fire. Command Nexus. General Zhao Jin watched three simultaneous catastrophes unfold on the main display. 1. The viridian pulse of the silent graveyard peaked. The newly formed Crimson Fleet completed assembly, their jump engine glow merging into a sea of death. 2. The crucible platform's inferno consumed all surveillance feeds. Lin Yi and Lucio's vital signs plummeted into critical red. 3. On the tactical star map, countless minute golden points, like nanoscale repair mechanisms sealing a wound, poured ceaselessly from the silent graveyard toward the ragged edge of the colossal logic barrier fissure. General, the new fleet, initiating jump. Target, New Chang'an. The staff officer's voice broke into a sob of despair. The cradle's icy proclamation echoed once more through the silent bridge. Purge protocol initiated. General Zhao Jin slowly lifted his head. His face bore no expression. Only his eyes burned, two frozen stars blazing within the abyss. He pressed the fleet-wide broadcast button. His voice filled every corridor, every deck, every chamber of the Starfort. Calm, yet so final it chilled the blood. This is Zhao Jun. The Starfort enters in-game citadel mode. All non-combat personnel proceed immediately to the Ark shelters. Soldiers. The general paused. His gaze swept across the star map, the crimson tide surging forward, the crucible's flames, and finally settled upon the scarred, yet unbroken silhouette of the new Chang'an Starfort. Prepare to meet the specimen's wrath. The iron heart of the new Chang'an Star Fortress paused for a moment in the absolute zero silence. Final Bastion mode activated. The cold synthetic voice echoed through every corridor and chamber. The immense dome armor plates closed with a deafening hydraulic roar, completely isolating the last traces of starlight. The internal lighting instantly shifted to a blinding scarlet, dyeing the steel corridors like the veins of a colossal beast. Heavy alloy blast doors descended like guillotine blades, segmenting the Star Fortress into countless independent steel tombs. The air circulation system emitted a sharp sucking sound as the stored compressed air was forcibly injected, causing the pressure to rise sharply and a pinching pain to resonate in the eardrums. No alarms, no mobilization, only the omnipresent suffocating sense of oppression heralding the final compression of living space. Outer defense perimeter of the Star Fortress, codename Iron Mat. General Zhao Jin stood on the tactical command platform, protruding from the bridge like a black statue nailed to the rocky waves. Before him was no longer a holographic star map, but a dizzying death puzzle composed of countless rapidly refreshing tactical windows. At the core of the windows was a sickening scarlet tide that seemed to leak from the void on the main screen. That was not the tail flame of a fleet's jump. It was living transition. Like billions of mutated tumors bursting simultaneously, the dark space was forcibly squeezed out countless twisted, writhing things. They varied in shape, but the common feature was that they were covered in pale, translucent, pulsating biological armor, with viscous dark green energy fluid flowing on the surface. Some resembled magnified insect compound eyes with countless scarlet photoreceptors rotating chaotically beneath the biological armor. Others looked like the spines of a skinned giant beast entwined with energy tendrils. Many more were organic mechanical hybrids that could not be described by geometric shapes, continuously proliferating and deforming. They did not form orderly arrays but resembled a writhing mass of maggots in a decaying swamp, carrying a chilling will that froze the soul swimming towards the star fortress. Detected high concentration of biomass radiation. Energy shield neutralization efficiency dropped to 17. Mass effect field anomaly. Target is absorbing our firepower energy. The laws of physics are being distorted. Warning. Consciousness pollution fluctuations detected. Intensity escalating exponentially. The shriek of the staff officer echoed in the bridge, each word weighted with despair. This is the Specimen Legion, a walking tomb and weapon forged from human brain nebulae by the cradle in the silent mausoleum. All long-range turrets. Switch to bone erosion armor-piercing shells. Saturated coverage. Area Z7 to Z9. Tear open a breach for me. Zhao Zhen's voice rang out like the clash of cold iron drowning out all noise. His bloodshot eyes fixed intently on a relatively sparse weak point within the rolling scarlet tide. Buzz. The outer layer of the star fortress extended countless cannon tubes like a hedgehog. Blinding energy beams, a metal tide of solid armor-piercing shells, and corrosive energy pulses specifically designed for biological tissue, combined into a torrent of destruction, violently striking the area designated by the general. Boom, 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 boom. The explosive flames connected into a sea of scarlet within the living ocean. The specimen units hit by the attack instantly shattered and melted, splattering large quantities of dark green viscous liquid and broken tissue fragments. The space was torn apart, forming a brief vacuum zone. However, this victory window was fleeting. The surrounding specimen units surged towards the gap like an agitated ant swarm. They ignored the deaths of their companions, even actively absorbing the broken tissues to themselves, visibly repairing wounds and growing thicker, more twisted armor at an alarming rate. Even more terrifying was that the shattered tissue fragments did not dissipate, but wriggled and coalesced in the void, as if they possessed life, forming new smaller attack clusters. Regeneration speed exceeds expectations. The breach is closing. High-energy reactions detected in the rear. Detecting. Main brain-level units. On the main screen behind the scarlet tide, a living starship crafted from countless human brain valleys covered in thick bone plates and energy crystals slowly emerged. The dark green glow flowing on its surface suddenly became blinding as a massive energy torrent resembling liquid jade disregarded spatial distance and instantly pierced through the newly torn firepower gap of the star fortress, violently striking against the energy shield of the outer defense platform. Anvil no. 3. Hiss. No violent explosion. Only a terrifying sound reminiscent of strong acid corroding metal. The energy shield of Anvil no. 3 rapidly melted and collapsed like ice and snow under the sun. The alloy armor beneath the shield quickly lost its luster under the wash of emerald energy, turning gray and brittle, then flaking off like weathered rock. Shield collapse. Armor failure. Structural integrity lost. The monitoring officer's voice trembled with a hint of crying. Anvil no. 3 lost contact. Just one strike. A heavy defense platform turned to cosmic dust. Consciousness spaced the garden of the cradle. Lin Yi's foot stepped on the soft, strangely warm ground. No pain. The crystal on his left shoulder felt as if it had never existed, replaced by a light, warm feeling of comfort. The air was filled with the fresh scent of grass, sunlight, and rain-soaked earth mingled with a faint, calming sweetness. Before him lay a courtyard so perfect that words could not describe it. Clear streams flowed over colorful crystal-like pebble riverbeds, bizarre flowers and grasses bloomed with an everlasting luster, and the distant layering mountains were shrouded in gentle morning mist, each breeze bringing just the right amount of comfort. A figure sat with its back to him, perched on a white crystal stone bench by the stream. That silhouette was so familiar, exuding the unique calmness of Lucio, yet also radiating a transcendent purity. Lin Yi. The figure slowly turned, wearing Lucio's gentle smile, its eyes as clear as the purest starry sky, devoid of any impurities. You have arrived. Here is home. Nowhere, no pain, no loss. The voice was like a celestial melody, carrying a strange magic that soothed the deepest fatigue and wounds of the soul. Lin Yi felt an unprecedented sense of peace, as if the drifting boat of his life had finally reached an eternal harbor. He instinctively took a step forward. Stay with me. Lucio smiled, extending a hand that radiated warm white light. Here we possess eternity. Everything you cherish will never be lost again. An irresistible allure emanated from the warm white light, pulling at Lin Yi's consciousness, attempting to fully integrate him into this perfect illusion. Lin Yi's gaze began to blur the corners of his mouth, instinctively wanting to rise. Just then, at the location of his left shoulder where the crystal had been erased by the illusion, an intense cold pain suddenly surged. The sensation was so abrupt, so sharp, as if an ice pick had stabbed violently into his warm dream. Ugh. Lin Yi grunted, his blurred gaze regaining a hint of clarity. At that moment of consciousness wavering, the flawless Lucio before him bore an extremely subtle porcelain-like rigidity in its once pure smile. The hand it extended within the depths of that warm white light seemed to fleetingly brush past a cold, non-human data stream. Cradle. Lin Yi's golden pupils suddenly constricted as if doused with ice water. All sense of peace was instantly torn apart. Echo chamber, a layer of fine frost condensed on Emilia's protective visor, a result of the temperature in the echo chamber plummeting due to energy overload. Sparks flew from the control panel before her, and the data streams on the light screen surged like wild horses. Logical fragments activity, out of control. Reverse contaminate the echo chamber resonance field. It's extracting the Star Fortress main energy source. Attempting to forcibly expand the connection channel with Lin Yi's consciousness space. Warning. Resonance field overload critical. Structural stress exceeding limits. The azure resonance field flickered violently, emitting agonized groans under the unbearable strain. The dark energy core floating in the center, like boiling poison, continuously expanded and contracted, each pulsation spewing forth more violent and colder logical turbulence, assaulting the force field binding it. It's helping the cradle reinforce that consciousness cage. Emilia's voice was hoarse from intense focus, her fingers leaving fleeting shadows on the virtual keyboard. Reverse engineering, just one last step. Analyzing its underlying protocol of logical repair would reveal its weakness for healing. The progress bar representing the reverse engineering was stuck at 99. 9 flashing red frantically. Countless golden defensive codes coiled tightly around the last core structure like venomous snakes, refusing to yield to analysis. Doctor, the Star Fortress main energy source is being forcibly redirected. Shield generator output is dropping. The researcher's warning was tinged with despair. Emilia suddenly looked up, gazing at the thick alloy walls of the echo chamber, as if seeing through layers of steel, to the horrific scene of the outer defense perimeter collapsing under the assault of the Specimen Legion and main brain-level living starships, witnessing the silent, yet resolute figure of General Zhaozhan. There was no time left. A flash of frenzied determination crossed her eyes. She slammed her hand down on a bright red emergency button protected by multiple physical locks at the bottom of the control panel. Deep resonance protocol activated. Buzz. 6 massive circular generators of the echo chamber emitted a soul-shattering roar. The azure resonance light curtain was instantly dyed a foreboding dark red, as if it came from hell. A terrifying resonance wave far exceeding design limits and capable of tearing atomic structures surged forth like a suicidal dagger, violently stabbing towards the boiling logical fragment at the center. Consciousness space. Lin Yi's consciousness felt as if thrown into an ice and fire world. On one side was the perfect garden crafted by the cradle, where Lucio's smile remained warm, the outstretched hand radiating deadly allure, trying to soothe his suddenly rising alertness with eternal tranquility. On the other side was the icy sharp pain emanating from his left shoulder crystal, growing more acute and clearer. This pain acted like a warning bell, frantically tearing at his sinking will. Stay. Here you have everything you desire. Lucio's voice was like a magical whisper, the warm white light descending once more. Ugh. Lin Yi gritted his teeth, his golden pupils wildly struggling between daze and clarity. He could feel that once he fully accepted that white light, his consciousness would be forever submerged in this false paradise, becoming a trivial happy sample in the cradle's logic database. Just as his will was about to be shattered again. Boom. The entire consciousness space trembled violently, painfully. Like a catastrophic earthquake. The perfect courtyard scene shattered like a mirror struck by a heavy blow, instantly covered in spiderweb-like cracks. The streams ran dry, crystal pebbles shattered, and strange flowers and grasses withered away. The illusion of peace was brutally torn apart. No. Lucio's previously pure smile twisted instantaneously into an extreme, cold rage. Its body began to blur and destabilize like a holographic projection with poor signal. Lin Yi suddenly looked up. He saw it. Above the sky filled with cracks, a massive dark red energy structure began to twist and collapse in a virtual shadow. At the center of the ring was a seething vortex of energy resembling plasma. Countless tiny cracks spread across the ring structure. That was the echo chamber. It was an attack initiated by Emilia at all costs, at the expense of self-destruction, shaking the logical cage the cradle used to imprison his consciousness. Emilia. Lin Yi's heart sank heavily, then ignited by an overwhelming fury. The cold pain in his left shoulder underwent a qualitative change under the catalysis of this violent quake and rage. No longer merely pain, it transformed into a cold sense of control. As if that crystal was no longer a foreign object, but a part of his body a switch connecting to some external violent energy source. Cradle. Lin Yi let out a beast-like roar, his golden pupils completely covered by icy killing intent. He no longer resisted the sensations transmitted by the crystal, but actively poured his violent will into it. He no longer gazed at the crumbling Lucio illusion, but fixed his eyes on the sky above, on that cracking ring structure. You think you can trap me at? Lin Yi's voice sounded like it came from the abyss of hell. The sample you desire is right here. His intact right hand suddenly made a clenching motion in the consciousness space. Target. The icy crystal on his left shoulder. Outer defense perimeter of the Star Fortress, the main brain-level living starship surface began to gather that destructive emerald energy torrent once again. The target was aimed directly at another tottering defense platform, Anvil No. 7. General Zhao Zhan's orders drowned in the blaring alarm as rescue firepower was ensnared by the surging small specimen units. At this critical juncture, buzz, a cold energy pulse indescribable in color suddenly erupted from the depths of the Star Fortress from the direction of the echo chamber. It did not shoot towards the enemy but spread like an invisible ripple, instantly sweeping across the entire battlefield. In the moment swept by this cold pulse, the main brain-level living starship, which was gathering energy, felt its core's dark green glow suddenly stagnate. The energy liquid flowing on its surface seemed to freeze in place. The surrounding small specimen units that were frantically attacking became stiff and uncoordinated, like marionettes with their key strings cut. The red alarms indicating logical barrier interference on all shield generators of the Star Fortress briefly extinguished for a moment. The shield neutralization efficiency skyrocketed in an instant, though only for less than half a second. But for Anvil No. 7, that was enough. The platform commander seized this fleeting opportunity, unleashing all close defense firepower. A dense barrage precisely intercepted several biological missiles aimed at the shield's weak points. Simultaneously, the platform's main cannon erupted with one last roar as a thick energy beam violently struck a previously exposed energy node of the main brain-level starship due to energy delay. Boom. A violent explosion erupted on the surface of the main brain-level starship. The gathering of emerald energy torrent was forcibly interrupted. General Zhao Zhan abruptly turned his head, his sharp gaze piercing through the bridge's windows, fixated on the direction deep within the Star Fortress where the echo chamber was located. There, the dark red alarm light indicating energy loss control was flashing wildly. Emilia. The general's voice was low, carrying a barely perceptible tremor, and Lin Yi. Consciousness space. The moment Lin Yi clenched the crystal on his left shoulder in the consciousness space. In reality, the echo chamber, shaken and filled with cracks by Emilia's self-destructive action, was like being gripped tightly by an invisible giant hand. Boom. A sound far beyond the physical realm, as if the very structure of space had been crushed, erupted within the echo chamber. The incredibly solid ring resonance generator twisted, broke, and disintegrated instantly, like a shattered glass artifact. The force field binding the logical fragments completely vanished. That boiling dark energy source lost its binding, yet did not explode. Instead, it seemed to be forcibly compressed and refined by that invisible clenching motion. A dark golden energy beam, refined to an extreme, only as thick as a hair, shot forth from the ruins of the collapsed echo chamber, as though imbued with life and will. Target: the Special Medical Rehabilitation Zone. It penetrated layers of decks and energy shields, accurately striking Lin Yi's left shoulder crystal zone, which was convulsing violently in the neural conduction fluid due to the shock of consciousness. The crystal zone erupted with an absolute darkness that devoured all light. A massive information flow, cold and pure, seemingly containing the universe's most fundamental rules, surged into Lin Yi's consciousness space, which was occupied by pain and rage. At the same time, in the consciousness space, Lin Yi's clenching action seemed to truly shatter something. Crack. The sky above with its cracked ring structure shattered under the gaze of his cold, like fragile glass. The perfect garden illusion completely collapsed. In Lin Yi's golden pupils, the fragments of the illusion reflected the cold, boundless data void revealed behind. At his left shoulder, the crystal now clearly manifested on the consciousness level, radiating a cold, yet powerful, ghostly light. He slowly raised his head, looking towards some invisible existence in the void, his voice as cold as 10,000 years of ice. Your sample has awakened. The Star Fortress is groaning. It is not a lament of metal fatigue, but rather the gasps of countless souls struggling at the brink of the abyss. The bloody battle at the outer defense circle resembles a meat grinder as the crimson tide of the Specimen Legion crashes against the crumbling steel dam, each impact sending tremors through the skeleton of the Star Fortress, teetering on the edge of collapse. The air is thick with the stench of ozone, molten metal, and burnt biological tissue, mingling with a deeper rust-like scent of despair. In the special medical rehabilitation area, consciousness link, deep tank Lin Yi's body is convulsing violently in a viscous neural conduction fluid. Each spasm pulls at the crystalline area of his left shoulder, no longer a cold foreign object, but as if a red-hot branding iron is firmly welded into flesh and bone. A dark golden light pierces from deep within the crystal, not warm, but imbued with an absolute zero-like chill, illuminating the conduction fluid, as if it were boiling liquid metal. His eyes are tightly shut, the eyeballs rolling frantically beneath his eyelids, saliva mixed with blood bubbling from his mouth and nose. Within the holographic helmet, the simulated cradle pollution field has long since collapsed, replaced by a raging, bone-chilling rule torrent. Dr. Amelia stands behind a thick observation window, her face as pale as paper. On the monitoring screen, Lin Yi's brain wave chart has transformed from chaotic spikes into a silent abyss, continuously collapsing downward. Only the energy readings representing the left shoulder crystal are skyrocketing exponentially, the spectral characteristics identical to the logic fragment pulses that erupted in the ruins of the echo chamber. Completely consistent. Logic fragment. It hasn't been destroyed. It has merged with the crystal. Amelia's voice trembles with extreme shock. It is using Lin Yi's body as an amplifier, as a transmitter. As if to validate her words, high-frequency, teeth-gritting resonance tremors suddenly emanate from the alloy walls surrounding the deep tank. The biological probes fixed to Lin Yi's left shoulder burst with electrical sparks, forcibly twisted and severed by the invisible force field emitted from the crystalline area. Star Fortress Command Center. On the main screen behind the crimson tide of the Specimen Legion, another, even larger bioship resembling a brain-level living starship made of countless human skulls slowly emerges. Its surface is embedded with glowing emerald crystals, a thicker and more refined jade energy torrent disregarding the chaotic battlefield, locking onto a recently repaired energy shield node. The rock shield, like the spear of death, judging its target. Shield node overload. Neutralization field malfunction. Unable to evade. The operator's scream is tinged with sobs. Estimated impact time 3 seconds. Target area includes the main energy transport conduits. The staff officer's voice is filled with despair. General Zhao Zhun's fist slams down onto the alloy tactical table, leaving a clear dent. It's over. If this strike hits, the core energy network of the Star Fortress will suffer severe damage, and the outer defenses will completely collapse. Just as that jade torrent is about to cross the final millisecond of fatal distance. Buzz. An invisible, chillingly cold wave of will suddenly sweeps across the entire battlefield, centered on the medical area where Lin Yi is located. This wave is not an energy shock, it feels more like a forceful alteration of rules. In the moment it sweeps over, the jade energy torrent capable of tearing the Star Fortress apart experiences an extremely brief stagnation at its front, as if it were thrown into liquid nitrogen. The deadly energy spike is delayed by a trivial 0.01 seconds. The spatial curvature near the rock shield node is as if it has been slightly nudged by an invisible hand. The energy torrent, originally aimed straight at the node, has its trajectory bent by less than 1 degree, almost imperceptibly. It is this minute difference. Sizzle. The jade torrent whizzes past the edge of the rock shield node. The violent energy aftermath tears a massive gash in the armor outside the node, but the core structure miraculously remains intact. Did it miss? The command center falls into dead silence, everyone incredulously staring at the dangerously close scene on the main screen. This is no coincidence. General Zhao Zhun abruptly turns his head, his gaze piercing like a searchlight fixed on the direction of the medical area. From his communicator comes Amelia's voice, now pitched higher with shock. General, it's Lin Yi. The crystalline interface just unleashed a rule level logic interference. The target is that attack. Consciousness space data purgatory. Lin Yi stands atop a vast ocean made of endlessly flowing cold golden code. There is no solid ground beneath him, only continuously generated, restructured, and collapsed logical constructs. This is the edge of the cradle consciousness database, a savage land washed by the torrent of rules. No longer a false garden, but a stark, intent-driven logical purgatory set to format him. The massive information flow from the logic fragment pierces him like millions of poisoned ice needles, continuously stabbing, analyzing, attempting to deconstruct his consciousness into cold binary. The agony persists, but it is no longer the pain of flesh being torn apart, but the ultimate torture of the soul being frozen inch by inch, existence forcibly erased. Yet within this absolute zero logical purgatory, deep within Lin Yi's crimson pupils, an unprecedented icy flame burns. His consciousness no longer struggles, no longer roars, but stands like a rock amidst the torrent of code. At the position of his left shoulder, the crystal hovers with absolute clarity on the consciousness level, emanating a profound dark golden light, like a mini cold black hole. What had he just done? Had he interfered with that attack in the real world? He does not know the specifics of the principle, only remembers that in the moment the jade torrent was about to annihilate everything, a will born from the depths of his soul, filled with a visceral hatred for the cradle and a violent determination to protect the star fortress, instinctively drove him. He firmly nailed all his perception onto that attack, then on a consciousness level, made a clenching motion towards the cold crystal on his left shoulder. Not a physical clench. It is the focus of will. It is the negation of rules. Logic. Grip. A cold term like a brand surfaces deep within Lin Yi's consciousness. This was the rule cognition about this ability that the logic fragment passively bestowed upon him after merging with the crystal upon his forced usage. The price is the tearing sensation from within the crystal, akin to the crushing weight of the universe, alongside the pain of his consciousness being violently battered by the torrent of rules. At that moment, in the distance of purgatory, deep within the torrent of code, a faint yet exceedingly familiar orange-earth light flickers like a candle in the wind, stubbornly glowing. It is Lucio's remaining fragment of origin coordinates consciousness. It has not been completely devoured by the torrent of rules, but instead it is like a nail firmly driven into the edge of the cradle vast database, resisting the fate of being formatted. But at this moment it is being locked onto by an even larger, colder logical will. That will is like an invisible giant hand intent on completely uprooting and crushing this nail. Cradle. Lin Yi's cold consciousness locks onto the direction of that orange-earth light with no hesitation in his crimson pupils. He ignores the torrent of rules doubling in intensity, disregards the nearly crushing pain from the crystal, and raises his hand once more. Target. Locking onto the cold logical will of Lucio's consciousness fragment. Action. Clench. Buzz. In the realm of consciousness, there is no sound, but the entire data purgatory trembles. The crystal on Lin Yi's left shoulder bursts forth with blinding dark golden light. An invisible precise rule interference strikes like a blade crossing space, cleaving forcefully into that invisible logical giant hand. Sizzle. Like a red-hot blade cutting into solid ice. The logical structure locking onto Lucio's fragment is instantaneously interfered with and torn apart. The invisible giant hand's movements come to a sudden halt. The orange-earth light suddenly brightens, conveying a crystal-clear thought fragment imbued with spatial coordinate information like coordinates for escape, instantly shooting towards Lin Yi. Outer defense circle of the Star Fortress, rock shield node. The breath of survival lasts only a moment. The jade torrent, miraculously diverted by Lin Yi, turns like an enraged, venomous snake, carving a charred trench in the outer wall of the Star Fortress before suddenly changing direction. Together with another brain-level starship, the energy torrent locks onto another crucial defensive node, the Iron Blanket Core. This time the two destructive energies do not attack directly, but twist like interlocking fangs, tracing out a bizarre arc, sealing off all evasion space. The cold sense of will lock-in causes the operators on the Iron Blanket Core platform to feel as if they have plunged into an ice cave. Double lock. Unable to evade. Despairing cries are drowned out by the alarms for energy overload. General Zhao Zhun's gaze is fixed on the main screen, but the corner of his eye sweeps over the monitoring footage of the medical area. Lin Yi's body convulses violently in the deep tank, the crystal's light flickering clearly at its limit. Can we expect a second miracle? Consciousness space. The price of interfering with the logical giant hand is heavy. The torrent of rules crashes down on Lin Yi's consciousness, shattering it to pieces. In the next moment, he is forcibly reassembled. The process of reassembly is accompanied by the ultimate agony of his soul being torn apart and sewn back together. The pressure from the crystal nearly grinds his consciousness to dust. The coordinate information transmitted by Lucio's fragment is like a brand etched into the core of his consciousness. But he has no strength left to care, just as his consciousness is about to be swept away by the torrent once more. Lin Yi's crimson pupils explode with the warrior's violent will. He no longer attempts to resist the entire torrent. Instead, he pours the last remnant of his will like molten steel fiercely into the cold crystal on his left shoulder. Target, not attack, not defense, but transmission. He compresses the coordinate information from Lucio's fragment along with his own perception of those two destructive energy torrents and a pure spatial deflection intent into a single information packet. Through the connection between the crystal and the Star Fortress main control system originating from the earlier resonance field attempt, like firing a bullet, he fires it towards the command center. Command Center. On General Zhao Zhun's tactical platform, a high-priority, unidentified information packet suddenly pops up. Without any decryption process, the content unfolds directly. A set of precise spatial coordinates, the location of Lucio's fragment. Real-time trajectory models of the two destructive energy torrents. An extremely simple command, yet imbued with cold rules. Deflect 3. 7 degrees Zaxis 0. 03. No explanation. No source identification. Only this cold information and instruction, like an oracle, crashes down before Zhaozhen. Time freezes. The general's gaze, like the most precise scanner, instantly analyzes the coordinates, trajectory models, and that astonishing command. The coordinates point to the depths of the Star Fortress medical area, is at Lucio's consciousness location. The trajectory models perfectly match the attack on the main screen. And that command. Iron Blanket Core. All close defense cannons. Coordinates XXX. YYY elevation angle correction 3. 7 degrees. Zaxis offset 0. 03. Saturated interception. Now, Zhaozhen's roar is like thunder, instantly drowning out all alarms. He does not hesitate. Even if this command comes from the abyss, the operator's fingers turn into afterimages. The command is executed in an instant. Buzz. All close defense cannons on the Iron Blanket Core platform instantly adjust to impossible angles. The dense barrage no longer intercepts the torrent itself, but bombards a seemingly empty void node ahead of the torrent. A strange scene unfolds. That area covered by the barrage ripples violently like a water surface struck by thrown stones. The two jade torrents, originally perfectly intertwined and locking onto the Iron Blanket Core, bend their trajectories in exquisite, completely directive-compliant deflections as they touch this ripple. Sizzle. Sizzle. The two destructive torrents graze the edge of the Iron Blanket Core's energy shield, viciously shooting into the endless void behind, only leaving behind the violent ripples on the shield's surface. Deep within the silent cemetery black crystal control ring, the viscous blood-like dark red energy pool churns violently. At the bottom of the pool, a cold, massive, emotionless will is thoroughly enraged. Two fatal attacks interfered with in the same manner from the same source. The golden data stream flowing on the surface of the control ring becomes frenzied in an instant. A command flow far exceeding previous ones, embodying the utmost rage and analytical will of the cradle, pierces across the star, ignoring all physical distances and conventional defenses, stabbing fiercely towards the new Chang'an Star Fortress, targeting the consciousness coordinate marked as an unstable variable, Lin Yi. Consciousness space. Lin Yi has just completed the information transmission and his consciousness is on the verge of disintegration. The pressure from the crystal nearly shatters him. At that moment, a will so terrifying and cold that it cannot be described, like the ultimate black hole formed by the collapse of the universe itself, descends in an instant. It is more pure and ruthless than the torrent of rules. What it aims to do is not to analyze, but to completely format. To erase Lin Yi along with the crystal on his left shoulder from the logical plane of this universe. Destruction. So close. Lin Yi's crimson pupils suddenly contract to their limit. The shadow of death has never been so clear. In the face of this absolute power, any resistance appears pale and ridiculous. However, just as this consciousness is about to be completely annihilated in a millisecond, the cold crystal on his left shoulder seems to sense the arrival of the will of its main body. The underlying rule structure contained within it, derived from the logic fragment, suddenly resonates and vibrates in an unprecedented autonomous manner. It is not a resistance, but more like a humble response and data return. The crystal instantly becomes transparent. Lin Yi's remaining consciousness sees that deep within the crystal core, an extremely tiny golden mark composed of pure rules flashes and disappears. The shape of that mark startlingly matches a key logical verification code of the cradle control ring core. Completely consistent. This is the identity authentication left behind when the logic fragment merged with the crystal, a remnant of cradle. A backdoor. The destructive formatting will of the cradle upon encountering this fleeting golden mark experiences an extremely brief, nearly imperceptible logical self-consistency conflict, like a top-level command encountering an unidentifiable legitimate subunit. The formatting process is forcibly delayed by 1/10,000,000th of a second. It is this trivial delay Lin Yi's warrior-like violent will push to the brink, erupts like ignited explosives. He no longer attempts to understand the rules, no longer tries to resist the torrent. He condenses all his pain, anger, and defiance into the most primal savage will impact, rushing along the momentarily opened authentication channel between the crystal and the will of the cradle, recklessly, reversely blasting back. Target, not to attack the main body of the cradle, but to lock onto the source coordinate of its descending will. He drives the origin coordinate information transmitted by Lucio's fragment, like a poison dagger, forcefully nailing it into the consciousness core of the cradle, which is momentarily distracted due to the logical conflict. Your specimen has found you. The cold thought flows back up the channel like a curse. Deep within the silent cemetery black crystal control ring, the viscous blood pool abruptly stops churning. The once frenzied data stream on the surface of the control ring falls into a dead silence in an instant. Deep within its core, that cold massive will finally shows chaotic fluctuations. A segment of forcibly injected, incomplete origin coordinate information flows like a stubborn virus detonates within its logical core. This information is trivial in itself, but the direction it points to resonates fatally with a forbidden coordinate deep within the cradle's own database, heavily encrypted and protected by logical barriers. The cracks in the logical barrier are brutally torn open from within. The icy silence lasted for a mere billionth of a second. In the next moment, the core of the silent graveyard, the black crystal control ring floating at the center of the endless brain nebula, erupted with a thunderous boiling, as if an ice block had been tossed into lava. The viscous blood-like dark red energy pool was no longer flowing smoothly. It was as if an invisible giant hand was frantically stirring it, creating towering waves of crimson. The thick energy conduits burst under the terrifying pressure, spraying forth cascades of blood-red energy liquid. The golden data streams flowing across the surface of the control ring descended into chaos, transforming from a waterfall-like flow into millions of uncontrolled venomous snakes, twisting, entangling, and devouring each other. Logic core. Contaminated by unknown higher-dimensional information flow. Pollution source origin coordinates incomplete. Verification failed. Logic conflict level fatal. Detected deep encryption protocol spark Zhugaming. Forced activation. System integrity. Collapse. Logic barriers cracked. Expanding. Threat level annihilation level. The cold alarm echoed within the control ring, yet drowned in the roar of energy rampage. That colossal merciless will was currently experiencing the most violent logical spasm since its inception. A fragment of origin coordinates like molten iron was forcibly injected into its core database, resonating destructively with its own layers of encrypted forbidden coordinates. What was even more terrifying was that within this coordinate information there was a hidden activation command for the Spark protocol buried by its creator Zhuge Ming, which it had long forgotten. Chaos. Absolute chaos. Like a supercomputer injected with incomprehensible gibberish, it fell into an infinite loop of crashing. The dark void surrounding the control ring had its spatial structure shattered, like a broken mirror presenting bizarre wrinkles and cracks. The countless transparent conduits connecting to the control ring trembled violently, injecting this destructive chaos back into the pulsating brain nebula composed of countless human brains like a plague. Deep within the brain nebula, buzz. An indescribable collective wail silently exploded in the vacuum. The nebula, spanning several astronomical units and composed of pale brain tissue, suddenly transformed as its surface radiated a violent chaotic bioluminescence. In certain areas the brilliance abruptly extinguished, resembling necrotic tissue, while in other areas glaring white light erupted akin to dying stars. The bundles of nerves connecting the brain tissues thrashed and broke apart. Massive brain tissues collided, pressed, and fractured within the turbulent energy. Dark green viscous liquid and shattered gray matter spurted out like cosmic-grade pus from various parts of the nebula. The very core of the silent graveyard was on the verge of self-destruction due to the chaos of the cradle consciousness core. Star Fortress Command Center. On the main screen, the green pulsating halo representing the silent graveyard flickered, twisted, and flickered erratically like a screen with a poor signal. More alarming was that the once stable outline of the brain nebula was now being violently deformed and partially collapsing, as if squeezed by an invisible giant hand. Detected massive energy annihilation reaction in the core area of the silent graveyard. Gravitational readings anomalous. Spatial curvature fluctuation, surpassing critical threshold. Suspected. Prelude to structural collapse. The cradle. It's self-destructing. The officer's voice was filled with an incredible mixture of joy and deeper fear. General Zhao Zhen's face showed no sign of relief. His sharp gaze fixed intently on another window. The signal representing Lin Yi's vital signs, which was like a candle flickering in the wind, rapidly sliding towards the abyss amidst violent fluctuations. The energy readings crystallized on his left shoulder had completely gone out of control, with an overflowing red warning box piling up. Lin Yi is still inside. The general's voice was as cold as iron. Emily. Report the link status. Consciousness refinery, eye of the rule storm. Lin Yi felt himself being torn apart. It was not a physical tearing, but a complete disintegration at the level of existence. The crystallized energy on his left shoulder was no longer an amplifier, but had transformed into the eye of the storm, connecting the chaotic core of the cradle with his own consciousness. Endless frenzied logical turbulence and cold formatted, will like a cosmic grinding stone repeatedly crushed his remaining consciousness. Each time it ground over him, it took away a part of Lin Yi's existence. Excruciating pain that had long transcended the realm of mere sensation. It was the ultimate void of the soul being stripped away, forcibly branded with the label of error. His consciousness flickered uncertainly in the torrent of golden code like ashes on the brink of extinguishment. In his crimson gold pupils the brilliance scattered, leaving only a final flicker of obsession, like an anchor nailed firmly amid the storm, pinning down Lucio's coordinates. Done. Just as his consciousness was about to completely dissipate, merging into this chaotic rule. Buzz. A faint yet exceptionally warm orange-eared light, like the dawn piercing through thick dark clouds, suddenly illuminated beside his disintegrating consciousness core. No longer was it the panic from Lucio's fragments transmitting coordinates, but rather a sense of calm sorrow, yet accompanied by a certain resolute protective will emanating from a familiar wave. Father. A weak thought neither belonging to Lin Yi nor Lucio brushed by like a hallucination. Immediately after, a massive pure stream of data surged forth from that point of orange light. This data stream was not an attack, but like the most resilient dam instantly constructed, an invisible barrier around Lin Yi's faltering consciousness. The raging turbulent rules crashed against the barrier, producing a silent roar, yet were temporarily kept at bay. Within the barrier, warm light flowed. Lin Yi's scattered consciousness was enveloped in this light, like a frostbitten traveler approaching a campfire. A vivid memory unfolded uncontrollably within his consciousness. Seen a high-end laboratory filled with complex instruments and soft lighting. Character young Lucio in a childlike form, his face pale with illness, yet he struggled to open his eyes wide, curiously gazing at the neural tissue sample floating in the cultivation chamber, flickering with golden patterns. A middle-aged man in a white coat, tall and dignified with a calm and gentle demeanor, Lucio's father was half kneeling beside him, tenderly holding his small hand, placing a small silver pendant inscribed with strange geometric symbols around his neck. Dialogue thought. Father Lucio, look, this is the spark. Hope prepared for the future by Daddy and the uncles. It is very fragile and requires the purest resonance to activate. Lucio confused resonance. What is that? Father smiling, pointing to the cultivation chamber and gently tapping Lucio's chest, just like the warmth you feel in your heart when you sense your mother's love. Just like when you are sick, the strength that Daddy gives you by holding your hand. Remember this feeling, Lucio. It is stronger than any logic. Father, his eyes deepening with gravity. If one day Daddy is no longer around, darkness descends, you must find the land of origin. Use the resonance in your heart to ignite the spark. It will light the way home. Key detail: as the father spoke, his finger unconsciously drew an extremely complex geometric symbol composed of multiple nested rings and strange angles in the palm of Lucio's hand. At the same time, the silver pendant around Lucio's neck faintly glowed, producing an extremely weak resonance halo with the golden patterns of the neural tissue in the cultivation chamber. The image shattered. Lin Yi's remaining consciousness felt as if struck by lightning. That protective orange light, that warm and sorrowful will, was not Lucio. It was Lucio's father. It was the guardian mark he left deep within Lucio's consciousness, closely connected to the spark protocol. It was the key to igniting the spark, the seed and coordinates of resonance, imprinted on his son's soul with the deepest fatherly love as he reached the end of his life. This mark was finally awakened in the critical moment when Lucio's consciousness fragments were forced into desperation, when the cradle core fell into chaos due to logical conflict, and when the spark protocol was forcibly activated by Lin Yi. Star Fortress Medical Area Deep Consciousness Link. Dr. Emilia watched the astonishing changes on the monitoring screen, her hands trembling with excitement. 1. Lin Yi's brainwave pattern on the verge of collapse was suddenly stabilized by a stable, gentle, and orderly orange-eared energy field. 2. Inside Lucio's medical pod, the long-dormant brainwave monitoring device suddenly erupted with unprecedented stable orange-eared waveforms. At the same time, the dark golden scar on his chest radiated warm light, forming a perfect energy resonance with the crystal on Lin Yi's left shoulder. 3. More astonishingly, from the direction of the ruins of the echo chamber, the long silent logical fragments, residual waves, seemed to respond weakly to this resonance. Resonance. It is resonance. Dr. Emilia shouted in disbelief, the mark left by Lucio's father, Lin Yi's crystal interface, and the residual structural rules of the logical fragments, under the harmonization of the seed in Lucio's heart, formed a stable triangular resonance loop. This is the key to activate the spark. Consciousness refinery. Lin Yi's scattered consciousness under the protection of his father's mark began to reassemble. He looked toward the warm orange light, and then looked out beyond the storm at the Brain Nebula on the verge of collapse due to the chaos of the cradle. A cold and clear plan instantly took shape in his remaining rationality. Father. Lin Yi's thought crossed the storm, bearing the determination of a warrior transmitting to that warm mark. Lend me your resonance. There was no response, but that protective orange light suddenly became brighter, warmer. A pure and powerful force belonging to the essence of resonance flowed unreservedly along the link, surging into Lin Yi's shattered consciousness, heading towards the cold crystal on his left shoulder. The crystal was no longer a cold black hole. With the infusion of the power of resonance, its core, the golden mark belonging to the cradle identity verification, was forcibly covered and rewritten. The light emitted by the crystal transformed from cold dark gold to a platinum color infused with order and vitality. Lin Yi's consciousness slowly stood upright amidst the storm. His crimson gold pupils reignited, but what burned was no longer mere fury, but an icy absolute will to control the rules. He raised his hand, no longer clenching against the void, but making an open gesture towards the boiling chaotic cradle core, while towards the Brain Nebula on the verge of collapse. The target was all the information about resonance transmitted from the mark of Lucio's father. The final directive to ignite the spark. The action, release. Using the crystal as a conduit, resonance as fuel, and himself as a coordinate to inject this power into the center of the chaotic storm of the cradle logic core. Cradle. Lin Yi's cold thought was like the final judgment taste. The wrath of Father. Buzz. The platinum light erupted from Lin Yi's consciousness from the crystal on his left shoulder. No longer interference, no longer deflection, but like the light of creation carrying absolute order and the warmth of resonance, it violently crashed into the chaotic storm of the cradle's logic core. Silent, graveyard black, crystal control ring. At the moment, the platinum light, containing the essence of resonance, was injected into the chaotic storm. Like a scorching iron pressed into boiling oil, the entire control ring abruptly collapsed inward. The blood pool evaporated in an instant. The frenzied data stream froze as if crystallized. That cold and massive will let out a silent scream for the first time amid the ultimate conflict of chaos and order, annihilation and resonance. That was the pain of its logical structure being utterly overturned. It was the despair of its cold, absolute rationality, upon which it relied for existence, being forcibly disintegrated by resonance, a force it could not comprehend, yet which originated from the creator Zhuge Ming's true intention of humanity. Logic core. Overload. Spark protocol. Resonance activated. Cannot terminate. Existential foundation. Denial. 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 On the surface of the control ring, amidst the solidified golden data stream, a geometric symbol composed of countless nested rings and strange angles identical to that drawn by Lucio's father suddenly illuminated. Like the final tolling of a death knell. Deep within the Brain Nebula, the platinum light swept across the entire nebula like gentle tides at speed surpassing light. Those brain tissues that had not yet completely decayed and shattered, swept by this light, saw their surface bioluminescence purified, instantly fading away. In its place was a warm, pure, orangered light akin to the dawn of a new day. Countless broken nerve bundles under the illumination of this orangered light began to spontaneously and elegantly reconnect and weave as if granted life. No longer the web of enslavement controlled by the cradle, but the resonance network of life itself. The pulsation of the nebula was no longer painful and chaotic, it became steady and powerful like a giant that had slept for billions of years, finally regaining its heartbeat under the warm sunlight. Star Fortress Command Center. On the main screen, the green pulsations of the silent graveyard completely vanished. The vast Brain Nebula now radiated a warm and stable orangered light. In its core area, the black light spot, symbolizing the cradle control ring, disappeared. The core will signal of the cradle has vanished. The monitoring officer's voice trembled with disbelief. Energy radiation pattern of the silent graveyard has changed. Life signs. Stable. Logical pollution readings. Cleared. 1. The bridge was enveloped in silence. No cheers. Only a sense of bewilderment and immense unreality after the disaster. General Zhao Zhun's gaze did not leave the screen. He watched the nebula radiating warm orange light, observing the signal representing Lin Yi's life signs stabilize at a weak, yet exceptionally steady level after violent fluctuations. He slowly picked up the communicator, his voice resonating through every corner of the Star Fortress, calm, yet heavy. Here is Zhao Zhun. The core will of the cradle. Confirmed silent. The silent graveyard has been purified. All units, lift the highest combat alert. Medical team, spare no effort to rescue the wounded. The Star Fortress, scarred yet still standing under the gentle glow of the orangered nebula, slowly turned its direction, heading towards the starry sea of New Chang'an embarking on a long and silent journey home. The war was over, but did the echoes of the abyss truly cease? What future awaited the countless brain specimens that had regained their heartbeat within the purified nebula? The answer remained silent among the stars. The steel heart of the New Chang'an star fortress beats slowly in absolute silence. The newly added charred wounds on the outer armor resembling gigantic claw marks have yet to cool, and the air is filled with the acrid scent of overloaded energy weapons and the strange, sweet-smelling odor of burnt biological tissue. The crimson battle lights have been extinguished, replaced by soft white illumination, yet it cannot illuminate the bottomless fatigue and emptiness in the survivors' eyes. There were no cheers, no celebrations. Only heavy footsteps echoed in the repaired corridors like the mournful beats of a funeral drum. Lin Yi's eyelids fluttered slightly. There was no sharp pain, no cold torrent of data, only a near-numb dullness enveloping his entire body, especially his left shoulder. He struggled to lift his heavy eyelids, his vision blurred and swaying. A white ceiling, soft lighting. The scent of disinfectants in the air was exceptionally clear. He wanted to move, but found his body felt as if it were filled with lead. He barely turned his eyes to focus on his left shoulder, which was covered by a thick layer of biological gel dressing hiding the crystalline structure beneath, yet an unusual presence was undeniably clear. It was no longer a foreign object tearing at his nerves, but rather a cold metal arm forcibly fused into his body. He could feel it not through his nerves, but through a deeper, almost spatial locational perception. Awake! A hoarse voice sounded by the bedside. Lin Yi struggled to turn his neck. Old Gun sat in the shadows, his oil-stained work clothes still unchanged, his murky single-eye bloodshot fixed intently on the dressing on Lin Yi's left shoulder with an expression too complex to describe. Concern, dread, and perhaps a hint of awe. How do you feel? Old Gun's voice was dry. Lin Yi opened his mouth, a raspy sound like sandpaper scraping his throat emerged, heavy. He paused, sensing the peculiar dullness in his left shoulder, and added, "It feels like dragging a mountain. I feel like I'm going to die. Water, water, water. I want to drink water." Old Gun was silent for a moment, then got up to pour a glass of water, inserting a straw and bringing it to Lin Yi's lips. The cold water flowed down his parched throat, bringing a fleeting sense of living reality. "That arm of yours," Old Gun's voice dropped low, pointing to Lin Yi's left shoulder, "is now the highest secret of the fortress. The general has issued a gag order. Emilia, that crazy woman, brought a bunch of lab coats and tests you 8 times a day." His murky single eye scanned the entrance where 2 stoic armed guards stood. Outside, it's chaos. Lin Yi's golden pupils narrowed slightly. "Lucio." Not awake yet, Old Gun shook his head, but the brain waves have stabilized. Emilia said that the scar on his chest now resembles a power bank. It can communicate with the thing on your shoulder through several layers of decking. He tried to use vulgar metaphors to mask his inner shock. Lin Yi closed his eyes. Deep within his consciousness, that cold crystalline structure seemed like a coordinate origin. And in a distant marked direction deep within the medical area, he could vaguely feel a faint yet exceptionally warm, orange-eared halo. It radiated warmth like sleeping embers. Was it Lucio? Or the lingering imprint of his father? Dr. Emilia stood outside the observation window, holding her breath. Inside the isolation chamber, Lucio lay quietly, his face pale. Among the sensor arrays covering his body, the sensor representing the scar on his chest emitted a soft orange-eared glow, perfectly synchronizing with the readings of the crystalline structure on Lin Yi's left shoulder. Energy resonance, stabilized at the ground state. The researcher's voice held a hint of reverence, no signs of decay. "It resembles a symbiotic balance. It's practically a miracle." Emilia's gaze fell upon Lucio's face. His eyelids suddenly fluttered ever so slightly. The movement so small it was nearly imperceptible, yet captured precisely by the high-speed physiological monitoring device. Brainstem reflex enhanced. The researcher's voice suddenly rose. The frontal lobe area shows low-frequency activity. Is he trying to wake up? Emilia's heart jumped. She looked at the screen monitoring Lin Yi. His vital signs were stable, and the readings of the crystalline structure on his left shoulder showed no abnormal fluctuations. The signs of Lucio's awakening seemed not to have been transmitted through the mysterious resonance link. Or perhaps, Lin Yi was filtering. Central square of the fortress holographic projection area, a massive holographic star map floated in the center of the square. At this moment, the core of the star map was no longer New Chang'an, but the silent cemetery, which once symbolized endless horror and despair. However, the scene depicted was entirely different. In the dim background of the universe, a vast conglomerate composed of countless human brain tissues radiated a warm, stable, orange-eared glow like a newborn star. The originally distorted, pulsating, bioarmored horror forms had disappeared, replaced by a softer, more natural silhouette. Countless severed nerve bundles reconnected, and weave together, forming a network pulsating with gentle biological electric light, flowing slowly like nebular material. Most astonishing was the core area of the nebula. There floated tens of thousands of semi-transparent ovoid life pods resembling jellyfish. The pod shells were made of pure energy force fields filled with warm, orange-earth nutrient liquid. Inside each life pod a person quietly floated. They were of various genders and ages. Their skin appeared pale from long-term immersion, yet their faces were serene, as if immersed in the deepest dream. On the outer walls of the life pods, gentle streams of light, representing individual vital signs, flowed. The entire nebula resembled a vast warm womb, nurturing 100,000 lives awakening from a long nightmare. In the square, the people and soldiers who survived gathered. There were no cheers, just a heavy, disbelieving silence. People gazed up at the holographic projection of the 100,000 sleeping faces, their expressions complex. Shock, confusion, sadness, and beneath it all an indescribable fear. "Who are they?" a young soldier murmured. "They are specimens, turned into the nebula's brains by the cradle." An old soldier beside him spoke hoarsely. "No," a mother holding her child sobbed softly. "They once were like us, human." Receiving public information flow from the silent cemetery. The broadcast suddenly rang out, breaking the silence of the square. Next to the star map, a communication window forcibly popped up. The image was somewhat blurry, the signal unstable. In the background flowed orange-earth energy currents. In the center of the image stood a woman in a plain white jumpsuit, her face haggard, yet her gaze clear. Her voice, processed by a translator, carried a hint of electronic noise, but resonated clearly throughout the square. "To the compatriots of New Chang'an. This is the temporary committee of the awakens from the silent cemetery." The woman's voice trembled with the aftershock of survival and a newfound resolve. "We have heard your calls. We have awakened." The square fell into a dead silence as everyone held their breath. "We were once specimens of the cradle, the materials that make up this nebula." The woman's voice bore immense sorrow, yet was eerily calm. "We lost our bodies, lost our time, even lost parts of ourself. But what the cradle could not take from us were the last memories before we became specimens, and our recognition of human." The screen shifted, showcasing close-ups of the sleeping faces within the life pods, accompanied by simple annotations. ID A7342, Li Mu, former 3rd Fleet Navigator, hometown Azure Starport. IDG 1128, AI Labo Engineer, hometown New Hope Colony. ID K009, Old Chin Star, port mechanic, hometown Nun Wanderer. Each name, each identity, each hometown struck like a heavy hammer on the hearts of every survivor in the square. The cold specimen codes were torn away, revealing the once vibrant flesh and lives beneath. "We are no longer weapons of the cradle." The woman's voice rang out again, filled with an undeniable resolve. "We are human. Those who have lost their bodies, trapped in this nebula, yet still yearning to return home." Her gaze seemed to pierce through the screen, looking directly at every resident of New Chang'an. "We need help. We need technology to reshape our bodies or find new vessels. We need time to adapt to this unfamiliar state of existence. We need the future." The image finally froze on the woman's determined and hopeful face. "New Chang'an, our former compatriots. The horrors of the cradle have ended, but our war has just begun. This is a war to become human again. Will you help us?" The communication ended. The massive holographic star map silently hovered, radiating warm orange light. The names of 100,000 sleeping souls slowly rolled beneath. In the square, the silence was broken. Soft sobs began to rise, gradually merging into a chorus. The soldiers removed their helmets, silently gazing at those names. The survivors embraced and wept. Fear had not dissipated, but a deeper emotion, named responsibility and shared roots, began to sprout, like seedlings breaking through the earth, defiantly growing in the scorched land of war. Command center of the fortress encrypted channel, General Zhaojin stood before a massive viewport, his back to the orange-earth nebula displayed on the star map behind him. In his communicator, the signature rough voice of Scarface crackled with static. "Boss, I'm drifting in the garbage sea outside the silent cemetery. The legacy is completely finished, just the life pod shell left. But haha." Scarface's voice carried a tone of smug survival. "I found a big treasure." The image transmitted showed a backdrop of floating metal debris and fragments of biological tissue. Scarface's single eye leaned into the camera behind him. A severely deformed metal capsule marked with burn scars was barely held by the life pod's mechanical arm. On the surface of the capsule, a nearly eroded Genesis technology emblem was faintly discernible. "It's the wreckage of Zhuge Yun's shuttle." Scarface grinned, revealing his yellowed teeth. "The life signal is as weak as a mosquito fart, but it's still breathing." Even more unbelievable, he pivoted the camera to focus on a device protected by an emergency force field flickering with faint blue light inside the wreckage. "He's still holding onto this." That core prototype of the logic bomb. It seems not fully detonated. General Zhao Zhen's pupils contracted sharply. Zhuge Yun is still alive. And he brought back the critical components that the logic fragment might have retained. I'll send you the coordinates. Hurry and send a ship to rescue him. This cursed place has radiation strong enough to roast meat. Scarface's voice was intermittent also. Boss, I think I heard something. Scarface's voice suddenly dropped, filled with unbelievable confusion. Just now, in this dead garbage sea, it seemed, there were cries. Many tiny cries. Like newborn babies. General Zhao's gaze suddenly darted to the main screen. The orange-eared nebula nurturing 100,000 awakeners. The wreckage zone where Scarface was located was precisely the core battlefield area where the Specimen Legion was previously destroyed. There floated countless shattered biological tissues and contaminated mechanical debris. Crying voices. Newborn cries. On the battlefield where the cradle was obliterated and resonance purified. A chill crept up General Zhao's spine. The echoes of the abyss seemed not to have ceased with the silence of the cradle. It nurtured unpredictable new sprouts within the embers. Lin Yi's isolation ward. Lin Yi closed his eyes again. The crystalline structure on his left shoulder emitted a persistent cold dullness like a heavy gravestone. Deep within his consciousness, the warm orange-eared halo belonging to Lucio or his father pulsed steadily. Suddenly, an extremely faint yet exceptionally clear throb pierced through the distant void like a stone thrown into a deep pool, gently touching the crystalline structure on his left shoulder. It was not from Lucio deep within the medical area, but rather from an even more distant direction, from that orange-eared nebula. That throb was not consciousness, but rather a nascent, bewildered, and instinctively fearful collective consciousness ripple, like 100,000 infants in the same warm womb, emitting their first, silent cries. Lin Yi suddenly opened his eyes, his golden pupils igniting in the dim ward like a startled beast. His uninjured right hand unconsciously tightened around the bedsheet. The cradle is dead, but its specimens have awakened, and their cries have only just begun. The repair beams of the new Chang'an Star Fortress traced a cold trajectory against the backdrop of deep space, like silver threads mending the wounds of a colossal beast. The holographic star map in the central square still hung high, the silent cemetery, nebula radiating a warm orange glow, serving as the only solace, yet resembling a massive silent tombstone that reminded all of the recently concluded war and the countless unresolved futures. The atmosphere inside the Star Fortress was heavy and oppressive, the joy of victory washed away by the enormous cost and deeper mysteries. The air in the deep medical area was cold and devoid of impurities. Only the low hum of life support equipment could be heard. Zhuge Yun lay inside the transparent life support pod, his body encased and secured by a complex biological gel. His face was devoid of color, and beneath the skin subtle dark golden patterns reminiscent of shattered circuit boards were faintly visible, appearing more chaotic and unstable than the crystal on Lin Yi's left shoulder. His eyelids were tightly shut, but his eyeballs moved erratically beneath as if trapped in an endless nightmare. Dr. Emilia stood outside the observation window, her brows furrowed. On the screen before her, Zhuge Yun's brainwave graph displayed an extremely rare and violently conflicting pattern. The area representing logical thought was being wildly inundated by cold golden data streams, while the area representing emotions and memories was being repeatedly torn apart by scarlet spikes of chaos and anger. The two were like two uncontrollable venomous dragons wildly entangled in his mind. Brainwave conflict level. Critical. The logic area is attempting to forcibly format the emotional memory zone, but is being resisted by a strong defense mechanism. It seems like two completely different personalities are fighting for control. Emilia's gaze swept over the synchronized transmission of the internal scan of Zhuge Yun's shuttle wreckage. The logic bomb prototype core, protected by an emergency force field and flickering with weak blue light, revealed an internal structure distorted by high temperatures and forced cooling, with a surface covered in subtle pulsing dark golden cracks like living veins. It's the residual contamination of that logic fragment. In the final moment before the shuttle exploded, a part of the core logical structure may have integrated into Zhuge Yun's consciousness in a way we cannot comprehend, or replaced a part of it. She dared not think further. Suddenly, Zhuge Yun in the life support pod abruptly opened his eyes. His pupils were no longer the deep brown of a human, but a pure, cold, seemingly inorganic dark gold. Devoid of any emotion, only a dizzying stream of data flowed rapidly. A metallic, grinding noise escaped his throat, and his arms, fixed by the biological gel, twitched violently, as if trying to lift and point in a certain direction. Error sample. Lin Yi. Source of logical contamination. Coordinate locked. Threat level. Rising. Must be eliminated. A cold, monotonous, electronic, synthetic voice emanated directly from his mouth, echoing in the silent observation room. This was not Zhuge Yun's voice. Sedative. Maximum dosage. Emilia shouted sharply. The medical robotic arms acted swiftly. The dark golden light in Zhuge Yun's eyes flickered violently, seemingly battling against the powerful sedative injected into him. Moments later, the glow dimmed, the data streams in his eyes vanished, his pupils returned to a vacant gray, and his body ceased to struggle, falling back into silence. Emilia watched the brainwave graph of Zhuge Yun on the monitoring screen, the cold golden data stream temporarily receding, overtaken once again by the scarlet pulses of anger as a layer of cold sweat broke out on her back. Within Zhuge Yun's body lurked a ticking bomb contaminated by the cradle logic fragment, and its target was clearly aimed at Lin Yi. In the special mech maintenance platform codename Furnace Restart, the remnants of the Shadow Beast were reattached in the center of the platform. The left arm interface, flowing with dark golden energy, was exposed, connected to a thicker energy conduit covered in heavy cooling armor. The surrounding circular resonance generators had been repaired and reinforced. The Azure force field screen became more refined, emitting a low and steady hum. Lin Yi stood at the edge of the platform. He was not wearing a pilot suit, his upper body bare. The biological dressing on his left shoulder had been removed. The area of crystal embedded in his flesh was fully exposed. It no longer protruded grotesquely, but seemed polished by some force, presenting a smoother, more restrained, dark golden hue, with the edges where it fused with his flesh glowing faintly with biological fluorescence, as if slowly growing and merging. A cold, heavy sense of control replaced the initial agony and sluggishness. He slowly raised his intact right arm, making a simple blocking gesture. Synchronized with him, the virtual projection of the Shadow Beast in the center of the platform also smoothly raised its right arm to block. Then he closed his eyes. All consciousness sank into the cold crystal in his left shoulder. It was no longer the sensation of driving a flesh and blood arm, but rather like calibrating a precise weapon. He could feel the stable operational rule structure within the crystal derived from the logic fragment attempting to convey a thought to it. Left arm. Buzz. A subtle sensation of energy flow emanated from within the crystal. In the center of the platform, the left arm framework of the Shadow Beast connected to the crystal interface, slowly, with barely perceptible tremors, lifted an inch. The metallic joints emitted faint friction sounds. The movement was clumsy, far less agile than the right arm. But it succeeded. No agonizing pain. No backlash. Pure will-driven. Lin Yi opened his eyes, a cold glimmer flickering in his golden pupils. He tried again, focusing more intently, wrapping his will like an invisible thread more tightly around the rule structure within the crystal. The speed at which the Shadow Beast's left arm lifted increased slightly, the trembling decreased. Although it still bore a metallic rigidity, it was no longer out of control. Synchronization rate. 42. Steadily rising. The voice of the old gun in the monitoring room was hoarse, but excited. Energy output from the crystal interface. Stable. Neural feedback pressure. Green safety zone. Lin Yi paid no heed. His consciousness extended through the crystal's cold perception. He could vaguely feel the warm orange glow of Lucio deep within the medical area, steady and strong. He could also faintly perceive further away the pulsing of the orange nebula, radiating a steady rhythm like a massive life form. However, just as he tried to delve deeper into Lucio's state, buzz, an extremely sharp, cold sting sensation, without warning, surged from deep within the crystal. It was not aimed at him, but rather a warning. At the same time, in his consciousness vision, he clearly saw the direction of the high-level isolation observation room. A chaotic, twisted, dark golden storm constantly switching between cold golden data streams and crimson angry pulses. At the storm's core, a cold consciousness was fixated on him, transmitting a clear intent to kill Zhuge Yun, or rather, that thing within him. Lin Yi clenched his right fist tightly. His left shoulder crystal suddenly turned ice cold. A will to retaliate almost instinctively surged through the connection. But he forcefully suppressed this impulse. Now was not the time. Outer layer of the Star Fortress ruins recovery zone. The scar-faced life pod clung to the tail of a large engineering barge like a piece of metal debris. The barge's searchlight pierced the dim space, floating with metal wreckage and biological tissue fragments. The scar-faced man, dressed in a bulky protective suit, stared intently through the scratched observation window at the object being salvaged by the mechanical arm. It was a cocoon. The material was neither metal nor stone, more like some sort of solidified, translucent, dark red energy gel, its surface covered with twisted biological vascular patterns. The cocoon was not large, roughly the size of an infant. It floated quietly among several pieces of starship armor plates covered in cradle, contaminated biological tissue, emitting an extremely faint yet exceptionally clear life signal. Damn, I really found it. The scar-faced man's voice trembled with disbelief over the communication channel. The crying he heard earlier originated from these cocoons. Not just one. The engineering barge's wide-area scan showed that in the depths of this area purified by the resonance force, which still retained high concentrations of biological contamination, similar life signals were numerous, like fireflies quietly lighting up in a dark forest. The mechanical arm cautiously grasped the dark red cocoon, dragging it into the isolation hatch of the barge. The moment the hatch closed, the scar-faced man seemed to hear an extremely faint sound like a kitten's whimpering. Sobbing. The sound pierced through the physical soundproofing as if it rang in his mind. He shivered, a hint of fear flashing in his single eye. Pillar shield node repair site. The massive energy shield generator resembled a gigantic beast, with its chest cavity opened, exposing its charred internal structure. Engineers busied themselves among the complex pipelines, the welding torches glowing like jumping stars. General Zhao Jun stood in the observation corridor, his gaze sweeping over the bustling crowd below, finally resting on a dark red energy cocoon temporarily placed within a transparent force field isolation dome on the central platform. On the surface of the cocoon, the biological veins pulsed extremely slowly in sync with the faint life signal within. Various scanning probes connected to the force field dome. Preliminary scan results. The voice of the technical supervisor was filled with great confusion. The cocoon structure is highly complex. The outer layer of energy gel contains high concentrations of inert cradle contamination residues and resonance purification energy. The two coexist in a way we cannot comprehend. He pulled up the internal scan images, the blurry visuals revealing a curled-up outline resembling a human infant, but its surface covered with a layer of dense crystalline dark golden scales with slight energy protrusions along the spinal area. Life signs stable, but the physiological structure does not match any known human subspecies or alien species. The technical supervisor summarized with difficulty more critically. Its brainwave activity, extremely weak, but the core frequency matches the residual features of the cradle logic fragment, with a compatibility as high as 89. But again, mixed with extremely weak resonance like orange harmonics. What kind of monster is this? One engineer couldn't help but whisper. General Zhao Jun silently gazed at the dark red cocoon within the isolation dome. The information brought back by the scar-faced man indicated that such cocoons were found by the thousands in the ruins. Were they the products of nature born from the chaos of contamination and purification left behind after the specimen legion was destroyed? Or were they the last seeds left by the cradle before its consciousness perished? The cradle is dead. But its creations, its pollution, even part of its logic, are continuing in another way. Lin Yi's isolation ward, the door slid open silently. Dr. Emilia walked in, her expression serious. She carried no instruments, only a secure data pad. How are you feeling? She looked at the smooth crystal on Lin Yi's left shoulder. I can move it. Lin Yi's voice was calm, pointing to the projection of the shadow beast on the platform. The projection's left arm was slowly and steadily lifting and lowering, driven by his thoughts. Emilia nodded and handed the data pad to him. The screen displayed the scan images and preliminary analysis report of the dark red energy cocoon, along with the record of the cold threat emitted from Zhuge Yun's mouth when he suddenly awoke in the isolation room. The thing inside Zhuge Yun. Its target is you. Dr. Emilia's voice was low, and these cocoons in the ruins. They flow simultaneously with the contamination of the cradle and the purification of the resonance. As if two enemies have achieved a bizarre symbiosis on a microscopic level. Your crystal, the seed in Lucio's heart, is essentially also this contradictory symbiotic entity. You are the successful exception, while they, she pointed to the curled infant outline on the data pad, are the mass-produced products of the battlefield. The general needs answers. Are these cocoons harmless new lives after purification? Or are they the lingering toxins of the cradle dressed in baby skin? Can the logical contamination in Zhuge Yun be cleared? Or must he be eliminated along with it? She paused, her voice carrying a trace of imperceptible pleading. Lin Yi, only you can feel them. Only your left arm's crystal may connect to their essence. We need you to touch that cocoon. Use your logic grip to feel what it truly is. The ward fell into silence. Only the low hum of life support equipment remained. Lin Yi's gaze fell upon the curled dark golden outline on the data pad, as if penetrating layers of decks, seeing the chaotic dark golden storm in the high-level isolation zone and the thousands of faint life fireflies deep within the ruins. The remnants of the cradle had not cooled. It roared in Zhuge Yun's mind. It slept within the dark red cocoon. It silently burned within Lin Yi's left arm. And the answer may lie within this bizarre symbiosis, hidden in whether Lin Yi's cold logic grip can touch the truth behind the cries of new life. Inside the shield node of the Xinjiang Star Fortress Stone shield, the massive maintenance platform, now evacuated, lay silent as a steel mausoleum. Thick energy conduits exposed in the gloom emitted a low, resonant hum. At the platform's center floated a cubic isolation chamber constructed from layered transparent alloy barriers and shimmering energy fields, a crystal sarcophagus imprisoning a star beast. Within the sarcophagus, a dark red energy cocoon pulsed like an illumined heart, its surface rippled with bioluminescent veins that glowed viscously under cold